that, especially he came off an injury, has been training so hard. I know he's really been dialing in with the CI team in Bali with his boards. So it was great to kind of see the hard work pay off. That was a highlight for me. What else? I'm pretty sure it was. Who
Yeah,
was
he
it?
was in the end of the heat against Thomas and Caleb and Micah. So that was a great heat actually. I watched live and
I know. I think so Grendeling was a
mm,
pretty cool heat
mm,
as well. He did some really great surfing as well. And there was one more heat that I was really impressed by. It was Kevin Wow's heat where he got that last
right.
minute
Mm,
win as well. He got a barrel on the inside. It wasn't a big one, but he was super super deep, and that wave was just perfect. Not a
mm,
single drop out of place, and he needed a score, and he got it in the very last second. And we're staying at Hash, where it's actually his family's place, so you could just hear everyone cheering and
right.
screaming for him. So that was really exciting as well. So those were probably my
Mm,
highlights of yesterday.
definitely those were those were the heats that I remember too. That's a great heat.
Hmm.
Mm,
But yeah, so today we're gonna be seeing those top seeded surfers come in. Like I was saying, Reef Hazelwood will be surfing today, and he just came off that win in Krui. I'm seeing Roy Kanazawa wearing the Bonsoy yellow jersey as well. So that's gonna be a great matchup as well. He's coming up against Varun Tanjung, Teddy, Billy, and
wow.
Luke Brumby. So that's a huge heat right there.
Mm,
Kutur Agos, I'm so excited to watch him serve. Hade Joy had an incredible run here last year. He got, I think, one or two tens. I
yeah.
just remember him catching this one specific wave where, standing up in a barrel,
Mm.
and that was a really emotional moment.
Yeah, I think he made it to quarters or semis,
Yeah.
I think. So he did really great job, and he also did great job in junior division as well. So yeah, definitely Madajo is too. Well, this is a reply of first of Toy Tanaka, the fast wave of the day number 3. Just straight into the barrel, come out clean, and gets the big roundhouse cutback. So that was 4.67. What a great way to start this morning from Toy Tanaka, straight into the barrel. And with that wave, Toy is in the lead with 4.23 out the back. This is Diego up and riding. Nice off the top. That was a huge first turn and gets second turn in and stick to the landing. So this is going to be a 2-turn combo, but the first turn was solid.
Yep, and showing exactly why he had that big, big performance yesterday. Diego's backhand is so sharp and so tight. So he really gets those turns really in the pocket. I really like that way from Diego Cordero, and I think he's going to be backing up that 347 pretty nicely.
Definitely. So first wave, he did similar combination, but unfortunately, he couldn't stick to the landing. But on the second wave, he did stick to the land on the second turn. So definitely, it's gonna be nice number for Diego with the 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go. But looks like there's a few waves coming through now. So no takers on this one. Oh, I was hoping to see more waves to roll through, but
yeah, sometimes this wave has that. You just see like a one wave set come through and nothing out the back. So just about to reach the 9.5 minute mark. The last Diego Cordero comes in at a 5.10. So now on your screen, Matty Job under priority, big layback there. Wraps it around again, sets up for the second turn. So nothing too critical or crazy, but he wants to start to put some scores on the board. He's only sitting on a 2.90 and that 0.57. So Matty Job getting some turns in. That was pretty nice. I like that.
Right. Really nice two-tongue combo just to get rid of the 0.57, but nice to have one, getting in the rhythm with the ocean. So you don't really want to be sitting in the ocean, just do nothing. So it was a great move for Matty Job with 8 minutes and 40 seconds. So now Justin has fast priority, needing 4.48. Not a big score if he gets that deep tube.
Yeah, so Diego's showing that you can get those higher scores by getting some just two big turns in. He yesterday we saw as well Jack Thomas get a 7.33, and he did those those two big backhand turns that he's kind of famous for. His surfing is so solid, and he had a great run here in the Nias Pro. I think it was 2 years ago now where he got a semifinal finish here. But yeah, so Jack is from West Oz. He's used to those like powerful, heavy water waves. And I'm sure everyone was pretty proud of him yesterday, getting just squeaked past that heat. He got that score in the last minute. So I'm excited to watch him surf again today now that the waves are a little bigger. But it is this round of 96 Heat 14 in the water right now. We will be going into the round of 64 and then straight to the round of women's 32 up to Heat 5 is the goal. So another big day of competition. But yeah, as we said, we want to take advantage of the conditions today. It's probably one of the best days forecasted while we're here. So great call from everyone organizing this event and making sure that, we give the best chance to everyone.
Definitely good call. Pretty much we'll be seeing 24 heats today. And yeah, like you said, so the forecast saying today and yesterday were the biggest day of the competition period. So definitely we, as an audience, we love to watch their surfing on a big days. So good call. And this is a heat number 1 of the morning. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Looks like a few actions out the back. Slowly reposition themselves out the back.
Yep. So just taking a look, today is forecasted to be the biggest day. I think the tide is a little high right now, but as the tide starts to go down, we will be seeing some much better shape, I think. And talking about better shaped, here is Matty Job finding shade, makes it out, gets spat out by that wave. Wow, what a wave by Matty Job.
That was a beautiful wave from Matty Job. He disappeared once, comes out, and he disappeared again. So that was a great barrel riding from Matty Job. Definitely it's gonna be his best score. Well, I could say it's gonna be best heat score. That was a beautiful wave from Matty Job.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. He looked like he was pretty deep in that last one. So hopefully when we get the replay, we can take a good look at that one again. Diego taking a look at that a little one on the inside. He knows now that Matty got a good one. He needs to back up that 5. He currently has the best wave of this heat. But Matty Job's last one was looking pretty good.
He was actually under priority. He had a 4th priority and he was sitting wide and everyone else was kind of a little too deep. And last wave for Matty comes in at 6.67.
Yeah, so that was some really smart surfing from Matty Job. Under priority, manages to just get and snatch that wave from all the other guys. A 6.67, that's the best wave of the heat for now. Goes straight to first. 4.5 left on the clock.
Wow, 6-6-7 straight into the lead. So Diego has second best score in this heat. But here is 田中選手。これはいい波になってきそうです。チューブではなくマニューバーへ大きなカービングターン、パワーゾーンに戻り、深いボトムターンから縦へのリッピング。ここは着地に失敗してしまったようです。He was kind of on the way to the good score, but he couldn't, stick to the land.
Yeah, that was going to be a pretty good score for Toitanaka. He wants to get rid of that 4-2-3. That second turn was looking really nice. Unfortunately, on the way down, he kind of just fell over. But 3.5 left, plenty of time to go back out, maybe catch one more wave. So it is now a couple sets coming through. We'll see if there's any surfers, any takers, and it's looking like no one's on it. Justin Bulolo being patient out the back, but it is Maddie Job with that 6-6-7. Would love to get a replay of that wave,
right?
And see it again with 3.5. So Toitanaka and Maddie Job already back out, already have priority, and yeah, so a couple scores to come through. It's looking like Diego caught a wave. This is now Justin Bulolo. Needs to get around this section. A 4.80 is a requirement. Big opening turn there. Sets it up again for the second one. Gets a little stuck on the way down and unfortunately falls off.
He was on the way to the good score as well, but that's really unfortunately on the second turn. He rotated his surfboard a little bit too much towards the white water. Comes unstuck. But definitely the first time was solid.
All right, so white caught a wave. A 4.30 goes straight to second. Just 2 minutes left now. Maddie Job with priority. Toitanaka second priority. It is eyes on Toitanaka and Justin Bulolo with requirements of 4.74 and a 5.30.
Wow, Diego now again with 5.10 and a 4.30 with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. So Maddie's got a first priority. Toy has second priority, needing 4.74. And last of Justin comes in at 2.83. So Justin now needs 5.30 to go into the second. Definitely he wants to get through this heat. Well, Justin wants to get another big set.
Yep, so just about to reach the last minute of this heat. It is looking pretty good for Maddie Job and Diego Cordero. Will they be able to get themselves into the next round and surf again today? So a big, big day here in the Nias Pro. Lots of surfing, lots of waves. 45 seconds left. All eyes on Toitanaka. Justin Bulolo, fourth priority. So it's not going to be easy. But we did see Maddie Job get that 6.67 under priority. And there we have it. Our current heat leader takes off on this one. Pretty critical section there. Almost falls off, but manages to stick with it. Wraps it around there again. And goes for a third blast, but there unfortunately does fall off. He's not too worried though. He is currently in first.
田中選手 4.74 で2位へジャンプアップします。さあ、一発目、クイックなターンをして、2発目、これは大きなターンになりました。スプレーも大きく飛ばしてきて、そして看板になったところでカットバックを入れてきます。この波で 4.74 スコアをすると逆転していきます。
All right, so now Toitanaka, a 4.74 is his requirement. Ooh, what do you think?
Well, it's gonna be a 4-point range, but I don't think it'll be at 4.74. Pretty much you need 5 to get that 4.74. So, compared to Diego's second wave, not too sure.
Yeah, Diego's 5 was looking just a little more like in the pocket. It was tight surfing, super strong. So I think I agree with you. I don't think it'll be the score. And there you have it. Toi Tanaka's last one, a 4.03, doesn't go into his top two. So it is Matty Job and Diego Cordero going into the next round. With that, we're going to go to a quick break and we'll see you guys next heat.
Cal! Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, bruh.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro day 3. We are into round of 96 men's heat. Number 15, we have Yuma Nagasawa in red, Ben Lorenston in blue, Yoza Zakoro in white, Eli Timperi in green. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with True. How are you this morning?
I am really good, thank you, Dai. It's nice to see some good waves this morning. There's been, the free surf looks pretty incredible. How was that first heat?
Was there's a little bit of a slow time in between, but still we're seeing a great barrel ride from Mari Job, Toi Tanaka, and Diego and Justin. So pretty much all surfers got a barrel. So amazing start. Day number this is day 3, right?
Yeah, day 3.
And another big day ahead of us. So on screen, this is Yuma Nagasawa. 長澤選手1本目のライディング、小さめの波に乗ってきましたが、1発大きなターン、そして2発入れてきます。3発目は少しハーフターンになりましたが、素晴らしいコンビネーションとなっています。
Yuma was in the Pro Junior final?
Yes.
Second?
Yeah, he got second in Pro Junior division at Kurui, and he will be surfing in juniors as well. But on screen, this is Ben Lorenston looking, wow, the first turn tags into the critical section and into the second turn again. It's a beautiful wave, beautiful ride from, Ben Lorenston.
Wow, Ben. Oh my goodness. Yoza. That was a big first turn. Gets a second one in as well. Wow, leans into a third. What a great exchange between Yuma, Ben, and Yoza just now. Back to back waves. Ben from the Sunshine Coast. He's here traveling with his sister Gia, as well as Taj and Zeb Stokes as well. Jarly was over there in Krui, and this is that last wave of his. I mean, great first snap in the pocket. It's his second one that was just, wow, that was so solid. Really, really strong surfing there from Ben. I loved that attack.
And this is Yoza Zakoro. Compared to Ben's wave, his approach is so different. Nice, smooth turn to start with, and it gets vertical, and it gets a little bit stumble there, but still managed to get 3 turns in. So beautiful surfing from all the surfers. So first of red comes in at a 3.67, and we're still waiting for the last of blue and white.
Good scores to lock in, I think, for Ben and Yoza as well, with just under 21 minutes to go. And we have a big day of surfing today. We're going to finish this round of 96, go into the men's round of 64, and then finish the day off with 5 heats of the women's round of 32.
Wow.
Which, a big day, Dai. But, yesterday it was also a huge day of surfing and a good one at that, though. There was some great waves coming through. There were some big scores locking in. It was great to see.
So we'll be seeing the top-seeded surfers, both men and women. So that is exciting news, actually. seeing top city surfers surfing on this perfect Nias wave here. And today should be the biggest day of the competition period, so definitely love to watch them action.
Yeah, it'll be so good. And Ben Lorenzen just locked in that 6.17, first of Yoza, a 4.2. So Ben out in front. He's up and riding again. This is live action. Big first turn for Ben. Gets a second one in as well. That was, once again, two really strong backhand snaps in some pretty critical sections there. I saw Ben a little bit earlier today as I was leaving Casa Bebas after my morning coffee with Giada. And I was like, good luck, Ben. Like, when you surf, he goes, I'm heat 2 of the day. I was like, well, go get yourself ready. He's like, yeah, I'm going to have some brekkie and get out there. And he just had this super calm vibe about him. And he was just, it seemed like he was really excited to be surfing a heat out there. I mean, he's been waiting 3 days to surf a heat. And today, he'll potentially be surfing too.
Yep. Well, he looks calm, but as well as he's very aggressive on the wave. But 617, and definitely the last wave will be a good backup number for Ben. And looks like it's going to be a great number, 517 for the last of Ben. So he's just ready to surf today.
Wow, he's coming out all guns blazing right now. And this is Eli Timperi using priority. Big first hook in the pocket.
Wow.
Just, oh my goodness, that is such a hard section to hit, especially with, when it's kind of like this and it's so clean, it's kind of hard to see where the section is and time it right. But that was a really nice first turn in the pocket.
Yeah, really loved the first and really loved the second turn attempt from Eli. He just went over too much, but it was really unfortunate. But definitely he will adjust that mistake that he made. And so looks like we have a little break in action. We're gonna go head over to Giada with last heat winner.
All right, I'm here with Maddie Job. Congratulations. You did an incredible job. You got that wave under priority. You told me you're feeling a little sick, so what's your plan right now?
Oh, I think just a bit of Dr. Hydrate and rest. We'll be back on this afternoon and kind of frothing. Every afternoon that tide's run out and it's like dreamy conditions. So hopefully the same for today.
So what was it like surfing out there with no one out after the free surfs?
Oh, those free surfs, they're testing of your patience. I just really only been out there for like 45 minutes, not really waiting for the bombs. So it was so nice just to have first priority and be like, come on, please, please, please. But I ended up getting my best one in fourth priority. So I guess that'd be the trick for the next few heats.
All right, we'll keep this short so you can rest up for your next heat. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Oh, just thanks for all your support and everything. Yeah.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Giada and Mare. Yeah, he got a barrel. He kind of disappeared once and comes out, and it got disappeared again. So he kind of disappeared twice on the one wave, and that one comes in like 667 and under priority actually.
Wow. Oh, Ben just has to hit the eject button on that one. Pretty similar to that last wave of Yuma Nagasawa. Yuma's turn was huge. He just couldn't quite hold on to it.
Right. If, on your backhand, if you want to go hard, you kind of sometimes you just go up too much and it's stuck on the top. So you kind of tax it just below the lip to actually come out clean. So it's you want to go big, but you don't want to go too high.
Yes. Yeah, you want to like hit it in that perfect that sweet spot, right? It definitely looks like, it's a fun wave to surf, but maybe a tricky one on the backhand. But we've actually seen some really great backhand surfing, particularly yesterday. I saw some highlights of Jack Thomas. That was I didn't actually see the heat, but I saw his 7 on the Instagram, and I was like, whoa, that was huge surfing. So no surprises that Ben and Yuma are going to town out there right now. And Harley Walters as well. He took out his heat. There was just some really great. Tane Dobbin, he got some big scores on his backhand also.
Whoa. 長澤選手、さあこれ一発目大きなターンを入れてきました。二発目入りました。ただ、看板のセクションになってしまい、ここがプルアウト。これは大きな一発のターンにスコアが出てきそうです。Wow, really, really solid turn from Yuma Nagasawa. Only one turn, but I think it's going to be a good number for Yuma.
Yeah, that's huge. I love watching Yuma surf, and obviously we saw him over at Krui on the forehand. So to see him on the back end is, it's pretty refreshing. I mean, he's so strong, and you can see that wave just going unridden. And last wave of Yuma Nagasawa locks in at a 4.1, so he extends his place in second. Yoza Zagoto, his first wave, 4.2, chasing a 3.57 to move up into second place. And Eli Tim Perry, he is chasing a 5.27. His first score was a 2.5, but if he hadn't been able to complete that second turn, he probably would have been in the 4+ range, I think.
Definitely. So it's just a matter of if you can, if you can make the second turn or not. Pretty much everyone tags it in the right place and at the right time for the first turn, but just second turn is a hard section to actually make.
Yeah.
But this is a 4.10. Just one big turn, but it was huge, solid turn from Yuma Nagasawa.
Wow. That was really, really strong from Yuma. 4.1 for one turn. That's, showing just how critical and how dynamic that turn is from Yuma. And, holding on to second place. But Ben Lorenzen has the better of it right now. A 6.17 and a 5.17 has him out in front. And it's a battle of the backhands right now between Ben and Yuma.
That's right, yeah. Goofy footer is on fire now. But looks like sets rolling through now. So Yoza has first priority, but this is Eli up and riding. Nice opening carve straight into the bottom. And again.
Wow.
Comes unstuck on the second turn. He was on the way to the good score. But this is Ben up and riding. Nice first turn.
Bit of a fumble there. You can just see how hard it is to navigate going up into the lip with so much speed. It's so easy to just skip out. And with the quality of surfers in this heat, it just shows how difficult it is and how incredible the turns are once they get back up into the lip. Wow, that was unlucky for Eli though. This is Yoza pulling in, finds the shade and comes out of that one. It's a bit of a check carve there. And he is going to kick out right in front of Ben Lorenzen. So Yoza gets the first pit of this heat with 11.5 minutes to go.
Right, that was that was a nice ride from Yoza, right? So it's gonna be definitely his great backup score, needing 3.57. To me, he's done the job. So with the barrel and the carbs, still we're waiting for the last of white. But now Yuma need a score. But this is Eli's last wave. This turn, unfortunately, maybe he could have done that just under the lip. But here is a replay of Yoza. That was a beautiful, barrel from Yoza's Goro, just showing local power. Yeah, looks like it's gonna be a healthy number for Yoza, needing 4.83 the last of white. That puts him into the second place now. So now Yuma has first priority and needs 4.93. Eli now needing 6-3 with 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Wow, and Yuma holding first priority. 4.93 is not a big score. I mean, it needs to be his best wave of the heat so far, but I feel like if he can get 2 of those strong backhand snaps that we've seen, he'll definitely challenge
Right.
for that score. And a 6.23 for Eli. I mean, he's been falling on those second turns. Imagine if he's making those, maybe just dialing it back just a little bit to get that completion and then get, at least a 4 on the board or plus. You can see some movement here. Yuma, he's scratching, looking like he's going to paddle into this one.
レッドテイクオフします。逆転に必要なスコア 4.93。一発大きなターンを入れてきて、これは前に出てきた。2発目。ここもしっかり入れてきました。
Whoa.
綺麗にメイクして、これは、いいライディングになりました。Wow. He did what, exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Hit the lip twice. And he's done that. So he needs 4.93. Wow.
I think he gets it. That
Yeah.
was like 2 pretty crazy turns. Got the fins out on both. Let's take a look from this front angle. I mean, absolutely belts it for that first turn. Free falls down, and look how tight he is in the pocket there. That was absolutely insane from Yuma Nagasawa.
Wow.
Locks in straight away. It's an 8.17. He goes to first place. And how was that fire and that passion
Right.
from Yuma? That was so awesome to see.
So he needed 4 mid-4s, but now he gets 8.
Yeah, that
That's
was
amazing.
crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
That was
huge.
huge.
I'm
2
kind of
solid turns.
speechless.
So pretty much like what he did on the third wave, he did that twice.
Yeah.
So that's how he got 8.17, and that's amazing. Now he is in the lead comfortably with 8.17 and 4.10. So now Yoza in third place, needing 6.51, and Eli needs 8.54 to go into second.
I think that's one of my favorite 2-turn combos I've seen of the.
Right.
Obviously, we're only on day 3, but that is going to be up there and probably one of my top 3 favorite moments of this event,
Definitely.
because that was just next level from Yuma. I mean, that first turn into the second turn, he was literally turning on a dime, so tight in the pocket. That is so hard to do out here, and then you add it to be on your backhand. Wow, that was really, really incredible from Yuma.
Yep.
And he's still a junior.
Still in the junior, and
Wow.
he is doing great. So this is a replay of last of Yuma.
Oh,
Wow, that was a really hard section to hit, and here again, another one makes it so clean, and really love the body language after the ride.
yeah, I love that too.
Definitely, definitely one of the rides that you should remember in this competition. 8.17 with the 2 big belts on backhand.
That was crazy from Yuma Nagasawa. He would be feeling pretty stoked with that, you'd have to think.
Definitely.
Is this his first time here in Nias?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I gotta ask if he got through first place. I gotta do the
Yes.
interview with him, then
Yeah.
I'll ask.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure this is his first time in Nias.
Wow. 8.17.
Mm.
Heat 2 of the day. Already fireworks.
Already excellent scores dropped in the second heat of the day.
All
But
right.
looks like Yuma up and riding again. 長澤選手、先ほどの波で 8.17 のスコアし、リズムが合ってきたようです。ここは小さい波に乗っていきます。さあ 4.10 以上出すと、その差をさらに広げていきます。本日はメンズラウンド終わった後、メンズのラウンドオブ64を行っていきます。
Wow, that was that 8.17 was crazy from Yuma. Really strong backhand surfing in this heat. Benny Lorenzen dropping a 6.17 and a 5.17 also. That was crazy. This next heat is going to be pretty stacked as well. Mike Clayton Brown is going to take on Jay Okalupo, Zeb Stokes, and Yuya Iwase, and that is going to be an exciting one as well.
An exciting heat again. Well, pretty much every heat will be exciting heat
Yes.
today.
Yeah. we'll see some top-seeded
Right.
surfers as well enter the lineup for both the men's and the women's. Wow, I mean, it's already been an entertaining morning.
This
I'm
is
sure there's more
only
to come.
day number 3. So
Yeah.
we have like 3 more days to go, and we've seen some huge actions already. So this is Nias Pro actually. Yeah,
This is it.
this is it. Stoked to be here watching all the actions.
Yes. Just firing us up for a
Right.
for a free surf at some point. We've got 4.5 minutes to go in heat number 15 of the men's round of 96, and it's Yuma Nagasawa out in front with an 8.17 and a 4.1. Ben Lorenzen in second. He has a 6.17 and a 5.17. Let's take a look at these waves. I think this is the 5.17 to start off, or maybe the 6.17, sorry, Ben. And once again,
Wow.
really, really strong backhand surfing we've seen in this heat, and Ben just adding to that. And he's just looking on point. The second wave was really huge as well, Di.
Big first turn and gets the second one in. Oh, that's huge 2 turns from Ben. So that the last one was 5.17.
Yeah.
Wow, looks like it is Eli important wave needing 8.54, decent score, but big opening curve and gets a second turn in. This time he lands it clean. So now he did combo turns. So it's gonna be definitely his best score so far.
Yeah, I agree as well. He completed that second turn. He's been super exciting to watch, Eli. Don't really know too much about him as a surfer. This is the first time that I've seen him. And he's been super impressive already, making it through that first round into the round of 96 and hopefully into the round of 64. We'll see how he goes. He needs an 8.54. Last locks in at a 4.17. So now looking for a 7.17, but the current heat leader up and riding.
ここはクイックにプルアウトをしてきます。
Just a quick in and out there for Yuma. Just under 3 minutes to go. It is Yoza Zagota who has second priority, and he needs a 6.51. Not a difficult score to get on a day like today, especially knowing the wave as he does for Yoza. He's got that 4.83 and a 4.2. So we'll see if he gets another opportunity with just over 2 minutes to go. But Ben Lorenzen holds that first priority.
長澤選手、ここもいい波乗ってくるか、フローター、そして前に出てきたところでもう一発入れてきます。少し波待ちのポジションを左に取っているような印象です。
Oh, wow. Yoza Zagota chasing a 6.51. He gets this one under priority of Ben Lorenzen. Wow, another big turn there for Yoza. Was absolutely going for it on those first 2 sections.
Wow, he's needing 6.51 to go into second, and he gets the 3-turn combo on the smaller size waves. It was great surfing. Wow, I don't know, it's gonna be really close, and definitely it's gonna be his best score.
Yeah, I think so too. 6.51. Wow, it's going to be really close. Those
Right.
first 2 turns were so strong. If I was Ben, I'd be trying to catch another wave at some point in the next minute and 5 seconds. I think, I think this last one of Yoza will be pretty close to the score. Looks like Eli is going to take this one under the priority. Yoza's looking like it's going to come in just under. Tags that first section for Eli. Last of Yoza, a 4.63. This one of Eli, he needs a 7.17. I don't think it's going to be the score he's looking for. Yoza's surfing was really good on that last wave, but maybe just lacking the wave size there.
Definitely wave size. It was a bit smaller than, what Yuma and Ben been riding. So that's really unfortunate, but the surfing was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, let's take another look at it. This first turn was huge, throwing so much spray. Gets a second one in. He was looking for a 6.51. Imagine if he did that on a bigger
Right.
wave dive. He'd be getting the score for sure.
For sure, that was a beautiful ride from White, but he's not giving up yet. Going into the barrel, traveling.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, is he gonna
Oh my
make it?
Oh, oh, wow. That was so close for Yoza. He was right there. He was right there for the exit. He had so much travel time on that
Wow.
wave.
He had a couple moments that he was gonna fall off, but he just,
He held on to it.
yeah.
Wow, look at this Kemenpora flight cam. Are you serious? He had so much travel time in this one and then literally makes his way out, just
Right.
loses a little bit of control, I guess, and unfortunately coming unstuck. That was,
Really
wow.
close.
If he made that,
Right.
that would have been
Mm.
really, really close to the score, if not the score, but unfortunately coming unstuck on the finish.
Well, we are still waiting for the last of White, but I don't think it's gonna be a completion. So it looks like Yuma and Ben will be going into the next round. With that, I'll see you guys in the next heat right after the bonsai break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
San, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
We had such an incredible year of surfing last year, and already we've seen 2 heats this morning, and it's been so exciting. We have heat number 16 out there for the men's round of 96. Mike Clayton Brown is taking on Jay Okalupo, Zeb Stokes, and Yuya Iwase, and this is a big heat. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Mark Clift. And I don't know if you saw that last heat, Mark, but an 8.17 for Yuma Nagasawa was huge.
Yep, it was just teeing off big time on his backhand, right in the pocket. His first blast was gigantic, and he kind of backed it up as well. So I did see that wave. As he come out, he was just looking at the tower and just pumping his chest. It was such a sick wave, and he was feeling it, and he got the huge number of the morning. So let's have a look at MCB now. He gets on the pump. He's in the hole. He's got a nice little thread going. So a decent start here for MCB. Just playing the game now. A little wrap around. But perfectly clean ocean. There's a big wave behind this. Trust me. Someone is in the pit.
Oh, my goodness.
There we go.
Jay Okalupo. Wow. You can literally feel, I've just got goosebumps.
You know what? I was watching all the boys get ready for their heats here, and everybody's got at least 1 or 2 lads in their corner down here right in front of the hash house. And there was big hugs, and there was like man stares into each other's eyes, and there was like full alpha male stuff going on with every surfer in this heat. They were just getting told by their mates, you can't lose, you're the man. And I think Jay bought into that, and he got the hell wave. That was so sick.
Jay is the biggest hype man ever. Every time I see him, hyping up, I know that he's traveling closely with Elliot Pirata-Reid. And take a look at this replay. Wow, gets a travel time, completely disappears, and comes out clean. That was massive from Jay Okalupo.
Yeah.
And like you said, Mark, he's, such a hype man for everyone else. He hypes himself up, but he feeds off that intensity, that energy from everyone else, and a 9-point ride
Wow.
for Jay Okulupo.
That's the biggest on the men's side of the draw, right?
Yeah, so far that is the biggest score that we've seen, and that's a telltale sign, hopefully for the rest of the day, because that was insane.
That was insane. I'd love to see another one of the Bonsai replays of that wave, because there's been none better in the last 2 and a bit days. And comes out with his hands behind his back, super pumped, standing tall. And it was Keon Martin was giving him a huge rev up before this heat. Teddy Billy was just giving him hugs, and just you could just feel the masculinity coming out of their bro down. And Ty Richo in his corner caddying. Here we go,
Wow.
White.
Zeb Stokes up and into this one. He finds a pit as well, but I think he might have just got clipped, unfortunately. So Zeb not finding an exit, but loving that same approach from him.
Yep. So if you've just tuned in, well, you did it exactly the right time, because we've seen a barrel by Mike Clayton Brown for a 417. We've seen a big stand tall, legit Lagundri cave there for Jay Okulupo for a 9. Zeb Stokes got a little bit crushed on his opening effort, and the Japanese surfer Yuya is waveless, but 25-minute matchups here this morning. Seems to be enough waves to make it all a pretty fair deal. Something else I did notice this morning was Matty Job found himself a real drainer in that first heat of the morning. It was more of a medium-sized wave that just went under the guard of the boys out the back and absolutely went top to bottom, and he was in the perfect spot.
Yeah, wow. That was Jay. He's from Snapper Rocks, so he spent a lot of time behind the rock out at Snapper, and I'm sure he's feeling pretty comfortable in the tube as well, as you can see from that 9. And yeah, he just is looking pretty at home here right now. A 9.0 for Jay. That is the best wave that we've seen, and someone who got an 8.17 for 2 massive turns was Yuma Nagasawa. He is down there with Daiwako for the next heat interview.
素晴らしいライディングで8点エクセレントスコアしましたが、まずはあのライディングどうでしたか？
そうですね、なんかちょっとセットの波で2ターン入ったらいい点数出るなと思ったんで、ちゃんとしっかりメイクできてよかったです。
もうイメージは完璧できてたんですか？
そうですね、でも練習の時セットとかも全然乗れなくて、ずっと手前のしょぼい波でやってて、まあなんか初めて乗ったんで、でもいい波で楽しかったです。
That was pretty much the first time he got the actual set, because there's a lot of people free surfing, but he knew that if he can bounce twice on the set, then he will get the score, and that's exactly what he did. ヒート通してかなり試合運びは素晴らしかったと思うんですが、今回かなり気合が入ってそうに見えました。
いやもう狂いでちょっとなんかセット食らいすぎて乗れなくて負けちゃったんで、今回ちょっと思いっきりかましたのかなと思って気合入れてるんで見ててください。
いやなんか最後にこう見せたいものがあるということなんですが、He's gonna show some trick for you guys, so just be ready for his new trick.
けん玉ね、ジャパニーズけん玉。じゃあいきます。世界一周にしよう。メイクするしかないっす。
ありがとうございます。
ジャパニーズスタイル大きいにベンベンスポンサー募集してます。
Go Yuma. That was pretty funny. He's classic. He's a cool dude. How's his bandana? They said that he generally serves heats with his bandana on, but he hasn't been. But he's just busted it out and had it under his cap for his interview.
The lucky bandana.
Well, with his cool little what do they call that?
I don't actually know what that's called. I need to figure that out. There's Loki and Barl and Cullen who are some pretty incredible Australian young groms. They actually travel a lot with those, and I see them using it before their heats. Loki actually won the Stap High in Japan, and I know that he had that with him. It was super cool to see that, and bit of reaction time.
Well, he wasn't going to give up on his trick, so it took him 4 or 5 goes, but he nailed it. He was pretty happy with his morning's work.
I think you do way better than me. It'd take me about 25.
I don't have that sort of patience.
No.
But so this morning, everyone, we've already seen the best score of the event, the 9 for Jay Okalupo in the blue. We've already seen the best score thrown down for manoeuvres for Yuma in that last heat, an 817. We haven't seen that sort of scoreline purely on turns. So the best of the best is starting to come out here this morning. It is day 3, 24 heats on our format today. So lock in, everybody. Word up your mates. Tune in and stay in for the rest of the day. Why not? Lagundri, when it's doing things like Jay found, it's just world-class viewing. More of that, please, Huey.
Yeah, well, I mean, that 9 for Jay was pretty crazy, but his job's not done yet. Needs to get the backup. You never know what can happen. By the end of this heat, Mike Clayton-Brown, he has that 417. Zeb Stokes found a tube as well. Unfortunately, didn't get the exit, but
here's the 9 again. Wow. Hey, check that thing. Standing tall. Watch this. Comes out. Hands behind the back. Super cool. Loving it. Feeling it. And just looking so good. That happened in the first couple of minutes of his heat. Can you believe it?
That was crazy. That is probably the best way that you could ever start a heat. Probably even just to start the day, honestly. That was pretty crazy from Jay Okalupo at 9.0. We're going to see more of that, though, hopefully, Mark, because we're moving into the men's round of 64. This next heat, Kian Martin is going to take on Eden Hassan, Elliot Pairada-Reid, and Takumi Nakamura. That's going to be a great heat as well. We've seen Elliot and Takumi already in the Rashi of this event, and they found a bit of mojo out there, but Kian, he's pretty lethal.
He is, and he's definitely strutting around with the eye of the tiger. He's been waiting days for this moment. He's been hyping up all his mates, particularly Teddy Billy, Jay. Just before I saw their little bro down. It was pretty intense. So it's now his turn, and he's kind of been one of the big dogs in that pack. So time to walk the walk. He goes white now. Zeb Stokes, not ideal.
Down. That was unfortunate for Zeb, just going down on that first turn.
Oh, blue, sick. Look at this thread.
Wow.
Is it blue or green?
I think that was Yuya Iwasi.
Yuya.
Comes out of one as well. Grabs a rail for that carve down and gets a second turn in there. So it's really starting to pulse here at Lagundri Bay. And that was a great first wave for Yuya Iwase. And also in this next heat, Eden Hassan, he's a young Australian grom. And, he's been putting together some pretty special heats. And he knows how to ride a tube.
Well, that's why everyone comes to Lagundri. It's world famous for the big stand tall Lagundri barrel. None better this event than Jay Okalupo. There's been so much of that sort of stuff going on in free surfs as well. When you put 50 crew out there, no waves get missed. So a lot of those inside drainers like Maddie Job found this morning, a lot of those go really good. And they're there.
Yep.
The mid-sized waves, you still can't discount them. When they go top to bottom, they absolutely drain off this reef. And they generally slide under the crew that are waiting for sets. So you've got to be, have all your options open.
Yeah.
Keep your awareness about you. You can't just be focused on the bomb sets because if you get one of those and it clamps on you, which they can do at times, they run off pretty quick. You've got to really just kind of mix it up a little bit. Here we go. There's a nice thread.
Wow, this Kemenpora flight cam of this last wave of Yuya Iwasi. Pretty good one at that, a 6.77. It locks in as gets that 2-turn combination behind it as well. So he moves straight up into second place. And right now, the backups are needed for all surfers pretty much. Zeb yet to get his best wave in the scoreboard right now. I know that his brother Taj is probably out there as a caddy. We just saw Ben Lorenzen progress through that last heat, who they're all traveling together. So I know they're feeding off the vibes of each other. So hopefully Zeb can lock in a good one.
All right, well, he's going to have to do something shortly. We've just passed the halfway mark of this matchup. It is the final heat of the round of 96. all the top-seeded surfers are up next, and leading the charge right there in the red. Yep, is Kean Martin. I can see him down there. He's still high-fiving everybody and soaking up the mojo around this sort of athlete area. A couple of crew watching in this morning down there at Lakey Town. I believe the boys at Three Waves have got it on the big screen. Skinny and Onky and the team. Jay, morning fellas. Salamat pagi. I love that spot. The view of the waves from there is perfect. The coffee's ideal. The beers are always chilly. I'll see you guys in about another week and a half. But we've got a lot of unfinished business to do this week. It's only day 2 and a bit of an 8-day event. So we've got a lot of heats to roll out.
Yeah, 25 heat day today. A big day, but it's already been full of, excitement, I think. And this is Yuya Iwase up and riding once again. Gets his first turn in, looking for a combination. Only needs a 2.24 to go to first. Really extending. And it looks like there was someone out the back as well, Jay Okalupo.
Yep. In the barrel again, straight off the takeoff. I glanced out the window and saw him. I saw the wave and I went, someone's in that. And then I saw him come out and rip into a big wraparound cutback. So some Bonsai replays are owed, and we'll catch up on the Okalupo backup ride that sort of looked like a really good backup ride to me. I saw the whole thing. So Zeb Stokes really going to have to bounce back here. His number will go up. There we go. Look at this. Hey, when you're in the groove, you're in the groove, right? This is Jay.
Yeah, he was really in rhythm out there. That was super. Just smooth from Jay. He's ridden 2 waves. He has another score to lock in. Last wave of Yuya Iwase was a 3. He goes to the lead momentarily. It's going to be pretty... this last one of Jay is going to come in, and he'll definitely go back to first with 10 minutes to go. And Mike Clayton Brown holding that first priority. He's from Port Stephens, around that Newcastle region. And, he's such a good surfer. He's obviously also really good in the tube. He's got some strong turns in as well. This last wave of Jay Okalupa, 5.17. So Iwase goes to second. Mike chasing a 5.61, and Zeb Stokes, he's looking for an 8.54. That's a tall task right now.
Yep, got to get moving soon. Got to make his next wave count. You would be thinking for Zeb. Got second priority, so the boys are languishing at the bottom of the leaderboard, at least at the top of the priority list. So perfect conditions out here this morning. But how's Jay Okalupo? He's had 2 waves. He's probably spent, 8 or 9 or 10 seconds in the tube this morning. And here is White. So Zeb now, he decides to park himself in the hole as well. Could see the nose of his board, so some tidy work out on the face would be required. A couple of fumbles you've got to get off. Yeah, the judges lose a little bit of interest once you start fumbling around at this level. It is a highly rated event, and sort of cues like that are what really, split the really strong scores from the so-so to the poor sort of numbers.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Zeb. I mean, it'll be his best wave of the heat so far, so that will definitely lower his 8.54 requirement. We'll see where it locks in as. That fumble was just super unfortunate. It's tricky coming out with so much speed and then needing to really navigate that. Maybe a couple of lumps and bumps, especially on those end sections of the wave. So navigating that with so much speed would be hard. It locks in at a 4.23. So he actually moves up into third place and is chasing a 5.55 now to go to second. So smart surfing from Zeb, got the job done, did what he needed to do, and now he just needs to lift a little.
Yeah, so sort of right on cue, got his best wave. The fumbling without that, he probably would have pushed into the 5-point range. And probably the unlucky thing for Zeb as well is his tube ride came on the back end of Jay's last tube, the 9. So the judges are comparing that tube against, what else they saw. So the number just a little bit lowish, but, fair enough. We could see the nose of his board the whole way, so that the judges really look for that sort of cue.
Yeah.
The degree of difficulty of the wave. They really prefer surfers to take off and get on the pump and drive through tubes as perhaps sort of manufacture and burn off a bit of speed and control their speed to stay in the barrel. That's it's still tough to do, but if you get the waves like Jay, he just had to do nothing. He picked the right wave and the wave did all the work.
Yeah, and this is Zeb Stokes once again looking for a 5.55. Big first turn in the pocket, free falls down, gets a second connection in, but unfortunately can't hold on. And he will have to regroup and get back out there with 7 minutes to go.
Yep. All right. So at least he's being proactive and he's moving around, and you can get a 5-6 on those, a 5-5 on those sort of waves if you really connect and get it right. But just kind of got his weight going the wrong way as he hit his second move. And you're right, you surf this wave with so much speed that when you're hitting the lip or getting up to that end bowl, that really bends hard in back towards you. If you get it a bit wrong, it's really easy to get slingshotted out. It's really easy to lose your footing and your weight, like we saw there with Zeb. His weight's going one way, his board's going the other way. And you see a lot of that in the free surf as well, because everybody's really going for it. But just from the times I've surfed it, it is so much energy and so much push that if you're going to take on that end section, you've got to get it perfect. Otherwise, you just get flicked and it's all over.
Even watching that 5-1-7 of Jay Okalupo, came out of the barrel, grabbed his rail on that carve to really like stay low and just really complete it and not go where the board isn't going. You know, he wants to stay connected. So I thought that was pretty smart from Jay, especially to get that that backup. But that 9 is, that's definitely helping him with this heat. That was what an incredible cave.
Him wave of the event, and
So
I'm sure
far.
it's going to stack up. And still in the top numbers as we roll through our days here, because that's a huge number. The judges have been very reserved with their scoring, and to throw a 9. Anyway, let's watch MCB.
Yeah, Mike Clayton Brown, he's in the tube as well. It's pretty open, and he loves it. He comes out. He only needed a 5.61, and I'm sure he's got some good support in the caddies. I think maybe it might be Josh Stratton out there with him. I'm not too sure. Could also be Dave Perry, one of the two. So, Mike, 5.61. What are your thoughts?
I want to see the front-on view. The cam view can be a little bit misleading because we could see him the whole time in the barrel. Obviously, the judges would have lost sight of him at some point. So we've got to see how long he actually disappeared fully from view, with no surfboard being spied by the judges, the sides of the wave from front on. So here's the drone footage again. What I really like is just the amount of work he did in the tube. He got on the pump early just to stay clear of the foam ball. He's obviously feeling it. It's one of those mid-sized waves. I'm sure there'll be some footage of the front-on view that the judges saw. So it'd be nice to cue that up for our Bonsoy replay, because the judges don't base their numbers off the drone footage, right? We've got to remember that.
Yeah.
They only see what they see, and that's when they throw their first score down and then work on it from there.
Yeah, and he waited a long time for that wave. It's looking like a good number, 7.33 for Mike Clayton Brown. He goes straight to second place. And now Yuya Iwase looking for a 4.74. Zeb Stokes chasing a 7.28 with 4 minutes to go. This heat has been full of big numbers. And that 9 for Jay.
Yeah, that's the biggest of them, a 14-17 two-wave total. And he's also got priority. We're talking about Jay Okalupo, so he's got enough time to try and burn off the 5.17. He'll be brimming with confidence. I imagine he's just going to park up and wait for another bomb. Or if it really gets down to the last minute, maybe try and get one of those mid-sized drainers, which is kind of what Mike's was, but it was just such a sick shape to it. Perfect read, pumped early, and gave himself just the perfect line, really.
Yeah, it was super open. He came out really clean as well. So Mike is going to have a look at this one again. Pulls in. Is he going to come out? He has to do a fair bit of pumping to get through this one. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to make it. So 3 minutes to go. Yuya looking for a 4.74, not a big score. So I kind of liked that Mike tried his luck on that last one to better the 4.17.
Yep, so leaving the door open a little bit for Yuya. He does have second priority. I imagine Jay will be quite content to either sit there or just wait for a nugget. So Yuya might be the beneficiary of that. He needs a good wave. He probably needs to get barreled or at least 2 big blasts to track down a 4.73. And Stokesy, he needs to get tubed, I reckon.
Yes. Yeah, he needs to find a big cave right now for Zeb Stokes. He's got third priority. So we'll see with 2.5 minutes to go, just under. Jay Okalupo is really just controlling this heat. He's only ridden 2 waves, a 9 and a 5.17. Just shows how comfortable he is out there. And Yeah, what an incredible heat that Jay Okalupo has had in this one.
All right, here we go. This is looking substantial. No, the boys don't want. Actually, it sort of looked bigger than that as it was rocking up, but it didn't pan out that way, so they all let this thing go. Just sub 2 minutes now. Either way, Jay doesn't have to do anything. He could still hold on to that priority and just fend the others off with the first big wave that comes through. Mike is still scratching around on the inside. He's still not comfortable with that 4.17 in his scoreline. Yuya will be desperate for his opportunity. 90 seconds. You want to go out swinging. You don't want to just have the clock burn off and not have an opportunity at the chasing. And Stokesy, those first couple of fumbles there, you can see in his scoreline, first 2 waves, made a couple of errors and proving pretty costly at this stage.
Yeah, that was, Zeb is such an incredible surfer. He's so good to watch. And he's got so much power, but unfortunately, just not finding those waves that Jay, Mike, and Yuya has had so far. So hopefully he'll get an opportunity, but there's 55 seconds to go in this heat. Jay's pointing at something. He's thinking, is there something coming through? He has the first priority. What is going to happen in the last...
They're on the move.
Wow, 45 seconds to go. A bit of paddling around.
I noticed a little boat in the background just dropped behind us well. You can only see the top of the flag right now, so there's some movement in the bay. 30-odd seconds to go. Is this set? I hope it gets here in time.
Wow.
Definitely something going on here. They're paddling pretty hard now, pushing. Here goes Mike.
Yeah, Mike Clayton-Brown looking to better a 4.17. High lines to start, drops down, gets that first turn, drifts the fins a little bit too much. Big wave out behind. It looks like, is anyone on it? I think maybe Jayok might have taken that one, but don't think he came out with 5 seconds to go.
No, it definitely clamped the wave behind. There's one more wave rolling through it. I saw someone paddling on. There's now 2 guys on it. White's at the bottom of the table here. He needs a 7 something out of this, but I'm not sure what went on there with Yuya. I suppose he had nothing to lose as well. He jumped on the same wave. So Jay would have been the surfer that was in that barrel, I imagine, and got crunched. It just didn't open up. Anyway, that's the end of this heat. The round of 64 are in the lineup. We'll be right back with that after this ad.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, here we are, Sorake Beach, Lagundri Bay in the south of Nias. We've got someone on the pump. The round of 64 has started. This is Kean Martin, and it's Mark Cliff joined by Giada Lagarde. And you're super excited to watch this fella surf his head,
I
right?
am so excited to watch Kean surf, and especially Elliot as well, Eden Hassan. I don't know too much of him, but Takumi Nakamura as well, a name that I've seen around quite a bit. This is such an exciting heat, and while I'm at it, I know Emmy Gusoni is watching this right now. Emmy is Kean's girlfriend, so big shout out to her. We miss you here, and the Coconut Mafia miss you as well. They've definitely asked me a few times about her, so I'm sure she's out here watching right now.
Right on. Well, welcome to the round of 64, everybody. This is a big deal. There's been a lot of people sitting on the sidelines watching heat after heat, wave after wave, waiting for their opportunity. Kean's burst out of the blocks with a score straight off the bat. We've got a crew like Kobe Clemens, Taj Stokes, Iko Watanabe. There's a whole lot of dudes that are about to pull their rashi on for the very first time. I see Reef Hazelwood in Heat 8, winner down there at Cruy. For everybody's viewing pleasure, this round is as big as it gets. So The waves are there, and it's kind of firing. Here is Kian's first effort.
Oh, I love that second turn from Kian Martin. You know, this was a smart move from Kian. 517 to start his heat off. Some heats get really slow out there. It's barreling and great, but then there are some heats that just nothing too crazy happens. So it's always good to have a couple scores under your belt, and I really like that Kian started early like that.
Look, those medium ones, they can't be discounted, G. You know, everybody's like, got to get a set. Well, like Kian, just get on the rhythm early and stay busy. Those medium ones are really bowly. I saw Matty Job pick up one of them in the very first heat and got, barreled off his head. So although everybody likes to get sets, sometimes, like we saw in that last heat, Jay Okalupo got a big one at the end and it just clamped on him. Those medium ones on this sort of mid-tide really, really go top to bottom, and they're a good option.
Yep, you're right. And at the end of the day, it's about passing the heat. So it's not just about getting the bomb of the day.
Yeah, you got to get two numbers right. So
Yep.
I'd say right now Kian's got one early in the piece.
Yeah, so a 517 is actually a really good score for days like today with nines coming out from barrels. A 517 from a couple turns is really good.
Yep. And we saw a 7, and we saw someone lose with a 6 in their scoreline. I can see Jay Okalupo coming back into the athlete area out in front of the Hash family surf camp. Ty Richo's his caddy. The boys are all smiles. It's a good morning's work. And now a little bit later on, he's going to have to regroup and get it done again. He'll probably caddy for Ty when he fronts up in Heat 8. So we're going to finish this whole round of the boys. That's 16 heats. And then the ladies get to go late in the day, and I believe 5 of those heats are penciled in. So it's another 24 heat format to roll out on day 3. There's the backdrop here at Lagundri. Look how sick that is.
Yep, so there looks like the boys taking a look at a bit of a bump there. Looking like Kian has 4th priority and takes a look at this one, decides not to go. I think maybe it was not as good as they thought, but yeah, so Kian the only one with a score on the board right now. This is Eden Hassan.
All right. He obviously wants to get barreled, and he's in the tube, and he's done a nice bit of weaving work. Stays low, comes out unclipped by the lip into a big cutback. Sick footage. What a way to start his heat. A couple of turns out there on the face. So good, but perfect read straight off the bat. What a way for Eden. Well done.
Yeah. Wow, that was great footage as well. We were looking straight into the barrel. Riza just following it through all the way. Would love to see the beach cam to see how deep he was, if his board was fully covered, if he was full inside. It did look like he was pretty deep in that one.
Oh, he was deep. You could see he was just in front of the foam ball the whole way, and he kept on the pump, and he just had to keep compressing as he got closer to the exit. He did a really good job, and just such a good view from that drone footage. But we'd really love to see the camera angle from the front, what the judges get. Like I agree, it definitely gives us a better perspective of where the number fits. I saw Mike Clayton Brown last heat get something very similar to that for a 7.33. Here's the replay. So this is what the judges saw, G.
All right, so from here, he was super deep in that, and he really threaded through quite a long way. So that's gonna be a pretty good score for Eden Hassan. A name I haven't actually seen before. So do you know a little bit about him?
I've seen him, yeah. I've seen him in events, and I've seen him, I'm pretty sure, at Cloud9 last year. I'm sure I've seen him here. The judges are agreeing. They're loving that last work of Eden. It locks in at a 7. Fair enough. MCB got a very similar wave for a 7.33. So that's the range on those medium ones. We're seeing Kian drop a 5.17 for turns on a medium-sized wave. So there we go. You can't discount those mid-range sort of drainers. That was so sick. Well done.
Yeah. So we're going to stick with the live action for a bit because it looks like the boys are seeing something approach. It is Kian has 3rd priority, so it is Elliot and Takumi now with the right of way.
Let's see if there's anything behind this. There looks like there is. It's starting to stand up here now. Looking out wide. No, Kian's too wide, but here is blue in the chute. It's Eden Hassan again.
Oh, this is Eden just picking this one off the inside. Covers again. Big roundhouse cut back there. So he's going to be backing up that 7 already, which is a really smart heat tactic from Eden. And right behind him is Elliot Parada Reed. Pulls into this one. Finds shade. Comes out. big cutback there. So that's a great start for Elliot Parada-Reed.
Elliot's put a lot of time in out here, so he knows the lineup. He knows what to do. And same with Jay Okalupo. So let's throw down and hear from the man of the moment with True Starling. Go for it, True.
Thank you so much, Jay. A 9 on your first wave. Wow.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I don't even really know what to say. Yeah, I've seen it coming, and it was the first one, and I knew I just had to wait, and then paddled so far out because you kind of don't really want to be like paddling out to it and spinning. You kind of want to be coming from further out and like getting momentum. And yeah, Zeb kind of tried to push me too deep, and then it put me in a perfect spot. And yeah, I'm stoked to come out.
You look really comfortable out there. You backed it up with a 517. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. That 9 was probably one of the most exciting waves we've seen all event so far. You're looking comfortable, ready to surf the next heat?
Yeah, I'm just trying not to force anything. If it's meant to be, it'll be. And yeah, I feel like I'm on, and yeah, I'm keen to keep the ball rolling.
You got Elliot and Kian out there as well. They are part of your support crew. I'm sure it's a bit of a nerve-wracking heat for you right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to see like two of your best mates match up in a heat. I just hope they both get through, and yeah, let's go.
Well, very well-deserved bang bang for you, Jay. I'll let you get ready for the next one. So good.
Good work, True. Nice words coming out of Jay. Just super pumped. He's just floating at the moment, and that win puts him squarely into the round, heat 16 of this round. So it'll be the last heat once we chip away for a few hours to get there. Meanwhile, numbers are in from that last exchange by Eden.
Yep, so that last wave of Eden comes in at a 5.33. We're still waiting for one more score of Elliot Parada-Reed. He got a really nice last one, and that is him again. Unfortunately, goes down on that one, but this is a good heat we've got in our hands, some big names, and I'm excited for this matchup.
And Elliot, a popular member down here in the athlete zone. When he came out of that tube, you could hear all the boys down there howl and carry on. He's dropped to 707, a mini throwaway number for that last effort. But like I was saying before, every year I front up here for this event, and times when I've come here free surfing, Elliot's always here putting in the time and learning what's going on. But that was a really good thread there by Blue. That's Eden's better wave. Here's Elliot's last effort. Check this out. In the tube, a bigger barrel, an easy exit, but some strong rail work out there on the face. So these are our better waves of the heat. That's Elliot 707. And we've just seen Eden there as well. So thanks for the Bonsoy replay, guys. And I believe, and I haven't seen it yet, but I believe we have a highlight reel from yesterday, day 2 highlights. So maybe the boys, when they're ready, could just queue up everybody and show us how yesterday looked, because there was a lot of big moments yesterday as well.
Yep, that's right. Yesterday was a huge day of competition for us here in Nias. We started at 7:30 and ended practically almost at 6 in the afternoon, so just before dark. But big waves ridden. I can, just off the top of my head, Teddy Billy's 8.
Yep.
And then I remember a couple.
817 Jellius, wow.
Yep.
Yep, he got a big stand-up. Pitt.
Jack Thomas is 733.
Yep, and I got some messages from the boys out of yelling up after that heat, particularly Toddy Taylor was tuning in, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when Jack got that number and moved through, because he's a pretty popular lad down that neck of the world.
All right, already some pretty big scores in this heat. We've got Eden Hassan 7 and Elliot Parada-Reed 707. Eden quickly backed it up with that 533, just picking one off the inside, just below everyone under priority, paddling back out. Got another little barrel, backed it up really nicely. Kian's 517, couple of nice turns. But it is Takumi Nakamura, just dropped anchor. There we have him, asking for time.
Replays of what's gone on. Eden on the pump early. Had to do a bit of work to find this exit. Really did it well. A smaller tube compared to Elliot's, but he was in there for a long time. His turns on the face look pretty good as well. So thanks to Riser and the drone footage. The boys are on the move again. Elliot's ducked inside. But
Yeah.
Takumi surfed more heats than anybody so far, hey? Because he was in the very first heat back 2 days ago. Remember that?
Yeah, so he has started from round 1. He has had the most heats out there, but the conditions today have changed quite a bit from day 1 to now.
Well, it's still kind of firing. Elliot's just moving around here. He's on a kind of a mid to small size wave in these conditions today, so he's going to have to go to rail work, get up there and slap the lip. So pretty strong move there for Al. Puts him in a good spot for this out wide section. Tucks in the foam ball, just clips him. Someone's in the barrel.
All right, that was Eden Hassan. Again, under priority.
Takumi, I think.
Takes this one. Oh, sorry, this is Takumi Nakamura now. I confused the blue and the green. Really, really good wave from Takumi. We just caught him coming out of that one. But this is an exciting heat. It's just barrel after barrel.
He got in early, so he had a good amount of tube time. Added a really nice bit of rail work out there on the face. So this is going to keep him well in touch with an all-important second spot. Bit of pressure now starting to get thrown on Kian, although he burst out of the blocks with that 5.17. That's not going to cut it at this stage. He's going to have to go higher because we're looking at 7s. We've got a 5 as a backup for Eden. So it was a good theory by Kian, but he's got to stay fully in the zone here and make sure his next wave is a keeper, because I reckon Takumi is going to have a number that might sort of fall in that range what we've seen already. It's pretty good. I'd love to see the replay of that wave at Takumi's. So I don't think we saw it all from the start. So
it'd be great to see him from the start and see how deep he was on that wave, because once we caught on to him, the nose of his board was still outside of the barrel. So, we saw that little bit point of difference from Elliot and Eden. Eden's wave a little bit smaller, but he was super deep and was in there for a really long time, whereas Elliot was quite a big wave, but just not as long inside the barrel. So similar scores, just a different approach.
And Elliot did probably stronger rail work as well once he got out, because he's a pretty powerfully built dude. And hence he got the 707 being the best number. His backup is pretty low for that last effort. Takumi's dropped the 4.33. You can see that. So the judges, there mustn't have been a whole lot going on off the takeoff, although he got barreled. We've seen some pretty ripping tube riding in this heat so far. So they're keeping it real, just throwing him a 4.33. But at least the scale has been opened up a little bit here today, and we're seeing a lot more 7s and the 9 and a lot more goodness, because I think the waves are way better than yesterday. The scale is probably similar to what we saw yesterday, but the waves are better. So the judges, rightly so, lifted their numbers.
Yep, that's exactly right. So Kian now with priority, asking for the time check. He's been here quite a few times. The past years, he has been traveling out here with his dad, David Martin, which I'm sure his whole family's checking in. His sister, Demi, and Hyana probably all in Bali watching right now. So big shout out to the family over there, Angela as well. He's been in Nias a lot. He's one of the most loved characters in this event. I know all the local kids here as well love Kian. He spends so much time with them and really makes sure to give them his time of day, and he buys coconuts from them all the time, even when he's already had like 4 or 5. So you really see that the community here in Nias knows Kian well.
So Elliot staying on the move here. He's trying to get a bigger backup score. He's got the best number. He's tagged it a couple of times. Away bowls out a third time. And another nice wrap out there. And sticking with it. So Al's feeling it. For sure he'll go first, I think. Actually, what does he need? A 5.26. So it's debatable. It turns today, unless it's done on a bigger wave. The judges are definitely hedging their bets on the tube ride. It is Lagundri Bay after all. It's what everybody comes here for. None better this morning than Jay Okalupo. Throughout the whole event, that 9 is still going to stack up. And when he was having his interview, he was just all smiles. And he said, I don't even know what to say. I just saw that thing and I knew I had to go. And he reckons he got a little bit of hass from Zeb Stokes that put him a little bit deeper. And he reckons that got him in the perfect spot.
Yep, it was an incredible wave. I mean, we were watching it down there on the beach, and it was just you knew he was gonna make it out. It was too perfect. He surfed that so well, threaded it nicely, came out arms wide open, and that must be one of the best feelings in the world.
I reckon he didn't even have to get on the pump for that. So let's watch this wave here of Elliot. Nice little airdrop out of the first hit. Perfect wave, just unfolding. One of these medium ones again, but it's quite bowly. Al hangs in there this time for 4 moves. There we go. And out he goes. So drone footage just shows you how clean the surface is this morning. There's next to no wind out there, just maybe a 1 or 2 knot offshore. Kian Martin, he got the first wave, and that was like 16 minutes ago. So he's parked up. He's got priority. 4.9 there for Al. So had a look at the lead, but he's 0.4-ish off the win. Kian's number now extends to a 6.81. And Takumi, he's going to have to do some of his best work over the whole 3 days. He's chasing a mid-7.
Yeah, Kian has had some great results here in the past. I remember, I think it must have been 2 or 3 years ago, he got a semifinal finish. He's had a quarterfinal finish as well. So this is the first of Kian, a 5.17. Great start. Jams it straight into the pocket there on that second one. And that was a good beginning for Kian. Now he just needs to kind of play a little bit of catch up. And he's parked up, waited a long time. He's waiting for a set. I know his game plan is to get barreled.
He's probably going to have to, really, going close to 7 points. The judges have been sending that clear message. It's all about the tube to extract big numbers, and he's going to have to sort of post around about a 7-pointer. We've seen those numbers drop for Eden and Elliot via really nice tube rides. He probably doesn't have to wait for the absolute beast of a bomb. Those 7s were extracted on mid-size waves. But they had the perfect read, both Al and Eden. That's what's put them in the qualifying positions. Time must be starting to get under the skin of Kian a little bit when you've only ridden 1 wave, and that happened early. You've sat there for a long time. You've had a lot of time to think about it. All the others have caught up and overtaken him. So let's see how he performs under pressure, because I reckon there's a bit of a building.
I mean, Kian, one of Kian's strengths is barrel riding. He is one of the best barrel riders I've known since we were young kids. I remember growing up in Brawa at the beach break, he would spend hours and hours in the water and just surfing the shore break, getting barreled and smashed. So slowly that just went increasing. He spent a lot of time in the Mentawais. He's done many boat trips and gone to deserts quite a few times. So this is one of his strengths right now, and especially on his forehand. So it's just a matter of getting the right wave, or not even getting it, is that hopefully the wave arrives. That's all he really needs right now. And I've seen him under pressure out here, and he does really well, and he can get really far into the event if the waves are to his strength.
All right. Well, I've had a lot of surfs with Kian over the years as well, the times he's come down to Sumbawa. And I remember seeing him one day so drained on the left out at the peak, and it was a really bossy wave. He was paddling back from a right and just got so deep. And the filmers that were there, I said, we congratulated him that evening. We had another look at the wave, and the filmer's gone, everywhere we go, Kian always gets the best wave.
Always.
Every trip. So he's a demon. He does attract barrels. He's a cool dude. He's got his camp down there. They're all watching intently. Under 4 minutes. He's probably, you can see him waving now. So he wants a complete clear update.
Yeah, and it's funny. There's this joke that goes around in Sandbar that a normal good surfer takes a couple days to make a short edit, and Kian can do it in 1 session. He is just a wave magnet. It's incredible. He's always on the best ones, and even on like small to average waves, he just makes it look incredible. His skill is
Touchwood, G. Touchwood.
Beyond, I know.
He's got 3 minutes to be get that wave magnet out and dial up a strong one right now. I can hear some whistling going on down there. There's some advice coming from the athlete area. I think there's a wave moving around behind, so the boys are now paddling everybody. If you can hear us, stay tuned to your device. You've got to watch this next little outcome. They all paddle over this thing.
Okay.
Gee, take us through this wave. You got to do it. It's your boy, right?
All right, so Kian does have priority. He will be turning around on this one, and it's looking like a bomb. Kian pulls in. He's in the barrel. He threads it through. He makes it out. So not super long, but I'm hoping that it was deep. He is just getting around this section. I'm not too sure how deep he actually was. I'm hoping to get the replay from the beach angle, but a 6.81 is a requirement.
Okay, well, it is going to come down to the amount of time behind the curtain. It was a set wave. We've got to remember that. So the judges most of the week have been favouring the height of the wave as well as the performance. So Kian, he did what he had to do. He got an opportunity.
All right, so crucial moments for Kian.
How nervous are you right now, G?
I'm pretty
You're
nervous.
sitting on the edge of your seat. Check you out. Here it is.
All right, so he got some time behind the curtain. Pretty solid wave. Wraps it around here. Eden Hassan 5-3 for a similar wave, just a little bit smaller and more down on the inside.
You could see the nose of his board the whole time. It's a bit of a worry, G. It was a bigger wave guaranteed, but it didn't really race off at that full Lagundri pace that attracts the biggest numbers. It was kind of a slowy sort of a tube, hence he didn't disappear for long. Although it had some height attached, I reckon he won't be convinced he's got the number. I think he's going to have to do something else in this heat.
Yeah, so we're reaching the 1 minute mark, and there we're seeing some scores come through. A 4.33, so definitely not enough. So it's not looking too good for Kian right now. He has a minute to paddle back out and try to get a 6.81. That's a high score.
He's going to have to hedge his bets on a smaller wave, one of those absolute drainers that we saw and see come through, because he's not going to bother these boys with priority out the back, so he's got to stay away from them. Elliott's moved onto the inside here. He's trying to burn off his 4.9. Doesn't get the barrel into the rail work now with 40 seconds to go. Sure his old man Jamal's watching. He tries to throw it down there, but doesn't capitalize. So where is Kian? Here he goes. Tiny little wave here, G.
All right, so he doesn't go on that one. He has 25 seconds. If he catches one of those small ones, he has to do something really, really big.
Wow, it has not gone his way here this year. This is the first heat of the round of 64. There's one more wave here, G. You've got 13 seconds. Go for it.
All right, so last 10 seconds, he goes behind the curtains, and it's not looking too good for Kian. That wave just kind of clamps shut, unfortunately. Definitely won't be the score he's looking for. It will be Eden Hassan and Elliot Parada-Reed. Congratulations to those boys. Unfortunately, Kian Martin and Takumi Nakamura bowing out pretty early in the round of 64. But with that, I think we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the Heat 2.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 3, heat 2 of the round of 64. Right now in the water is Kobe Clemens in the red, Kyoshiro Suda in blue, Harley Walters in white, and Harry O'Brien in the green. I'm Jada Legati, and in the booth with me right now is Dai Wako. Welcome back.
I'm back, and straight away, live action. Wow, a lot of paddling out there. Looks like the sets rolling through to the lineup. Oh, no takers on this one.
No takers. Oh. Look at that wave. Just no one on it. That was That was a really good one. So taking a look at this one, not convinced. So it's been a bit of a screamer of the morning. We've had some crazy rides ridden. Jayakupo and
Right.
9. That's huge.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's on. But what a heat last heat number 1 of round of 64.
Yeah, so this is now the round of 64. All surfers will have surfed the event after this one. So it's a big moment. This right now on your screen, Harry O'Brien taking a look at this one, highlines his first section, sets it up and goes fins out. Unfortunately, falls off. Wow, what a shame that no one was on that first set.
Right.
Everyone was just way too deep in.
Well, that happens a lot when there's no priority. Everyone just keep going deeper and deeper, and just everyone was not in the great position for the first set, but the first set looked amazing. Probably give you a excellent ride for that wave.
Yeah, so last heat we had 2 7s ridden. Eden Hassan got the wind of 517 on his backup, and it's looking like our man Kiyoshiro Suda looks for Shane in that one. Unfortunately, looks like he took off just too late and wasn't able to make it out.
須田選手1本目のライディングチューブの中に入ってきましたが、これは少しディープすぎたようです。Yeah, how was the last heat? I've seen a couple of good waves coming through in the last heat.
Yeah, there were some great waves ridden. So it started with Kian getting that 517, and it was looking like it was a super great move. Just got that score in the beginning. And I'll get right back to it. This is Harley Walters right now on his backhand. Highlines his first section. Good first opening turn there. Fins out the back. Wraps it around here for the second one. Gets one more turn in. So that's a pretty good start for Harley Walters, our man in white. So first actual score of this Heat 2, the round of 64. Kobe Clemens last year, I think, if I'm not wrong, got the first 10 of the event.
Right.
So he is a bit of a one to watch here in the Nias Pro. Incredible surfer and human as well. Always has a big smile on his face every time he's walking around, and everyone on the QS really does enjoy Kobe's company. But yeah, as I was saying, that last heat, Kian started off with that 517, and it was looking like a good start. We'll get back to that again. Harry O'Brien just coming unstuck. But then it was Eden Hassan and Elliot Prada-Reed getting 2 7s. And Eden, on the way back out from that 7, catches another one on the inside under priority, gets a 5. And then it kind of just went flat. So Kian didn't really get the opportunity to back up his 517. It was looking like that set wave he caught was going to be it, but it just didn't really barrel the way he was hoping for.
It's pretty much 2 good sets in the last heat. So kind of shocker for Kian, of course, because he's a well-known good barrel rider.
Yeah, that's right. He's I was telling Mark that's his strength, Kian, since he was a young boy, like surfing the beach breaks and always getting barreled, and he is well known for that nowadays as well when he's filming projects, not only with Billabong and CI. Like that's part of why they're always taking on these trips to Indo. So unfortunately, he wasn't really able to pull that heat together and find those waves that he was looking for the way that Eden and Elliot did. But he's such a young man and got a big future ahead of him. So I'm sure he's going to recover nicely.
Definitely. So back in this heat, we have a few scores dropped in. First, wave for Hurley Walters comes in at a 517. Nice 2-turn combo on his backhand. So it's a great way to start his campaign with a 517. Definitely it's going to be a keeper for him, as we see some big sets coming through, but not really consistent to me. So while we have a break in action, we are going head over to
wait, there's a set. Let's stick with it. Looking like Kyoshiro now.
須田選手2本目のライディングになります。これはセットの波に乗ってきて、ボトムターンから縦の鋭いアクションですが、これはノーズが刺さってしまいました。Just making sure there's no set. And I think we have a break in action, so we go head over to Mark with the last heat winner.
All right, 18-year-old Eden Hassan down here, winner of the last heat. Job well done, Eden.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a fun heat. Slow, but got the job done.
Surf basically a 5-minute heat, got your numbers back to back, and then that was it, right?
Yeah, that was the plan to get 2 quick ones and wait for a good set, but we didn't end up getting another big set, which was all right because got me the win.
First time to Nias. What are your impressions so far?
I'm loving it. The crowd's pretty hard, but if you can hustle enough, you can get waves.
You got to be brutal, right? All right, so the Asian region, they go to some really good venues. You got a quarterfinal over there last year at Cloud9, so the Asian region is pretty killer, yeah?
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to surf good waves all around the QS for all these events, and yeah, obviously Cloud9's such a good wave, Nias. Just lucky to get barreled in heats.
All right, well, you mentioned you traveling with a coach. You've obviously got some sponsors. Would you like to give the boys a shout out as to who's in your corner?
Yeah, everyone at home, all my sponsors, my local board riders for helping me get here. Just family and obviously who I'm traveling with, yeah.
All right, well, this might be the first time you've ever won a chocolate bar for winning a heat. So there we go. That's what we do it now. So there's your bang bang. And I'm going to say good luck for the rest of the draw, Eden.
Thank you.
Cheers, boys.
Thanks, Mark and Adam, but straight to the action. So this is Harry O'Brien. Gets a set wave and did some, solid 2-turn combo and 須田選手に3本目のライディングになります。ここはしっかりとファーストターンメイクしてきました。そしてセカンドターン少しチェックターン気味になりましたが、綺麗にメイク。そしてここで演技を終えます。
All right, so a couple scores to come through for blue and green. So tell me a little bit about Kyoshiro Suda. What part of Japan is this from? What are his strengths, his weaknesses? Where does he usually surf?
He's from island called Tanegashima. It's located in the west of Japan. But now he lives in Shonan area where I live, about an hour drive from Tokyo area to the south. And he just had a new baby actually.
Oh, wow.
A couple months ago, and he's a new dad. He's been in this industry quite a long time, strong competitor, and his sister is, a professional surfer as well. But here he is surfing whites, gets solid 2-turn combination here. He's already locked in 5.17, so this is gonna be a pretty good backup score for him.
And behind, look at that perfect wave. No one on it. So Harley going to be backing up his 517 pretty nicely. He has the highest wave of this heat. And I'm sure that's going to be either the same or the next best one because that second turn was so good. He just busted the tail out and all fins out. But yeah, so Kyoshiro just had a baby.
Yes, yep.
You told me his sister is also a
professional surfer. But I'm pretty sure she retired as she had a new baby as well. So,
Okay, so this is a replay of Harley Walters' one. First good turn. Love that second one. Just really bust the tail out. I love that you could see all 3 fins out the back of it. So really nice style from Harley Walters. Live action now.
須田選手、こちらいい波になってきました。しっかりと2ターン、大きなターンを入れて前へ出てきます。そしてサードターンもしっかり入れてきました。素晴らしいコンビネーションになったのは須田清志郎選手。現在2位のポジションです。1.48 を超えていくとその差を広げていきます。That was a great ride from Kyoshiro Suda. The last of White Hurley drops 6.17, so he is in the lead comfortably with 517 and 617. So this is a replay of last of Blue. Nice first turn and really love the second turn. Hit the section really hard. Kind of stuck on the top, but still managed to ride out of it.
Yeah, so smart surfing from Kiyoshiro. He has that 357. Wants to back it up pretty quickly. Couple scores coming through for him right now. One more score to drop a 4.60. So go straight to second, extending his lead a little bit over Harry O'Brien and Kobe Clemens. Kobe, with priority, still hasn't caught a wave, so he's decided to kind of just drop anchor and wait for a set to come, which could either be a great heat strategy, but if the set doesn't arrive, then he could start to be playing catch up towards the end of the heat, and that's not the best position to be in.
Right, so it's just hard to make a decision from, because already 30 minutes in and he hasn't got a wave yet. But I'm pretty sure he will be waiting for the set, because we've seen at least one big set coming through in each heat this morning. So hoping to see some more coming through in this heat.
Yep, and I'm sure he's hoping for that as well. Just past the 12-minute mark of this heat. Coming up next, heat 3 of the round of 64, we'll be seeing Taj Stokes, Monojo Yahagi, Raiki Masuda, and Sentaro Sakai. So it's the 3 Japanese against the Australian.
It's gonna be an interesting heat. Raiki did great job in the Kurui QS, made it to quarterfinals, and Sentaro is great surfer, stylish, really great surfer. And Monojo Yahagi did great in junior division a couple of years ago here in Nias, and he is the one to watch here as well. It's gonna be exciting heat again. Round of 64 heat number 3. A little bit of break in action, but looks like Kobe Clements using his first priority. Up and riding, nice first down, throwing a lot of spray. It's a bigger set and going to the vertical off the top. Unfortunately, nose digs in and falls off. So he decided to go on the set, and unfortunately he went down a second turn, so probably it wasn't the way that he was looking for. He waited for that wave for over almost 15 minutes.
Yeah, so unfortunately sometimes when you just wait and sit for so long, it's so easy to just get those nerves getting under your skin. You start, you get in your own head a lot. When you're out there, it's an individual sport at the end, so you're sitting there with yourself, and you have to be able to keep your conscience calm and make sure your thoughts are under control, and that those nerves don't really kick in, because if you stand up and you have jelly legs, you won't be able to perform.
So that's a disadvantage of waiting for waiting too long in the heat. But there's still 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat, so there's plenty of time for Kobe to regroup himself. But he's up and riding again on the smaller size waves. Gets the first section in, sticks to the landing. A little bit of fumble there. Unfortunately, couldn't come around the section for the second turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kobe there just getting a little late to that section. He managed it well, but he just wasn't able to get that second turn in. We've seen it quite a few times here in Nias, and Justin Bulolo, one of the top locals, said it himself that here in Nias, if you mistime that first turn, or if you kind of have a little bit of a late takeoff, it's really easy to just mistime or misplace your second and third turn. So it's just so important out there, and you really have to get to those sections early.
Definitely, you have to time it right. You have to pace right to get the combination. But the last of Kobe comes in 2.63 and 2.63, so don't think it's another way that he was expecting to start his campaign. But there's still 8 minutes, just a little over 8 minutes to go in this heat. And now Harry O'Brien has fast priority, looking for 4.01 to go into the second. Kobe Clements now needing 5.54 to go into second.
Yeah, so Kobe was playing the patience game in the beginning. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for him just yet, but just under 8 minutes, there's still plenty of time for him to, kind of catch up and get back into this heat. Today is going to be one of those days where sometimes that patience game doesn't always pay off because those sets just don't arrive, but it's looking like there's a couple waves coming through right now. It is Harry O'Brien with priority, sitting only on that 417, needs a 401 to go into an advancing position. So good looking wave here for Harry.
ブルー、
Oh, sorry.
5本目のライディングにテイクオフしていきます。素晴らしい縦のアクションですが、ここは前に出てこれなかった。So pretty much that's the moment you have to time it right to come around the section. So probably Kyoshiro just likely hit the rip at the right timing and couldn't, come around the section. But looks like there's few sets rolling through.
Yep, you're right. So a bit more action now in this heat. It is Harley Walters, current heat leader now, taking a look at this bomb. Upside down on the first one, slides the tail around, sets it up again, and just goes over there looking like his board just lost a little bit of control. So won't be able to upgrade his scoreline, but not too much happened with the other surfers as well. So he's not in too much of a dangerous position. 6 minutes left. Now it is Harry O'Brien, Kobe Clements. They're looking for scores. They need to get some good waves to get themselves back into this heat and to keep their dream alive to get to be the Nias Pro champion.
Right, so this is round of 64, heat number 2. Coming up next, heat number 3, we have Taji Stokes. Again, 3 other Japanese surfers. We have Monojo Hagi, Raiki Masuda, Shintaro Sakai. Coming up in about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. But there's a little bit of action now at the back. I can see some line on the horizon. Now Harry O'Brien has first priority, but no takers on this one. So Harry O'Brien has first priority, needing 4.01. Kobe Clement sitting the fourth priority, needing 5.54. So we just reached 5 minutes mark.
Oh, so it looks like a bit of a priority mistake there for Kobe. He must have paddled for something and the priority judge deeming it as a paddle, like a solid paddle that he looked for it. So it goes straight to fourth. But just taking a look at some of the surfers coming up today that are incredible to watch. Jean-Marc Chacon, Heat 14, coming up against Saxon Reber and Caleb Tancred. I'm seeing in Heat 8, Reef Hazelwood and Weston Hurst coming up against Tim Bain and Ty Richardson. Hiroto Arai, Heat 10 with Made Joy. Raiha Onu, Marlon Harrison, Julius Wow, and Ricky Sato, Heat 7. So Marzi has been a winner here in Nias in the past. He'll be hoping to get some energy back from then and kind of redo it again this year. We will be surfing all this round of 64, 16 heats total, and then going straight into the women's round of 32. We'll be doing 5 heats of the women's. But with waves like this, we want to take advantage of the day and the conditions. It's looking like it will probably be the best conditions we're getting this week. So now on the inside, Kobe Clemens taking a look at this one. Big first opening turn. This is looking much better for Kobe. Sets it up for the second one. Air drops down and lands that one. So really, really beautiful surfing from Kobe Clemens. I love that first turn. He just wrapped it all the way around. With 3 minutes left, he could get back into this heat.
But definitely last ride was beautiful surfing from Kobe Clement, but looks like on screen this is Harry O'Brien up and riding, got stuck on the first one, managed to come around, but unfortunately a little bit too late to get up in the lip, so he went down. But definitely Kobe Clement's last wave will be a healthy number. 須田選手、さあこの波で 3.57 以上出して差を広げていきたい。一発、二発と素晴らしいターンを決めてきています。これはいいコンビネーションになってきました。The last of Kyoshiro Suda is also looking great. He's trying to get rid of the 3.57, but to me, that was a great two-turn combo, so he might have done that job, but we are still waiting for the last of Kobe Clement. The last of Harry O'Brien comes in at 2.70. The last of Kobe Clements comes in at 4.50. Not enough for the second place, but now he needs 3.68 to go into the second. And we are still waiting for the last of Kyoshiro Suda with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. But looks like a healthy number coming through for Kyoshiro Suda, 5.23 for the last of Blues. So he's extending his lead. So Kobe up and riding again.
Yep, so Kobe only needing 5.33 now and jams that second one. Needs to land this one to give himself a chance and unfortunately falls off with a minute 20 left. It's looking like Kobe might not have enough time to get back out there. We were saying earlier that, you know, if you don't get those bombs in the beginning and you drop anchor and wait, you will be playing catch up. So Kyoshiro Suda's last 5.23 extends his lead a little more. So really smart surfing there from Kyoshiro. 1 minute left. Harley Walters, pretty comfortable up in first place. He has priority. So it's going to be hard to knock him out right now unless something incredible happens. 45 seconds left on the clock. Looking like a couple sets coming through right now.
So is it gonna be? There's gonna be enough time for Harry. Then he will get it, but he needs pretty decent score, 5.66. Looks like the ocean just goes quiet, but on the inside, Harry O'Brien up and riding, needing 5.66, needs to go big, and he did, but unfortunately couldn't stick to the landing. Down to 5 seconds to go in this heat. Well, looks like Hurley and Kyoshiro are moving into the next round. With that, we are going to go Bonsai at break, and we'll be right back after the break.
Cal! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
So we are back to Nias Pro. This is R64 Heat number 3. This is very interesting heat for me. We have Taji Stokes in red, Monojo Yahagi in blue, Raiki Masuda in white, and Sentaro Sakai is in green. I'm Dai Wako in the booth with True Styling. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dai. Yeah, this is going to be a super exciting heat. 3 Japanese surfers taking on the Australian Taj Stokes. And first of Monojo Yahagi, a 2.73, First of Sentaro Sakai, a 1.4. And yeah, we've seen some big heats already, some big scores locking in. How's that last heat?
Well, it was kind of slower heat, and I don't think we see barrel riding in the last heat. We see a great, combination of turns. So, little bit of a slower heat in the last heat.
Okay.
Kobe Clement had a unlucky start. He was waiting for first wave for over 15 minutes and couldn't quite get it right once. So unlucky for him to, he got third.
Yeah. Wow. Super unlucky for Kobe. He's the biggest charger, I have no doubt. Yeah, as you said, he'd be waiting for one of those big tubes. This is Taj Stokes hoping to do just that. Pulls in, but way too deep on that one. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll find an exit.
But that was the one that everyone was, waiting for. That one has a clean exit, big barrel all the way through to the end. Just like you said, Taj was a little bit too deep for that section. Maybe like 1 meter or 2 meters, to the shoulders. He could have made that tube. But so it's just a 1.0 for the first of Taj Stokes. So now Reiki has first priority. Just waiting for the right ones. But you don't really want to be waiting for too long for the right ones, and sometimes there's no sets coming through, so it's better to get in the rhythm in the early stage and get the score, and then you might be able to wait for the right ones.
Yeah, especially with how inconsistent it is with those big tubing waves. I think we've seen a few of them, but they're not coming through in every heat, and it's kind of just all about that adjusting when necessary to just go to turns. Manojo Yahagi is currently 8th on the Asia rankings at the moment, and Raiki Masuda is 5th. And they've surfed lots of heats. They know what they need to do, and I'm hoping that they kind of just go with the momentum in this heat, and then maybe see if they can find some big tubes.
Manojo took a win a couple years back in the junior division here at Nias, and he's really used to this condition. And one day, about 2 days ago, in a free surfing, he was waiting for the wave. Well, it looks like this is Manojo Yahagi. Yahagi 選手1本目のライディングになります。綺麗なレイバックターンを決めてきて、その後に大きなカービングをします。これは綺麗に前に出てきて、縦のアクションも入れて、この演技を終えました。素晴らしいコンビネーション。そして、その後ろからは、this is Taj Stokes in the barrel, traveling. Is he going to make it out of the tube? I don't think he can. Wow, that's really unfortunate for Taj.
Yeah, wow. He would have been really close to making that as well. I feel like we'll probably see that at some point in this heat. At least someone coming out of a good tube. And the score for Manojo set to lock in. And I didn't realize that he'd won a Pro Junior here a couple of years ago.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. So
interesting.
He's really good in the air as well as in the barrel. But 2 days ago, he was just waiting for the set at the back, probably 5 meters away from the crowd out the back. And he just sit there about an hour, and it gets this big bomb, and it gets I think really long barrel.
Wow.
So he is capable of getting those barrel wave. So, yep, this is interesting heat again. So Reiki did really great at Kurui.
Yep.
I think he made it to quarters at Kurui Pro. So definitely he wants to do a better here in Nias.
Yeah. And someone who's doing pretty well so far in this event, making it through to the round of 32, is Harley Walters. He is down there with Giada Legati.
All right, I'm here with Harley. Congratulations. You know, I'm sure you saw the heat before. People were getting so drained, and yours was a little slow. So, did you have to maybe adjust your surfing for that heat?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know, like going out there, I was seeing crew get like pretty crazy, like barrels and stuff. But I know just tried to get a quick start and got like a 5 and then backed it up with a 6. And from there, I kind of just was sitting and waiting to see if like a proper tube came. But I didn't really stand up again. But yeah, it was fun.
You told me this is your first time here in Nias. Has this wave lived to your expectation, or how's your time been here?
Yeah, no, it's been sick. The wave's crazy. In a heat, it's as good as a wave gets to surf in a heat, and then the free surfs are wild, but it's a sick joint, and yeah, I can't wait to come back when the comp's not on.
So you're thinking of coming back maybe later on this year with some swell?
Yeah, maybe for sure. I don't know, just wait and see, but hopefully you can make a few heats here and see how we go.
All right, so the tradition of having winning a bang bang when you win your heat, and I'm sure there's friends and family at home wanting to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just hello to my mum and sister and dad, and Nan and Pop are probably watching too. So yeah, hello, thank you.
All right, congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Giada and Hurley. So it was his first time here in Nias.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't look like this is the first time for him. He just used to this condition and gets the win.
Yeah, Harley's actually, he grew up in Yamba, that Angari region, so he's used to, and then living on the Gold Coast now, so he's used to surfing these right points. And yeah, he was saying yesterday in his post-heat interview that he feels really comfortable out here. So yeah, it's exciting to see him. And wow, Taj Stokes stalling. He's in the barrel and finds an exit. Wow,
that
really well done.
Was really great wave, actually. That was a set that everyone wants to get and has the big exit. So it's not easy, but like easy to just come out so clean.
Yeah.
But he did really well on that wave. He disappeared for quite a bit and comes out of the tube so clean. But the back, 矢作選手もチューブの中に入ってきて、さあこれは長い。しっかりと出てきました。大きなラウンドハウスカットバック。そしてこの演技を終えます。Wow, that was a well back-to-back wave from Monoji Yahagi.
Well, it looks like Taj Stokes is going to take this one again. He still has a score to drop in for his last wave. Big opening arc just opens up the shoulders. Ooh, that looks like that was a pretty hectic fall there. The wave just
starting to fill in as the tide's coming up. But it's going to be a healthy number for both red and blue. The last wave for Taj comes in at 733. That is a super healthy number for Taj Stokes.
Yeah, wow. 733. We got 15 minutes to go. This is so far been a pretty entertaining heat. Minojo still has the score to lock in as well. His is coming in at a pretty good number. And locks in at a 6.27. This is a 733 of Taj Stokes. Just stalling to find some cover and comes out clean. And pretty similar situation for Minojo as well. Wow.
Yeah, I gotta say, Taj's wave was slightly bigger than Monojo's wave, so that's the difference between 733 and 627. And the last of red comes in at a 3.17. Taj is sitting in the first place with 733 and 317. Monojo now is in second place. 矢作選手2位のポジション、酒井選手は、3位、そして増田選手ホワイト、それぞれ7点、そして 6.28 が必要な状況です。そしてここ、矢作選手もう一度チューブの中に入ってきます。ストールをしてしっかりと時間をかけて出てきました。これは素晴らしいテクニックを見せてきています。ここのレイバックターンで少し引っかかってしまいますが、素晴らしいチューブの中のテクニックでした。That's a really technical tube riding from Monoji Yahagi. He's told to, make sure he's in the tube and traveling in the tube quite a long time, and that So exactly he did.
Yeah, wow. That was he was in that for so long. It was a smaller tube, but he really just, yeah, as you said, Di, it was a pretty technical tube ride. I was talking with Mark a little bit earlier about, being in the pit and then coming out with so much speed. And that end carve is actually real. It seems like it's pretty hard to hold on to. We've seen a lot of people fall because you're, anticipating of coming out of the barrel with so much speed, and that section doesn't kind of fades out. So you need to really maintain it. We saw lots of people grabbing their rails as they were doing that turn to kind of just tie the bow. And for Manojo, it was unlucky that he didn't get to complete that carve, but locks in at a 4.43, and he goes into first place. And it's currently Manojo and Taj Stokes running away with first and second right now.
Right, so they are in a good rhythm with the ocean. Pretty much they are getting all those good waves out there. So now Raiki has first priority and Sentaro has second priority. So hopefully it's their turn now, and hoping to see them getting those barrel wave. Sentaro needing 708 and Raiki needing 634, which are decent scores. Right?
They're big scores. From the little bit of research that I've done, I think this might be Raiki's first time competing here in Nias. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So it'll be hard to navigate this wave. I mean, being the first time, maybe even coming here, battling with the free surfs to then surfing a heat out here. He's locked in that 417, which is a great start. But yeah, it'd be tricky to kind of be in rhythm out there when it's already so difficult. This is Taj Stokes, so live action. Wow, that was a huge carve to start that wave off. Gets a second turn in. He only needs 337 to go to first. And what power surfing we just saw from Taj Stokes.
I really love the first opening carve from Taj Stokes. It, really engaging the rail fully, and a lot of projection, a lot of speed out of it. So that was great surfing from Taj Stokes, and definitely he's done the job to go, to meet the requirement, and probably that way we'll put him into the first place. But we're still waiting for the last red.
Yeah, still this last score of Taj to lock in. No takers on this one. It's just going to go unridden. Doesn't look like it's that big cave that everyone's looking for. A 6.07 though for that last wave of Taj Stokes. That's a decent backup score.
607. Great backup score for Taj Stokes. Now he's in the lead comfortably with 733 and 607 sitting with his next to his name. This is Sentaro 選手。さあこの波で 7.27 が必要です。さあ大きなカービング、そして縦へのアクションスプレーを飛ばしてきます。これは3発目も入りそうです。レイバックターンをきれいに決めてきました。しっかりとノーズをスープの方に向けた素晴らしいコンビネーション。この波で 7.27 を出すとセカンドポジションへとジャンプアップします。残り時間9分40秒。本日このラウンドオブ64を終えた後、魚面のラウンドオブ32へと移行していきます。
Yeah, well, it's Taj Stokes in the lead. Manojo Yahagi in second. Let's take another look at this 6.07 of Taj. Oh, that was huge, Di.
Love how he engaged the rail, driving through the first sand and comes out with a lot of speed and straight into the second turn. So it was what 607 looks like. And the last of Sentaro comes in at a 4.40. Now he needs 6.30 to go into the second. Raiki is holding on to the first priority for quite a while now.
Yeah, he's got that 417. Needs a 6.53, that requirement increasing just a little bit with Taj Stokes' last one, putting him into the lead. And, Raiki, he's such an incredible surfer. I feel like maybe he's waiting for one of those big, open tubes that we've seen. Right. I mean, that 9 from Jay Okalupo a little bit earlier on in the day was pretty next level. I don't know if you saw it die, but it was it was pretty magic. So hopefully Raiki can find one like that. Minojo needs to better a 4.43. Looks like they're paddling out to something. Just over 8 minutes to go. Raiki having a look.
増田選手、この波で 6.53 が必要。さあ、しっかりとセットアップをして中部に入ってきそうでしたが、ここはマニューバーへと変えていきます。しかし少しタイミングが合わず、ノーズからこけてしまったようです。Wow, I thought he was gonna go, pull into the barrel, but probably he decided not to go and just looking for the turns. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on the first turn.
Wow. That was really unlucky for Raiki, waiting for so long with that first priority. I thought he was going to find a tube on that wave as well, but unfortunately not. And those first sections are really hard to navigate, especially if you're not prepared for the wave pushing you back down.
Right.
Because it seems to be doing that. You get that airdrop, so you need to embrace it for sure. And we've seen those sections catch a lot of people off guard this event so far.
You kind of have to surf right speed with the pace of the wave. Otherwise, once you time it wrong, then you just kind of, I don't know, it's hard to navigating the wave. So that's pretty much what happened to Raiki's last wave. He was gonna go to the tube and he decided not to go. So there was a little bit of a missed time there. And unfortunately it comes unstuck for the first time. But he waited that wave so long, so unlucky for him.
Yeah, that was super unlucky for Raiki. Making it to the quarterfinals or pretty far in the draw over in Krui. He was definitely, I was excited to watch him there. Obviously, coming over to here at Lagundri Bay, it is a right point. So we're seeing a little bit of a different approach in all of the surfers for this event. Some great backhand surfing, obviously some great forehand barrels as well.
酒井選手、この波は 6.30 が必要。これは深いチューブになりました。しっかりと出てきたところで大きなスタイリッシュなカットバックを決めて前に出てきています。そしてキックアウト。そして、矢作物城選手、これは大きなチューブになった。しっかり、これは抜けてきました。かなり長い間チューブの中にいたので、これはいいスコア期待できそうです。Wow, that was a beautiful exchange.
Wow.
Green and blue. But here's Taj Stokes. It has a big exit in the end. And wow.
3 back-to-back barrels. Pretty big open ones as well. Clean exits from all of those surfers. Taj, Minojo, and Centauro. Wow, that was crazy surfing from all three. They just found the perfect wave and didn't really put a foot wrong at all. That was super exciting.
Wow. Definitely that was the one that Raiki was looking for. But here's a replay of Shinto Sakai gets the tube, travel in the tube quite long time, and comes out of it so clean. And wow, what a stylish cutback from Sentaro.
Yeah, that was really, really smooth. And then this is Minojo straight behind him. Wow, this one just peeled over him perfectly and leans into it. I mean, wow, Minojo is going to have a good score to lock in. And then behind was Taj Stokes.
Wow, this one had a big exit in the end. It comes out so clean and quickly kicks out. So this is going to be great numbers for all the surfers.
Wow. We got big numbers to lock in for Taj, Minojo, and Centauro. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 4 minutes. Raiki holds that first priority. I think he might need a pretty big score by the end of this one.
Definitely. Probably judges need to take another good look at each of the waves because they all got good barrels. So comparing.
Wow, Taj again pulls in. Does he find the exit? He does. Wow. Gets this one under priority of Raiki Masuda, and just another small one. Taj just looks like he's having a bit of fun now. Scores starting to lock in from Sentaro Sakai. It's going to be his best number of the heat so far.
Wow.
And it's a big one at that. It locks in at a 7.9 for Sentaro. He moves up into second. Scores for Minojo are looking just as big, though. It's going to change the leaderboard once again. It's at 8.67. Minojo goes into first place. Taj Stokes now has 2 scores to lock in.
He needs 7.62 to go into the first. I gotta say, yeah, he'll get that. 9.27.
Wow. And 9.27 for that second to last of Taj Stokes. Takes him back up into first place. That's the best number of the heat we've seen, of the event we've seen so far, a 9.27 for Taj Stokes. He has another score to lock into. Minojo gets at 8.67. Sentaro with a 7.9. He needs a 7.05 to go to first. And unfortunately, Raiki just holding on to that priority a little bit too long means he's in a combination situation right now. But the 9.27, this is it. Completely disappear. Oh, sorry, this is the 4.77.
You know, 4.77 isn't a small score, but it's just throwing away.
Yeah.
Because he's got 7.33 and 9.27.
Wow.
Is 9.27 the highest score so far in this competition?
Yeah, we saw a 9 from Jay Okalupo a little bit earlier. 9.27 for Taj Stokes. That's huge. And well rewarded for Taj.
Taj gets 4 barrels in this heat. It makes out of every single wave.
Wow. Throwing away a 6.07. My goodness, this is a very exciting heat. Taj holding the lead. Minojo Yahagi in second. Sentaro Sakai, he has second priority. Needs a 7.04. Will there be another opportunity for him to find a big cave? It looks like Minojo is going to have a look at this one.
矢作選手、最後の波で 8.67 のスコアし、現在2位のポジションへ 7.94 出すと1位のポジションにジャンプアップしますが、この波はチューブの中で潰されてしまったようです。酒井選手 7.05、正選手は 14.94 というコンビネーションシチュエーションになっています。
50 seconds to go in this heat. It is Sentaro chasing 7.05. Raiki looking for a combination of 14.94. Hopefully another opportunity.
Right. Yes.
Even just for Raiki to get a big barrel.
Definitely. You know, Raiki has first priority, so is there going to be enough time for him to get another set? But now I don't really see any lines on the horizon, unfortunately, for Raiki and Sentaro. They need a decent score, but 10 seconds to go in this heat. Well, looks like it's Taj and Monojo.
Wow. This is the 9.27 of Taj Stokes. That was absolutely insane. Traveling so far in that one. Taj Stokes takes a win. That was such a good heat, Dai.
Such a good heat. Taj, congratulations to Taj and Monojo. Now moving into the next round. So we'll be right back after Bonsai break.
Cal! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
seeing a replica of some of those moments from last year. Maybe not as big and as hectic, but definitely some incredible barrels have been ridden this morning. A 9.27 just locked in for Taj Stokes in that last heat. It was a long tube and he came out so clean. This is heat number 4 though. We've moved into the next one with Iko Watanabe out in the red. Zaina Sink is out there in the blue. Irawan, wow, the local here wearing white, and Tommy Hinwood from the Northern Beaches in the green. I'm True Starling, and joined with me in the booth is Mark Clift.
Yay, good morning. Steaming hot outside already. What is it? It's only 10 o'clock here in Nias time, everybody. And speaking of cooking, this heat is going to be a ripper because Iko, he took out the pro juniors down there in Krui. He's a big-time member of Team Japan. He's a big hitter. Zane Assink was one of the best goofies last year, threading tube after tube. But let's stay with Iko. Super deep, way downtown. Good luck.
Oh, don't gonna make it out of that one, unfortunately, for Iko, or more affectionately known as Ichi. And this is Tommy Hinwood on the backhand. It's a smaller wave. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep on that one. Iko is currently ranked 3rd in Asia at the moment on the QS rankings. He got a 49th here last year, hopefully looking to do a little bit better in this event.
All right, and Irawan Wa'u, I've been corrected, is how we say their surnames. So Irawan Wa'u. He's a really pleasant dude. He's got a nice big property just here on the corner of the Jalan on your way out of the beach. I saw him heading down, had a little chats with him this morning, and he's pretty excited for his heat. He said, oh, look, they're all sitting out of position. So if anyone knows, Irawan is just deadly out here. He serves super fast, really loose, always goes for it for the max. He's in white. I've seen him do some brilliant work out here on the point. He's one of my favourites to watch because he's highly unpredictable, surfs really fast, and stand by for fireworks from Irawan Wa'u in the white. One of the sole remaining members of the clan on the point. He goes red.
Yep, Iko speeding down the line. Is he going to find an exit on this one? Unfortunately, it looks like he just gets clamped once again, but loving the commitment from Ichi Watanabe. And he's, been one to watch for sure in these events. It's been exciting to see him, obviously take out the event in Krui, the pro junior there. He unfortunately didn't get the result he was hoping for in the QS, but still definitely a smiling assassin.
100% he is. And, I've seen him do enough good work with the Rash Vest on over the years to be convinced that he's the real deal. I reckon he'll be around for a long time. So nice work. His intentions are pretty clear. He wants to thread these barrels. He's only thrown down a pair of ones. So let's get back to that last heat as well, if you don't mind. I can see some big numbers. I mean, look, Taj Stokes, the best of them, a 1660 two-wave total is just massive. The best two-wave total of the whole event. Almost sitting on 15 was Manojo for second, but also look at 1230 for Centauro. He would pretty much be winning most heats, right, with that number.
Yeah, Centauro locked in a 7 plus score in that last heat. Manojo had an 8, and Taj Stokes getting the best score of the event so far, being a 9.27, which was just crazy. It was such an exciting heat. It actually was Centauro, Manojo, and Taj Stokes going back-to-back-to-back barrels.
Yeah, I watched that from up near the keyhole. It's such a good view from there. You watch them take off, and you see the whole wave stretched out in front of them, so you get to really see the steepness. You don't really get to see the barrels, but I just enjoy watching them drop in with the whole wall stretched out in front, and you really get a good perspective of how much the wave sort of bends back to surfers as well as it gets down to the corner. But here is Watanabe again. Ichi, he's been tube riding so far. It hasn't paid off, so this time a big fin waft to kick off his first turn. Keeps the rails a little more engaged that time, and he says enough's enough on wave number 3. So that'll put him into the lead. First decent number of heat number 4. So we've got a big day on our format, true. And it's unlike yesterday. There's not many clouds out there. It's steaming hot, as I was referring to earlier. And let's just have a look at Itchy's wave. What did you like?
Yeah, this first turn was absolutely insane. Just drifts the fins. Gets a little bit hung up on this one, but does well to embrace that free fall down. And for Itchy, I mean, it's going to be a good score. Hopefully not a keeper by the end of this heat. I'm excited to see him keep hunting those big tubes. The 367 for that last one. Erawan had a look there, but it's going to be Tommy Hinwood. He is taking off. Big first turn, unfortunately, goes down, just drifting a little bit too much.
That would leave one of the boys out the back. There is a wave rolling through. It is Zane Asink here, as I was referring to earlier.
Oh.
Just did some brilliant work on his backhand here last year. He was involved in the heat of the event last year when it was cranking off its head. Insane backhand tube rider. I didn't know, I saw him through at the end of that day, and I said, dude, I didn't know you were that gnarly on your backhand. But trust me, his backhand tube riding was right next to the best of them, being Riaru and Tully Wiley. He was just so invested in the barrel last year, and he knew how to sneak out of those things. He's got a killer style. So hopefully we get to see the replay again of that first wave of Zane Asink.
Yeah, Zane getting a 9th here last year, as you were saying, Mark. He went down to Josh Kerr and Axel Kuroda. And, I think Axel went on to get a 5th. Josh went on to get to the semis.
I think Josh got a runner-up.
Got 2nd.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, you're correct. And that first of Zane locks in at a 4.5. So he gets the best wave of the heat so far. It's a smaller one, but wow, he does well to find an exit.
Well, last year there was none of that stuff. There was a lot of room to move in the pits, and he was doing it time and time again. He was involved in that 20-point Huxtable heat. I remember the guy that got 3rd in that matchup had 18.1 and ended up 3rd. Zane got 2nd, so Zane I think got a 10 and a high 9 as well.
Wow, that's crazy.
So it was just one of them bizarre heats that you will rarely ever see repeated because does lightning strike at the same place twice? I hope so, but rare. It's rare. That was so sick.
Well, someone who had a pretty great heat in that last one was Taj Stokes, locking in the highest wave of the event so far, a 9.27. He's there with Daiwako.
Wow, you've waited for about 3 days to surf in the first heat of the competition, and you got the 9.27, which is highest score so far in this competition. Tell us through about that 9-point ride.
I was kind of lucky because I was already in first place. I had the 7 and the 6, so I could kind of just surf it like I would surf in a free surf and just try and get as deep as I can. And it worked out. I'm pretty stoked on that one.
You pretty much had a full barrel wave in one hit, and even you're throwing away the 6. How's that?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I've last few years coming to these events, we've had such good waves, and I've managed to do well at Cruy a few times, but not in these big barreling rides. And I feel like it's something that I love doing. Like I love chasing barrels and getting barreled. So it was really nice to finally string a heat together and get 2 nice barrels in a heat. And yeah.
You must be so stoked with that total scores. But you've done his job for today pretty much, and you'll be into the next round. So how are you going to spend the rest of the day?
Just spend the rest of the day just relaxing, watching the contest. I'm sure there'll be lots of barrels today, and then got the girlfriend on the Savo, Gia, so I'll be out there caddying for her, I'd say. Me or Ben, her brother, but yeah, we'll have to rock, paper, scissors for the caddy to watch her try and get some barrels in her heat.
All right. Is there anything you like to say to your family, friends back home?
Thanks to everyone tuning in, watching back home. Family, Board Riders Club, I know you're all tuning in, and yeah, thanks to my sponsors, and yeah.
You definitely deserve this, Ben Ben.
Thanks, mate.
Good luck in the next round.
Thanks, mate.
Taj, super humble regardless of getting that 9.27. But while we were in that interview, we saw some big tubes lock in. Zane getting a 5.5. Irawan, wow, finding an exit on one as well. A 6.83. Here's locked in. This is Zane's last one, Mark.
Yep, and there's the style that served him so well last year, folks. It's no fluke. He was making those things regulation last year. Irawan got deep, but he comes out of this thing as well. So Irawan Wau is into second spot. One wave, it's a high 6. He's a demon of a surfer. He's a big-time player on the point, and he always got time to say hello and have a chat. I've seen him chase some events. He went to the Philippines 1 year as well, which is not easy from here. He sort of had a bit of a sniff at the high end, and when you don't experience success that you perhaps, thinking was going to come, I think he just said, well, I'll just wait till the big show comes home. And I wish him all the best because, there's not too many players left out of the local clan. So I hope Irawan represents the point.
Yeah, well, so far he's got that 6.83. It's the best wave of the heat with 13 and a half minutes to go. Hopefully he'll find another opportunity to find some shade. I mean, we have some pretty big heats coming up in this round of 64. There's, all of our top-seeded surfers are coming to surf in it. And, it's been super exciting. I think Irawan was in the round of 128. So he's surfed 2 heats already. This is his 3rd one. And we'll see Roy Kanazawa in heat number 13. He is the bonsai leader of the Bonsai Asia Super Series. And wow, that was Ichi Watanabe dropping into that one. Doesn't find an exit, unfortunately, for Ichi, but pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time he's pulled in this heat. He's been clamped each time. He got his 367 off some rail work, and he's deadly when he decides to keep the theory stock standard, just rail work. The waves have not been kind to him. We know he's really good in the tube. He's just picked those ones that have not maintained that roundness and unable to find the exit. So he's probably going to have righto back to the rail game and track down these last half of the heat. He's in 3rd, needing just a 317, but that's kind of fake news given that Irawan has got the best number and no second backup. Irawan could easily go into 1st here. Zane Asink, one of the best performed goofies last year. He really caught me off guard with just how polished and consistent his backhand tube riding is. So for sure, watch this space. Zane will be chasing something bigger and better, and he knows that's his real weapon on his backhand. So I reckon for sure his theory is just keep getting barreled.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen enough of that today to know that it's definitely on the minds of a fair few, if not all of our competitors. We're going to see the women out there at the completion of this round as well. We have 12 heats left of the men's round of 64.
And Tommy just dropping a bit low straight off the takeoff there. It's a bit of a pity. When you watch Zane do that, he'll stay in the top half of the wave right from the word go and just get that line just a little tighter. So Tommy, another little missed opportunity there for the man in green.
I think we may have had a broken board there from Tommy Hinwood as well. So potentially Macca has it out there as his caddy. Might be paddling over to swap boards with him. So that was unfortunate for Tommy Hinwood, breaking a board as well.
Had a good wave there. That theory of sort of trying to pick a better line. He just dropped a bit low. When you watch what Asink will do here. So this is Irawan again on the pump. He's in the tube. He gives it another pump. I think there's an exit there for Irawan. But if he can't make him, then there's the wave just gave him no love. Down he goes. It's only his 2nd wave, but here is Zane. So there's the style I'm talking about.
Yeah, Zane on the backhand. Wow, he's just threaded 3 really great barrels. And he's just looking super comfortable out there on his backhand. He'll lock in another score. Got 2 good turns in at the end of that one as well. So Zane yet to lock in another score, potentially bettering the 4.5. We'll see. This next heat is going to be heat number 5 of the men's round of 64. It's going to be a big one. Jin Suzuki is going to be out there with Dylan Wilcoxon, Tane Dobbin, and Kosuke Okamura. It's going to be a great heat.
They all are. So there's a lot to look forward to in the round of 64. True. Zane Asink, that's the style I was talking about again. For all the goofies on the point, take note. If you want to know how to thread them out here, just pay close attention to Zane Asink's line. Tommy Hinwood getting his line a little bit mixed up and didn't stay in that top half of the wave, but Zane's got it dialed. So, as I was saying earlier, it's no fluke that he can thread tube after tube. His 3rd barrel in 15 minutes. He's on point.
Yeah, wow. Still waiting for that score to come through for Zane.
There it is again. Look at that bonsai replay. Thanks, guys. A lot of time behind the curtain and pretty deep. So I can't remember his 5.5, but
It's better than
me,
that for
yeah,
sure.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
True styling.
6.57
There you
for
go.
Zane to sink. Locks straight in, and yeah, he's just bettering his position. Look, his first wave of 4.5 gets a 5.5. Now that's 6.57. It's
Itchy.
Iko.
All right, let's have a look at this. He's got a bowl. He's got a pit. He's pulled in 3 times. 4th time lucky, they say. And for Itchy,
Wow.
it proves exactly that. He says to the judges, what about me? Finally, 4th time he makes a tube. So I loved it. There was a lot of time in the barrel there, True.
Yeah, wow, that was super incredible stuff there from Itchy. I mean, he was in it for a long time. He found an exit finally in this heat. It was not an if but when moment, and you could see he was really hunting for it. So scores to come through for that last wave of Iko Watanabe with 8 minutes to go. He needs a 4.37 to get to first. He'll get that. To get to second, sorry, he'll get that.
He'll get that. He might even have a little look at the lead. His second score, though, is a little bit low. This is what the judges saw out of this. So have a look at that. You cannot see the nose of his board. Still
Wow.
can't. You can see the red rashy travelling. A lot of time behind the curtain. He's feeling it. That was pretty sick. That was one of the better tubes I've seen today.
Yeah, locks in at a 7.67 for Iko Watanabe, and he goes straight to second place. Only needs a 4.4 now to go to first. This is pretty tense moments. Irawan Wau moving into third. He needs a 4.52 to go back to second. And Tommy Hinwood in a combination situation for second place. Chasing an 11.34 combo, but Tommy is great on the backhand. So hopefully he can find a big cave as well out here with just over 7 minutes to go.
Yep, and he's going to have to do that work on a backup sled. I think we had a little bit of grief. There's the Latitude Zero boat in the foreground right there. Thanks to Team Lat Zero, giving the media crew with the cameras the second best seat in the house. It's so sick looking at from that angle there in the channel. That's where you see just all the classic images that come out of this wave from looking straight into the pit.
Yeah, that is.
Now, this heat is really turning into a 3-way duel for 2 spots. I see it. So there's some big numbers. There's room to move both for Itchy and also Irawan. Zane would start to feel a little threatened as well. The boys could get there quite easily. Tommy Hinwood's got to do something pretty bizarre. He needs 2 waves, but he's looking at Itchy's numbers at 11.34. He's got to do that in two waves. We can see Fede out there, our official media, Liquid Barrels photographer there with the boogie board. He does a great job. We've got the caddies sitting there as well. They got a pretty good seat. But yeah, Itchy's great tube. Last wave is 7.67. You can see him in the red. So things are starting to come together for Watanabe. Irawan, though, 4th priority, not ideal at this stage. He's had the waves. He just didn't come out of that last one. He's only taken off twice. I'm still confident that he could still get the job done. Just kind of no time for errors from now. So let's watch Itchy. Look at this thread. Just perfect. He hasn't had to do anything except drag his arm, duck his head a little right there, deal with a bit of shampoo on the way out, and then a little claim.
Wow.
Loved it.
That was, I mean, Iko just showing why he's third on the Asia rankings right now. Irawan, a quick in and out. Just trying to, gain some momentum, maybe surf a few waves under priority. He only needs a 4.52. He can do that with turns, but I think with the quality of the scores in this heat, he needs to find another 6 because at the moment, first place isn't safe. I mean, Zane, he is in first with a 6.57 and a 5.5, but Iko is very close behind.
Yep, and looking at that number of Iko, a 3.67, he won't like that in his scoreline. He'll be chuffed that he's got the best number, so it puts him in a really good position. Everybody wants to win to go through into the next round with momentum, and I think this is a really good shootout here. I'm just hoping like a 3-wave or 4-wave set comes through. I'd like to see Hinwood do something as well. We haven't seen his best work, but I'm hoping Irawan gets another crack at it because, as I keep saying, the soldiers on the point, the locals have been dropping. Irawan, all the boys will be watching this heat because they know he's really quality. He just needs to just do something a little better in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's never nice to hear that you're sitting in a combo. I mean, 11.34 is not a big combination. Really just a 5, 5, and a 6, honestly.
It's more the clock, really, when you think Irawan could easily upgrade. And Watanabe's 367 is looking like that's going to be deleted as well. Irawan be scratching around everywhere looking for this opportunity. 3.5 minutes to go. He's been to some big events before. He's come to Bali and surfed in events. He's kind of learned as he's gone, but this is the moment. It's time to perform under pressure. It's not easy being a competitive surfer. Everything is totally different to free surfing. And time pressure does strange things to people.
Yeah.
It can throw you off your game pretty easy. So hopefully he holds it together here. 3 minutes, everybody. You're watching Heat 4 of this round of 64. We're going to finish this round for the men's today. Boost into the ladies' round of 32. Formatted to get more than half that round done. Make the most of this swell. I think tomorrow's still looking pretty good on the forecast from what I've seen. So I imagine the next couple of days we're going to try and really rip out the bulk of this event.
Yeah, we may while there's waves, we're definitely running heats, and this last couple minutes of this one has been a little bit slow. We've got 2.5 minutes to go, but yeah, big day today. Looking forward to seeing the women hit the water a little bit later this afternoon. But right now, Tommy Hinwood looking for a decent score to move up, at least just to get one, to get himself out of that combination situation. Irawan Wow, though, he is in the real danger zone to get the 4.52.
He's paddling. Red's going to have to take this off him. He does, because he goes second. So he's the one with his sort of neck on the chopping block.
Oh,
starting to get stuck in here. Needs to upgrade a 367. More importantly, just fending off White. He knows how deadly Irawan is. So Irawan still just searching here. He's hunting hard with sub 2 minutes. There is a bit of motion out there. I can see out our veranda. Irawan desperate to get in position. He's sitting kind of wide.
Wow, 1:30 to go. Just over. And Irawan is chasing a score. He needs a 4.52.
Here he goes.
Irawan, wow. Looking for a number. Nice first turn. Lets the fins fly a little bit. Drives through a hard carve. Wow, that was strong. And he's saluting the judges there. He says, thank you very much, Tommy Hinwood. Out behind him, looking to break combination. Nice first turn connection for Tommy. Gets a second one in there, but unfortunately just hasn't had that much consistency in this heat. And we got scores to come in. This last wave of Eco to lock in, as well as last of Irawan Wow with 55 seconds to go.
Yep, things are going to get pretty close for this all-important second spot. Probably the last time we'll see him stand on his board with the rash vest, but here goes Asic again. There's that style. Look at that. Hey,
wow.
That's his 4th tube in this heat. He's only ridden 4 waves. He's been barreled every time. He's sticking to his strength, gives himself a little golf clap. His pants are falling off. But, that's the butt drag. He does it well, and just about lost his boardies. 4 waves, 4 tubes, 100% strike rate, as I was saying, and I reckon he's gotten better with every wave. So the numbers that are important, though, Red and White, still not convinced who gets second here. Asink, I'll be looking forward to seeing his number as well. Another blockbuster tube by Zane. He served just the perfect heat.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, we have some big scores to lock in. We're going to stick with this heat because it's really going to determine who progresses through to the round of 32. This is that last one of Irawan Wow. He needs a 4.52. That was a beautiful carve. And you can see he's like asking the questions. I think I got the job done. Zane Asink, wow, this was incredible.
Yeah.
Came out so clean. And, loving the golf claps there from Zane. He'll that will definitely go into his top 2. That was huge.
Yeah, really, really, what a perfect heat. If you're a goofy footer and you want to get the job done behind the lip, Zane Asink, none better today. So,
okay, wow.
Filtering in, what do we got?
Yeah, this last one of Itchy, a 3.7. It goes into his top 2 mark, but only slightly. Irawan is looking for a 4.55 to get up into second place. It's going to be really close. I think it was a good 2-turner. Locks in at a 5.27. Irawan goes into first place. Zainasink looking for a score to get back to first. I think he gets a 5.44.
Yep, well, let's have a look at Irawan. He's flashy. There goes a little bit of a tail drift as well across the top of that wave. Big power hack in the pocket. So the judges have thrown him some love. He got his second number right on cue.
Yeah.
So it's a mid-5, and Asink straight back to the lead. What was Zane's score?
Yeah, an 8.27 for Zainasink goes straight back to first place. So it's Zainasink and Irawan Waul moving on through to the next round. This is a replay of that 8.27 of Zane. Just, perfectly executes that one. I mean, wow, what incredible surfing. Don't go anywhere. We have a big heat for heat number 5 of the men's round of 64. We'll be right back after this.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Morn-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
All right, here we are back with Heat 5 of this round, ripping straight in. This looks like green, so this is Kosuke Okamura. Straight into it now on a mid-sized wave, getting some rail work done, grinding away hard on his opening opportunity. All right, so our surfers from the top of this heat, we have Jin Suzuki in red, Dylan Wilcoxon out of the Ments in blue, Tane Dobbin, the Australian, in white, and we've just seen Kosuke Okamura put together his opening ride. I'm joined in the booth by Giada. Welcome back, G.
Hello, Mark. I'm excited for this heat. Round of 64, Heat 5. Dylan Wilcoxon, one of my favorite surfers in the event, just because he's part of the Kandui crew. I spent a lot of time there in Kandui Resort with them, so I'm really hoping to see him, perform. He's an incredible barrel hunter, and he is just practically looks like he's born to do that. So I'm excited.
And he's living in the right spot to do exactly that. Let's have a look. So this is Dylan. Here he goes. He's threading one now, so he's probably on the pump in there. I think he's still there. Of course he is. So Dylan, he's only 16, folks. Living in paradise, starting at the top of the surfing tree when you live in the Ments, and particularly in the playgrounds area there at Kandui. A little bit of info also on Dylan. We were watching yesterday, having a coconut late in the afternoon, and there was someone being a demon out at the indicator, and I did some hunting this morning, and someone said that was Dylan.
I mean, Dylan Wilcoxon is such a talented surfer. Just turned 16 last month. Here we have him. Look at that. He has an incredible posture there. Wraps it around here. That's really his strong point. I think barrels are where he feels most confident. So this is definitely going to be a great heat to watch. Already starting off incredibly. 6.5 for Dylan Wilcoxon. One of the youngest guys in this event, and I'm sure he's going to be doing the Pro Juniors as well.
Of course he will. Can't wait. More of that, please, Dylan. 6'5", judges probably want to see exactly that on a slightly bigger wave, but what a ripping start for the young fella there. He hangs out a lot with Rajo when he comes down our neck of the woods. One of the best tube riders I've seen, especially for his young age. He's been highly touted for a long time. And, imagine having your dad, owns the Kandui resort, and you get brought up there, you'd be like, Dad, you're the best dad in the world. Thank you.
Yeah, so a big shout out to Ray Wilcoxon, who I know is down here watching. Dylan, he's here with Jaden as well as Alan and Alif. And as there's a quick break in the action, I'm going to throw it down to True with the winner of the last heat, Zainasink.
Thank you so much, Zane. First heat of the event so far and 8.27. What a great wave.
Yeah, I did. Oh, I don't know. I was pretty lucky to snag that one at the end. I had a couple at the start where I wasn't like deep enough, and then I was like, oh, all right. I'm like, definitely need to lock in and try to get a deeper barrel on my next one, and then that just came out of nowhere, and I was kind of I was a bit late on it, but I kind of just the rail like caught nicely, and then set my line. It was pretty fun.
It kind of seemed like you were in control that whole wave and pretty much the whole heat. You started off with a 4, got a 5, then a 6, then an 8, just building the foundations.
Yeah, I guess I took off on the kind of small to mid-sized ones at the start, and you're definitely gonna get the bigger scores and the bigger waves. So I was just thinking, I better wait, and then it should pay off if I wait.
Seems like you have a pretty special connection with this place.
Yeah, I freaking love it. I have some friends here, and everyone just kind of makes you feel really like welcome here and stuff, and it's really nice. It's a nice place.
I'm sure you have lots of friends and family at home watching you and cheering you on in that last heat. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, shout out to my family watching, my mum and dad, my sister, my extended family, and everyone, all my friends, everyone that supports me. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your heat win. Here's your bang bang, and we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Unreal. Thanks, True. And, stand by, watch this space. Zane Asic is deadly out backhand. Gee, you didn't see that performance, but 4 waves, 4 tubes. Don't think he did a turn all heat. Maybe one upside down belt. But when you're that good on your backhand, you don't really need to do much more other than just grab your rail, park your butt, and, just stay under the shade as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Zane has always been a big performer here in Nias. I think last year he had some great rides. Here on your screen right now, on his backhand, Tane Dobbin looking for shade. Will he make it out? Unfortunately, looking like he was just slightly too deep on that last one, but
the set still continues though,
sets coming through. This is Jin Suzuki now. He will be looking for shade as well. Pulls in. Does he make it out of this one? Oh, and he does. Standing tall. Big roundhouse here to tie the bow. We've got a great heat in our hands.
Loving it. Loving the action. So is a good mate of mine at home, Snakey. He's watching down there. He said Perth and West Oz at the moment, freezing cold, raining. All the reasons why I don't do winter at home. You guys can have that. But Snakey, I imagine, is probably on his way to the Mac Club about now. It's 11:30 in WA time, 10:30 up here in Nias. Things are cooking out there. It's boiling hot. The action is fired right up here. And we're just seeing tube right after tube right. So here is Jin. Let's have a look at this again. So he got on the pump. Just enjoys his time there and takes a moment just to relax. He knows he's coming out. So he just kind of has a bit of a look at the roof and gone, how good's my work?
Oh,
well done, Jin.
What a way to start your heat. There we have it, 733, Jin Suzuki. What a ride, you're right. I love how relaxed he got towards the end when he knew he was coming out. Just took a look up. Saw a little, his watch had a little sparkle as well. So that was really cool as well. But this is exactly the type of conditions you're looking for when you have a QS 6000 here in Sorake.
Yep, big events, biggest ones ever. Last week we were in Krui Town doing it for the first ever 6,000 in Indonesia. This one, back to Sorake Beach, Nias Selatan, everybody, southern tip of Nias, located just off the western province of Sumatra. It's a cool place. It's a unique bay. It faces directly south. It gets all the swell that is out there in the ocean. And when it's got a touch of south on the degrees, it just loves it. It just filters in here. It's so good.
Yeah, so big day of action coming up in the Heat 6 of the round of 64. We will be seeing Axel Kurata, Ryo Inaba, Kenshin Matsunaga, and Raju Sera, also known as Sena, part of the Padma Boys crew. Again, board riders. So it's going to be an exciting matchup right there. Ryo Inaba name we've seen quite a bit here in the Korean Nias events. So it's going to be great to see him back out in the water. Many of these surfers are hitting the water for the first time. They haven't surfed heats yet.
True that. That would be all the red and blue rushies, right? I think at least red because they're the top seeds. So Dylan has waited a while as well for his chance. So he's making the most of it. Yep, Axel and Rio seeded straight into this round. Reha Onu, Marlon Harrison pass winner coming up in Heat 7. Reef Hazelwood winner in Cruy. He's in Heat 8 along with Weston Hurst, who is a man-child at 16. And he's a weapon on his backhand. Katura Gus, he's won here before as well. He's in Heat 9. The list goes on. The entertainment this afternoon, everybody, is just at a high level. So given the surf, there's our backdrop. This is Sorake Beach right there. You can see the pond docks out there on the tip of the point. The fishermen up there just doing their everyday stuff. It is a sleepy little fishing village here in Lagundri Bay. And Lagundri Bay is the site of Sorake Beach, which all the locals go at Sorake. And they're proud of their little beach here. And here it is. So it's a great scene. The other side of this bay is just lined with coconut trees. It's just a beautiful island. There's so much lush vegetation. It's just perfect to come down here and park up. It just, even days when there's no surf, there's a lot to do. It rarely does it stop breaking though, G. The first day we got here, the inside was kind of so much fun. There was waves everywhere. It was really good. But there's a lot to do. The King's Village, have you been up there yet?
I have. I've been a couple years ago, so it's a great little tourism spot to check out when the waves are flat or when the contest isn't on and there's 500 people out in the water. You go check out the King's Village, and rock pools all around. Even driving around, just grabbing your motorbike or car and seeing the greenery in the area is gorgeous. So this is the replay of Dylan Wilcoxon's 6.50. Beautiful ride from Dylan. Spent so much time in there. And I would love to see the 733 again from Jin Suzuki. So
I'm sure we will. So really good bit of hand control. You could see him at first. He was just not touching the wave. And then he's realised, hang on, I could stay in a little bit longer. So here is Jin. Look at this thing. It's a little bigger. He had to pump. Realises he's got it done. Stands tall. Just investigates the roof into a big ripping cutback. So these are the two waves that have got Jin into the lead and Dylan into second. Kasuki, he's only got one lowish number, a mid-4. So he's got a little bit of work to do. Tane, he survived a heat yesterday late where he got a wave that got him into this position. So 13 minutes. The ocean's a little bit patchy from time to time, but it has been producing. Biggest numbers of the whole event have been sliding through today. We've been seeing a whole lot more 8s. We've seen a whole lot more 7s as well. So the judges are being able to open up their scale today a bit more, because the surf is pretty much on the cook when they come. Let's have a look at this. Priority, this is young Dylan again. G.
So Dylan's seeing potential, and there we have it. His read for finding barrels is insane. Big wrap there. Super stylish. Cool. Really pushes the tail. One more there. So what a wave from Dylan. Priority was with Kosuke. He didn't see what Dylan saw, and I'm sure that's a great way to back up his 6.50. I'm sure it's going to be in that range again.
Loved it. And you can just see him dragging his back arm just to make sure he milks it for all it's worth, to stay close to the wall. Perfect technique. He's done that a million times at home. He's got rifles right there on his doorstep, and Kandui left on the other side of his island. It's got to be the most glamorous island you could grow up in. So, Ray, Father of the Year, I'm sure your team love you for what you're doing. Making that option and that choice years ago to live on Kandui. Loved it.
I know, and Ray also always has his big group of kids around him. All the Kandui grounds are with him. I know Alan's there. Jaden Wilcoxon is with them. Alif is always traveling with them. And they actually drove here from Cruy. So it took them, I think, around 2 or maybe 3 days to get here. Yeah, it's a bit of a mission, but just shows, he really wants the whole team there, and that's how they get around.
Replay again. So this is the judge's view, G. What did you like?
Oh, I love how deep he is. He really takes his time. He comes out, and these 2 turns again. Love that turn from Dylan. Straight up blast this last section again. So this is going to be a pretty good score for Dylan Wilcoxon. There we have it. Pretty similar to his last score, a 6.23. I would love to see Dylan maybe on a wave like Jin's, just a little bit bigger. He really has a great read on these types of conditions.
Well, pressure's off now for Dylan. You got those 2 numbers just sitting pretty in the lead. Jin needs to answer back with a mid-5. The other 2 got a little bit more work to do. Green's got top priority though. He could get to second quite easily, but the 7.33 is looking pretty deadly in Jin's corner. Tane yet to really bother the scorers, so Can't wait to see green and white just have a swing at the next set. Dylan Wilcox, and you can just see the pedigree. You know, when he's in tubes, he looks that comfy. He's got his backhand in that last one, just holding it there, just putting himself in the perfect spot, just in front of the foam ball, but not too far that you're going to come out of the tube too quick. So really good read on what's been going on. And I remember seeing young Dylan here last year. He surfed a really good heat, got knocked out by some more experienced surfers. Didn't do anything wrong in the heat. Just his waves weren't as good as the other dudes. Here he is again, straight back into the pit. No need for sunscreen when your name's Dylan Wilcox. And look at him milking this thing.
It's insane.
Hey?
It's insane. He has just an incredible control of his surfboard when it comes to bow riding. And, you know, I've seen it time and time again out in the Mentawais. He has dropped clips of him getting barreled sitting down, getting barreled switch foot. And I can even tell you he could probably do it standing upside down on his head. He has got a talent for it, and he has done it time and time again. If I'm not wrong, I think they watch a lot of Mason Ho back in Kandui when they're not surfing. So you can kind of tell he has that touch of free surfing inside
X factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you never really know what he's going to bust out on the next move. And I think that's the best part about Dylan Wilcoxon. He's just a bit of an unpredictable surfer.
All right, the score comes in, doesn't really lock into his top two there, so the judges only went high fours. They know he's got plenty more in the tank. He's really just burst out of the blocks here. He's done 3 pretty good waves in 15 minutes. Loving his work. And the best part about Dylan is he's a sponge. He's learning at these events. I see him get better every year at competing when he comes to these and pulls the Rashi on. It's a big campaign to get out of the Ments and come to the hustle and bustle of, 200 other QS warriors. Get your head around it, but he seems to be learning quickly, and being only 16, there's a lot of room for improvement out of Dylan. He probably won't really hit his peak for another 8 or 10 years. So imagine how good that kid's going to be when he gets, mid-20s.
Yep, that's exactly right. And a name I actually forgot to comment as well. Part of the group is Ifran. Ifran is Dylan's best friend. I know they spend most of the days together out in Kandui, and Torek as well. They're all the Mentawai crew out here, and it's great to see them surf together as well because they really push each other each time. And Ifran just coming out of an injury last year. Unfortunately, he snapped his leg when they were surfing Padang, practicing for the Padang Cup. So it's great to see him already back out in the water and surfing heats again.
7.5. Gee, it's got away from the other 3, really. Dylan's the only one that's had really good rhythm with the ocean. Jin won't be too fast. 7.33 was pretty sick, but, you can't get through on one wave. He's going to have to back it up. So I'm starting to feel for green and white would be feeling a little bit of time pressure. They potentially, if the ocean gets it together, they can potentially ride 2 more waves. Otherwise, it might just come down to one more bite of the cherry. We have seen the ocean a little bit sporadic today with its consistency. Some heats have been blessed. Asink rode 4 waves in his last heat for 4 really good barrels. And one of the better performers last year on his backhand. So he's kind of really milked it here this morning, but none better than Taj Stokes, got a 9.27. Jay Okalupo threw down a 9 this morning. So the big old stand tall Lagundri Bay barrels are there. They're in kind of short supply. Seen some ripping mid-range tubes here today, particularly that first heat with Maddie Job. Really nailed a ripper. And here is Dylan again.
Dylan just having fun on the inside. Big first turn there. Love how much he pushes the tail around when he gets that to that whitewash. Such a stylish young man there. He's kind of just having fun on the inside now. He's pretty comfortable out in the lead, a 6.5 and a 6.23. It is now Tane Dobbin and Kosuke Okamura. Bit of work to do because that 7.33 now next to Jin's name is looking really good.
Yeah, Jin could steal the lead off Dylan quite easily. There's a little bit of a break in the sets, etc. So let's just have a look at a little bit of what went down yesterday with these highlights. Check this out.
Everyone, this is day number 2 of Nias Pro. We're gonna be starting off with remaining round of 128 of men's and straight into round of 96. Today we are gonna be running 25 heat.
The condition was good, still pumping, and all the surfers pumpy there.
Let's go.
Nice little mashup of yesterday's action, and meanwhile we did see Jin Suzuki pick up another wave. It was a 5-3, so a little shy of taking the lead by 0.1, but really extending his hold on second. The numbers now starting to get away from Okamura in the green, and Tane's now comboed. We did see a lot of good tubes yesterday. We saw a lot of great work from the Goofies, particularly Diego and Jack Thomas. Teddy Billy had a day he'll never forget. So this is the last wave of Jin.
Oh, first nice hack over there. Sets up again. Big second blast there. So 5-3-0. Jin extends his lead. Now it is Tane Dobbin looking like he's in a bit of a dodgy position. So this is Tane right now. Pulls in, looks for shade on his backhand. Will he make it out of this one? And unfortunately, I think he must have just got clipped there.
Wow, he traveled a long way, right?
He traveled a really long way. So unfortunate for Tane Dobbin, but he did have to do something pretty spectacular. He is in combo, so he does need 2 waves, not just one. Unfortunately, now with just 2 minutes 45 on the clock, it's not looking great.
And you know what I'm seeing out of this heat? Just great tactic by Dylan Wilcoxon. He got to an early start. He got barreled at every opportunity. He's now paddled out and he's gone, all right, enough of staying busy. I'm in the lead. I've got priority. Time to shut out the heat and just sort of do what the older boys get used to doing to him when he's in heats, which is just control the back end of it. So a really great tactic by young Dylan. And this is the learning we were talking about to get here and learn quickly, rapidly at this level, because you can't make too many errors. You don't get too many opportunities. And he's really making it count right here. So I think Dylan is really showing us some of his best stuff here. And what a composed effort. He's on the hunt again now, folks. So with 2 minutes remaining, I'm just loving this guy's approach. He's definitely going straight back into the tube, and he's there right now. Look at him. There's that back arm again, just controlling the play. Gets a little pump. Comes out of yet another barrel. You can hear the athlete zone in front of this restaurant just going nuts. They're loving what the young man's putting together here. He's making a statement as he's going to move through to that round of 32. We'll confirm that in 90 seconds. But for me, he's just surfing just such a good heat, G.
Yeah, he's surfing an incredible heat. He has been on fire. And just again, like we said time and time again in this heat, Dylan's bow riding is insane. This is Tane Dobbin now. Again, looking for cover. Will he be making it out of this one? Unfortunately, I think it just ran away from him. But Dylan going to be backing up that 6-5 and 6-2-3 pretty nicely.
Yeah, I'd really love to see the wave again from the judge's angle, just to see where it sits on his scoreline. I agree. I think he improves his situation. So Jin's just holding down second. Okamura could get a 7-8 and move into that second spot. So Jin's got to be a little careful here. Here's the replay. So this is what the judges saw, all right? A nice thread again, just a drainer. He's picked the eyes out of it. He's picked pretty much the better waves apart from Gins. He's been on the next 3 best waves of this heat. Just wrapping it around, tagging it nice and high in the pocket. Sick replay. Thanks, Bonsoy. 20 seconds to go. Still yet to confirm that number, but for sure I'll be having a chat with Dylan. And as all grommets do, he'll love a bang bang.
Yep, I know Dylan Wilcoxon and the Kandui Gromps love they have a good sweet tooth. So he will be stoked, and it's looking like a big number for the last of Dylan Wilcoxon. Waiting for one more score to come through.
Yeah, it's just about in. It's going to be his better number by the look of things. The judges are throwing 7s at it. What is it, G?
7-7 for the last of Dylan does extend his lead. Wow, what an incredible heat, Dylan. I'm super happy to have seen that. And I'm sure you'll be having a chat with him very soon. With that, I'm going to throw to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 6.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is Heat 6 in the water. I'm Jara Legati, and I want to welcome back Dai Wako.
I'm back into the great action. I watched the last heat, and it was great heat, great matchup. Dylan was on fire. Actually.
Yeah, Dylan barely did a turn throughout the entire heat. He got barrel after barrel. Came out straight into the lead. But right now in the water, Heat 6, round of 64, we have Axel Kurata in the red, Ryo Inaba in blue, Kenshin Matsunaga in the white, and Raju Sena in the green, or also Seran. So another incredible day here in the Nias Pro. We have had at least one barrel ridden in every single heat.
It's getting more consistent, I think, than this morning. So every heat has now like 4 or 5 barrel waves in each heat. So it's looking great out there. And we have 2 Japanese surfers in this heat, 1 Australian and 1 Indonesian. So great matchup here again. Round of 64, heat number 6. We're gonna be finishing off this round of 64, heat 16, and we are going to women's round of 32.
Yep. So right after this round of 64, we will be doing all 16 heats today, going straight into the round of 32 of the women's. We will try to get 5 heats in. So that's as much as the day can give us, because we will be in the dark otherwise.
Wow.
But like we've said it before, we want to take advantage of these conditions. It's classic Nias right now.
Yeah, finally we get to see the classic Nias waves here. And probably yesterday and today are the biggest day. That's pretty much what forecast saying. So take advantage of that. Running a lot of heats today, so we probably running until it gets dark.
Yeah, you're right. This is going to be our second big day, but we want to get a big chunk of these heats done, and then we'll have a lot of time to really pick the best moments of the next few days to give them the best conditions to all the athletes that remain. So this right now is Ryo Inaba taking a look at this wave.
稲葉選手、これには乗れなかったようです。And there's a couple waves rolling through. But while we have a break in action, we pretty sure we might have Mark with the last heat winner.
All right, winner of the last heat, Dylan Wilcoxon. Man, that was such a good heat. You've got to be happy with your performance, right?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I was watching the heat before. I was watching the waves. I saw it was pretty slow, so I just tried to get the 2 waves as fast as I could.
Loving your style, mate. Dragging that backhand, keeping yourself in as long as possible. So you had a really good read on the lineup today.
Yeah, it was super fun out there.
This Asian tour, mate, for me, it seems like it's made for people like you. Surfing heats in really good waves. There's no groveling. The Asian tour is really good, and you're going to do most of it this year, you're telling me.
Yeah, I want to do Cloud 9 and stuff, so yeah, that would be fun.
All right, so where do you want to go with pro surfing? You live in the best place in the world, but would you like to really explore this pro surfing gig and see how far you can go?
Yeah, I'll hope try to be a world champ, but if I can't do that, I'll try to be someone like a free surfer like Mason Ho or something.
All right, well, it must be really cool as well having a lot of your buddies here out of the Mets because you're a long way from home and it's all a bit different and there's a lot of pro surfers here, so it must be unreal to put yourself around people you're comfortable with.
Yeah, super stoked here. It's fun meeting everyone, meeting all the locals, hanging out here, my brother, my sisters, and my friends. Yeah, it's been super fun.
Well, being a Grommet, I know all you Groms love a chocky bar, mate, so I'm going to hand that over proudly and I'm going to say well done and all the best for the next round, Dylan.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
All right, Dylan, a name that I'm sure we're going to be seeing much of in the future. Such a talented young man. He has an incredible talent specifically for bow riding, but not only, I was just saying that I'm pretty sure his inspiration is Mason Ho. I always, when I'm in Kandui Resort, I always see them watching Mason's YouTube channel. So they get a lot of inspiration from him and just giving that extra, like, unpredictable factor. So every time you see Dylan catch a wave out in the men's, you never really know what he's going to do. So it keeps it exciting. It's kind of a breath of fresh air as well sometimes during the contest, because if he can manage to bring that free surfing ability into his heats and kind of keep control of the heat, it's going to bring him some great heat scores and a lot of wins for sure in the future, because it's exciting.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see his surfing in a free surf. He's getting pretty much like all the good ones out there to me, especially at Krui. He was getting those good lefts all the time, and his surfing was on fire. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's doing so well, and each year that he comes here, you kind of really can tell that his competitive surfing gets better as well.
Right.
So he's keeping control of the heats. Like the last one, he got 2 6s, then went to the inside, was just having fun really, and then with priority got out the back and got that 7. So this is real.
稲葉選手、1本目のライディング、これはいいチューブになってきましたが、少しホワイトウォーターに板が引っかかってしまったように見えました。このライディングはチューブライディング、そしてチューブの中でこけてしまったライディングです。
So Rio Inaba, a name we've seen a lot throughout the QSs, but maybe tell a little bit about him and what his background is.
Yeah, he's from Chiba, from Japan, and he served in the Paris Olympic Games, and he made a couple of heats. So he is well-known surfer in Japan. He is a big name, and he has a lot of strong, results. And he spent a lot of time in Hawaii. Actually, he spent with I think he always stayed at Tokoro's house, and hanging around with Moni's family.
So every competitor, every surfer even has their strength and their weakness. What do you think Rio's strength is?
His strength will be the strong backhand and big air game as well. So yeah, he threw a tons of sprays. So probably you'll be seeing his surfing in this heat and with his big sprays.
So looking like there's a couple waves coming through right now. Just 16 left on the clock. We're almost 10 minutes in. This right now is Kenshin.
松永選手、この波奥から攻めていきましたが、少し深すぎたようです。Yeah, there's another Japanese surfer in this heat, Kenshin Matsunaga. He charges a big wave, spends a lot of time in Hawaii as well. And I think he surfed in a backdoor shootout. I'm not too sure with his brother, but his brother was also surfing in a backdoor shootout. So he is just big charger. He loves the big barrel. So this is gonna be a really interesting heat.
All right, so Kenshin is you say is a bit of a charger. He is comfortable in the heavy waves. So besides Hawaii, does he spend a lot of time chasing swells around Indonesia or?
He went to Tahiti for the chasing waves, and on the screen this is Axel Kuroda up and riding. Gets out of the tube clean and gets roundhouse cut back. So this is a great opening wave for Axel Kuroda.
Right behind Raju Senna now, part of the Padma boys, coming out of a good-looking barrel, decides to pull off. That was a good wave and a good exchange for both Raju and Axel. So as we've said, we have not had a heat yet with no barrels.
稲葉選手、さあ、この2本目の波、大きなターンを入れてきましたが、これは少しタイミングがずれてしまったようです。That was a solid turn from Rio Inaba, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. But it would have been a big score if he could have landed that one.
All right, so there was a big backhand blast you were talking about that Rio Inaba is known for, but can't wait to see the replays of Axel and Raju. Both surfers getting some shade out here in the Nias sun. So we'll see what the judges think of that one. It all depends on how deep and how long their time inside the barrel was.
松永選手、2本目のライディング、これはしっかりとチューブを狙ってきて入ってきます。これは大きなチューブになってきた。さあ、まだ入っている。そしてしっかりと抜けてきた。これはいいライディングになりました。
Wow.
That was a beautiful wave from Kenshin Matsunaga.
Beautiful.
Almost he was kind of standing up in the barrel, but it was a big tube, quite long time traveling in a tube, so it's gonna be a healthy number for Kenshin Matsunaga.
Wow, I love how he didn't rush to get into the barrel. He kind of just let the bottom turn and then went in and just let the wave kind of deal with it. So he let the wave tell him what to do. And he read that perfectly. So that's going to be a good score for Kenshin Matsunaga. Beautiful, beautiful wave.
Yeah, that was a great read of the wave from Kenshin Matsunaga. Just like you said, he didn't rush and he didn't even stall. He just went straight to the bottom and do the bottom turn and time it right and just traveling in the tube quite long time and come out so clean. I'd love to see the replay of the last of Kenshin Matsunaga.
Yep, so the first of Axel comes in at a 5. This right now on your screen, Raju Senna looking for the barrel. He's deep. Will he make it out of this? Oh, unfortunately, I don't think so. Maybe slightly too deep on that one, but it would have been an insane ride. Raju is also another surfer that is well known for his barrel skills. He grew up surfing Legian, so when it gets to a certain size, he's like surfing those big closeouts. Yeah.
Big closeout, wow. Well, good exchange between red, green, and white. Wow, 8.93 for the last of Kenshin Matsunaga. That is a huge score and healthy number for Kenshin. Sitting in the first place with 8.93 and 1.03.
I would love to see the replay
definitely.
of that wave, the Kenshin Matsunaga 8.93. That was really, really well done. So all scores locked in for the surfers. Raju Senna's last wave, a 5.33. Axel Kurata, a 5. Rio now still to really get his rhythm in this heat. we saw him kind of hunting on the inside earlier on, and unfortunately just wasn't able to string it together. But just past the 11-minute mark, plenty of time for him to get back into his heat. Like you've said, he's got a really strong backhand, so he can get back in. If he doesn't find a barrel, he can surf his way into it.
Definitely. So there's still 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat. Well, what a heat from Kenshin Matsunaga. Pretty much started his campaign with 8.93. Excellent ride.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that wave again. So looking like a couple waves coming through, but no takers on this one. You know, surfers starting to get a little picky. They heard the 893 from Kenshin. They want a piece of that cake, not only for the scores, but just to have that vision.
Yeah, you don't really get the chance to have that kind of wave in free surfing. There's 100 of QS surfers trying to get one of them. So it's just like you said, it's not all about sometimes, the point. You just want to get out there and get one of the sets of the day.
Hey, and if you pass heats, you get to surf more.
Yeah.
That's it. So it's not just about the points and the prize money. It's about being able to surf this perfect wave by yourself with 3 other people out.
And there's so many people filming the heat. So you definitely get the clip if you get one of the sets.
Oh,
so.
100%. You're going to be seeing a lot of, surf clips drop with the Rashi on. So right now, just about to reach the 9-minute mark of this heat. It is Kenshin Matsunaga with that 893 next to his name. Wants to back it up.
稲葉選手、インサイドの波に乗ってきます。ここはマニューバーで攻めていきます。一発目大きなターン、エアドロップをしながらバランスを整えて、2発目もここも綺麗に決めていきます。そして3発目も入っていきます。インサイドの波ながら、これは綺麗な波になってきました。現在第4位のポジションですが、5.76 をスコアすると第2位のポジションへ。松永選手は 8.93 を2本目でスコアし、現在第1位のポジションです。
Really beautiful surfing there from Ryo Inaba.
Smaller size wave, but still managed to put 2 solid turns, few airdrops, but he managed to put 2 great turns, 2 great combinations. It's gonna be a good number for Ryo Inaba to back in the game with 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, so coming up next, Marlon Harrison has been a winner here in Nias in the past. He took it out, if I'm not wrong, in 2022. I think the first year that we came back after COVID. So he's a name that, he's from Snapper Rocks. He's used to a good ride. He loves getting barreled. I did a trip with him earlier last year with the CI Pro team, with the CI team in HT's resort. Also an incredible ride, world class and world known. And he got some crazy rides out there. So I'm sure he's going to be trying to get inspiration from all of that and try put it out in his heat. He hasn't surfed yet. This is the first heat he'll be having. Round of 64, Heat 7. He'll be up against Raiha Onu, Julius Wow, and Ricky Sato.
It's going to be another exciting heat. This heat, Rio's last wave comes in at 5.37. So he got up inside waves, smaller size waves, but managed to put 2 solid turns and get the second best score in this heat so far. So great job from Ryo Inaba.
Yeah, and just showing the quality of his backhand, like you said, that it's so strong that he got it under priority.
Right.
It wasn't a big wave, but his turns were so tight and in the pocket that the judges loved it and gave him the second best score of the heat.
So now he's in the game again, and it's been a really close heat so far, except for Kenshin. Just blue and red need only a mid once, so it's pretty much nothing for them. So it's gonna be interesting next exchange when the set comes.
We would love to get the replay of the wave of white. Yeah, so that was an 893, and he's in first place and sitting on a 103 as a backup. So just about to reach the 6-minute mark. There we have it. Replay of the white. Look at that. Just weaves through. So calm and relaxed. Comes out. Does this big cutback there. Beautifully done by Kenshin Matsunaga.
Wow, he's done a great job, but he looks no excitement in his body language.
Yeah, he was just like,
stay composed.
Do this all the time. So 5.5. Thank you. That was an incredible wave. Thank you for that replay, the Bonsoi replay. Riza in the sky with that drone. He is the best of the best at it, giving us the best view so we can kind of see what happens inside the barrel
Right.
as well.
We don't really get to see the inside of barrels, action. So definitely, thanks to Ryan, beautiful drone shot. But we are about reaching 5 minutes mark now. So Raju Seran sitting in the second place, but pretty much everyone hasn't got a second wave yet. Sitting with a 0.03, 1.50, 1.07. Axel still waiting to get second wave.
Yeah, so Rio Inaba only needs a 146. So he has fourth priority. Unless a set comes in the next minute or so, I think it would be pretty smart of him to try back it up pretty quickly. He did get that 537 on an inside wave. So he just has to do that again, and then he will get himself into that position. This is the replay of Rio Inaba on his backhand. This 537. Big first blast.
Wow.
Busts the fins out the back. Sets it up again. Love this second turn. Airdrops down. And just so much power on his backhand. I love how low he gets when he's doing that bottom turn. Just really critical sections. So well done from Rio Inaba.
Definitely, he has fourth priority right now. So, like you said, maybe it's a good idea to just have one more serve in the inside ones and get, mid fours and mid fives and get himself into the lead. And then waiting for the, set. That would be a great plan. But looks like no waves coming through for the past 5 or 7 minutes or so. Even the inside ones not coming through.
Yeah, we've been waiting for quite a while. We haven't had too much action in the last 5 or 10 minutes of this heat. So I'm sure we're going to get a couple maybe in the last minute, as we've seen quite a few times throughout these events. In Krui, it kept happening. And I'm sure that here as well. So hopefully we get one more exchange from all these surfers. And as is a quick break in the action, we're going to head to a quick bonsai break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, we're back in action, and it's looking like there's a little bit of motion out the back. The surfers start paddling and repositioning themselves. So, 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
Axel Kuroda in the tube, traveling. Is he going to come out of it? Probably too deep. Unfortunately, he did not come out of the tube. He probably stalled too much, but it was a great rocking wave. So he used his first priority to get his requirement.
All right, interesting positioning here. Rio Inaba, a 146 to go to second. Raju has priority over him. I think Rio is staying way more down the line and a way for him to get that opportunity to get that score he needs with 1 minute 35 on the clock. If I was Raju right now, I would be staying really close to Rio.
Definitely. And get a wave. And, Raju still need a good backup score. He only got 1.50 as a backup. So definitely, yes. I were him, then I sit close to Rio Inaba with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
All right, so not looking like there's too much happening. We're about to reach the 1 minute mark of this heat. Will Rio get the opportunity to get one more wave and get himself into the next round? Looking like a couple waves coming through.
Right, the time is taking 50 seconds to go, but looks like out there, 稲葉選手、この波で 1.46 が必要。さあ、ここはしっかりとメイクしてきました。そしてもう一発カービングターンを入れます。これは 1.46 以上は出てくるでしょう。残り時間30秒になるところ、さあ、アウトを見ながら、そして時計を見ています。この波で 1.46 以上で逆転。
All right,
Wow.
20 seconds left. A 146 is his requirement.
Crucial moment for everyone, pretty much.
15 seconds. Raju Senna wants to back up that 533. Will he get another chance? 10 seconds. We're going to count it down. Priority is with man in white. Kenshin does cash in his priority. Raju out the back behind him tries to get a turn in. Wow. Okay. So crucial moments in this heat. We have a couple scores to come through.
Well, this heat started with the big sets, but unfortunately there's not many sets coming through. So in the end, all three surfers had up waves. So we're still waiting for the last of white and blue. Blue only needs 1.46.
All right, so he needs a 1.46, but Raju did do one turn behind Kenshin. So will he improve his score? Will Rio's requirement, increase? We're going to stick with this because these are some crucial points right now that need to come through. So Kenshin definitely staying in first place. With that 893, he caught that last one. He's staying in first place. Right now, it's a battle for second. There we have it. Last of Rio Inaba, 240. He goes to second place. Raju Senna now. Ooh.
Raju needing 245. So it's not a big score, and he did put one turn in. Is it going to be enough for him to go into second, needing 245? A few scores locked in, and it was 1.60, not enough. So it looks like Kenshin and Rio moving into the next round. So we will be right back in the heat number 7 right after the bonsai break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. We just had a bit of a nail-biting finish on that last one, but it was both the Japanese surfers Kenshin Matsunaga and Rio Naba taking first and second. Right now in the water, we have Raiha Onu, Marlon Harrison, Ricky Sato, and Julius Wow. So this is Heat 7 of the round of 64. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back into the booth True Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, another big heat for the round of 64. Marlon, a previous winner here in 2022. And then after that, he's had a couple of 33rd. So I think he's, eager to make it a little bit further into the draw for the 2025 Nias Pro. And Ricky Sato, he was... had a heat yesterday. It was a little bit of a scrappy heat. He did what he had to do to get through. So I'm hoping that he's going to lift in this one as well.
Yeah, you're right. Marlon Harrison, a winner here. I think it was in 2022, the first year we came back for the crew in Nias Pro. He was out here with his sister, Piper Harrison. So it was a great emotional finish. A lot of celebrating after that. You know, Marzi is a very well-liked competitor throughout this event, but he is from Snapper Rocks, so he knows a good right when he sees one.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see him in this event. This is the first time he's been surfing, day 3, but after this round, all surfers in this competition would have hit the water.
Yeah, we're into that top seeded round for the draw. This, you know, we're seeing some of the best hit the water right now. And then we're also going to see some people who've been in round 1 and they've just been making it through every heat. We saw Caleb Tancred is one that comes to mind for me, continuing to progress through. Raiha Onu right now, he's locked in a 3.83, hoping to get a second score, draws off the bottom, nice first connection, finding a second turn, absolutely lays into it, and a little bit of a look back at at the beach. He's like, yeah, that felt good.
You boys see that?
Yeah. Did you get that one?
Wow. Okay, great start for Raiha Onu. 3.83 first wave. He's going to be backing that up pretty nicely. But still early days in this heat. We saw the heat previous. We had an 8.93 from Kenshin Matsunaga, but then it just went really flat. And for practically 10 or 15 minutes of that heat, nothing really happening. And everyone kind of passing with a backup of a 2.4 and a 1.9. So it got pretty scrappy, but it's all good. There is a couple waves. We're seeing the indicator roll through. Ricky Sato taking a look at this one. Will he be getting a big score? He pulls in, almost standing up tall, weaves out of it nicely. Does big arching cut back here. Sets it up again. Big. Oh, unfortunately, just falls off, but he did most of the work out the back. It is now Marlon Harrison with priority. Will we get a couple more waves come through?
I feel like we'll see it. You can see Marzi start scratching. He's seen something he likes the look of. He's going to take off on this one. It's a good looking set. Mars pulls straight into it. It's pretty open cave for Marlon Harrison and comes out clean, lays into a huge carve, and he kicks out. That was a really strong ride there from Marlon.
Well, I love that from Marzi. Looking at his caddies, he's feeling it, wants to get back out. He hasn't had enough with that barrel, wants priority as well. So what a great start to this heat. Already getting some good rides in. I am super excited to see that score come through for Marzi.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. That last wave of Raiha locking in at a 4.5. He's also got a 3.83, but I think that one wave of Marlon will take him up into that second place, maybe a little higher. We'll see with 19 and a half to go. I mean, yeah, Mars obviously has a pretty special connection with this place. Coming here and, as you mentioned before, being from Snapper Rocks, we saw Jay Okalupo a little bit earlier locking in a 9. They just both look so comfortable in the tube. They've spent a lot of time behind the rock at Snapper. And, yeah, I'm excited to see how Marlon goes in the rest of this heat because he just is looking really in form.
Yeah, not only Marzi, but his sister Piper also has been a winner here in the past. So just showing how comfortable they are out here and how much they love this break. Unfortunately, Piper didn't come this year, but I'm sure she's having a great time in Australia. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick post-heat interview with the winner of the last heat. All right, we're going to stick with live action, actually. This is Ricky Sato taking one on the inside, finding cover, pulls out. What a wave. Ricky Sato going to be backing up that 4.43 really nicely. Is there anything else happening out the back? We feel like there's a couple sets coming through. We'll stick with live action now. Marlon taking a look at this one. I think he's liking what he sees. Will he go? And it's looking like Marzi gonna go for this one. Good looking wave. He pulls in, finds shade again, disappears behind the curtain, pulls out again, wraps it around. Nice looking carve there. And pulls off. What a heat we've got in our hands, True.
Wow, a 7.33 already for Marlon Harrison. He's going to lock in a good score to back it up. seems like there might be a little break in the sets potentially. So we'll go and have a chat with Dai Wako and Kenshin Matsunaga.
8.93 というビッグスコアから始まり、ですが後半波が来なくて少しヒヤヒヤしたような、ヒート展開だったと思うんですが、振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初もめっちゃ全然波来なかったんで、でも一本乗れればいいかなと思って待ってました。
He was just waiting for the wave, just trying to get one. He was just hoping to get one wave, and that's exactly what he did. で 8.93 の波について教えていただきたいんですが、どうでしたか？
もうちょい奥から行ければよかったかなと思って、ちょっとストールしちゃったんで、はい、まあよかったです。はい。
He wish he could have gone deeper on the 8-point ride, but it's excellent ride, so he's happy. では、本日2回目のサーフィン終わりました。たくさんの方見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
はい。また明日につなげることができました。また頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
次も頑張ってください。さあ、2本目のベンベンです。
はい。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。Cheers.
Thank you, Dai and Kenshin. And I think we saw some pretty big waves and some pretty good surfing roll through during that interview as well. I saw Raiha Onu get a pretty nice barrel. It looked like I just caught the end of it out of the corner of my eye, but good scores to roll through for this last wave of Marlon. It's a 6, so Marlon Harrison out in front with a 7.33 and a 6.0. So he's gone out to a pretty strong and pretty early lead with just under 16 minutes to go. Scores to come through for last wave of Raiha as well. Welcoming back in the booth, Dai Wako. Dai, you're a man of many talents. You're here, there, and everywhere.
All right. Wow, Marzi is having a great hit right now, 7.33 and a 6.0. I watched that tube ride in the Afri area. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was that 7.33 was pretty incredible from Mars, and then that 6, I mean, it was pretty carbon. It was a carbon copy wave, basically, just a smaller one at that. So he's hoping to get a little bit further into the draw. I was saying to Giada just before, Marlon won here in 2022.
Right.
And then the last couple of years, he's been getting, I'm pretty sure, around the equal 33rds, maybe a little bit more. From memory, I can't quite remember what last year was. But yeah, I think he's hoping to keep progressing through in this event, obviously making finals day. And with surfing like this, I mean, are you kidding me, Marlon?
Wow.
That was huge.
Beautiful tube riding from Marzi. Definitely he's on the way to the finals day and with that surfing.
And no surprises there. Mars is obviously quite comfortable in the barrel. And first 2 waves, 7.33 and 6. That's huge numbers already. And if anything, it's a telltale sign for what's to come in the rest of this heat for Marlon Harrison.
Right, and Raiha Ono is sitting in the second place, 4.50 and 3.83. So before the Korea event, he had a surf trip to Java with Pepen-san, and I think he just dropped his clip on Instagram 2 days ago, and it was great tube riding, and then Stab actually shared it. So it was a great tube riding from Raiha, and also he is used to this kind of condition.
Raiha charges too. Right.
Yeah, and he said that he needs to practice a condition like this more, so that's why he spent a lot of time in Indonesia this year.
Yep.
And tried to be ready for this comp actually.
This is, I believe, that's the 6 from Marlon Harrison. You can see how perfectly, he's got such a great barrel riding technique, and that was a beautiful carve as well to finish that one off. So 7.33 and a 6 for Marlon Harrison. Raiha in second with a 4.5 and a 3.83. Spent a little bit of time on the Gold Coast as well.
Yes. He's actually,
he's not in Japan anymore. I mean, he's
he's living on the Gold Coast.
No, he lives in Japan, but he spent most of his time pretty much overseas, either Indonesia or Australia.
Wow.
So for surfing.
Fair enough. I mean, there's some pretty magical waves over in Indo. We've got some fun waves in Oz as well.
Right.
Yeah, we're very lucky to be here at Sorake Beach in Nias, celebrating another year here with some great surfing so far. It's only day 3. It's crazy. And this next heat is going to be a huge one as well. We can see Tim Bain making his way out. He'll be taking on Ty Richardson, Weston Hurst, and Reef Hazelwood. That is a huge heat. On paper, that's a good one.
Right. You know, we've seen Reeves getting a big backhand battle in Siargao last year too. So I'm goofy footer, so I'm love to watch his backhand attack.
Yes. Very exciting. Reef is he took out the Krui Pro just a couple of days ago, and he's come off that win into this second event at Nias. I'm sure with a lot of confidence, and as you said, he's a great backhand barrel rider.
Right. You know, his confidence probably building up so much since a couple days ago. Take a win from the Krui Pro. It's a huge win, actually. QS 6000, high-rated event in Indonesia, and pretty much the first competition for the 25 season.
Yeah, we got so many. Well, not so many, but we do have a lot, which is amazing.
Right.
I mean, the next stop we will be going to Korea
Next month, yes.
Yeah, couple of weeks, not far away.
Not far away. So that's gonna be another interesting heat. I mean, interesting competition, because now we are in the Indonesia for the perfect wave. But we are going to another perfect wave, because they all surf in the wave pool. It's gonna be a perfect wave again. Oh, so many opportunities for them to surf in the good surf point.
I remember the last one that we went to. I'm pretty sure it was Keijiro Nishi taking that one out, and also Amuro Suzuki.
Yeah.
So
it was a QS 3000, but this time it's QS 6000, a co-sanctioned event.
Yeah.
So a lot of surfers from Australia or New Zealand will come join.
Yes.
So it's gonna be an exciting event.
It's going to be a huge couple of days as well. But really looking forward to heading over to Korea for the next stop from the 18th to the 20th of July. But we still have champions to crown here at the Nias Pro. Right now it's Marlon Harrison out in front. That's 7.33 and a 6. He's only had 2 waves. Raiha Onu needs an 8.83 to go to first. Ricky Sato holds first priority, needs a 3.91, and Jelius Wau looking for an 8.33. And he hasn't had a wave yet with about 9 minutes to go.
Well, it's been a great start in the seat. So Madison had 2 good waves. Raiha got 3 waves, and Ricky Sato actually had 3 waves. So it's a great start, but it's kind of slower for about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. A little bit slow with just under 9 minutes. Mars with the best 2 waves of the heat, a 13.33 combination. That's a really good combo. One of the higher ones we've seen of the event, or of the day so far, I should say. And it's the first time we're seeing Marlon and Raiha out in Arashi in this event.
Right, so they waited for 3 days to surf in this heat, but definitely it was worth waiting for, because pretty much today is the best condition so far out of the 3 days.
Yeah.
So they are stoked to be surfing right now and stoked to get one of those sets. But for now, the ocean goes a little bit flat, a little bit slower heat. I'm sure there's going to be a few sets rolling through the next couple of minutes. Just under 8 minutes to go in this heat.
Wow. It looks like maybe Jelius Wau might not be out there. I'm not too sure what is going on, but 7.5 minutes. It's Ricky Sato that needs a 3.91. Seems like it's a bit of a battle for second. And while we have a bit of a break in the action, we're going to go to a quick Bonsoi brew break. We'll be right back after.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsoi ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsoi ramen.
Morn-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
And we are back, and it looks like there's a little bit more motion in the ocean for heat number 7 of the men's round of 64. It is Ricky Sato that holds on to that first priority. So he gets the next pick of whatever rolls through. Hopefully some sets die.
Wow, it looked like a few sets coming through, but no, I don't see any lines on the horizon. Unfortunately, just reposition themselves a little bit to the peak. So hopefully another set come for all the surfers with the 6 minutes to go. Yeah, ocean has been really quiet for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's been about 8 waves ridden in this heat. Marlin's had the best of it. That's 7.33 and a 6 with just under 6 minutes to go.
So this is a 3.83 from Raiha Ono。小野選手の1本目のライディングのリプレイになります。素晴らしい2発のマニューバー。今のが 4.50 ですかね。そしてこちら小野選手4本目のライディングにテイクオフしていきます。8-3以上出すとその差を広げていきますが、大きなターン、少し引っかかったように見えましたが、2ターン目もしっかりとメイク。そしてサードターン、大きなカービングを入れて、この演技を終えます。It's a great combination from Raiha Ono. It was a smaller size waves, but trying to get a wave to get rid of the 3.83, and he managed to put 2 solid turns. So it can, replace his backup score, but we are still waiting for, actually, yes, we are still waiting for the last of red to lock in.
Yep. Needs to better that 3.83. I mean, for Raiha, I thought it was a smart decision to go that smaller one. If it goes into the top 2, then, that's going to help his campaign to move on through the next heat. Unfortunately, getting knocked out in his first round, I think, in the round of 64 over in Krui. So hoping to make a couple more heats in this one here, Dai.
Definitely the result in Krui wasn't that result that he was looking for. So definitely he wants to get through this heat so badly. He's in the second. He is looking for a wave to replace the 3.83, and we are still waiting for the last of red. And like you said, it was a smart decision from him. Although he had a higher priority, he's trying to just extend his lead over Ricky Sato. Now Ricky's sitting this 3rd place with the first priority. So this is the replay of last of red. A nice first turn and straight into the second turn. Much bigger maneuver, air drop. Yep, he's done really nicely. So last wave comes in 4.70. He's done to extend his lead over Ricky Sato. So Ricky now needs 4.77.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave for Raiha. Goes into it's actually his best wave of the heat so far. And really smart, competitive surfing there from Raiha Onu with 3 minutes to go. And I think right now it is a huge battle for second. Ricky looking for that 4.77 with first priority. He's just waiting for one of those sets.
Right. But if he can get that one of those ones, then 477 isn't a big score. But with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, is there gonna be another wave for Ricky?
I hope so. I hope he gets another opportunity to get that score of 4.77. And Marlon's in a really safe position right now with a 7.33 and a 6. He's only ridden 2 waves.
Definitely, he's pretty much stepped one foot into the next round. Sitting in first place comfortably with 7.33 and a 6.00 with 2 minutes remaining. Pretty much there's one more chance for all the surfers. So yeah, Marzi is in his first place comfortably now. But a lot of pressures on Ricky and Raiha with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is the 4.43 for Ricky Sato. Gets the tube and also finds a nice carve and gets up and into that section. Unfortunately, doesn't get the completion, but that was his best wave, 4.43. So needs to do a little bit more to nudge for that 4.77 with just over 1 minute to go. Ricky is holding the first priority, and I'm sure he's, maybe talking to himself in his head, who knows, with a minute to go, needing less than a 5.
Right, so time's ticking so quickly, probably for Ricky now.
Yeah. Wow.
Just hoping to get one more wave in, but doesn't look like there's any motion from the surfers. Just looking at the back. Wow, 40 seconds to go. Is there going to be another wave? I think Maz is having a chat with Raiha.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Maybe Marzi was celebrating potentially a progression for Raiha. We'll see. With 20 seconds to go, is there going to be another opportunity? Ricky, if there is, he's going to get it.
Definitely.
He has that first priority, but there's 10 seconds to go. Time is really running out right now for Ricky Sato. And
wow, doesn't look like there's a wave coming for him. Really unfortunate for Ricky, but looks like Marlon Harrison and Raiha Ono moving into the next round, and we will see you guys right after the bonsai break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
we are back for another huge heat for the men's round of 64. It is heat number 8 out there. Reef Hazelwood, Westonhurst, Tim Bain, and Ty Richardson. On paper, this is a big heat, and hopefully the ocean provides in this one. We saw a little bit of a slow heat in that last one. Marlon Harrison getting a clear win with a 7.33 and a 6. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth with me is Mark Clifton. It's been a great day of surfing so far.
It certainly has, and I've walked into a ripper. I saw all these guys getting ready for this heat, and I'm like, oh, whoa, really? So Reef, the winner down there in Cruy, so he's on an absolute tear. He showed us a whole lot of variety, a big bag of airs, and just so many good things about his campaign at Cruy. But he's on his backhand. I saw him warming up. He's the man at the moment. Got a bit of a target on his back after winning at Cruy, you would imagine. But let's see what his backhand looks like. Westonhurst, I imagine Dad and Mum are watching down there in Bali. So Troy and Uni, I hope your boy can perform. It's a big deal this heat. And same with Tim Bain. I imagine his supporters are a little bit nervous, but throwing him their mojo. And Ty Richo, I imagine Dadgy there at home. Mark, good luck. Here we go. So Tim Bain, first blood, tucks in. It looking a bit tight for me. Whoa, hang on. Timmy Bain doesn't think so. How good was that?
Yeah, he surprises us all there. That one got a little bit small, but he stuck with it. I know that Ty Richardson was a board caddy for Jay Okalupo a little bit earlier on in the day, and I think he's hoping for a big cave in this heat. We'll see if the ocean provides that, though. And but Tim Bain starting off really well and showing us what he's made of.
Nice work. That was very, he did really well to come out of that tube. Let's say it wasn't that big, and it looked like it might have had a lot of crumble attached to it. But here it is again. Let's have a look at this team. It was a medium-sized wave. He got on the pump pretty early and then just held his line and through a bit of turbulence. Out he comes. Kind of messed up the move right there, but the judge is just throwing a 4.83 at that. So not a bad result. Could have been a 5 or a 6 easily had he made that turn.
Yeah, definitely. Good start for Tim, and I like that he tried to get a quick start as well, because that last heat was pretty slow by the end of it. So I think that was a really smart decision.
Looks like an opportunity presents. They paddle over this first little wave. I've seen a lot of waves just tubing pretty gnarly out there. Looking really good. We're just on the way up from the low tide. It was just after 10 o'clock this morning. It's almost 11 o'clock. Well, it's almost 12 o'clock down here.
Mm-hmm.
So the tide has been coming up for just over an hour. So generally, most reef breaks around Indo, it provides a bit of a push.
Yep.
I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So tell me about Marlin's wave in the last heat, True.
They were both very similar waves, but the second one was a little bit smaller, hence it being a 6. But 733 got absolutely tubed and a very, very clean exit, just showing such an expert performance for Marlin. Riding the tube really well, big carve at the end of it. We know that he is a winner here in 2022, so feeling like, shades of potentially a finals day appearance, but, we still have quite a few heats to go.
Yep, that was such a sick moment. I remember that when Marzi won. We ended up calling him the fire starter because he kept on getting through heat after heat with tubes. He's a demon in the barrel, but it was one of these tubes he got in a round where from that point on, everyone started getting barreled. So he sort of lit the fire in a way and started that real tube hunting experience here that year, and went on to just keep getting through heats, late in heat, getting tubed off his head. A lot of nervous moments, but he took it all the way to victory. So here is a blue. This is Westonhurst on his backhand. He's got a good line.
Oh.
Wow, the foam ball eventually caught up with Weston and a bit too much turbulence there. So we can see the Reef Hazelwood. He's just biding his time. He's on the inside. He doesn't want to give it up. But that was a pity for Weston. Looked like a really good wave.
Yeah, it did. Wow. And yeah, as you mentioned, that foam ball just getting the better of him there. And looks like Reef Hazelwood, he has the inside and he's having a good, strong look at this one.
Yeah, he's going to have to get on the pump as well. Bit of a la Westonhurst on that wave. Bigger set waves where they just raced off a little bit quick. Obviously, everybody wants a set, but if they're too fast, that's going to be a common theme.
Mm-hmm.
The foam ball catching up. You got to pick up. I don't know. I see a lot of those medium ones that look like they're draining pretty hard, and a lot of the local boys, when they come through, they're all pointing, going, "Oh, check that one." Quite often, they have no one on them.
Yeah. There's plenty of opportunity out there though, and it's definitely starting to maybe get a little bit more consistent. I mean, Reef is so good on his backhand and he's an incredible backhand tube rider, but this one of Westonhurst, very similar as well. Just getting the foam ball, unfortunately coming unstuck on that one. A 1.3 locks in for Weston, a 1.47 for Reef Hazelwood. So the 4.83 for Tim Bain is looking really good right now.
Yeah, he'll be happy with his work.
Yeah.
Not a bad result. He'd be
sure.
hoping it potentially doesn't stay in his score line, but I mean, if it turns into a backup, Tim would be pretty happy that at least he's made a wave, got barreled. We didn't think he was coming out, but he did. So out of the 3 waves, 3 efforts at tube riding, both flew. on their backhand, getting stuck and a little bit mowed down by the foam ball.
And someone that did really well in that last heat, only riding 2 waves, was Marlon Harrison. He's down there for a chat with Daiwako.
So pretty much you got a 2 waves in the first 10 minutes, and pretty much you waited for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected, but stoked to start off with a 7, then back it up with a 6 straight away. And yeah, I really wanted to keep catching waves, but there was really nothing around. And I had Raiha and Ricky, and they're such good surfers. I didn't really want to leave any open doors, so just wanted to just keep out there with priority and just wait and see if there was any waves to come towards the end. But obviously it didn't happen. But yeah, it was just sick being out there. It's pretty amazing. Watching it, I was shaking. I was like, oh my god, I just gotta do me and yeah, go and get barreled. And yeah, I was stoked to do that in 2 waves. So
it's definitely expectation is so high by watching the live, because when a set comes, it's just perfect. But did you expect you had to wait that long?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, because I was like, I'm gonna get plenty of opportunities here for sure. Definitely just build and yeah, hopefully get some good scores. But yeah, obviously you had to adapt and just be aware of the whole situation. And yeah, I was stoked I did that. And yeah, obviously I'm just super grateful to just be out there, and the opportunity to go and surf out there with 2 other guys was pretty ridiculous. So yeah, just stoked to be here. Got good people around me. Yeah, shout out to my whole support network. Love you guys. And yeah, shout out to Ando. I know you're watching. And yeah, just learn all lessons learned from you. So yeah, let's bring it on for the next round, but it should be good.
Yeah, say again, you get the first Ben for the winning the heat.
Epic. I thought I was going to go on a dive, but obviously not. Bang Bang's a start. Am I going to get a box after this?
All right, good luck in the next round.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
All right, well, Marzi breaks his diet with the tasty Bang Bang. Former winner here.
Can't say no to them.
Oh, they're hard, aren't they? I mean,
they're so good.
They're kind of just currency up here. It's such a good little thing. They're wrapped up in a red wrapper. Here is the Reef Hazelwood effort. A nice thread here. Cops a little bit of fluffy stuff on the head on the way out. Down he goes on the back end of that maneuver. So I think that was a replay, actually. Here goes Weston Hurst now doing some stomping on his backhand.
Yeah, nice second turn there for Weston. Looks to get up and into it once again. Wow, that was a strong third turn. Weston Hurst opting to go to the turns to at least get a score on the board. I like that approach. We do have a score for Reef to lock in as well. That last turn was a pretty similar fall off to the one prior to that, unfortunately for Reef.
That's why it looked like a replay. Okay, because I saw that out, the live action, but still really yet. He'll get some credit for the tube. It was pretty good. Weston Hurst, a couple of big blasts for me, looked quite strong. So not prepared to just sit around. Here is Reef again, parking himself in this thing. So that was pretty good. It was a small tube. That would have been mighty handy. So Reef just catching the rail again. What did you like most about Weston?
Oh, yeah, it was so super dynamic. I mean, this second turn here was so strong. Releases the fins a little bit and then just ties it off perfectly. I mean, that third turn had so much speed and power for Weston. So I think that'll be a good score to look in. Reef's last one was a 4.43. So used to watching Weston on his forehand and as well Reef being over and Cruey going left. So it's refreshing to see them attack these waves on their backhand and, know that they have that same intensity and that same power.
Yeah, and this will be a respectable number. There it is for Weston, a 6.33. That'll unleash a little bit of nerves for Team Hurst. The old man watching on down there in Bali, and Uni might still be over there at Lakey Town, but I'm really loving Weston's act. I've said it for a long time. He's only 16 as well, so we were suggesting that Dylan may be the youngest guy in the draw. Weston's right there with him, 16-year-olds doing their thing out in front here at the Lagundri Bay venue in a big 6,000. So it's crazy how good kids get these days at a young age with all the mod boards and the coaching and the video and everything that help them fast track. And Weston's been the demon surfer, such a good natural talent for so long. None of this stuff surprises me.
Yeah, he was definitely one to watch. I mean, making the finals in the Pro Juniors at Cruey and, making quite a few heats in the QS as well. This is a really tough heat, this one. Reeve Hazelwood is super experienced. Ty Richardson, also from the Gold Coast, is no stranger to the barrel. Looks like we may have a little bit of action right now. We're going to see who gets it. It's Ty Richardson with the first priority. He's up and into this one straight away. Pulls in. He's got a bit of travel time. Comes out with the spit and grabs that rail for a good hard carve there. Just doesn't get the completion, but a fair bit of damage done regardless.
It was sick. It was just a good read straight into the pit. There was a little bit of a moment where there was a lift by the foam, and he handled that well. So he'll get a lot of credit for the tube. It was a more of a set wave than we saw out of Reef's barrel. So Ty waited a while for that wave, half a heat. It was pretty good. Geez, it would have been handy to land the rebound, but it's pretty tough. So this is what the judges see, a good bit of tube time here.
Yeah, that was really well done for Ty. I know that he was caddying for Jay, and he was hoping to get one of those out there as well. So far, job done.
Yep.
Score to lock in, though.
This will hold him in good stead.
Yep, comes in at a 5.83 for Ty Richardson. Don't go anywhere. We will come back with the back half of heat number 8. We're going to have a look at the highlights from the previous day and have a chat with our sponsors.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
And welcome to Nias Lagundri Bay for this year's Nias Pro. Yesterday was pumping, it was up to 8 foot on the sets. There's still plenty of leftovers here this morning for day one. With the men's around to 136, there's 4 heats of those. And right now over my shoulder there's got to be 60 people having a warm-up surf because it's still pumping. So day one's going to kick off in fine style, starting at 8 o'clock. Woohoo! I can't wait.
Day one was a really fun day to watch, and we're already into day 3, heat number 8 of the men's round of 64. We just saw, during that break, we actually saw Tim Bain get a pretty nice wave as well. Prior to that, Ty Richardson locked in a 5.83. Last of Tim Bain right here locks in at a 5.1 mark. It was a small one, but finds an exit nonetheless.
Yep, pretty cool. 2 waves now in the white bank and straight into the lead with this ride. So he's found the tube a couple of times. His game plan's looking pretty strong. He's making the most of all his opportunities. Things are looking pretty close. When we look at the 2 numbers in each column, everybody's off to a really good start here. Bainey's in the lead due to the fact he's first one to get 2 decent numbers, but really good control there. Dragging his back arm, just staying close to the wall and keeping the line absolutely spot on. I'm seeing out the window Bainey on yet another wave. So I think here he goes, flicking off wave number 3. So on his way back out, it can happen sometimes. True that the pack are on sort of your regular takeoff point, but if something pushes a little bit wide, it's sometimes, even during free serves, just take your time in that zone getting back to the pack because things like this can drop right in your lap.
Yeah, this was a strong first turn for Tim Bain. We know he throws lots of spray deep off the bottom, gets a second turn in, air drops down and completely stomps it. Wow, what a great wave there from Tim Bain. 2 really strong connections. Potentially he might go into his top 2. Needs to better a 4.83 to extend his lead. Weston Hurst still with the best wave of the heat so far. That's 6.33. He needs a 3.6 at this stage to go to first place. Reef Hazelwood looking for a 3.21. And Ty Richardson chasing that 1.81 with 7.5 minutes to go. Time is ticking away.
Yep. So just to confirm there that Bainey in the lead due to the fact he's got the only surfer with 2 reasonable waves. He scored a drop with some pretty decent turns. I think his 4.83 could be gone. It's a matter of how much love the judges throw at those moves. They were kind of similar moves, but at least he attacked the lip. It's not easy to hit that lip and survive. He did it twice. So the judges are looking like they saw that in his favour with the 5.73. So Bainey's done it with tubes. He's now done it with some big hits. And he's got, at this stage, a decent lead. You can see all the requirements on the right-hand side of our numbers. They're not big, but we've still got 7 minutes now. So I know Weston, he never serves for a 4-5. He'll still be going flat out. 6.33, he'll be hoping stands him in good stead for a qualifying position here. Hazelwood, winner from Cruy. He's under threat a little bit here. He had every heat going his own way down in Cruy Town, so now he's going to have to perform under pressure and fight back from a non-qualifying position at this stage.
Yep.
Richo's only got 1 wave, but it is the second best score, so he's still well positioned, and this is Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, Reef up and into this one, pulling in. You can see him just trying to find that exit. He does this time. Really well done from Reef Hazelwood. Strong turn there. He's got such a good backhand snap and gets that 2-turn connection, which we don't see too often. Usually that second turn, people either dig their nose in or kick out. So 2 turns to finish that one off for Reef. I think that'll be a good score.
I agree, because it was a pretty decent tube. It was a little bit manufactured. He stalled and Reef's read, once he got out of the tube, he just put those 2 turns together so fast.
Yeah.
And as he came out of his first hit, I just noticed how quick he put it back on rail, knowing that if you leave it just momentarily too long, you're then out in some fat water. So he kind of just had the perfect read to manufacture 2 big hits. Weston Hurst, though, in stark contrast, just sticking to his power game and tagged his first move in the perfectest position. I think we're going to see a move on the leaderboard. Hazelwood and Hurst will go up.
Yeah, big scores looking like they're locking in for Weston Hurst. It's a 7.17. Weston goes to first place. Reef chasing a 6.4. This first turn was so huge for Weston Hurst, but it's his second one here. That was so dynamic. Wow. Releasing the fins. You could see that rotation. I mean, that is a very critical section to do that turn on, and we don't see too many people go for a turn like that because of that airdrop down. And yeah, he had so much control on that one, Mark. It was great.
Everything about Weston, you know, he never plays defense. He never goes soft. It's always flat out attack. It's holding him in really good stead. He won a lot of events last year. He's definitely a young Grom that's improving rapidly on how to compete. He's training a lot now. He's rolling around with Bronson and Varun in their little gang down in Bali, and they all train. Bronson's been forced to with his knee injury, and Weston in that group. He's sort of starting to investigate that side of life as well, and it's looking really good. Super strong surfing. The judges are sending him a clear message. Just more of the same, please, Grom. 717, and his backup number is almost there, right in the 13.5 points. Wave in for Reef.
Yeah, last of Reef, Hazelwood, a 5.5. So Reef, that's his best wave of the heat so far. He now needs a 5.34 with 3.5 minutes to go. Ty Richardson holds priority. He's looking for a 5 to go to second place, and looks like everyone has spotted something. Is Ty going to be in the spot for it? He's having a good look. Scratches into this one.
All right, drags the arm. He's in the pit. He gave it a pump. The arm's doing a bit of work back there. He gets both arms out in front of him. He tries to grind on the rail, and once again just didn't ride out of a manoeuvre. So 2 waves, 2 tubes effectively for Richo. Pretty good work done in the tube. Just needs to tidy up the end of these waves to have a better shot at a second placing, because Bainey's well positioned. Hazelwood performed under pressure, but he's going to have to do it again. The champ out of Cruy We haven't seen him in this position out of all his heats last week.
No.
And
Yeah.
here is Richo's tube. So pretty good. Lots of depth about it. He gave the judges a little shoulder shrug, but might have been more intent on maybe digging some rail in and finishing that cutback. Anyway, 5. What do you reckon?
Could come close to the score. I really liked it. He was in it for a while, so we'll see for Ty Richardson. I mean, it's a very obviously important score. He's only ridden one wave in this heat prior to that, so
He got a 5.83 for his first.
Uh-huh.
I reckon this was marginally better.
yeah. So 5 is the requirement for Ty Richardson to move up to second with 2 minutes to go. Reef needs a 5.34, but it's kind of in a position where Tim Bain holds that first priority in second place. He's been surfing really well. His best number just from doing turns.
So I reckon the boys upstairs are having a look at Richo's first wave. They're obviously having a bit of a decision about this last number. It is a pretty crucial number. They're only down to 90 seconds, so may not even get another bite of the cherry here. Richo gets his 4th priority. This score could determine who ends up in second spot. If Richo goes up, then Hazelwood drops to 4th. Bainey's been vacating one of these qualifying spots for the whole heat. But here goes Westonhurst, the only dude that doesn't need a wave. Here he goes.
Yep. Flying down the line. What's he got for us? Is he going to go big? Oh, a big hard carve. Just unfortunately loses it. But loved that approach from Weston. Has to go big in a heat like this as well, because the other 3 surfers in it are very obviously pretty strong. Scores to come through for this last wave of Ty Richardson with 55 seconds.
It's
Wow.
right on the cusp.
It's right there.
If I was you at home, Richo, I'd be very nervous.
It's a 5.2. Situation does change. Ty Richo goes to second place. Tim Bain down in third. He needs a 5.31. And Reef Hazelwood, the winner of the Cruy Pro, he's on the ropes, needing a 5.54. Tim Bain holds first priority. We know he's got a really good frontside snap, so hopefully he gets another opportunity with 30 seconds.
My goodness, how quickly stuff can change, and just squeaking over the requirement there. Ty Richo, he needed a flat 5. We had a couple of scores just above that. We had one below the average there for the 5.2. Bainey now is sweating. Reef's just sitting there going, oh, dog.
Wow.
How did it go that wrong?
Well, it looks like this heat is done and dusted. It's Westonhurst and Ty Richardson moving on through to the men's round of 32. Wow, we're going to say goodbye to Tim Bain and Reef Hazelwood. A bit of an upset for heat number 8. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 9 is about to start. We'll be right back after this really quick break.
Cal! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
We're back, steaming hot down here at the point. It is 12 o'clock, high noon on Sorake Beach, and we've just seen an incredible finish, another buzzer beater, and I'm sure Ty Richardson will be stoked with the love the judges threw him. There's his 5.2 sitting in his column. You can see the numbers. He got above Bainey by 0.2. Reef Hazelwood has gone from, the big hero down there in Cruy Town to just not having it all his own way, and was fighting from a non-qualifying position the whole way, Giada, and it just didn't go his way this time. So welcome back into the hot seat, G.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised about that result. When I heard it, I was like, whoa, did I hear that correct? And yeah. Of course, he maybe wasn't able to really find his rhythm out there, but I don't think he'll be too upset. I mean, coming off a win.
He's still leading the ratings, right? He's still got 6,000 points in his pocket for his efforts last week, and he'll get some numbers for this. probably not the numbers he wanted, but, that's just a testament to the depth of what's going on here in the Asian region. Westernhurst, the Grom in the heat, took him down, just power-mongered his way into the lead. I remember Reef falling on a wave after coming out of a tube. So a couple little moments that may come back to be regrettable moments for Reef Hazelwood. And Timmy Bain was sitting pretty for most of the heat. He got in the lead early. It was only the last minute or so that he dropped out of a qualifying spot, and he'll be like, oh, damn you, Richo. That's the way it goes.
Yep, that's right. So that is a bit of an upset, but congratulations to Westonhurst and Ty Richardson. I'm sure you're stoked the Lakey Grom got through that one.
100% am. I wish I was doing the heat interview, but I'm sure Weston will be getting a few more looks at the post heats. He's also in the Pro Juniors, and he's also parked himself in the round of 32. So sick.
Yep, so we'll be finishing off this round of 64 today and going straight into the women's round of 32 as well. We're going to fit in 5 heats of 8, if I'm not wrong. So big day here for us in the Nias Pro, but the conditions are absolutely firing and it's pulsing as well. We don't want to give up on this opportunity.
No, it's one of the better days on the forecast, so we've got to maximise it. 24 heats on our format. This is heat 12 of the day, so we're just about halfway through a busy program. We did the same number of heats yesterday, and it left us all pretty tired. It's a hectic schedule, but there's some big numbers crammed into a 6,000 event, as you would imagine. Round of 32 for the ladies are also on the sidelines, and we'll get a look at it this afternoon. The afternoons have always been firing up. We see some of the better waves of the day go down in that last hour or two. And pumping for all his worth is Hongo. Takuya Hongo. A little bit too downtown to make that one count. But who else have we got in this heat?
Yep, so in the red, Mr. Kutut Agus. In blue, we have Hiroya Miwa. And in the green, Maka Hazard. So good heat in our hands. I'm really excited to be watching Kutut Agus in this one. He has been looking in fine form, especially in crew. He got some really good heats under his belt. And Kutut, a surfer that I grew up with in Bali. He's part of the Halfway Kuta board riders. And he is one of those guys that is just always happy. He's great to be around. I love seeing him water because just that. He's really welcoming.
All right. Well, the boys are a little too deep to make sense of that line. It was a nice inside wave. I looked over the fence and just saw that thing grind off. So there's obviously a little bit of hass going on here. The Kiwi in green, Maka Hazard, not prepared to give up the inside. I know Katut's quite staunch on those sort of things as well. So while we have a quick break in the action, let's hear from Westonhurst and True Starling.
Yes, thank you guys so much. Weston controlling that heat from the start.
Yeah, bit of a slow heat, slow start, but got 2 really good ones, so yeah, stoked.
You were trying to get some backhand barrels out there, but it wasn't working at the start. I loved how you changed up, I guess, a heat plan and went to turns. Your backhand is looking really strong out there.
Yeah, I was trying to go on that barrel, but I was just a bit too deep and then had no prio, so I was like, go on a medium one, try to do some turns, drop the 6, and then the next one, drop the 7, which is good.
That was a really hard heat as well. How did you, I don't know if you felt any nerves, but if you did, how did you keep them at bay?
Oh, yeah, definitely was super nervous. Like, I was asking people around what to do, this and that, but I just went out there, did my thing.
You're seeming really calm at the moment. I know that you have lots of support here. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone watching?
Yeah, all my supporters, my sponsors, mom and dad, love you guys. Thank you.
Well, a bang bang for a heat win is for you, Weston. We'll send it back to you guys.
Real thanks, True. Westonhurst, the man-child there is. He's 16, believe it or not. And all the Groms love a bang-bang. When I gave Dylan Wilcoxon one, the other 16-year-old in the draw, the top came straight off that bang-bang. He was eating it before the interview was up.
And, with the heat out there, I'm sure that these guys are coming in starving after their heats. They are sweating. It's hot. And yeah, sometimes when you're just getting ready for a heat, those nerves just, you don't get really that hungry. So once you win it and you get past, it's it's time to come in for that bang bang.
Well, his job's done for the day. He can relax and be happy with his work, booking a spot in the round of 32. Here is Katut on the pump. He's got a big burst of speed. Can't wait to see this move. Blast under the lip. Takes a slightly different line to most approaches. Copped a little bit of shampoo on the face. Back end of that turn, but best number of the heat, Argus. Katut Argus. Strong surfer.
Yep, so Katut has been a winner here in the past in the Nias Pro. I think it must have been 2018.
Indeed it was. The QS 1000 then, but he won.
Exactly. So QS 1000 winner here, Katut Agus. He knows this wave. He's been here a lot. I know he's been doing the QS round for quite a while. He recently did a few contests in Japan. Loves it over there. And right now, Hiroyo Miwa looking for shade on his backhand. Comes out of that one. Sorry, this is Maka Hazard. So wraps it around. Big upside down blast. Will he ride out of it? Unfortunately, will not. But most of the work was done on the outside. Pretty deep. He disappeared for quite a while. So I think it's going to be a pretty decent score.
Yeah, that was sick. The judges will love that. Backhand tube riding on display there. Looking mighty fine for Maka Hazard, representing the Kiwis. I can't wait to see the replay again. We'll fire up the Bonsai replays of no doubt Katut's 333 and also Maka Hazard. For sure, the judges will favour that tube. He was in there for a fair while. You couldn't see the nose of his board, so cues that the judges look for are pretty obvious. It's the height of the wave, it's the depth of the tube, it's the degree of difficulty of riding that wave and parking yourself inside. So right in the middle of the scale, 5 points there, lock in for the Kiwi in green.
Yep, so that's a great start for Maka Hazard. We know today that it's all about the barrel. The highest points are always going to be that in Nias. We've already had some 9s drop today. I think 2 of them, if I'm not wrong, off the top of my head. Jay Akilupo, beautiful wave ridden this morning.
Tash Stokes.
Yep, Tash Stokes got another one. And lots of 7s and 8s as well, but I can't wait to get a couple of those 9s. Hopefully this afternoon, once that wind really dies down again, we'll be seeing some great turns. Great barrel, sorry.
Yeah, we will. It's Lagundri Bay after all. That's what everyone comes here for. And, speaking of big turns and big blasts, Weston, a 717 for the work he did, attacking the lip. He's a powerfully built young 16-year-old. He really fits well in the pocket. Originally out of Lakey, but now living in Bali. And we'll see him when we get to it tomorrow. But let's stay with Hiroya now. His first opportunity on his backhand. Second turn there, going through the motions. He's got a third section here, stringing it together without any hiccups. All right, so that was Hiroya. Did you like that wave, G?
I did. I liked that first turn. It was really strong and critical, so I think he took advantage of that moment. 3 nice turns in there, and it's still early days in this heat, so he still has some time to go and catch maybe 2 or 3 more waves. This is a replay of the last of Hiroyo Miwa. This turn I loved. He really swung his board all the way around, wrapped it around there, bit more of a carve, and just to tie the bow off that wave. So nicely done from Hiroya Miwa. We've seen a couple times people just kind of drop anchor and wait for that set to come, and it might not always go your way. So it's good to just get a couple scores there and not be playing catch up towards the end of the game.
Look, it won't be a huge number. The judges just saw what Weston did. Miwa put his first turn in the right part of the wave. Then it was just sort of standardish surfing. But like you said, it's a start. It's a completion. It'll release some nerves. So there we go. We're looking at a 4.57, the second best number. Fair enough. I reckon that is a good number to go with that performance. So, well, there we go. Apart from Hongo there in the white, I'm sure everybody at least has something that will help settle some nerves. It's now going to come down to a battle of what goes on in the back half of this heat. Let's have another look at Maka Hazard's last wave. So this is the best wave of the heat, the tube ride. Let's check it out. Bonsai replay. Nice. Big wraparound cutty. And I think he falls on this manoeuvre here. So the tube and the cutback, kind of a difficult spot to tag the whitewash down there. It pushes back really hard, and not many crew have got the big rebound right down on that neck of the woods.
Yeah.
So while we're on a break, 13 to go, we'll just have a quick bonsai ad break and be back shortly.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Morn-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Sorake is the home of the legendary wave in Lagundri Bay. It's rich in history and tales of awe-inspiring swells. It's perfect right-hander bowling over a sharp coral reef, drawing surfers from every corner of the globe. Nias Pro returns again to stoke the best surfers from Asia, Australia and Oceania with one of the dreamiest waves on the WSL qualifying series and Pro Junior Tours. Righto, back to the live action, and a little clip there just giving us a look at some of the joy that went down on the point here last year. It was just so memorable. We are rowed away by Takuya. I saw it during the break, and also maybe Green here.
Wow, big first blast. Gets a little hung up off the top there, but manages to get back down. Wraps it there. A nice carve. Again, 3 good turns. Most of the work done on the first turn. That last one comes in at 3.83. This is Takuya Hongo looking for shade, gets it, comes out. So beautiful ride here from Takuya. We did see the tip of his board most of that ride, so it wasn't super, super deep, but it's going to be a good score nonetheless. The best one for him.
What he had to do, he was languishing in 4th. Everybody else is starting to get some numbers that are amounting to something substantial. So Takuya, nice little tube right there. He's already packing a 107. He'll probably go into 2nd spot here.
This
so here he is again.
Is Takuya Hongo. Good looking set here. Big first blast there. Sets it up for the second one. This wave, he jams it again. Airdrops down and decides to pull off. So that was really, really nicely done from Takuya. Right behind him, Hiroyo Miwa finds the shade, comes back out. So we're owed a couple scores now. This is starting to get interesting. The heat starting to pulse a little more.
Yeah, well, it is hot out there. Wise idea to stay under the curtain at every opportunity. It's cooking, and this water temperature roughly 30 degrees. Everybody, we are located about 1 degree north of the equator, so it doesn't get much hotter. Just due to the position here, South Nias, it's just wedged just above the Tallow Islands. It's full cooking every day. Don't get much wind generally due to the fact that, we're up here in the doldrums. So most days it's just either 1 or 2 knots offshore or 1 or 2 knots onshore. And it's just the Indo everybody loves, just those glassy mornings, and just all the good things that go with Indonesia. Hot, warm, cheap, good food.
Yeah, and, Nias and Sorake area has been super well known for its big barrels, but lately in the off season, it's also getting a name for longboarding and kind of the smaller wave crew. This is now Takuya Hongo. This is the replay of his last wave. We're still waiting for the score to come through. We're waiting for scores of green, white, and blue. So there will be maybe a shift in the leaderboard. What do you like about this one?
The way he just parked himself straight in the tube, I reckon, well done, Miwa. He didn't opt for any manoeuvring down the line. He's got, about a third of the heat left to produce something a bit better. He already sitting, his number is in. So his number is a 4.57. Or does he have another score? Anyway, Macca Hazard's number is yet to drop. 8 minutes remaining. Leaderboard is chopping and changing as we speak. Tut Agus He needs another wave as well. You can see him sitting there in the red, checks his watch. He's got priority. Only got a 3.33 for his first effort. He's probably being a little bit haunted right now, by the last heat we saw him in Cruy where he got one wave in the whole heat, right? Remember that? And it was right at the end with about 30 seconds to go. He won't want to go there again, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm sure he put that down in his notes and what not to do in a heat.
Yeah, you've got to get 2 waves. Otherwise, that's a mortal sin as a competitor. So numbers in now for Miwa. That last one, what is it, G?
So the last of Hiroya Miwa comes in at a 4.40, goes straight to second. We're still waiting for one more wave of Maka Hazard. A 3.97 is his requirement. We see him out there, all 4 surfers out there with priority. Kutut Agos sitting on that 3.33. He's been more quiet. He needs to kind of start to get his ball rolling. He's an incredible surfer, a winner in the past. He knows this wave and he's done many events, so he knows how to surf a perfect heat. He has his strategy. I'm sure he's got a great team behind him.
Well, he has. And right about now, Ari, the team coach, will be losing it. He's probably just jumping up and down and going, what are you doing, Couture? Catch waves. He gets quite invested in his athletes' heats. So I'm sure he's quite animated down there and will be going, what is he doing? Katut knows what he's doing. When you win and you're a past winner, you just got to dig deep into your belief and what you know and just really now perform under pressure. 5.64 needed. So the wave of the heat needed right now for Katut. You can see him in the red rashi prowling around. He's waited a long time to pick up his second wave, so you want to make it count here. He wants to pick a good wave, G. Are we seeing that here?
Yep, and I think there's a little bit of motion out the back. Could be some sets, guys. Oh, it's just one of those small set ones.
Yep, slide under the pack. So we can see the next heat starting to get prepped.
Yeah, so Katut's wave 5.64, not a huge requirement. And it's still anyone's heat. We haven't had anyone really bust out of the fives. Maka Hazard, a 5 to his name. It's the highest wave of this heat. So it could go any way, really, in this last 5 minutes.
Oh, geez, you'd be a bit nervous if you were Katut about now. He rode his last wave a long time ago. Didn't really get the connection he wanted on it either. He got a couple of turns in for just a 3.33. So the defender, well, a past champion here. Things are not going to plan. So 5 minutes on the clock. Let's see how he can perform under pressure. But as we see that next heat stacking up out the back there, to let you in on it, it is going to be Hiroto Arai taking on Made Joy, Satria, Tom Whitpain, and Bodie Williams. They'll be doing it in Heat 10. So another Team Indo player coming into it next. I think Made got a 10 here last year as well. He features on our highlights of last year's reel.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He has that ride. You just see him just swift through it so beautifully. It's so much space inside that wave. So that was definitely one of my highlights for last year. He had a great run. I think he might have gone up to semifinals, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he got thereabouts. He did get through a lot of heats. He's in the next heat. He'll be coming up in blue. But boy, oh boy, this, you can just see Katut check his watch again. We're watching replays of what got Maka Hazard here into third. He's going to have to dig deep as well. He needs almost 4 points. So this is one of the better waves of the heat, that 5. We're going to probably have a look at Blue's numbers as well. So here is Hiroi. He's got a 4.57. He's only got a pair of 4s. So pretty shaky numbers for both first and second. They're both just sitting in the 4 to 5 range. Nothing super convincing. In fact, Maka has a 5 as the best score, right? So this hasn't really reached the lofty heights of the last heat or a couple of before. Anyone could still get through this. Katut needs to do something. G's down to 3.5.
Yeah, so we're feeling a bit of breeze now, and it's looking like the wind has kind of switched offshore. It's pretty good news for us, meaning that we're going to be seeing a lot more barrels today. We've already seen so many. Oof.
Surely, stress mode. The last heat he surfed, folks, was in Cruy where he got one wave. I hate to re-mention it, and I won't be reminding him but he's now sitting on one wave with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so I'm hoping he really gets one more chance because he's, as I've said, such a talented surfer, and he's really been putting the hard work lately. He's coming off an injury. I think he hurt either his ankle or his knee. I'll have to ask him again. But he's been surfing around Bali a lot. He got some QSs done in Japan earlier this year. He was looking like he was in great form in Krui. Unfortunately, like you said, got only one wave on the heat that he lost. So hopefully a couple sets come through. I'd love to see one more exchange. It's still a pretty low scoring heat. So I would like just one more set, please.
Yep, that'd be nice. But there's no budging going on. You can't see anybody really have spotted anything. So Katut's just keeping these guys real. He's desperate. You've got to catch something. He needs a 4.564. So either two good things have got to happen on a wave, or he's got to get barreled. He will have to be sweating bullets underneath that rash vest right now. A good-looking inside wave goes through. So this is Macca Hazard, the goofy footer out of New Zealand. Let's have a look at this. He could easily upgrade his situation by improving a 3.83 and a little smidge better than that, and he'll move into second. So this is kind of crucial for Katut. Macca's done with that one. 90 seconds to go. Does Katut's requirement go up? We'll know in just a moment.
Oh, 1 minute 25, and it's not looking like there's too much happening out the back.
Will be losing it. You know what he's like during heats. So Team Indo, all of them would be intently watching this. He's a big player in their team as a past champion. Would be expecting Katut to go a long way through the draw, but things with 1 minute to go now, super stress time for Katut. If he gets a wave, it'll be interesting to see what he does under pressure. They don't hand out 5.64s randomly. Hazard's last wave does not factor in, so the requirement's still the same there for Katut. So that just went in his favour. This clock, though, is a real issue. 40 seconds.
Yep, so 40 seconds left. And
he's paddling. He's paddling, G. Ooh. Send him your mojo.
I am. I'm so nervous right now. Katut.
25 seconds.
Yeah, not looking like there's too much happening. 5.64, pretty decent requirement right now, and the judges not handing them out super easily unless it's a set wave. So
there's nothing there. 15 seconds. I did see him sort of shrug his shoulders and look like he's probably having a paddle. He's got to go this next little lump. I'm not even sure if it's a wave. It is. 3, 2, 1.
Oof.
I'm not sure. I think the siren may have beaten him. Either way, he doesn't capitalise, and I don't think it was even an included ride. So he'll end up in fourth. It's going to be congrats to Team Japan, both white and blue, through to the next round. So we'll cut to a quick ad, and we'll be back very shortly.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Gee, we're back. What are we looking at now?
All right, so this is Heat 10 of the round of 64 in white. We've got Tom Whitpain in the red. We've got Hiroto Arai in blue, Made Joy Satriawan, and in the green, Bodie Williams. So pretty good heat in our hands. Hiroto Arai, a name we've seen around the QS for a while now. Made Joy last year getting a 10 in his heat. He's part of our highlight reel. So he'll be hoping to pick up some energy from last year and, kind of pick up where he left off.
Well, had his 21st when we were down in Cruy, and all the Bali boys, the coconuts were flying around that night, and popular lad, was part of our beach comms over the last few years, but on Team Peace Oil, they wanted him to just focus on this because he's gone a long way through this draw before. They've just lost one of their team members, so they would really be sending Made all their mojo. This is Bodie Williams.
Bodie Williams looking for shade here, and unfortunately just gets taken out by the foam ball. So a little bit of a smaller wave. It was going to be really difficult to make it out of that, but great start. He knows we kind of from that can tell his heat strategy. He's going to be hunting for some barrels out there, which is what has been getting most of those big points today. This is Nias, and that's what we're all here for.
100% it is. There's a good look at the point. Sorake Beach, everybody. If you've never been here, oh my God, it's just such a picturesque place. I really like it here. 31 years ago was my first experience of the point. It did not look anything like this. It was all a bit different. It wasn't as much accommodation, but boy, oh boy, the wave has gotten better. Here goes Red on the pump. He's deep. He's looking good. Does not miss a beat. Hiroto Arai here, really capitalizing on his very first opportunity. A nice thread right there, Giada.
Yeah, so really, really good wave from Hiroto Arai. That's exactly how you want to be starting your heat here in Nias. He is one of the seeded surfers of this event, so this is the first heat he does out here, and I'm sure he's been watching it for the past 3 days. Super excited to get himself out there.
Made Joy now with priority in the blue Rash Fest. First surfer without a wave in this out of this exchange here in Heat 10, but Hiroto will be the first one to strike a blow. Just got a perfect wave. The tube just held totally round the whole way through. He didn't have to pump. He didn't have to duck. It was just a really nice line on just such a good wave.
Yep, that's right. He weaved through that really nicely, and like I've said earlier, Hiroto Arai has been around the QS scene for a really long time. He's been competing a lot. He knows how to string together a good heat, and 517 first wave. That's a good start.
For sure. When you look at what happened last heat, I mean, the winner was just over 9 points for the win, right? So premium waves and good numbers, they're not easy. You really want to get the party started early. There's only 4 minutes off the clock. We've had 3 rides, and here goes Whitpain. This is Bodie. Into wave number 2 now for Bodie Williams. Get some rail work done. A nice bit of a tube time, and here's Made Joy.
This Made Joy last year had an incredible run, and looking like he's on the way to have another good one as well. Beautiful start there, Made Joy. So calm, cool, and collected in the barrel. Looking like there's going to be a bit of a paddle battle here. Made Joy and Bodie Williams fighting for priority. Wow, what a wave.
That was so sick. And, Hiroto got a 517 for his tube. This one of Made Joy's was bigger. It was just as perfectly round. He didn't have to do too much work once he got in because he picked a gem. And it was a bit of a Lagundri Bay gift that just dropped right onto Made Joy's lap. So I'm sure the crew at home in Bali Town are watching this one. If you guys are, you might be down there at Kanoa or somewhere down in the Legian area. Maybe Johnny Tucker is watching on JT. If you are, the whole bang movement up here for winning heats came from Johnny Tucker years ago. He was the first one to throw it down. When I was commentating with him, he just went and bought some. He said, you know what, I'm going to start giving winners a bang bang. And it was from later in the rounds, but it stuck. We went, that's a good idea. And the boys were loving it. It's about our 4th or 5th year of giving away the chockies for heat wins. But that squarely came from Johnny Tucker there. A good Aussie mate of mine living in Bali. Good on you, JT. Look at that number.
Yeah, wow. Joy 760. What a way to start your heat. He looks like he's picking up exactly where he left off last year. He has a crazy connection with this wave. He knows which ones he's looking for. So, Made Joy. Wow, I was stoked to see that.
Yeah, me too. Really like his act. And such a likeable person, strong surfer. He'll only pick the best waves out here. Especially now he's open with such a banging number. Here it is again. So just have a look at this, folks. A little bit of a stall. Then he just goes, hey, hang on, I'll just enjoy the view. no fuss, rips into a nice bit of rail work on the face there. I think Fetty, our official photographer in the lineup, would have got a really good clip of that. That was sick.
Yeah, that was an incredible ride for Joy. Hearing some hooting and cheering up down there. So with a bit of a break in the action, let's see what's happening down there. We're going to go to a post-heat interview with Dai Wako and Takuya Hongo.
なかなか苦しい立ち上がりでしたが、しっかりと待って、スコアを揃えていきました。振り返ってみてどうですか？
もう1本目あれ乗れて、すぐ2本目行ったことが勝利につながったかなっていう感じでした。
あの1本目はもう来ると信じてこう待ち続けた感じですか？
もうセット1本は来るかなと思ってたんで、とりあえず溜まってるチューブの波を狙ってました。
He waited quite long time for the first, that tube ride, and he was kind of nervous about he's so happy with the ride, and he got backup score right after the first one, and now he's getting through to the next round. 何かこうパワーのようなものを見ていて感じるんですか？それはどこから来てるんですか？
もう間違いがなくハッシュファミリーのパワーが来てたなって思いましたね。
この大会に向けてかなりフォーカスされたと思います。やはりその成果出てますか？
やっぱり早めに来るといいことありました。
It's been spending a lot of time here at Hash for about 2 weeks now, just preparing for this event, and it looks like it's paying off for him. では最後にたくさんの方応援してくれてます。メッセージの方お願いします。
次も狙いを定めてチューブ狙っていきます。応援よろしくお願いします。
では2本目のベンベンどうぞ。
ありがとうございます。ベンベン。
頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Well, there it is. It's the international word up here. Even the Japanese that can't speak English know how to say bang bang. So good on you there, Takuya. And nice work, Dai Wako. All right, there was a big hoot and a holler just moments ago because the surfer in the next heat, it's Roy Kanazawa, going out in the yellow bonsai jersey. We're going to hear a bit more out of that bonsai program and their promotion from Dai Wako and Giada. I'll see you again shortly.
Yep, so exciting stuff. Roy Kanazawa wearing the Bonsai Asia Super Series, where prestige is on the line across Asia's region's QS 6000 events. And there is going to be a new yellow jersey tradition. So the surfer with the highest ranked Asian surfer at the last QS 6000 will be winning $5,000.
Pretty sick bonus for all the surfers from in an Asian tour.
Yep, so he will be coming up in the next heat. Roy Kanazawa is wearing the Bonsai Super Series yellow jersey. But back to this heat right now, Heat 10, Made Joy Satriawan 760, about to back it up. He is looking like he's in great form right now. Hiroto Arai in second, 517. So just about to reach the 15-minute mark of this heat.
Wow, Mother Joy is looking sharp. He did great job last year's Nias Pro as well. He did well in the Pro Juniors as well. So he is looking great in this heat so far, 760.
Yep, that's right. He had an incredible wave there. This right now, Hiroto Arai.
新井選手2本目のライディング、これはチューブに入っていきます。そして綺麗に出てきました。大きなラウンドハウスカットバックをして、さあここもう一発入るか。ここは焦らずしっかりと演技を終えます。素晴らしいチューブライディングを見せてくれたのが新井宏斗選手。
Wow, Hiroto Arai going to be backing up that 517 really nicely. Completely disappeared behind the curtain for a long period of time. Comes out of it. Watched him speed off doing that big cutback. So I was telling Mark, I've seen Hiroto Arai's name quite a bit throughout the QS, and he's been competing for a while now. So he has the experience under his belt.
Definitely.
And a little bit more of a quiet surfer. You don't see him too much around and in the scene.
But yeah, like you said, Hiroto's been competing quite a long time since he was a kid. And yeah, he surfed in the World Junior Games, Pro Junior Games, World Games,
But this is a on-screen replay of the last of red. He disappeared in the tube and it come out so clean, gets a big roundhouse cutback, and that wave comes in at 6.40. And the last wave for Matajoy comes at 6.0. So now Matajoy is in the lead with 7.6 and 6. And Hiroto is in second with 6.4 and 5.17.
Yep. So it is now Bodie Williams and Tom Whitpain with a bit of work to do. Bodie Williams requirement 7.40. Tom Whitpain in combo, meaning that he needs not just one but two good waves to get back into this heat. But it is Joy. That 7.60 is looking really good next to his name. Last year, or all the previous years, we've had him as our beach commentary, but this year he got selected as part of the Indonesian team, so he's fully concentrated and invested into this event.
You are telling us about the training that they do all the time. So pretty much 5 days a week, they train together, they surf together. It's a great relationship in between teams.
Almost breathe together.
Right. And they travel together here, stay at same place. Here is the Matajoy's last wave, 6.0. Nice opening, big carve, lights into it, and straight into the second, another big carve from Matajoy. So this is what 6 point looks like.
Oh, beautiful surfing from Matajoy. Just showing exactly why he got all the way to the semifinals last year. Not only is he an incredible surfer like in barrels, but he has some great turns as well. He's pretty solid, so he's a strong guy. Trains a lot outside of the water as well. And here we have Tom Whitpain now taking a look at this one, cashing in priority. He's in a bit of a situation right now, needs to be a good wave, tucks behind the barrel, manages to get out of it, hits this section again. Good looking stuff from Tom Whitpain. This is going to get him straight back into this heat.
Well, yeah, definitely it's going to be his best heat score so far. Probably, get out of the combination. Yeah, definitely getting out of the combination situation. But really love to see the last wave white from the beach angle. That wave looked really great from the drone angle, and we're still waiting for the last of white to lock in.
Yeah, so there will be a bit of a change for Tom Whitpain. He will definitely be having 1 foot back into this heat. Unfortunately, he was only sitting on a 1.07. So there we have last of Tom Whitpain, 4.03, gets himself out of combo, but it is our man in green now. Bodie Williams on his back and unfortunately just gets wiped out by the foam ball, so isn't able to ride out of that. He is looking for a 7.40. That's a pretty big requirement right now.
Right.
He's going to have to look for a set.
Definitely he needs to be on the set and tuck in the barrel to get this requirement, 7.40. It's pretty big. Decent scores. So now Matajoy has first priority. He's having a great heat so far. 13.6 in total. And Hiroto is sitting in the second.
Yep, that's right. So Hiroto in second place. I know he's competed quite a bit in the past, but tell us a little bit about his surfing history.
He is one of the strongest competitors. He's very smart, and he's getting all the result that you really want as you're in a teenage generation, and he's been competing on QS Tour for about over 10 years, I think.
Wow.
So he's been on the tour quite long time, and he's a new dad this year, I think. Or this year. So probably there's many reasons to be on the tour and doing his best, trying to qualify for Challenger Series again.
Yeah, so Hiroto Rai, wow, it's more than 10 years on the QS and competing. That's a lot of experience, many years of traveling and in these events. So he's a name that we've seen around for a while now. He's in second place right now, looking pretty good. Bodie Williams 740 is his requirement, and Tom Whitpain 754. But it is Made Joy Satyawan, our man in blue, 760 next to his name, backed it up by a 6. So he's looking in great form. Made Joy last year got a semi-final finish, and he's part of the highlights reel of last year. You can see him just threading through this gorgeous barrel. There's just so much space. He looks so comfortable, and he looks like he's exactly where he belongs there.
Definitely. Well, looks like a few motion out the back. Hopefully there's going to be another big set for all the surfers. Really love to see surfers getting barreled, but looks like Bodie is in the tube, traveling in the tube, comes out of it clean, and he likes it. Gets the bonus section to work on. So it was a great ride from Bodie Williams. But at the back, Made Joy up and riding. Looks like he was in the tube as well. And he gets the bonus big carve and quickly kicks out. But that was a great exchange from surfer green and blue. So Bodie Williams needing 740.
All right, so Bodie Williams getting that one under priority. He had their priority, and it's looking like Hiroto and Made Joy just letting that one slide. It could be a bit of a mistake there from Hiroto.
Definitely, yeah.
That could be on the line. 740, big requirement, but that was an incredible wave. He was feeling it. He looked back at the judges, punched the air, was like, what else do you need? Got a couple nice turns in the inside. So I'm excited to see the replays. Made Joy, we missed the first part of the wave, but I'm sure he will be probably backing up that 760 nicely.
Yeah, like you said, it's Made Joy is sitting in the first place comfortably, but Hiroto did make a little bit of mistake there. You know, let the body go on that wave because the wave just turned into a great wave and got a tube and a couple turns in, so needing a big score, but it might be a really close. It's gonna be interesting exchange. And we are still waiting for the last of green and blue. The last wave comes in for Bodie 633. So not enough for the requirement, but now he needs 5.25.
Yep, so this is the last of blue. Made Joy finding some shade, not as deep as his first one, but still beautifully done. Wraps it around again, decides to pull off as nothing too interesting on that inside. But yeah, Bodie Williams 633 now only needs a 525. So he got that last one under priority. Hiroto Arai has to be really careful now with the last 5 minutes of his heat. If Made Joy gets, if Bodie Williams gets a chance again, he's gonna look a little deadly.
Definitely, yeah, right. So with the 5 minutes to go in this heat, there's still time left on the clock. There's enough time for another set coming through. So, it's pressures building for Hiroto, Bodie, and Tom. But also, Made Joy comes in at a 4.47, which is not going to his best two scores. With the 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat. Hiroto Rai is having a look at this one. 新井選手、この波で 5.17 以上スコアして、その差を広げたいところですが、これはストールしてチューブに入り、少しチューブの中で引っかかってしまったようです。Well, that was a smaller size waves. Hiroto was up and riding, trying to find a shade, but unfortunately couldn't come out of the tube. So he was looking for a score to better 517. I don't think it's gonna be that score. So Bodie still needing 525. Tom Whitpain now needs 754.
Yeah, so pretty big requirement for Tom Whitpain. Smart surfing from Bodie Williams, getting that one under priority, 633. So third best wave of the heat. He only needs a 5-5 now. Will he get a chance in the last 3.5 minutes? On your screen right now is someone surfing. I'm pretty sure this could be Mane Joy. There we go.
Wow.
He is looking unstoppable right now. Mane Joy under priority. Got that last one.
Well, he got that wave under priority and traveled in the barrel for quite a long time. And it come out really clean. Oh, it got a feeling that it's going to be another good score for Mane Joy.
Yes, I agree with you. That is going to be a great score for Mane Joy. He's already in first. So he will hopefully be extending his lead. He wants to be in the next round, in the round of 32.
Ooh. Looks like a few healthy numbers locked in for Mane Joy.
Yep, so one more score to lock in for the last of blue. There we have it, 7.07, the last of Mane Joy. He goes straight into the 14.67 heat total. He is looking on fire.
He's got the 7-point ride on the priority. So everyone doesn't like look of it, but Mane Joy got the wave and scored 7.07. Wow, he's in the lead comfortably with the 2 minutes to go in this heat. So Tom Whitpain, this is an important wave, needing 7.54, racing down the line. Camera on the section.
No way. Just snapped his board. Mid-turn.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like that before. Oh, what?
That's not a usual thing to happen in the water. Really unfortunate for Tom Whitpain. He was on the way to this good score. Unfortunately, the board got snapped in half.
Wow, it'd be great to have a replay of that. That was pretty bizarre. Hopefully he'll be getting to his caddy with just over a minute left. It's looking like that must have been the last of Tom Whitpain. But yeah, he went for the turn. Board snapped just halfway up the face. I've never seen anything like that.
Right, that was not usual thing to see. Really unfortunate for Tom Whitpain with the 50 seconds to go in this heat. So now Hiroto has first priority. Mane Joy has second priority. Probably with the 40 seconds to go, Hiroto will be playing defense with this time on clock.
Yep, so 30 seconds left, and it's looking like there's not too much happening out the back. Wow, that was pretty unfortunate for Tom Whitpain. He needed a big score. It was a good-looking wave. Unfortunately, as he was coming down from that turn, his board just snapped in mid-air. And you can just see how strong the offshore wind right now is, that his the top half of his board just flew over, up, and out. So as we're counting this one down, I'm pretty sure I can safely say I'll be having a talk with Mane Joy. And with that, congratulations to Joy and Hiroto Arai. They will be going into the round of 32. And with that, we're going to head to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
We are back. Nias Pro QS 6000. We are into men's round of 64, heat number 11. we have Roy Kanazawa in yellow jersey, Balloon Tanjun in blue, Teddy Dagbill in white, Luke Brumby in green, and Dai Wako here in the booth with True. Welcome back.
Thank you, Di. It's I can't believe it's heat 11 already of this
Right, that's
round
true.
of 64.
So a couple more heats and we finish this round of 64 and straight into women's action. Round of 32, so top seeded will be serving heat number 1 to could possibly heat number 5.
Yes.
Will be done by today. And it's going to be probably dark when we finish.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah.
We're here for it because the waves are firing. And this is Luke Brumby up and into his first wave, stalling to try and get in the pit. Gets a bit of cover up and comes out there for Luke, driving through a carve, gets that second turn in as well. And, gets a finish. And we seeing a splash of colour in this heat. The Bonsoi leader jersey out there for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. It is Roy Kanazawa wearing the Bonsoi leaders jersey out there with a splash of gold.
Well, looks good on him. And he is in the, yes, like you said, Bonsoi yellow. Is it called Bonsoi yellow jersey?
Yeah. Bonsoi leaders jersey. And we'll see the number 1 ranked surfer by the final QS 6000 of the Asia season. They're going to win $5,000. We'll go in that there's a prize pool of $5,000 for the men's and the women's, which brings extra pressure and extra glory, which is super exciting. So we actually saw Iko Watanabe in the Bonsoi leader jersey over in Krui. Now it is Roy Kanazawa leading the rankings right now. So he's first on the Asia series. We'll then see another event over in Korea for July 18th to 20th, where the drama continues, really. A huge thank you to Bonsoi for backing the next generation of talent in the Asia region. What an incredible opportunity.
Definitely another exciting news from Bonsoi. You know, the little bit of extra bonus will definitely help all the athletes. So
yeah,
great opportunities for all the Asian QS surfers.
Well, first wave of Luke Brumby in this heat from the Sunshine Coast was a 3.17. And just that one wave locked in for this heat so far, just under 20 minutes to go. Luke got a 49th here last year, so looking to make it a little bit further in the event. So hopefully we'll see that happen. We saw Roy Kanazawa get a 3rd at Krui just recently, which was, an amazing performance for Roy. And Teddy Billy this morning had a pretty clutch performance progressing through his heat. That was yesterday, actually. Yesterday afternoon, it was one of the last heats of the day. He took out, it was actually a really tough heat.
Right.
Jack Thomas getting a 7, and then Teddy just absolutely going to town and taking the win.
He was just on point. He got a good barrel in the heat. He did a great turns as well. So he was leading that heat from start to finish.
Yeah.
Definitely incredible surfing from Teddy. But we're going to see top-seeded surfers in this heat as well. Roy Kanazawa and Varun Tanjun.
Yeah, Varun is currently 19th on the Asia rankings at the moment. And for the standards of his surfing, we're expecting to see him in that top 10, top 5, maybe even conversation. So he got a 49th here last year as well, hoping to kind of progress a little bit further. And
well, as we have a little break in action, we're gonna go head over to Giada with last heat winner.
Mare Joy, I've seen your wave from last year over and over in the highlights here, reels, and it looks like you're doing a copy paste of that again this year. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, actually feeling pretty great. Come back in Nias after what I got from last year, and actually I didn't do well in Krui, like on the last event. So I have a good equipment under my feet, so I couldn't catch any wave in Krui. So I'll hopefully just score some wave in Nias because everybody told me it's gonna be pumping. So I'm ready.
And pumping it is. Speaking of your equipment, it's looking great under your feet. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, this is a board from Shop. I actually, after I got making myself on a good results in Nias last year, and Rio was hit me on Instagram and wants me to try some of his old Shop eye, and also one of his good manager, Freedon, and everything just come into it. And then now Shop eye has become part of my team riders. Thank you to Berjo, Adam, and everyone.
So you have a great result here last year. Coming this year, how do you try to keep yourself calm and go heat by heat? What do you tell yourself?
I think I just kind of thinking about what happening last year. So I just kind of basically in a good rhythm, having a good vibe with the friend and the team. Now, because I'm joining the Indonesian team, so pretty much I'm having a good sportive team with Kailani, Dea, China, Fajar, and Daniel along my side. So and also with the coach Dylan and Omaria. So yeah.
So last year, like you said, this year you were with the Indo team. Last year you were here with us. Tell us the dynamic of your team. How does a day look like when you're here with the PSOE and the Indonesian team?
It's actually so much different. Since I'm joining with the bits commentary with the officials, just kind of like wake up and do my thing, just like normally surf. But now I'm with the Indo team, pretty much so wake up every morning, just do the morning routine, like do stretching, mobility, and after that I go for a quick surf and start little secret on breakfast.
What's your secret breakfast?
Actually, I have a smoothie bowls with something on it, so it just gave me some power to calm myself a little bit.
All right, I'm sure there's a lot of people watching. What would you like to say?
Terima kasih untuk semua yang telah mendukung, terutama PSOI, Kemenpora, dan juga Surfing Indonesia. Mudah-mudahan semua atlet timnas Indonesia maju ke babak berikutnya dan sampai final.
Thank you so much, Marijoy, and I'm super excited to watch your next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
My bang bang.
Thank you, Giada and Marijoy.
She forgot his bang bang. He goes,
Wow.
"Where's my bang bang?" It's coming.
It's
we
coming
promise.
on your way.
On the way. She's coming to grab it.
Right. Well, it's such a great opportunities for all the Indonesian team, just staying together, traveling together, and pretty much back home they train together and surf together. So there's a strong bond in between all the surfers. So love to see the vibe, cheering up for each other.
Yeah, this is the replay of the 2.7 for Luke Brumby. Just a one turn there and gets it second in. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. Wow, that was an awkward fall for Luke. I hope he's all good. But yeah, it's really special to see all the Indonesian surfers training together, traveling together, basically surfing together every day at home, as you were saying, Di. It's such a special connection. It feels like another Brazilian storm, really.
Yeah, really, yes. And I love how they just get together, whoever in the heat, and just cheering up. So I love to see that kind of support from each other. So yeah, it's great teamwork. And in live action, Roy Kanazawa is having a look at this one, but doesn't like a look of it. It's a very slow heat. Only Luke Brumby getting 2 waves, but not a big scores on the board. 10 minutes in, and still no rise from the other 3 surfers.
Yeah, wow. This has been a really slow heat. Varun, Roy, and Teddy yet to take off on a wave. A few small scores for Luke Brumby. Yeah, it's tough, especially when you see heats before with 14-point combinations like we saw from Made Joy in that last one. You go out into these heats expecting to get the same kind of consistency in the waves, but sometimes that just doesn't work, and that's just really how it is. These surfers have been watching the waves really closely. They've been seeing what's going on, and I'm sure that they're aware of the fact that there's some heats that are consistent and some heats that are a little bit slower as well. And that just is what it is. But heat number 12, I was just having a look at this next heat diet. It's going to be a pretty big one.
Wow, we have Xavier Bryce, who was in the final at Crui, and Don Thomas, so Grundling, and Jack Thomas. That's a huge Australian heat.
Yeah, that is. It's going to be crazy. Hopefully we'll see a big flurry of waves, a big flurry of surfing in that next heat. We're about halfway down in this one. 11 and a half minutes to go and just the 2 waves for Luke Brumby.
Just 2 waves ridden in this heat. And patiently, they are waiting for the set to come. They've just been looking at the back and see if there's some kind of line on the horizon. Probably they looking at indicators instead.
Yeah, definitely looking to see if there's sets rolling through at indicators to see if maybe there's some swell coming through, some good lines, and it looks like Roy Kanazawa, he's going to have a look at this one.
金沢選手、1本目のライディング、インサイドの小さめな波に乗って、ラウンドハウスカットバック大きなターンを入れてきて、そして2ターン目入れますが、これはノーズから刺さってしまいました。ただ、10分以上波を待っている中で、波が来ていない状況が続いていたので、今のはスマートな動きだったんではないでしょうか。But on the smaller size waves, if he could have made the last time, it could be a nice number for him, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. But definitely, there was a smart move from Roy Kanazawa, just try not to sit for, a long time.
Yeah.
Trying to be busy at the back. Probably now he's sitting really, really wide, trying to get away from the peak.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan right now. Maybe a few lines coming through. We'll see. I mean, it's Varun and Teddy who have yet to take off, a 3.17 and a 2.7 for Luke Brumby. Roy with a 1.93. It's been a really slow heat. And it needs to I feel like for Varun and Teddy, they need to lock in good scores straight away. Because there's 10 and a half minutes to go in this one, and it's pretty tough.
Yeah. Blue and Varun waited for like about 3 days to surf in his first heat of the Nias Pro, and he's been waiting for almost 15 minutes to just get one wave. First wave in. Must be super hard to just wait for the ones come through.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. 10 minutes to go. The patience game right here is pretty huge.
But, looks like a few waves coming in now. So Teddy is having a look at this one.
Yeah, Teddy Billy leans into this one, pulls into the tube. He's racing through it, finds an exit, and drives through a big carve there for Teddy Billy, and that's exactly what he was looking for after waiting for about 15 minutes for that wave Varun out behind him.
Wow, in the tube, traveling, come out of it really clean. So it was worth waiting for blue and white getting those great waves. So finally, we saw the sets.
Yeah.
Coming in, and that was a great wave from white and blue.
Varun and Teddy just going back to back. That was, really smart surfing from them both.
Yeah, there's no mistake from the both surfers. They pull into the barrel, comes out clean, and getting good scores probably.
Yeah, some decent scores to lock in for Varun. And for Teddy, it's Roy Kanazawa and Lagundri, who might be on the ropes here in the last 8.5 minutes of this heat. There's maybe a couple of lines coming through, maybe. So scores coming through for Teddy. It is starting to lock in.
Whoa.
Ooh, it's a good score. And then also Varun has a wave to lock in as well with 8 minutes to go. A little bit of motion out the back. It's Luke Brumby that has priority. Doesn't like this one, so Roy's going to take it.
金沢選手、2本目のライディング、チューブの中に入り、しっかりと消えて出てきました。大きなラウンドハウスカットバック。そしてここもう一発、ここは入れずにすぐキックアウトをします。素晴らしいライディングでした。Well, another beautiful ride from Roy Kanazawa, but Luke had a first priority.
Yeah.
Probably he was thinking maybe there's another set behind it, but unfortunately there's no set after that wave.
Wow. Well, scores are in for Teddy, a 6.67. First of Varun, a 6.3. So Teddy gets a better of the exchange. Roy needs a 4.38 to move up into second. With just over 7 minutes to go, that was a smart move from Roy Kanazawa taking that one. And maybe he can pick up a wide one on the way back out if one comes through. Locks in at a 5.57. So Roy goes to first place. Teddy needs a small score, and so does Varun. It's going to be a really close back end of this heat.
Right, now Roy's back with the 5.57. So this is a flight cam for last of yellow. That was a beautiful two riding from Roy Kanazawa. Gets a bonus, big roundhouse cutback, but quickly kicks out. So with a 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So Luke Brumby has first priority and looks like a little bit of paddling out the back.
Wow, Luke needs a 3.51. And Varun chasing a 0.38. 6 minutes to go. And looks like Teddy is going to have a look at this one. Doesn't need much to get to first place. He's up and into it. Really just looking to go to turns. Big first turn for Teddy Billy. Driving through a second one. Growing up in Bali. Ooh, doesn't get the ride out though, but he will move into first place with that wave.
Right, definitely. He only needs 0.83, so he's done the job, but probably he was expecting to get two-turn combo on that way, but unfortunately it comes unstuck on the second turn. But still, first turn was solid, so definitely it'll be a nice number for Teddy to back it up. 267, so straight into the first place. Roy now needs 3.78 to go into the first. 金沢選手、この3本目にも乗っていきます。3.78 をスコアするとその差を広げていきます。大きなカービングターン、そしてスプレーを上げながら縦へのターンをして、3発目もしっかりと決めてきました。That was a really smart move from Roy Kanazawa. He was needing small score, 3.78, and it gets the three-turn combination in.
That was good surfing. I love watching Roy surf. We saw his brother, Taki, a little bit earlier, unfortunately getting knocked out in one of the earlier rounds. But Roy will better the 1.93, probably get the 3.78.
Right, it's going to be close. Three-turn combo on a smaller size waves, but still there's a steep section to hit. And that's, exactly what he did. So we are still waiting for the last of yellow. And looks like a little bit of motion out the back.
Oh, Luke Brumby has first priority. He needs that 4.34 and Varun only needs a 1.2. We're still waiting on this last wave of Roy with 4 minutes to go. Will an opportunity come through? Looks like there's no takers on this one right here.
Wow, time is ticking. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this heat.
Wow. 3.37 for that last wave of Roy Kanazawa. It's not the 3.78 he was looking for, but makes it harder for Varun, who's looking for a 2.64. And Luke Brumby chasing a 5.77 with 3.5 minutes to go. This is the best wave of the heat so far. It's a 6.67 for Teddy. He is out in front. And yeah, it's not a commanding lead by any sense. He's got a 6.67 and a 2.67. Second only needs a 3 to go to first. It's a really, really close heat right now between all surfers, really, Dai.
Right, Varun is in third place, needing only 2.64. It's not a big score, and he's up and riding. This is a very important wave for Balloon. Needing 2.64, big opening curve, and straight into the second turn, lay back. So that was a great combination from Balloon. Gets the bonus third turn in. Well, I gotta say, he's done the job. Definitely, it's gonna be his requirement. So 2 minutes and 27 to go in this heat.
You can see Roy waving his arm, asking for a situation. He's going to need a score. Manufactured at 5.57, did a really good job at it. It's just the 3.37 that is, yeah, kind of holding him against the ropes. And this one, last of Varun, a 3.73. Varun goes to first place. Teddy down in second. Roy now chasing he's chasing a 3.78 in third, and Luke Brumby looking for a 6.18. We are inside the final 2 minutes of this heat, Dai.
Wow. So Luke still holding on to the first priority, and now Teddy has second priority. 金沢選手、この波で 3.78 が必要です。さあ、ファーストターン、大きなレイバックターンを入れて、そして2発目。さあ、ここもしっかりと決めてきます。3発目。これも縦のアクション、しっかり前に出てきました。小さめの波でしたが、素晴らしいライディングです。
Teddy out behind him, looking to answer back and better at 2.67. Nice first turn for Teddy. Gets a second one in there as well, and he kicks out right in front of Roy Kanazawa. Teddy needs to better a 2.67 with just over 1 minute to go. I don't know if they'll get back out there in time.
Right.
Or maybe they will, but third and fourth priority, they won't get another opportunity, I don't think.
And there's a set coming at the back. Luke has first priority. Now Varun is up and riding. This is a nice set way. Big opening curve. Get the second turn in. Great combination from Varun. But out the back, Manny Green.
Luke Brumby pulls in. Finds an exit there. And driving through a hard carve, Luke Brumby unfortunately goes down. He was chasing a 6.18 to go into second. And look at this one, unridden, with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough time for them to get back out. So this is going to be a crucial exchange in between all the surfers.
Wow. Yeah, this is going to be really, really close. I don't know if there'll be another opportunity with 5 seconds to go. We have scores for all 4 surfers to lock in right now, and it is it's going to be a really, really close finish to this one, Dai. What an exciting, basically 2 minutes.
In the last 2 minutes, so everyone gets a wave and everyone gets the good waves. And it's a very tight, close heat. So this is the last of Luke. It was a great tube riding and gets the roundhouse cut back, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So he was needing 6.18. It's going to be really close.
Yeah.
And Roy had a wave with a 3-turn combination. Teddy had a wave. Locked in 4.404 last of Teddy. Now put him into the lead.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Roy needs 4.47.
Wow.
He did 3 combo. And then Luke needs 6.86. And got a battle. So it's going to be really close.
This is going to be so close. Varun also has a score. So all of Teddy's scores are locked in.
Right.
He's got a 667 and a 4.4. So his last scores, a score for Roy Kanazawa locks in the 3.73. It was not enough. So we now go back to this last score of Luke Brumby. Is it the 6.86 that he was looking for, or does Varun extend second place? This is a crazy finish to heat number 11 of the men's round of 64.
Right. So Luke's last wave has to be better than the Teddy's first wave, 667. Oh, it's going to be really close because it was one of the sets, bigger wave. And he came out of the tube really clean. He gets a cutback, but unfortunately it comes unstuck.
Yeah.
So pretty much all the scores come from that tube.
Yeah. Wow, that is big requirements. Let's take a look at this last of Varun. Really beautiful opening arc. And you can see he just leans into that second turn. It looks like first indications of this number. It's a 4.27, so betters his position. It's this last one of Luke Brumby. Disappears, comes out clean, but unfortunately comes unstuck on that roundhouse. A 7.4 is now what he's looking for. Oh, I'm not sure if it's a 7.4. I mean, it was a really good tube. It's going to be close.
Definitely, yes. It's going to be really close. But 740, pretty much you need 7.5. So, wow. We have to, wait and see.
Wow. Judges are taking their time. It's starting to lock in. And it's a 5.6. So it is not the score that Luke Brumby was looking for. It's going to be Teddy Billy and Varun Tanjung moving on through to that next round. We have heat number 12. It's a stacked one coming right up after this quick break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, bruh.
We are back with a very stacked looking heat for heat number 12 of the men's round of 64. It's day 3 here at the Nias Pro. A bit of a slow heat in that last one, but it was spicing up by the end of it. In this heat, though, we have Xavier Bryce, Dom Thomas, Sol Grundling, and Jack Thomas. What a stacked heat. I'm True Starling, and to talk me through this one is Mark Clift.
Yep, big heat. Big heat again. We say that every heat because it's true. It's heat 12 around a 64, everybody. So Xavier Bryce, fresh off a fourth placing down in Cruy in a 4-person final. So he made the GF, which was good news for him. Jack Thomas, a 3rd placing here a couple of years ago. So a semi-finalist. He knows how to get the job done. He had a 7.33 yesterday on his backhand. Sol Grundling here. He dodged a couple of bullets and had a couple of real close heats down there at Cruy, but he got through quite a few rounds. And Dom Thomas, he's been going around the QS ranks for quite a while and generally goes pretty well with the Rashi on.
Yeah, and Dom's still a junior as well. He's from that Port Stephens, Newcastle area. He got a 25th here last year as well. And it's actually both Xavier and Sol's first time competing in this Nias Pro event.
All right, well, it's something they will never forget, particularly if they get into the round of 32. The joy would continue. So the waves are out there. The barrels are out there when they decide to show up. Teddy Billy went on his winning way. It's his 3rd heat in a row that he's just won for the man in white, the young Grom out of Bali. out of the Bingen area. So no doubt Daiwako will be having a chat with him shortly. Not just yet. So not much to write home about so far in this matchup, everybody. For all the crew around, watching your supporters. For the crew down there and yelling up. Here comes Jack Thomas again. Popular lad. He's out there in the green. He's holding the inside. We had a quick little discussion. He knows what needs to be done. His backhand is, the judges are loving it. He's one of those heavy-setted, goofy footers that put it in the pocket. And the judges generally love that kind of an act. So here he goes, JT. Let's have a look at this. Let's see if he sticks to the formula. Bit of a roof float to kick things off. And down he goes. So not ideal, but 22 and a bit remaining. 21 and a bit remaining. So I'm sure we're going to see a bit better than that from JT.
Yeah, no doubt. He was looking really strong yesterday, as you mentioned, Mark. And this is the first time we've seen Xavier Bryce and Dom Thomas in the Rashi in this event with 21 minutes to go in this heat. They're yet to take off. We saw a very slow heat in that last one. It was pretty crazy. Honestly, the best waves were ridden in the last 5 minutes.
All right, so let's just hope it's sort of heat on, heat off. I'd love to see the boys get stuck into this. But meanwhile, let's have a chat with Teddy Billy, who I'm sure is oozing stoke. 3 heat wins in a row. So go for it, Di.
Well, really stressful heat, wasn't it?
Yeah, nerve-wracking heat. It's we didn't get a wave till about 10 minutes left. Yeah, it's scary just sitting out there and not knowing if a set will come, but one came and I managed to get a barrel, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, how did you maintain your nerves out there with the 15 minutes of waiting?
I don't know. To be honest, I knew that was gonna come, and I've been practicing for this. And yeah, I don't know. I got nothing to lose. This is the first I've gone in a QS in a while, so I don't know. I've been feeling like in a really good headspace. So yeah.
Pretty stoked, huh? Well, what was going through your head when you were on the first wave?
I just wanted to get that first wave, to be honest. It was me and Varn, my good friend, just sitting out there waiting. And when I saw I was going to barrel, I just thought, okay, I'm going to get deep and then pump out of it and make it. So yeah.
Must be so stoked getting through with your friends, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good heat. I've been waiting for a heat with Varn for a while, especially out here in Nias. It's really cool. And it's good for us to both make it 1 and 2.
Now you're on to the next round. Your job is done for the day. So would you like, is there anything you like to say?
Yeah, to my friends, family, mom, dad, sister, everyone watching, all my supporters, thank you guys for all the messages. And yeah, we're going to keep going tomorrow. Hopefully it's still firing. And yeah, let's get it.
Yep. Good luck in the next round. And this is another
the best part. Thank you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Well, he's won 3 of those red chocolate wrappers in the last 2 days. 3rd heat win in a row. So starting to ooze confidence. All smiles. He's in a happy place, he reckons. So let's have a look at Sol Grundling.
Yep, Sol into his second wave, ducks in and comes out for Sol Grundling from Freshwater. Big arc there. And Sol goes up for another turn, just a little bit too late, and just goes over with the lip, unfortunately. But good first turn and, tube to first turn.
Yeah, look, that'll be the best number. Low-scoring matchup. Nothing better than 1 point so far, so straight into the lead. Really like this young guy's form, and I've heard a lot about him as a junior. He's come over to West Oz before and surfed in the small fries. So a lot of crew sort of make that effort to come across now that it is a highly ranked junior event. I think it carries 10,000 points these days towards the Pro Junior Series. So, yep, Sol was impressive when he came to the West Side. Love to see how the rest of his career pans out. We know he's only a young fella. Where do you reckon he goes with his surfing?
Wherever he wants to, really. Right. I think whether it's Sol or anyone else in this heat, no matter, I feel like you can do anything that you set your mind to. And Sol's a pretty determined young man as well. He's pretty dedicated and he's pretty switched on. So I feel like wherever he wants to go, he'll end up.
So I guess at some point in your career at this level and beyond, you need lucky breaks here and there. There are so many surfers that look similar, have that same skill set. They're all well-versed in competition side of life. It's a matter of just having that little bit extra spark somewhere, a little lucky result at the right event, maybe the right sponsor looking at you when you go well in an event could always lead to better funding and all those sort of things. It must be a bit expensive to put your head down and grind hard for a bunch of years to get to the next level, which is the Challenger Series. It's kind of weird here not watching your Tullys and your Xaviers and your Jarvises all go through their motions. Oscar and a bunch of others that have been here forever doing the Asian region, at least the last 2 or 3 years. You just get used to seeing those guys, and now they've graduated up to the next level.
Yeah.
Wish them all the best of luck.
Wow, Sol, that was a really nice barrel, and Sol's really good on rail and also pretty good in the air. He's kind of got the whole package going on. Xavier Bryce, though, tucks in as well, but coming unstuck, unfortunately.
Well, he was deep where he took off, and he knew it. He got on the pump early, but the foam ball just had different ideas, denied him the exit. So Sol Grundling, he's 4.5. He's starting to look pretty good. Got a whole bunch of throwaway numbers. Dom Thomas yet to pull the trigger. So we have seen a few quiet moments with the Ocean. There's definitely been the wave counts have still been pretty good across the board. There seems to be enough for everybody to at least get 2. You just can't afford to fall. You can't afford to take off too deep. So Xavier will be ruining that decision to just paddle a little bit too deep on that last wave.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Zave. He's from the Northern Beaches as well, from Longreef, and part of that Northern Beaches high performance group, as well as Sol in this heat. So, it would be a big result for them to go 1 and 2, but Jack Thomas and Dom Thomas are also out there hoping to do the same thing and progress through this round and move into the men's round of 32, which will potentially be on tomorrow. We've got 4 heats left of the men's round of 64. Some big surfing to come throughout the rest of the day, that's for sure. But yeah, that 4.5 of Sol's, he started off quick, and I think that's a pretty good idea. And we've got about 15 minutes left in this one. Why don't we check in with Bonsoy and have a quick Bonsoy brew break?
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our Bonsoy ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, Bonsoy ramen.
Morn-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Quick break to hopefully wake Huey up a little bit, and looks like there's some lines rolling through outer indicators, potential for maybe some waves to come through. It's Dom Thomas holding first priority, yet to take off on a wave. Only needs a 2.37 to go to second place, but there's small scores in relation to the quality of surface.
Wow, how's these things unfolding up the reef? People at home must be just be going, what is that? Well, it's called the indicator. It's kind of perfect. It's really shallow. I think Dylan Wilcoxon went and had a splash up there yesterday afternoon. It used to be more of a thing back in the day when before the reef rose, and it still kind of is. You just got to go out there when it's all looking pretty perfect and don't fall off. I know a lot of guys. Anton loves having a crack out there on his backhand. Justin mentioned yesterday that he used to surf it a fair bit, but it's all a different beast now. We can see all the fishermen in the background just lurking around on the reef, going through their daily grind of trying to find some food. The reef's a bit of a food source for a lot of the people on this beach, and we know it's a lot of the locals. We know also it's a sleepy fishing village in there at Lagundri Bay. Pretty much when you drive past every day, they've got fish on the side of the road, those little stalls. So you get a lot of fresh fish around here. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty special to have that, really fresh food and fresh opportunities here at Nias. And I think, it's so nice to be here for another year, and we've had some great waves today already. We've seen some 9s drop, a 9 from Jay Okalupo, 9-7 from Taj Stokes. I mean, it's been a very exciting day. A bunch of 8s being ridden as well, and some really close heats too. That last heat was pretty close between Teddy, Varun, Roy, and also Luke Brumby. Lots going on. And this one, the 4.5 of Sol is the best wave of the heat so far.
And Roy will be a little bit bummed. He was wearing the Bonsai yellow jersey. He
Yeah.
put himself, I think it was the third over there at Krui, to put himself highest in the ratings. So having also seen Reef Hazelwood drop out, I guess it opens the door on the Asian region ranks and the Australasian ranks for people banking valuable points towards a potential Challenger Series graduation into those ranks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Xavier Bryce is actually third on the rankings right now.
Well, he did get that fourth down there at Krui, so he'll be hoping he can get through this heat. He probably would have just watched Reef drop out earlier, Roy. So, someone else's disaster is someone else's joy, and points are a big deal. It's what everyone wants.
Yeah, definitely. If Challenger Series is the sights that are set for Xavier Bryce, he's well and truly on his way. We have a bunch more opportunities for some QS 6000 events, and we had a great day yesterday. There was some big waves, some big tubes, and some great scores. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Everyone, this is day number 2 of Nias Pro. We're gonna be starting off with remaining round of 128 of men's and straight into round of 96. Today we are gonna be running 25 heat.
The condition was good, still pumping, and all the surfers pumping there.
Let's go.
Some great battles yesterday, and we saw some big victories, some unfortunate losses. I think one of my highlights of yesterday was that heat between Caleb Tancred and Diego Cordero. That was, wow, it was a good one to watch, I found. What was your highlight of the day?
Oh, look, watching Teddy Billy go about his business and winning and interviewing, just feeling the raw stoke of a young Grom that hasn't really had huge success at this level. He's only young, but he's really got it together lately, and just to be standing that close to him, you could just feel the stoke coming off his skin. He was buzzing all over the place. That was pretty sick. To watch Jack Thomas get out of his heat yesterday with the nail-biting finish was quite exciting. We've just seen a wave go down previous by Xavier Bryce. So he goes blue. He's thinking about a tube, but Dom Thomas now in the pit with an exit. Bit of rail work out here would be really handy. Super sleepy heat. Xavier put together a decent ride as well. So for the crew at home that are watching in and watching Jack Thomas's campaign, he's really going to maybe start to feel the heat a little bit once these numbers drop. He does have priority out the back. The big goofy footer blasted his way to a 7.33 on one of his waves yesterday.
Yeah, well, this last score of Xavier Bryce locks in at a 5. Best wave of the heat so far. And scores to come through for Dom Thomas's first wave as well. We have just under 8 minutes to go. It's going to be really, really tough for Jack right now. He needs to get a good score on his first wave.
All right, here's the recap again. So we're looking at Zave's last wave, I reckon this is. So we're still waiting on this number to come, but he did some pretty tidy work. He was flew under the radar a little bit there at Krui Town, taking out a lot of big names, getting through heat after heat. Here's the replay right now of Dom Thomas's last wave.
Yeah, locks in at a 4.23. Gets a quick tube there for Dom Thomas. Nothing too critical, but gets a bit of work done. Leans into the rail there. Unfortunately comes unstuck on that turn, but did what he had to do. Locks in a 4.23, and he's got himself into this heat. Right now, it is Jack Thomas holding first priority, needing a 4.01 to go to second place. Dom chasing a 0.48. Sol only needs a small score to get up into first. No one is safe in this heat right now, Mark, and it's been a slow one for sure.
It's super low numbers, all right. I mean, even Jack, bottom of the ladder, 4.01 to get to second. He needs basically about a 5.7 or a 5.8, and he will go to first. So we know the big, strong fella. He can get it done. So meanwhile, Dom Thomas just throws away wave number 2, trying to get some sort of backup to sit alongside his 4. Jack will be gritty here. He'll know that he's got the weaponry to get big numbers. He's been, randomly getting 7s and 8s off the judges. So he's going to have to stay composed with 6 to go. Like we said, a 4.24 for second as Dom Thomas goes up a smidge. But he needs probably not much more than about a 5.7 for first. Stage is set for another close one.
Yeah, well and truly is. With just under 6 minutes to go, that last one of Dom takes him up into second. Sol down in third. Only needs a 0.43. I feel like these heats where it's like so close between first and fourth is probably one of the most nerve-wracking ones for all of the surfers in there. There's 5.5 minutes to go. Jack is in a good position right now, holding that first priority. He just needs to make sure that he executes pretty strong on that next wave.
Yeah, and look, there hasn't been any really big sets in this heat. It's been one of those ones where the better waves have just been medium size. They're limited at that. So looking at everybody's, some of these numbers that are being included in score lines, they're pretty low. They're on the hunt now. There's obviously something behind this. All right. Or is there? No, there's not.
Wow.
Damn, Jack goes, hang on. Was that a mirage? A little phantom moment there?
Was that even potential? I don't know. It's so hard to let those ones go. And, you can sit and wait for something that might not come. And hopefully it does for Jack Thomas. He needs to get a score. Holds first priority. Doesn't seem that interested in this one. It's Sol that has second priority, and he doesn't want it either.
Dom that might pick this one up.
Wow.
All right, so wave number 3 now for Dom Thomas. He grabs the water and decides to stall. It was probably the wrong option in hindsight. So he's had a couple of swings at it. His last 2 waves, absolutely throwaways. He's only sitting. Oh, he goes, the big fella.
Yep, Jack up and into this one. Goes to turns. Big first turn for Jack Thomas. Drives through this second one. Only needs a 4.24 to go to second, but he grabs his rail a little bit there. Still a well-surfed wave for Jack, and with so much pressure, well executed. Sol. Wow. Nice connection. Gets a second one in there. That was really strong for Sol Grunling. Just kicking the fins out the back of the wave, and looks like Xavier Bryce was also on one out the back.
He must have been in the tube because I looked over my shoulder and couldn't see anything. So if that's the case, Zave looking good. This heat really starting to take shape. JT's first turn was really strong like we're used to seeing. It was a nice recovery out wide with a little glitch, but kind of semi-disguised it. I don't know, everything's going to be super close now. I think everyone's probably got their best rides here. Is Blue. Straight into the pit for Dom Thomas. And out. So it's taken him a little while to get a second number, so this will be it. Third hit maybe here. He does. He tags it. He flicks off. Really close. Everyone's back involved in this.
This is crazy. 3 minutes to go in this heat. This is exactly like how the last heat played out. It is so insane how much, how quickly it can change from no waves to everyone needs a score. And everyone has numbers to lock in. This next heat would be watching this one pretty closely. It's going to be Macklin Flynn taking on Danny Widianto, Ash Jenner, and Diego Cordero. That'll be a good heat.
And Jack Thomas is out there first, so he picks up top priority, all right? He'll be awaiting the fate of the judges. I think he probably still needs another wave. Everybody else that was immediately in front of him got some work done. They're all going to upgrade their two-wave totals. JT, we're down to 2 minutes. Might have spied something straight away.
Locks in a 4.23 on his second wave. Scores to come for Sol, Zave, and also Dom. Sol only needs a 0.46. He's definitely done that. He did some really good surfing on his last wave. Dom Thomas has a score to come in, as well as Xavier Bryce, who we're pretty sure got a good-looking tube. Things are going to change in the last minute 45. Let's take another look at this one of Xavier Bryce. Definitely get some cover there for Zave. Big arc there for Xavier Bryce. Last wave of Sol locks in at a 4.73. Sol goes to first. Zave has a score to come through. This is that last one of Dom.
All right, well, in third, we're just waiting for the numbers to drop. At this stage, Sol is temporarily in the lead with only a 9.23 two-wave total. Dom did some pretty good work there as well. Zave got a nice barrel. He goes to the lead with a 6.17 as the best score of the heat. It's now coming down to these three, duking it out for second spot. They've all got very similar first numbers.
Wow.
Grundling not much more ahead of Dom Thomas, but I think there's still one wave coming for Dom. This will be crucial. There's a lot of fours on that scoreboard.
We're literally inside the final minute too, Mark, with 50 seconds to go. This is a pretty important score for Dom Thomas.
Oh.
Jack might get another opportunity. At this stage, needing a 5. It may or may not increase. It looks like Xavier Bryce is going to have a look at this one. He's currently in the lead. Last of Dom is still set to lock in. Unfortunately, Zave comes unstuck. Dom's wave is looking like it's going to be a good score. It's a 6.67. Dom goes to second. Sol down in third with 20 seconds, chasing a 6.18. And Jack holding first priority. He needs a 6.68.
And he's paddling with intent, folks. Everyone at home, he did this yesterday. We're down to 10 seconds.
Oh, wow.
The countdown is about to start. Look at the clock. It's at 5, 4. Here goes JT. Time to do your best work under extreme pressure. Pretty good start here. Second big section. He does Jack Thomas stuff. He's laying plenty of rail. He's throwing a lot of water. He gives a double fist pump and a bit of a clap. Sick. What a finish. Xavier Bryce will extend. He did a pretty good job. Oh, Jack Thomas, has he resurrected himself yet again? He gave us a moment yesterday.
Yeah.
Needed a 4 and he got a 4.27. This time he was chasing a 5 something or a 6, was it? What's that?
A 6.68 is what he's looking for.
All right.
6.68 for Jack. He liked the feeling of it.
Couple of big blasts with a bit of a cutty out wide. Judges have been loving his act. Did he get it right? I'd love to see it from the judge's view because the drone angle doesn't quite sometimes show you how vicious the pockets were. So let's have a look at this again. Sets up off the bottom. Boom, he's on his way. He needs another one of these. Boom, he gets another one of those, and the chook feathers fly everywhere. There's spray going crazy out the back. You can see why he gave the little fist pump.
Comes in at a 5.43. It was not the score he was looking for, unfortunately, for Jack Thomas. So, wow, that was a really, really close heat. It was Xavier Bryce and Dom Thomas moving on through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 13 is about to get underway. We'll be right back.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Righto, back to the scene of the Nias Pro. It is Sorake Beach here. We've got Heat 13 in the gates ready, and they've started a minute off the clock. It is another West Aussie there in Macklin Flynn in red. Danny Widianto in blue, so I'm glad you're in here, G. We've got Ash Jenner in the white and Diego Cordero, who was one of the dead set standouts yesterday.
Yep, so super, super great matchup right now. A little bit about Danny Widianto. He's here with the Indonesian national team. His teammate Mare Joy earlier had an incredible run here. He got that 7 and the 6. But Danny is part of the Halfway Kura board riders, and his sister Dea Natasha is qualified to be on the team as well. She's probably down at the beach watching. They're all cheering them on right now. So it's been great to see them travel together and kind of move on to from Krui to Nias and move from training in Bali and kind of putting it all together and string some heats here.
Right on. Well, some exciting finishes have been going on as well. That was a crazy little back end to that heat, and commiserations to JT. But, you know, Xavier Bryce, once again, goes through his winning ways, did well down at Krui. We're going to hear from him right now with True Starling. Go for it, gang.
Thanks so much, Zave. That was a really tough heat.
Yeah, really slow start to that one for sure. But, yeah, stoked to be here in general and just get the ball rolling.
And that's your first heat of the event so far. You've been waiting 3 days. Was it nice to have a heat even though it was a bit slow?
Yeah, there's a lot of waiting around. Just a lot of time in the aircon. But, yeah, just super stoked to get out there for the first one.
Have you been caddying anyone this event yet?
Yeah, who did I caddy? I caddied Tom Whitpain. That was my only one. But it was kind of like in the storm, so I actually got like really cold out there, but yeah, mellow.
Was it nice to kind of be out there and assess the lineup before you'd surf to heat and kind of figure out the best waves that were coming through?
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's probably a pretty important thing. So that was kind of my idea. I just wanted to get out there and see what it was like in a heat and just yeah, kind of sit there, take some notes, and then implement it into my heat. So yeah.
It's your first time competing here in Nias as well. It was good to see you out there in the Rashi. You're moving on through the men's round of 32, which will probably be on tomorrow. What are you going to do to kind of rest and recover? It's been a big day and it's quite hot here.
Yeah, definitely just in bed early. Just try to keep the diet up. Yeah, just stay out of the sun as much as I can. Just quick surfs and yeah, just recuperate for tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to ruin the diet. I'm sorry. Here's a bang bang for your heat win. Well done, Zay. We'll send it back to you guys.
Good work. There we go. True Starling with Xavier Bryce, a fourth placing down in Krui. I really liked his effort down there. Giada, he won a lot of heats, beat a lot of more perhaps highly rated or highly fancied surfers, but he had total belief the whole way, and he wasn't surprised that he was winning heats, but I won't forget that name in a hurry now after that performance.
Yeah, he was on a great roll, and hopefully he gets to kind of continue that momentum here in Nias. He will be surfing tomorrow again in the round of 32, but now Heat 13, round of 64. Yesterday, Diego Cordero had an incredible, incredible performance on his backhand. So a little bit on Diego. He's half Italian, half Brazilian, but raised on the Gold Coast of Australia. He surfs Snapper Rocks a lot. He's currently surf guiding in the Mentawais quite a bit. And this is Diego on your screen right now. Tries to get around this first section. Big first opening blast there. Sets it up again. Goes upside down. And he will be starting off his heat really nicely.
Pretty rock solid, isn't he, on his backhand? We just saw some epic displays over the last couple of days. I think he surfed maybe 2 heats yesterday. He was just solid on his feet every time. Every time he hits that lip, he never looks flaky. It's just a good, strong stance and yeah, a well-drilled backhand, I've got to say. So Diego featured highly on our replays of day 2, and he's on his winning way again. That was a pretty good start.
Yep, that was a great start for his Heat 13, round of 64. He wants to be in the next round, but yeah, as I was saying, he has been surf guiding in the Mentawais for quite a bit now. He's on a boat, and here just showcasing that he's used to these Indo-perfect waves now. It's around that first section with so much speed in the pocket. A huge fan of spray out the back. I love the second one as well. Backed it up nicely. So 5.67 for Diego Cordero.
Right on, and White is threading this thing. He's copped a lot of foam at the start of this tube ride. It might have just been enough to take him down. It's Ash Jenner. All right, well, Diego's 5, 6, 7. A bit of a statement early. He's in the groove again, just doing his regulation backhand work. Looking pretty strong. No doubt when we get a little break, we'll try and throw to those day 2 highlights, because you'll see Diego featured heavily in that. Did a lot of strong surfing yesterday. So Jenner's wave locks in as just a mid-1. We've got Macklin out there in the red. Danny sits up. They're both having a look. They're both having a little bit of a paddle as well to regroup and reposition. They both head different ways, so there might be something behind this. Body language will show us if there is or not. But you see that little bit of foam there. He burst through that, but then it just stretched out a bit too much for Ash.
Yeah, it's looking like he was maybe slightly too deep. It was really, really fast wave. I don't think he had too many chances of making out of that, but great effort nonetheless. I mean, he didn't have much of another choice, really. He was so deep that he wasn't going to make around that section anyway.
All right, so a lot of inside waves just sliding through as well. We look over the balcony here at the Hassan family surf camp. Every time I look out, there still seems like there's waves, but everybody likes to be on sets. Sometimes on the slower heats, the option could be just to stay busy on the inside. The judges don't throw big numbers, though, at those inside waves, so you've got to go crackers if that's your game plan. It looked like there might be a bit of movement here. Danny Widianto, here he goes.
Yep, so this is our man in blue right now, setting up for this first turn. Huge first opening carve. Bit more critical and jams it in the pocket there for that second one. Wraps it around to just tie the bow, and that's a big start for Danny Widianto. So much speed. Had a lot of flow in between his turns. I love that second one. Kind of just jammed it, giving that variety to the judges. So I'm loving that scene.
Yep, me too. He's a good performer. I've seen him do really well a lot of times with the rash vest on. Confident lad, strong lad. He's on the Flanos, the Jason Flanagan model. That'd be the happy hour epoxy. It looked really good under his feet during our expression session down at Cruy. Had a look at it when he came in. I loved it so much I ordered one. Here it is. So Danny Widianto again.
Love that first turn.
Yeah,
just
sick.
so much speed, and then jams the tail right into the pocket on that second one. So this third turn is just kind of wrapping it all together. So that last of Danny comes in at a 5, goes straight to second. Diego Cordero, the 5, 6, 7. The judges just loving the backhand. You know, we were mentioning yesterday that the goofies kind of get into the pocket a little more, and they get really, really vertical. So it kind of a little easier than for the regulars, especially in this wave. Get to open up their chest a little more when they're going to the turn. So just getting sometimes a little extra points when it comes to maneuvers.
Well, Diego's is that good. You might as well stick with that. It's definitely working a treat. I did notice Zane Assing today as well. One of the best performed goofies so far as well. Really did a turn in that heat. He caught 4 waves and got 4 barrels. Had a great outing here last year. Really caught my attention. I'm talking about Zane Assing. He won his heat this morning. I'm watching this live action in Heat 13. And it's not going to plan right now for Macklin. 10 minutes off the clock. And Diego and Danny will feel a little bit comfortable here. Mid-range numbers is better than nothing. So priority sits with Macklin. I'm sure his folks down there in Gracetown are watching, and his brother, Ace Man, has been giving me hits. He wants in on this next year. So there's a lot of good surfers in the Flynn family, mate, and they all want to get here and experience the Asian region in boiling hot waters here in South Nias. All right, well, there's a little bit of a break in the action. Maybe we'll try and throw to the highlights of day 2. Some of the stuff we saw yesterday, if the boys are ready.
Everyone, this is day number 2 of Nias Pro. We're gonna be starting off with remaining round of 128 of men's and straight into round of 96. Today we are gonna be running 25 heat.
The condition was good, still pumping, and all the surfers pumping there.
Let's go.
right, folks. So that's what yesterday looked like. We are now halfway through Heat 13, and during that little break, I did see Danny ride another wave. So we're owed a score. It will take him to the lead. He did some pretty good work. So 2 waves now in the bank for Blues. Going to release some nerves for Danny. Macklin, he's going to have to get his campaign started shortly. Got to stay in touch with his crew. Can't let them get too far ahead. So he definitely looks like he might have spied something here. The surfer in red out of Gracetown in West Oz. And here goes Macklin.
All right, so Macklin, first wave of the heat. Good first opening turn. Unfortunately, just gets his rail a little dug there and isn't able to ride out of it.
Oh, he'll be spewing. Normally rock solid. He's a really good competitor. He surfs so much. He's been doing the rounds at home with Surfing WA and had a real standout event over there at Cloud9 last year. He got a 5th. And that put him in contention. He went then to Taiwan. He got a pretty good number there as well. I think maybe a 9th. So this is Danny's wave. It turned into a 4.33. So he's riding the epoxy construction here. It's looking pretty sharp. He's making it count. 2 rides for a 9.33 2-wave total there for D Dubs. Danny Widianto. And white now, Ash.
All right, Ash Jenner now looking for a 4.25 to go into an advancing position. Big opening carve there. He sets it up again, a little more tight in the pocket that second time. So just those 2 turners and he will be out of there. So only sitting on that 1.43, 4.25 to go to second. I think that was a pretty nice wave from Ash Jenner. I liked he had a lot of flow throughout his turns and didn't really fumble, so it was good.
Yep, and we'll keep him in striking distance now. So Macklin will be ruining that opportunity. Just over 10 minutes remaining. Back to the Macklin story. He missed out on CS qualification by only 1 or 2 spots. It was really close, and he only went to a few events. He missed Cruy, he missed Nias, so here he is trying to get up to the CS tour.
Yeah, so unfortunate last year for Macklin, but he's back and ready to go. This is the replay of Ash Jenner. Big first turn, lots of speed throughout that turn, like the second one as well. So he will be sitting on a 3.93 now and a 1.43. But it is currently Danny Widianto in first with that 5 and a 4.33. Diego Cordero with priority wants to back up that 5.67 pretty quickly. We've seen a few times a couple people just kind of throw anchor and sit there and not really get a backup, and it can come and bite you back.
So my immediate thoughts are Macklin's got to do something shortly. He needs 2 waves from this point, I reckon, because everybody could easily upgrade their totals, and sitting in 4th is not ideal. He does have second priority, so Diego could upset his rhythm if a good wave comes through. Or maybe Diego might be hunting a different wave to what Macklin needs at this stage. Wave catching is at high priority here. There is the Latitude 0 boat in the channel. Got our media staff on there. They're watching and snapping away happily in the channel. It's such a good view from that point.
Yeah, they've got the best seat in the house right now with over 30 years of experience here in Indonesia. They know all the nooks and crannies and all the waves that you can find around here.
So does this dude. Here he is. So this is Diego. Nice thread. Look at the line he's got. He does some really good work behind the curtain. Doesn't even bother with a turn, but he does bother with the double fist clap. There he is on your screen. Such a good thread. He'll have the 2 highest numbers of this event now, of this heat, because that was sick.
That was some incredible surfing from Diego Cordero. His line was so precise, weaved it through. He didn't change his position at all, didn't have to pump. That was a beautiful looking wave.
No, once that wave started folding, it stayed true. So Diego had a killer vision and milked it for all it was worth. So congrats. He was feeling it when he burst out. No doubt we'll see the judges' point of view of this wave shortly. The front on vision just to see how long he was well deep in that pit. A 7.83, there it is. The 2 best scores, one of the best numbers we've seen for a long time. So in stark contrast to Ash Jenner's 2-turn wave where the judges only threw him a 3.93, you can see they want to see barrels. It's why we're all here. They do like to bust out in their scale, as often as possible. So Diego's the beneficiary of a 7.83, and wisely so. That was a sick wave.
That was pretty epic from Diego Cordero. You're right. I would love to see the beach angle, but see the guys taking a look at this one. Nothing too interesting there. Diego Cordero sitting on the 2 best waves of this heat. He is looking pretty unstoppable right now. I'm excited to see that. You know, we've done a lot of trainings together when we were both competing for Italy. We were both signed up to the European region. This is the beach view of that last 7.83. Beautiful wave here from Diego Cordero. You can see he took off, pulled in at the bottom, and kind of got dragged to the top and made it out. So
Changed his line in the barrel, right? Perfect.
So really good read as well from Diego Cordero, showing that his time in the Mentawais has really been paying off right now. But yeah, like I was saying, we did a lot of trainings together, and I always noticed that his backhand was super strong, especially from surfing Snapper Rock so much. It's really tight and in the pocket, and he's a solid guy. So he does a lot of training. He puts the time in the gym, and it's all paying off right now. And I'm really happy to see that.
So Danny and Diego have kind of starting to run away with this a little bit. Ash has done a little bit of work. Macklin has fallen. Macklin with priority those 6 minutes. We can't write him off. I know he's a good competitor. I've seen him do the rounds a lot throughout his junior career in Western Australia. Surfing WA have a big program to a pathway to get these guys some success. Jacob Wilcox and obviously Jack Robinson are the beneficiaries there, and Bronte Mack did a lot of it to get themselves up to the highest levels. So Macklin looks over his shoulder. Cannot buy a wave at this stage for Macklin, and he's been a bit skunked here. I'm kind of spewing for Macklin. I know he's way better than what we've seen so far. I imagine his folks at home and his gang down there in Gracetown will be sending him his mojo. Jenna, meanwhile, scratching hard onto a small wave number 3.
All right, so Ash Jenner now. Bit of a foamy face. Good first section, though. Sets it up again. Whoa, that was huge. Unfortunately, just isn't able to ride out of it, but that was looking like a pretty good wave for Ash Jenner. But smaller and had a lot of whitewash on it. So sometimes it's hard to keep that board under control, especially when there's so much foam in the water. Just bubbles up a lot. But he did really well nonetheless.
Well, Macklin's on the move. Has he seen something behind this? It's kind of now or never. He needs 2 waves, I reckon, because Danny could easily upgrade his situation. That's the position they're chasing. They want in on this second spot. The ocean's gone super flat. Maybe we can see the replays again of Diego's waves. Green's last tube ride was insane. One of the best waves we've seen for a while. So here's what happened with Ash on his last effort. Yeah, the white frothy stuff at the bottom is not ideal, G. Gets a couple of turns in. And another little error. So when waves are so rare, you can't afford to make many mistakes. That's potentially what went wrong for Macklin as well. Got him out of rhythm. Got him on the wrong side of priority. 4 minutes now for red and white to answer back. Would love to see another replay of Diego's 7.83. But hang on. Here's a lump.
Yep, so it is priority with Macklin Flint. 8.56 is a big requirement, but with the right wave, he can get it done. So he's going to go for this one. Does he pull in? He does. He's in the barrel. He's pumping. He makes it out. Wraps it around here. Unfortunately, just falls off there, but would love to see the beach angle to see how deep he was. Wow, this wave kind of holding him down a little longer than usual.
Well, it's giving him a shot, all right, because this will be, well, we know it's his best number. It's a matter, it'll probably sit somewhere in the mid-scale, so he's probably right there with sort of Danny's numbers. It'll give himself a shot at it. The 8.56 requirement will disappear. So the clock is also, though, vanishing. He's got 3 minutes. Danny sat there for a long time without a wave. He's only ridden a couple. He's got priority. Same with Diego in second, but the lead. So those two could really upset the Jenner and Flynn campaign here. I'm sure his buddies at home will be anxious for this number. There it is. So a 5.93 for Macklin. Now only needs a 3-4, but he needs a wave more importantly. Exactly what Mac had to do. Let's see if he can capitalize here in 2:20 on the clock.
Yep, so he's going to have to get back out there and try to catch a second wave under priority. So really nicely done here from Macklin Flynn. You know, wasn't able to ride out of the second one, but it's not too important. Most of the job was done out the back. This right now, Ash Jenner coming out of a tube, wraps it around. He gets this one done. Will he do a bit more on the inside? One more just to wrap it up. Gets back out. Just under 2 minutes left. Ash Jenner's looking for a 5.40. Now, all eyes on Danny Widianto with priority out the back. So it's going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish here.
Wow. I'd really like to, well, the boys are on the pump. Let's just stay with this as Macklin jumps up again. Needs a 3-4, but that might change with Jenner's last number about to drop. So Macklin, a good competitor, as we've stated earlier. Someone's on a bomb out the back. It looks like it could be Danny. It is the natural footer in blue. So we'll get to that wave in a minute, but Widianto will extend his numbers in second. It was a decent-sized set wave. Pulled the trigger on priority. Diego still chuckling away to himself out there with a 13.5 total. Has not been bothered for a qualifying position just yet. Danny's got a score to come. This will be crucial for Macklin. Ash has got a score to come. It's crucial for his campaign. Definitely Ash's better wave. Wow, 50 seconds, everybody. You've got to stick around. We owed 3 numbers. This is all for second spot.
Yep, so Ashlyn... Oh, sorry,
Ash
Ashlyn.
fell. Danny messed his up. So
yep. But Macklin got an insider one. He got 2 really nice turns in. He's only looking for a 3.40 right now. Ash Jenner, a 5.4 is his requirement. Looking by what's trickling through, 4.37, not enough.
Macklin could still get there. 23 seconds. No indication of what the judges are thinking. So Cordero here does Macklin a favour by taking this wave off the boys. He doesn't need a wave. He's in first and will win this heat. It's more about this number for red. I'm sure the Flynns at home are super nervous. You West Siders, send him some mojo. It's in the hands of the judges, but Widianto is also up and riding. So this will be a keeper for Danny. He's trying to burn off a 4.93. Anxious moments for all concerned, apart from Diego. Job well done.
So unfortunately, Ash Jenner wasn't able to get that score he was looking for. It's all eyes on Danny Widianto and Macklin Flynn. The judges taking a really strong look and hard think about Macklin's last wave. 3.40, what he was looking for. Diego Cordero comfortably in the lead. You're right. Took that last wave, not because he needed it, but because, just wanted to surf his way in and shut the door on everyone else. So it's Macklin's going to be getting rid of that 0.77, but will it be enough? So this is the last of Danny.
All right. Was this better than a 4.23? If it was, it's going to hurt Macklin because Macklin needing only a low number, but not a lot really to get too excited about on Macklin's way, but he doesn't need a big number unless Danny did a little bit of extra work on top of a 4.33. Still in debate here. Diego wins hands down.
Yeah.
Is it Danny or is it Macklin who gets second?
It's going to be really close. Macklin's wave wasn't big, but he surfed it really nicely. 2 good turns. 3.40. So Danny's last wave, I don't think it's going to be better than the 4.33. He wasn't super critical, wasn't a great wave. It had a bit of whitewash on it.
All right, well, we can still keep the belief for the crew at home watching and playing along on Western Australia. Super nervous moments here. Score coming through for Macklin. I doubt it. It's not quite. Oh, well, it is. What is it?
It's a 4.10. So he goes into second. Now it's all down to Danny's last wave. A 5.04 is his requirement. Was that last effort enough? The judges taking a look at this. Oh, unfortunately, 3.10 for Danny Widianto. So it is Diego Cordero and Macklin Flynn going into the next round. Congratulations. What a nail-biting finish. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 14.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the QS 6000 here in Nias. I am Jada Legati. In the booth with me is Daiwako. Welcome back.
I'm back.
He's back.
And men's round of 64, heat number 14. So a couple more heats to finish off this round. So we have Jean-Marc Togon in red, Saxon Reba in blue, Mari Job in white, and Caleb Tancred in green. Wow, this is exciting. Another exciting heat. But looks like the last heat was another exciting heat as well.
All right, so this right now on your screen is Jean-Marc Tacong, also known as Marmar, or also known as the Prince of Philippines and Cloud9. He took a look at that wave, but wasn't too interesting, just a big up and out. So this is actually a pretty big matchup for a round of 64. I'm excited. Jean-Marc Tacong and Saxon Reber first surf in the event.
Right.
Matty Job had a close heat this morning. He did pretty good. Got a 6.67 if I'm not wrong, a barrel. And Caleb Tancred surfed yesterday afternoon. Had a pretty close one, but he made it through as well. But yeah, so there we have Jean-Marc Tacon keeping busy on the inside. He is good on a right-hander, and he knows it. So this is the first ride of this heat. Big first turn. Sets it up for the second one. Really nicely done there for Jean-Marc Tacon. Great start. He only surfed with 2 waves. And yeah, so this is the heat 14 of the round of 64. We will be finishing off this round, heat 15 and 16, and straight into the women's round of 32 afterwards. We will be completing 5 heats to finish the day. So a big day of competition here in Nias. We are boiling in this room.
Right, it's really, really hot in Nias. But good to be, it must be, good to be back in the water. Just feel the water is good thing for us.
All right, so no waves ridden just yet. We did see one on our screen just kind of go through unridden. Looks like maybe it was a little fast. But yeah, so after this round, every surfer in this event would have surfed their heat. Tomorrow we'll be doing the round of 32s. This is a replay of Jean-Marc Tacong.
On the smaller size waves, but still managed to put 2 turns in. That's really quick. First turn and second turn comes in at a 3.50. So not a big score, but there's a heat with few sets coming through. So you kind of need to be really busy in the beginning and get in the rhythm, and then probably wait for the right ones is a good strategy at the moment. So Jean-Marc Tacon having a great rhythm right now.
All right, out the back. It's looking like the indicator is giving us a bit of an idea that there could be some waves coming through. We're hoping for some a bit of a pulse in this heat. The last one was we had a couple waves ridden, but nothing too crazy except for Diego Cordero's. I think it was an 8 or a 7-8, but beautifully ridden. He held his line. He didn't have to pump too much. So just showing that his time in the mental wise is really paying off, and his training as well. He grew up in Snapper Rocks. He's half Italian, half Brazilian. But yeah, he's been spending time out here in Sumatra, and it's really paying off for him right now.
So now we have a little break in action. So we're gonna go head over to Mark Clift with the last heat winner, Diego.
All right, winner of the last heat, standing here with me, Diego Cordero. I'm going to shake your hand, and I'm going to say you fit into this wave so well.
Yeah, every time I come here, I have so much fun. And yeah, I really love this wave, so I think everything just works out.
And it looks like you've got a magic carpet under your board. That board does not miss a beat. Tell us about it.
Yeah, shout out to Johnny Cabianca and to the boys at Surfboard Empire, Gavin, for sorting me out. Yeah, this board's insane. It's been going so good. I sort of broke it in the men's before I came here, so I kind of wanted to save it for the comps. So I've just been riding it in the comps. So yeah.
I would put it on ice as well if I was you. That's looking so spicy under your feet. You're telling me you work on one of the boats in the Ments. Would you like to give it a mention and a shout out to those boys?
Yeah, shout out to Wave Hunter Mentawai. I got the day off to be here, so the week off. So yeah, shout out to them.
So into the round of 30, if you get a good result here, do you have eyes on perhaps the next part of the Asian leg going over to Korea and beyond?
Yeah. I actually haven't entered Korea, so hopefully they give us a wild card if I get a good result here. But yeah, 100%.
The way things are going, I think you should have a chat with Bonnie and try and get into the draw, because I reckon you're on the way to a good result here, mate. I'm loving your work.
Thanks, mate. Thanks heaps.
Got one of these little suckers too. You better take hold of that. And well done, Diego. That was a really good performance. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark. And congratulations to Diego Cordero getting himself into the round of 32 here at the QS 6000. So while we were on that break, we saw Jean-Marc Tacong kind of just get blown out of a barrel there, a 5.83 and a 3.5. And we're seeing some scores for man in green, Caleb Tancred as well. So a bit of action while we were there, a 5 for Caleb.
Saxon River now up and riding on his backhand. Camera on the section. Gets a big first time with a lot of spray and a nice carb off the top. This is a nice combination from Saxon River. This is his first wave. The last of Caleb Tancred drops in 5.0. So Jean-Marc Tacong has a highest score in this heat so far, 5.83. So yeah, love to watch the replay of the last of red and green as well.
Yeah, so the last of Saxon still waiting. Maddie Jaw been pretty patient out there. Unfortunately, Maddie told me earlier that he actually was feeling really sick yesterday. Had to get a bit of an IV drip. So, you know, he powered through his first heat, but he's back out there again. So this is a replay of Jean-Marc Tacong, 5.83, nice barrel, holds the rail, gets back to the whitewash there, reappears out of it.
Wow, he just right out of it from the big white water. But that was what 5.83 looks like. Got into the tube, traveled a little while, and comes around, and then gets the extra cut back. So 4.10 for the first wave of Saxon River with a 16 minutes and 10 seconds to go. But on an inside wave, Caleb Tancred up and riding. It's a smaller size waves, but still nice off the top and hang on to the landing. It was a solid one turn, but unfortunately he didn't get the second turn in.
One turn, but that was really impressive. I feel like his feet just fully came off his board and landed back on it. So behind him, Saxon Reber caught a wave as well. Just a quick up and out. Wasn't really impressed with what the wave could give him on the inside, but so situation, we're waiting for the last of Caleb Tancred to come in. He only did that one turn. really well done, but the judges really giving points to those two big blasts. And Matty Job still sitting on priority. He's probably waiting for one of those bigger sets to come through. He saw Diego get
Right.
that high score on that last one. But if that set doesn't come, he will be having to play catch up, and that's not a good situation to be in towards the end of the heat.
But looks like a few lines out the back coming into the lineup, and probably not for Matty Job. He's still waiting for the right ones.
Yeah, with 14.5, it is currently John Mark Takong in first. Here are some replays. This is a replay of Caleb Tancred's last wave.
Wow.
So that was even bigger from the beach replay. That was a
Right.
huge turn, actually. Now looking at it from the beach, I can't believe he managed to stick that one.
It looks absolutely solid big one turn. It was solid turn from a drone shot, but even bigger from the beach angle. It's gonna be a healthy number, yes. It's gonna be a pretty good number for Caleb Tancred for the last of 5-3 for the last of Caleb. Wow,
Oh,
one of the
is someone
biggest
in there?
sets.
Oh,
Rolling through to the line.
no one on it.
No takers on that one.
Wow, so Caleb, a 5-2-3 for one turn. We haven't seen that today just yet, so that's some impressive stuff. Just showing how critical that section and
Right.
that turn was. Really great stuff there from Caleb Tancred. Now, John Mark Takong, a 4.40 to go into first. Saxon Reaper just sitting on a 4-1 and a 0.60. Matty Job still to catch a wave in this heat, so
Wow.
nerves must be getting under his skin right now. I'm not sure if this is probably I don't want to say a mistake, but he should start getting some waves in before it gets too far into the heat.
Right. And especially when other surfers getting, good scores like Caleb's getting 5s and, John McTagon getting 5, 6, 8, 3. You kind of wanted to be back in the game as soon as possible, but 13 minutes in, Matty Job is still waiting for the right ones out there with the first priority. It looks like Saxon Reba is up and riding, stalled in the barrel, traveling, and comes out of it clean and gets a big roundhouse cutback straight into the next one. It gets a bonus and kicks out here.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. Right behind him, Matty Job, first way of the heat. That's exactly how you want to start it off. With 12 minutes remaining, he finally gets one in, tries to get a turn there, manages to stick through with it. So we're going to be seeing some good scores come through. There we have John Mark Tokok coming out of a sick one as well.
Well,
Looking back at the judges, that's how you want to back up that 5-8-3.
He likes the wave. So great exchange between red, blue, and white. So now Caleb has first priority, waiting for the big sets. He's in the lead with 5-2-3 and 5-0-0. But John McTagon needs only 4.40, and got a feeling that last wave will replace his backup score soon. But we are still waiting for the red and blue white's last wave. It's gonna be an interesting exchange with 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat.
Yep, so it is now 3 scores to come through. 3 really good barrels. There definitely is going to be a change in the leaderboard. It is Caleb for now, the only one with 2 scores. I'm seeing a score come in for the last of Saxon Reber, and it's looking like a pretty good one. Saxon Reber, 5-8-3. His last one goes straight to second. Now we're waiting for a score for red and white. So I'm pretty sure red's one is going to be pretty insane. This is the last of Matty Job. Super deep. Makes it out. Gets a half turn here. But all the job was done on that first barrel. So not too important. He is looking for a 993. Behind him, John Mark Takong, Maramar as well, really deep, spends a lot of time in there. So this is going to be a pretty interesting last 10 minutes.
Right. So Marama now needs 4.10, but with that ride, probably would say he is going to be a lead. But Mari job, the last wave for Mari comes in at a 5.50. So now he needs 4.44 to go into the second. He's still waiting for the last of red.
So last of red, I personally think is going to be the best of that
Right.
exchange. He was really deep and managed to thread through that entire section. There we go again. Marmar really deep into this wave. Will he make it out? We're waiting on. Unfortunately, isn't going to make it out of that one. But we heard the crowd getting pretty excited for that one.
That was really close, unfortunately, for him. But Mari is up and riding, needing 4.44 in the barrel, traveling. Is he going to come out of it? Unfortunately, comes unstuck.
All right, Caleb Tancrane out the back. He is currently in first, but some scores to come through. So big first carve there. Sets it up again for this second one. So wants to get rid of that 5. I'm not sure if that was the wave he was looking for. Cashed in priority for that one. Lift. Saxon Reber out the back, only looking for a 4.40 to go into first. But we're still waiting for the last of Maramar. And there we have it. A 7 pushes him straight to the lead. Caleb in second now. Saxon Reber third. A 4.40 is his requirement. Now Maddie Job, a 5.5. Wasn't able to ride out of that last one. Here, what do you like about this wave?
But really like how he just drew big carve for the opening carve. Unfortunately, after that, wave just is not, steep that he was looking for. So I don't think it's gonna be a huge number, but definitely great surfing from Caleb. But Saxon and Muddy needing a small score now, 4.40 and a 4.73 are the requirement for the both blue and white. And Saxon has fast priority.
Yep, so small requirements for blue and white. Saxon with priority, 4.40. We know he can do it.
Right.
He's gotten a 5.83. He just needs to back it up. This is the best of John Mark Takong right now. The 7-point ride. Looks back at the judges. He was loving it. He has had some great results out here for his home break being Cloud9, another great right-hander. So he is feeling pretty comfortable out here. He knows how to get barreled and he knows how to get results. He's had many heats.
Right. He was former, Challenger Series surfer, so definitely he knows how to get the good scores, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's in the lead with 7 and 5.83, but this is Caleb looking for wave to get rid of the 5.0. First turn was a little bit of a check down and going for the air, but just it didn't stick to the landing. He was fourth priority, so probably his plan was to just keep busy, keep trying to get as many as he could. But there's still 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yep, so Caleb's just trying to keep busy. He had fourth priority, so not too much of a loss there. Saxon has priority now. All eyes on him and Maddie Job. Small requirements. Here we go. So Saxon Reber, 4.40 is a requirement. He pulls in. He makes it out of the barrel. Not going to waste any more time on the inside. So fully covered, makes it out. What do you think? You think you got it?
Well, 4.40. So it's gonna be right on that requirement, I think. It's definitely close. It's gonna be really close, I think. But I think, to me personally, he just got it.
Yeah, I think he might have just got it. Pretty similar to that the 4.10. He did a couple turns.
Right.
So Here is the replay. Last of Saxon. He's looking for that 4-0.
So he disappeared completely for a second and then come out and quickly kicks out. So there's no bonus turns after the tube. So all the point comes from the tube. Oh, looks like it's going to be close. 4.57. Yes, it's enough to go into the second. Now Caleb needs 5.18. Mari needing 4.91.
Yeah, so it was exactly pretty much 0.1 higher than what he needed. So he kind of felt it, paddled back out, decided to get priority over Caleb. So it's going to be a pretty critical 4.5 minutes. The requirements are not that big for both Caleb and Maddie Job. Maddie with second priority. John Mark Takong pretty comfortably out in the lead with that 7 under his name, a 5.83 to back it up. So it's looking pretty flat out there. Hopefully we get one more exchange. It would be great to have just 4 perfect waves.
Definitely. I'd love to see that. But 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat. John Mark Tagong is in the first comfortably with a 7 and 5.83 out there and has first priority. So he might be able to, better his backup score on the next set.
Yep, so just 3 minutes 45 left. We can see the next heat already close by. Pajar Ariana will be in the red, Lennox Smith in blue. We have Yuma Nagasawa in the white and Mike Clinton Brown in the green. That's heat 15, and we'll be finishing off heat 16 of this round of 64 with Rinta Otu in red, Ippo Suzuki, Jay Okelupo, and Ben Lawrenson. So last couple heats of this round of 64. Then we'll be going straight into the round of 32 of the women's. 5 heats to finish off the day. 24 heats in total?
Yep. It's a huge day today because, today and yesterday are the biggest day. But this is a replay of Best of Blue, 5.83. And gets a big runners cutback right here. And it gets another one in. So this is a 5.83 from Saxon Reba, now sitting in the second place with a 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. But there's a few waves coming through at the indicators.
Yeah, so usually when the indicator breaks, it means that something's coming.
Right.
But through personal experience, it's not always true.
That's also true.
Sometimes you see it break and you're like, it's coming.
Right.
And nothing shows up.
So with the 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, is there going to be another set for all the surfers? I'm hoping to see all the surfers catch next set. A few movement out the back. Slowly, all the surfers just trying to position themselves.
All right, it's looking like this is going to be a pretty interesting last moment here. Caleb Tancred swinging his board around. He has 4th priority, so he pretty much doesn't have a choice. He doesn't know how many waves are going to be in the set, and they let him go. Caleb Tancred, 5.18 is his requirement. He needs to do something big. Lays it back on that first one, sets it up, jams it in the pocket again. Huge second turn, wraps it there for that third. He's feeling it. Wow, we need to see what happens out the back though. Was anyone on that second wave? John Mark Takong, I don't see a priority next to his name, so wow.
He was
last minute.
It's going to be a really close one, and 1 minute remaining. There's still a few lines on the horizon, so Mari has first priority, needing 4.91, but that was a massive surfing from Caleb Tancred with 4th priority, needing 5.18. It's going to be really close.
All right, it's not over just yet. One more wave to come through. Oh, the boys just too far out. 35 seconds left on the clock. Looking like there's one more wave.
Wow.
Priorities with white.
Definitely he has to go on this one. Muddy job needing 4.91. Having a look at this one, up and riding, gets the first section in and gets second carve in. Gotta do something big. That's a much bigger maneuver from Muddy job. So needing 4.91 and get 3-turn combo.
All right. Couple scores to come through.
Right.
Intense moments. It's Caleb Tancred and Maddie Job waiting for some scores. Jean-Marc Tacon got that last one, but he's looking pretty comfortably out in the lead. A 7 and a 5.83 to his name. But the last of green and white are crucial right now.
Well, looks like Jean-Marc Tacon will get better score for the last of where it comes in out of 8.60.
Wow, the last of Jean-Marc Tacon and 8.60. What a score. That is how you shut down a heat. Well done, Maramar. Now it's all eyes on Caleb Tancred and Maddie Job. Were their last waves enough? So Maddie Job, last wave of 4.23 wasn't enough. Caleb Tancred now waiting on a score 5.18. What do you think?
So personally, he got it. It was a bigger wave than Muddy Job's last wave, and he got 2 big turns in. So, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Clutch moment. Caleb Tancred, 5.87, goes to second. This is the replay of the last of red. 8.60, stats talk, claims it. Wow. So I will be having a talk with Maramar. Congratulations, Caleb, as well. Just past a heat. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break and we'll see you guys in Heat 15.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back. This is Nias Pro QS 6000 men's round 4. Heat number 15 is on now. We have Made Ariana in red, Lennox Smith in blue, Yuma Nagasawa in white, Mike Clayton Brown in green. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with True for live action. This is Alpha in blue in the tube.
Whoa.
Traveling the tube quite a long time and comes out nice and clean and gets a bonus couple turns in. So this, what a start from Lennox Smith.
Wow. Lennox going to town straight away. And what a way to start off.
Wow, looks
the
like
heat. Oh my goodness.
looks like a few waves coming to the indicators at the back. So hopefully we're about to see more sets rolling through for 3 other surfers here.
Wow. We've got a score to lock in straight away for Lennox Smith. It looks like that last heat was pretty chaotic at the end. There were scores that were being needed. Everyone was riding waves. And this is Mike Clayton Brown having a look at this one, straight up into it. He's going to go to turns. Loads up for a big first carve. Eyes this section. Brings it around again. Unfortunately, loses his footing. So Mikey gets out of that one and scores to lock in for both him and Lennox. Lennox's score starting to filter on through. It's a 5.5.
Well, that's a great way to start his campaign here. So get the tube and get a couple turns in. So 5-5-0. That's gonna be a really nice keep up. But it happened in the last heat, but you never know until the last seconds.
It's pretty crazy. I feel like that's happened so much today, Di. Like we've seen so many heats where people have got the score in the last
Seconds,
minute, like 2 minutes. It's so crazy. Well, we got 5.5 for first and Mike Clayton. For first and Lennox Smith, 3-5 for Mike Clayton Brown.
And now at the back, Yuma has first priority, and Paja Ariana has second priority out there. So we've seen Yuma surfing this morning, and he just scored 8.12 this morning with the 2 big belts on his backhand. So we'd love to see that again.
Bring it on. 8-1-7. Yuma getting second in the Cruy Pro Junior. It was super exciting to watch him there. Lennox Smith is currently 8th on the Australian rankings at the moment, but it's Pajar who's 4th. Pajar Ariana in the red. He's 4th on the Asian rankings. Mike Clayton Brown, though, having a look at this inside one. Nice opening carve from the lad from Port Stephens. Gets a good second turn in there, driving through another one. And that was a good 3-turn combo. It'll back up that 3.5. And love that he's just catching a couple of waves straight away because seems like it's been pretty slow.
Yeah, it's I reckon it's good strategy to keep busy, get as many as you can out there, because sometimes in your heat it can get really quiet and really slow. So probably it's good idea to get early start. So 6 minutes in, that's exactly what Mike Clayton Brown are doing here. So probably the second wave for Mike is gonna be a good number, but out the back looks like Yuma is having a look at this one. 長澤選手1本目のライディングになります。これはいい波になってきそうです。セットの波、大きなボトムターン、そして一発目大きなターンを入れてきますが、少し板が抜けてしまったように見えました。
Well, that's the surfing we're wanting to see from Yuma Nagasawa. But I'm not able to get the finish. Bit of a paddle battle maybe going on right here. Mike Clayton Brown is trying to reach Yuma and get that third priority, but I'm not too sure if he'll get there. There's a little bit of distance. Still a fair bit of time remaining in this heat.
And the last wave for Mike comes in at a 4.50. It's a nice number. 4.50 could be a keeper in the end of the heat. But just important thing is just to keep busy and get the score and then trying to wait for the right ones out there. So now Paja Ariana has first priority. Lennox Smith with 5.50 has second priority, needing only 2.5 to go into the first.
Wow, 18 minutes to go. Already a fair bit of action. Loving the approach from Mike and Lennox, starting nice and early. Trying to lock in a few scores, apply that pressure.
Well, looks like few lines at the back, and surfers having a little bit of paddle towards the outside. But looks like Yuma 長澤選手2本目のライディング乗ってきました。さあ1発目縦へのアクション、そして2発目大きなカービングをしてきます。ここは2発のコンビネーションで演技を終えます。That was a great surfing from Yuma. And one more set in the lineup now. Pajal has first priority, but he is not taking this one. But looks like Mike is up and riding.
Yeah, big opening carve for Mike Clayton Brown. Loads it up for a second one. Just driving around pretty quickly. Gets a third in there as well for Mike Clayton Brown. And he is going to lock in another wave, just surfing into a bit of momentum in this heat, which has been exciting.
Right. So now we have a little break in action. So we go ahead over to Giada with last heat winner.
All right, I'm here with Mark. Wow, congratulations. What a heat. What waves you caught. How are you feeling right now?
All right, ready to be honest, I feel so stoked because last year also the waves here have been cooking, and today on my hit, oh, so grateful that like so many waves coming through and like all the waves came. It's like close to me, and so I got like really three good one. But the first one was great. I get 7, and then the second one it was like I was too deep and I didn't came out and I got hurt myself here. Yeah, but it's okay. It's worth it. And I get that the third one was really good. It's like last second, so you just really have to go for it and late drop and just pull in the barrel, and then I said, yeah, I got it. I was so stoked to make it through.
All right, so you're from Cloud9. Do you see any similarities with this wave and back at home?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same, but like what I said earlier to you, Cloud9 it doesn't really hold 8 to 10 foot, but here in Nias it's hold like 10 to 15 foot, you know. But the biggest here, the big barrel and the hardest part to take off. So like today it's the perfect size for me because it's like I don't know, like 6 foot maybe. And yeah, so happy to surf in Nias. The waves here have been pumping and so grateful to be here, to be honest. Yeah.
So you had a great run last year here. What are you bringing back from that year, and what are you trying to copy this year?
Well, last year I made it through round of 16, and I'm hoping like this year to make to the finals, and I just want to make sure that the mistake that I did last year it's not gonna happen this year, and so because I know everyone know how to go to barrels here. It just really depends what waves you're getting. So it just really have to be smart what waves you're getting because the judges is looking for barrels when the waves is really barreling. So yeah, finger crossed. Hopefully this year is gonna make to the finals.
All right, so you got injured. I'm going to let you put some ice on it. Here is your bang bang for winning your heat. I'm sure there's a huge crowd supporting you. Is there anything you like to say?
I just want to say thank you to all my family, my friends, to my sponsors, to the community in Siargao. I'm pretty sure you guys are watching right now. And thank you so much to all my sponsors, to believing in me. And without you guys, I don't think I'll be here in Nias. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada and John Mark to go. Marama. He had pretty much all the good waves in the last heat.
Wow.
He was super, super in good rhythm with the ocean.
Standard though, I feel like he usually is in pretty good
Right.
like pretty good rhythm in a right point break. I mean, right reef, I should say.
He knows how to surf this wave.
Oh,
definitely.
He's definitely one to watch for sure.
So confident and back in this heat, so few scores dropped in. Last wave for you, Mark, comes in at a 4.67. Pajal comes in at a 4.60. So this is the last of red. Stalled and pulled into the barrel. Come out clean and gets a big runners cutback and nice rebound. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck, but still 4.60 for the last of red. And the last of green comes in at a 3.77. So few scores locked in. And Mike Clayton Brown is in the lead. Yuma Nagasawa is in second. Lennox Smith now needs only 0.07. So
Wow.
pretty much catch a wave, and he's going to be in the second place. But Paja now needs also 0.98. So it's a very close heat so far with 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Lennox starting off nice and early in this heat, getting that 5.5. Best wave of the heat so far, and he has first priority. He's in a good spot right now. Lennox from the south coast of New South Wales, from an area called Barrack Point specifically, and he's definitely used to these right slabs. He's not scared at all. So we'll see what he can do on his next wave. We saw Yuma a little bit earlier on in the day getting that 8.17, which was that was pretty crazy. And this right now is Pajar Ariana. Nice connection there. Does well to ride out of it, tagging it once again, and just showing us how it's done out there on his backhand. And oh my goodness, who is this? That was Lennox Smith using his priority.
That was a super nice wave. I mean, one of the sets, and gets the big barrel and out the back. 長澤選手、これはサイズのある波にテイクオフしてきました。大きなセクションに一発大きなサーブを入れてきました。そしてここからもう一回大きなボトムターンをして少し緩慢なセクションになってしまいましたが、大きな一発、これはいいスコアになってきそうです。Well, another big belt from Yuma Nagasawa. Only one turn, but definitely, wow, it's going to be a great number for Yuma. But the next miss last wave.
Yeah, that's going to be a good score as well with 11 minutes to go. Lennox has a decent score to come through. That one turner of Yuma was so big and just so critical. I love that turn. I mean, he's just literally picking up where he left off from that last heat. It's crazy die.
So we are still waiting all the scores from white, blue, and red. So 3.43 for the last of red. Wow, this is a Lennox Smith's last wave. He's completely disappeared in the barrel and then come out so clean. Gets a nice carb. That was a great surfing from Lennox Smith. Needing only 2.53, so definitely he's done that, and got a feeling that last wave will put him into the lead.
Yeah, I think so as well. Dai locks in at an 8-point ride for Lennox Smith. He goes up into first place just off the back of two waves, and it's a score to lock in for Yuma Nagasawa. He needs a 3.6. I feel like he gets it, Dai. I mean, it was a pretty crucial turn.
Wow, yeah. Personally, that could be a second best score in this heat. Only one turn, but it was solid, so critical, and it was one of the sets. So, wow. Yeah, we are still waiting for the last of white with 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat. But Lennox Smith is the one who's leading this heat. One score locked in for Yuma. So it's a 5.0 for Yuma's last wave. That puts him into second place.
Wow.
Now Mike Clayton Brown needs 5.17. Pajar needs 5.07.
It's really close right now between second, third, and fourth. Just over a point separating them. Mike holds first priority, chasing that 5.17. Pajar needs a 5.07. And we are going to round out the day with heat number 16. It's going to be Rinta Otto taking on Ippo Suzuki, Jay Okalupo, and Ben Lorenzen. What a big heat to round out the men's round of 64. And then we'll go into the women's round of 32. We'll see the women taking the lineup out there and hopefully going for it as well. But the 8.0 from Lennox Smith. What a well-surfed wave.
Wow. Yes, that way, pretty much everyone was waiting for that wave.
Yes.
And he had, Lennox Smith had a first priority, so he was the one who can pick whatever wave he wants, and he gets the wave, points the barrel, come out of it so clean. So it's a well served from Lennox Smith.
Well, 7.5 minutes to go, and maybe potential for some sets to roll through.
Again, we have a lot of wave coming through at the indicators, which means we might have big sets coming up soon.
Excited to see it die. Mike chasing a 5.17. We've seen some big upsets today. So who knows what's going to happen towards the last 7 minutes of this heat. Things have really just been chopping and changing right up until the last minute or two. So Mike chasing a 517, Pajar looking for a 507. Not big scores, but they need to be on the best waves. And I feel like if they can get into the 6s and above, they'll be in a pretty good spot in second. But with the likes of Yuma Nagasawa, he gets a 5 for basically one turn.
Right.
He does 2 of those, and we'll be seeing 817s like we did earlier this morning.
100%. So actually, Yuma hasn't got a good waves yet. So he only put 2 turns in on smaller one and gets one big turn on a set, but which didn't really offer too much for him after the big one turn. So he probably needs to be on the good wave to get out maybe mid 6 or mid 7s, or he could get his requirement doing 2 big hits.
Yeah, I agree. His backhand is so lethal, and he's just, it's like he doesn't even care what the section is like. He's just going to go straight up and into it. And it's just that kind of attack that we were so used to seeing from him over in Krui. It's what got him a second in the Pro Junior over there. He will be in the Pro Junior here at Nias, which will be on the 27th and 28th. So he'll be staying here for a couple of extra days, and with 5.5 minutes to go, it's Lennox Smith holding the lead in this heat with an 8 and a 5.5. Yuma Nagasawa has a 5 and a 4.67. He needs an 8.5 to go to first. Mikey Clayton Brown from Port Stephens chasing a 5.17, and Pajar looking for a 5.06. And let's take a look at this 8 once again from Lennox.
Wow, he completely disappeared in the tube, come out of it really clean, and a big carve, and it kicks off. Wow, what a great performance from Lennox Smith. He, literally he waited for about 4 days to surf, this heat, and this is his first heat of Nias Pro, so he's having a great time out there. Probably, that set, you don't really get that set in a free surfing zone.
No, you do not catch waves like that in the free surf. It's usually the locals that are getting those ones. So to be able to jag one of those in a heat would be, I feel like he might be dreaming about that one a little bit later tonight, but 4 minutes to go.
So time is ticking,
It
and
is.
The pressures are kind of building up for green and red. So Yuma having a look. 長澤選手、この波でその差を広げていきたい。さあ、一発また大きなターンを入れてきた。もう一発入れていきたいところです。どうでしょうか。さあ、ここもしっかり入れてきたが、少し上で止まってしまったように見えました。Wow, really unlucky for Yuma. He was kind of on the way to better his score 4.67. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on the second one.
That would have been a really good score, Di. A 4, he would have bettered the 4.67 for sure. That first turn was crazy. And that second one, just going a little bit too high. You can see him just get hung up. And it's that second section where everyone's free-falling down. Maybe, I don't know, that was really unlucky for Yuma Nagasawa. Locked in at a 3.8. So it definitely would have bettered the 4.67 if he hadn't made that second turn.
I'm not... Well, that could be a really, big mistake for Yuma Nagasawa, because time is taken, just under 3 minutes to go in this heat. So green has fast priority, so pretty much he picks the next set, and looks like a few lines out the back. But Pajar needs a wave, needs a score. He needs 5.07. He's up and riding, gets a big first turn. He goes for it, but unfortunately goes down.
Wow, that was really unlucky for Pajar. He needed a 5.07. It's a really manageable number for him. He's got a really strong backhand. Let's take another look at it. It's a good looking wave. and just goes a little bit too hard on that first section and unfortunately goes down. This is Mike Clayton Brown, holds a priority, needs a 517, claims that he liked the feeling of it driving through a hard carve and wow, gets that completion, a 517 and
長澤選手、チューブに入って、これもしっかり出てきました。そしてここで大きなカットバックをします。そしてもう一回入れずにここはキックアウト。Wow, what an exchange between white and green.
Wow, and red. That is Pajar. He just doesn't come out of that one, unfortunately. Wow, big things happening in the last minute and 20 seconds of this heat die.
Again, in the last minutes, we have a probably crucial exchange.
Does your heart rate start elevating? Because mine does in these last 2 minutes. There's so many waves, and Yuma and Mike Clayton Brown, they've gone back to back to try and fight for second place.
Okay, so now Mike needs 517 with that ride, and I think he gets that requirement.
Yeah.
But Yuma had a wave in a barrel and gets a cut back. Here's a replay of last of green. Nice clean tube ride and gets the carve. Okay, and then he needs 5.17. And now...
he gets it. It's a 5.9 for Mike Clayton Brown. Yuma looking for a 5.41 on this wave.
Ooh.
Wow. Do we think he gets it with 25 seconds to go? Scores for Yuma Nagasawa to lock in, chasing a 5.41. This is going to be really close.
Right, definitely it's going to be close. But I think Yuma's wave was kind of a little bit smaller than, Mike's, but this is Yuma Nagasawa. 長澤選手、ここで 5.41 が必要です。少し前に出てこれなかったか。ここで出てきたところで、少し緩慢になってしまいました。
Wow, you could tell that he knew that last wave was not it, but we still have that previous one to lock in for Yuma Nagasawa of 5.41. The judges are going to really look at this one and dissect it.
What do you think?
I really don't know. I don't know. It's going to be close, I think. I mean...
Yeah, I think the Mike's last wave will be better than Yuma's last wave because it was bigger.
Yeah.
Big tube, but few scores locked in. It's going to be close. Needing 5.41.
Wow. It's a flat 5 for Yuma Nagasawa. So unfortunately, not the score that he was looking for, but Lennox Smith just dominating that heat die.
Right. So we'll be right back in the round of 64, heat number 16 after the bonsai break.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go.
And we are back with heat number 16 of the men's round of 64 for day 3 of the Nias Pro. It is Rinta Uto taking on Ippo Suzuki, Jay Okalupo, and Ben Lorenzen. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Mark Clifton. We have been having some crazy last 2 minutes of the heats the last couple of hours. It's been insane.
There's been a lot of that, hasn't there? So that's just testament to the level and the depth on the Asian Tour. It's a dual sanction event, obviously. Hence the Australians are here, the Kiwis. Otherwise, it would just be the Asian region. Japan, super strong. Indonesia, super strong. Philippines have got a couple of charges. We've seen some surfers come from Sri Lanka over the years. and a few other venues. But this fella here, Ben Lorenzen, has been looking really good out in front. A sharp, goofy footer. When he gets a bit of room to move, he's just got this wicked high-speed backhand slash that just fits in so well. So watch this space. We'll see more of him as this heat unfolds. But I agree, this is another one of them heats. The last heat of the men's, the round of 64. So effectively our 19th heat of the day. 5 ladies heats on the format to finish off the Savo.
Yeah, bring it on. I'm looking forward to seeing the women hitting the lineup out there for sure. That first heat is going to be Sarah Wakita, Taina Izquierdo, Lucy Dara, and also Ruby True. Wow, that is a really good heat for the women to start off for the women's round of 32. First to Ben Lorenzen, just a 0.77.
Yeah, so a lot of buzzer beaters. Tell me about that last set. It looks like Mike Clayton Brown got up off the canvas there right at the end.
Yeah, he did. He got a 5.9. He was looking for a 5.17 and gets a score. Yuma Nagasawa was looking for a score but just didn't get it. This is Ippo Suzuki. Tucks in. Does he find some speed? He is so deep on this one. I don't think he makes it out of that one, but wow, it would have been crazy if he had.
Well, you'd have to be Ryaru Ito to get out of something like that. A demon here last year on his backhand. Let's have a look at Ben again. He's deciding to stay with the tube option. This is looking much better for Ben. Indeed, he threads it now. This is the backhand I love. He's got such it's a die-for backhand when he gets the moves going. The tube was spicy. Loved it. So does he. That was sick. Well done there to Ben. So a huge advantage now in this heat with that completion. Great tube. Couple of hits. Judges will soak it up. Beautiful.
Yeah, they're going to love it. And Ben is just gaining some rhythm, gaining the momentum in this heat. And we've seen that happen so often. People just, catching quite a few waves at the start. And they've just been in front of the 8 ball really for the rest of the time. With 21 minutes to go, it is Rinta Uto and Jay Okolupo out there with the opportunity at the next sets to roll through. Jay getting that 9-point ride a little bit earlier on. But let's take a look at this last one of Ben Lorenzen. Tucks in, gets a cover, and goes up for a really strong backhand connection there. Ben is such a great backhand surfer, and you can see he loves that one. I love watching Ben on going right. 7.33 is what it looks in as.
Perfect. It was such a good drone angle. You could really see him just pull up at exactly the right time to the right height on the wave to avoid the lip, and then just held that line and blasted off a couple of big hits as well. So that's what a 7.33 looks like at the start of Heat 16.
Yeah, some big surfing in that last heat as well. It was Lennox Smith taking it out. He is down there with Daiwako.
Wow, really stressful heat probably.
Yeah, it was hard out there. So hard when there's not that many barrels coming through and you don't know whether to do turns or go for a pit, but pretty stoked to get through that.
You got an 8. It's like one of the best waves in the strip.
Yeah, for sure. It's so hard to get waves in the free surf. So get out there in the heat and just chasing it pretty hard. But yeah, pretty stoked.
But did you expect that you have to wait for that long?
No, not really. Oh, actually, yeah, I did because it's just so slow, but I knew one would come, surely. So, yeah, I just waited and then eventually came.
Yeah, you waited for pretty much 4 full days to surf in the first heat. So you must be stoked to just be in the water in the heat.
Yeah, it's good to get the rashy on and get out there for a bit. It's get pretty anxious sitting upstairs watching all day and waiting for your heat. But, yeah, good to get out there.
All right. Is there anything you like to say to your family or friends? Probably they're all watching your heat.
Yeah, hello to the fam and everyone watching. Cheers for the support.
All right, good luck in the next round. And this is a transition. Ben.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks, Di, and thank you, Lennox. Lennox got a 5.5, backed it up with an 8, and that was pretty much all he had to do in that heat.
Rode 2 waves?
Yeah.
Did it well. All right, so a big total there. Good work. Becomes a round of 32er, which we'll confirm the format tomorrow as to what rolls out. We might have some intel on that by the end of the day, but every now and then, stuff's still going on up there, up the point. On the indicator, that's a little deeper than the indicator. It starts to wind down. This one maybe not going to hit the exact spot, but boy, oh boy, it looks pretty good. Still just a blistering hot day. Perfect offshore. Lagundri Bay, Sorake Beach, doing its thing here. Glamorous conditions. I'm sure everyone's still pretty stoked they get an opportunity. And he goes, Jay Okalupo. Opened with a 9 last time. What's he got here on his first wave? He ducks. He gets a nice thread going on. I'm loving what he's done so far. Good little bit of rail work. Now needs to get up there and tag it. He does. A full completion. So had a little bit of everything. Loved it.
Yeah, that was a nice wave there from Jay Okalupo. Rinta, unfortunately, comes unstuck on that big one, but almost got there. But yeah, Jay gets a tube, backs it up with a 2-turn combo. Good way to start his heat.
Yep. So everybody's off and racing now, some better than others. Ben Lorenzen will be pretty chuffed with his work. He's on the hunt as well. And I think that's a starter. Always let that one slide through. It obviously didn't have much wall to it. So Jay will have a good number. No doubt we'll get the Bonsoy replay again shortly, maybe from the judges' angle. Always good to see these waves twice because I believe it's going to be up there with one of the best numbers. I reckon it goes up there near Ben's.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Mark. I think it'll be a good score. With just under 17 minutes to go in this heat. Jay has a number to lock in. Ben gets the best of it. A 7.33 so far. Let's take another look at the replay. Tucks in, disappears, comes out cleanly, and then that was really, really well served. I mean, these two sections here times it perfectly for that second connection and gets a little bit more critical, but it's a 5.17 is what it locks in as for Jay Okalupo.
Good tube. I think he might have left a little bit hanging on his second move. He just left it right out there on the face. Put him in a good spot, though, for that third hit. But, geez, you wouldn't turn your nose up at a 5.17 in these conditions. Some of those absolute carryover into first and second placings. So a little bit of a pressure release there for Jay. Not the lofty heights he went to this morning. A 9. What heat was that? That was like the third heat of the morning, wasn't it? It was.
He was heat 15.
16. Heat 16 he was. Pretty sure he was heat 16. Yeah, he was. Yep. Anyway, a 9 this morning. He's in the bank with the second highest number of the day, the 927 by Taj Stokes. I missed it. It was obviously a bigger, better wave. Those two lads sitting at the top of the Nias Pro highlight reel for this year. And we've still got how many days to roll out? Day 3. I think it's an 8-day event. 6 days for the QS, a couple of days for the Pro Juniors.
Yeah.
So at the end of today, we'll be halfway through our waiting period, I guess, for the QS side of life. And the youngsters are biding their time on the sidelines, waiting for the Pro Juniors to roll out later on. All right, who's got priority here? Suzuki. Suzuki Ippo. Here he goes.
Yep, straight up into it. Airdrops down. Needs to go big on this first section. He does, but just a little too big, unfortunately, for Ippo Suzuki. And it is Ben Lorenzen. He's going to have a look at this one.
Yep, he takes a slightly different option to Suzuki. He gets a nice draining barrel again. A little bit of a fumble off the bottom, so he kicks out. He's trying to get back there to beat Blue into third priority. So I think let's stay with this. Red.
Yep, Rinta Auto. Nice first turn. Just unfortunately catches the rail and goes over the handlebars with 14 and a half minutes to go. 2 incompletes for Rinta. That is pretty uncharacteristic of him.
Ben, though, he'll have a commanding lead once his second number drops in. He's about to pick up second priority as well. So, things are looking pretty good for BL. Loving his work. I think what might have gone wrong for Suzuki was he didn't take the tube option and it was there, right? It was bowling and it looked pretty good on the first time around. And then he put a bit of pressure on, got to go big on the turn and just got up there a little bit late, got pitched. It's going to turn into a super low number. So this is Ben. I really like this.
Yeah, me too. Just tucks in straight away for Ben Lorenzen and kicks out right in front of Ippo Suzuki and has a bit of a paddle battle to try and regain second priority, which Ben does. Scores for him to lock in for his last wave. He's already got that 7.33 and a really good way to start off that heat with his heat, for heat number 16 of the round.
He's going to have a good backup too in a moment. We'll have a huge lead. All right, so Jay with priority, you can see him in the white rashi out of the Gold Coast. Just waiting for this next number to get the upgraded version of what he's chasing. It's going to be a mid-range score here for Ben. The judges don't get overly excited, but a 5.33 for a tube only. Not a bad result. I'm sure Ben will be happy with that. The two highest numbers in your column at this stage sitting pretty with a 12.66 two-wave total. The job's kind of mainly done now. I think he'd really want to improve on the 5.33, but we really got to get the party started for the two Japanese in blue and red.
Yeah, they both Ippo and Rinta need to capitalize on their next opportunity. Otherwise, they might just run out of time because it does slip away pretty quickly, especially considering that sometimes we do have those slow moments in heats, you know, and right now it seems like we're having just that, and Jay Okalupo holds first priority and Ben Lorenzen with second priority. So the two Aussies are really commanding this heat so far with the best waves and also first and second prio. But, you know, Ippo Suzuki, he's been seeded into the round of 64 for a reason. We know how good he is, and we know how incredible he surfs. I mean, he's definitely one to watch. But while we have a bit of a break in the action, we'll go to a quick bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Quick
All right.
break and we're back.
Yep. All right. So let's have a look at it, Ben. Not much has gone on. I think Rinta might have picked up a little wave in between. It was a non-event there for Uto Rinta in the red. But I have noticed someone's taken on the indicator, so we can see in the background when we get back to the drone footage, there is a contender up there on some pretty dry reef. See, we're probably right about high tide for the day now. Coming up a little bit more. I think it comes up till about 4 o'clock and then starts dropping. So we can see someone up there in the background. It's 3:30 here in Nias time, everybody. It is an hour behind Bali, an hour behind West Oz time. Rinta regroups. He paddles back out. He's got 3 attempts for nothing even hitting the heights of 1 point. So 10.5 to go. He's really going to have to tee off on his next couple of rides because Ben and Jay, the Aussies, have really capitalised on every single opportunity. Well, let's have a look at blue right here.
Ippo having a really good look at this one, up and into it on his backhand. Wants to go big, gets that first turn. Free falls down, and just a one turn there for Ippo, so he'll get back out the back.
Really?
Just finding it hard to connect with the good ones out there, Mark.
Yeah, that was a really flat-looking wave, and he identified that. His first turn had almost no bowl. You only get a couple of chances to impress the judges. 2 big hits has been a lot of the work needed to get some numbers, and if your first one's not right, you might as well get off. So a 2.37 drops in for that effort. So wisely just deciding to get back out there, utilise these back 10 minutes a little better. We are watching our last heat of men's business for the day. The women's come up next. Would you like to have a little look through the draw here, True, and see who some of the standouts are in these 5 formatted heats for the ladies?
Yeah, they're all pretty big. Wow. Well, we're going to see the bonsai leader of the Bonsai Asia Super Series be out there in heat number 2. That's Rita Suzuki. She's going to take on Holly Williams, Kira Buckpitt, and Gia Lorenzen. That's going to be a big heat, I think, heat number 2. They all look like really, really good heats, Mark. There's not really one that I can put down to being the best one. I feel like the standard of women's surfing is pretty incredible at the moment. I think they're all going to be good to watch.
It's come a long way, hasn't it? A couple of years ago, Philippa Anderson won out here. On the same year that Rio Wider won, it was barreling. She got pitted off her head. She knows how to get it done out here. She's coming up in heat 5, which will be the last heat of the day. So for all the Novocastrians, the Aussies down there, one of the big players is coming up to do her first heat. So, of course, our full-seated surfers will feature in that round. But here is Lorenzen again. He loves a backhand barrel. Look at him go. He's got a good line on this thing. Of course he comes out. It's a bigger wave, a heavy grind now, and a bonus 3rd section, but it just clips him. The work was already done. He'll be in for another solid number.
Yeah, out behind him, Jay Okalupo stalling to get in the tube. He comes out as well. It's just back-to-back surfing for the Australians. Jay kicks out right by Ben. We might get a bit of a paddle battle going on right now.
Aussie. Look at the boys go. Who's stronger? Who's got the better paddling technique? If they get back at exactly the same time, green will gain priority over white because white rode the very last wave. Is kind of how things work. Unless they deem white gets there first at this stage. Lorenz is probably huffing and puffing. It's going, oh, you know what, all yours. I'll take fourth priority. It's probably how it's going to play out here. It's so hard to do that. You've just ridden a wave. The water is steaming hot, everybody. The rash is on. It's like wearing a wetsuit in these conditions. It makes you even hotter. So I'm sure Jay's about there. He goes. He picks up third priority. So Ben says, righto, mate, I'm still leading. So catch me if you can. Jay's got a score to come. So that'll be good for him. That'll extend put some distance between him and the two Japanese. We've got our Soul Surfer up there biding their time up at the indicator as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing if that surfer can get a little bit of cover.
Wow, this last wave of Ben.
Yeah, good tube. Got a great tube riding technique, hey. Didn't get that right, but I mean, so what? That was a big barrel out the back with a carve down, and here is the replay of Jay again.
Yeah, Jay stalling to get in this one. Finds a good bit of cover there as well. He looks so comfortable in the tube and gets a good carve as well there for Jay Okalupo. It's going to be a good backup score for him. Ben's number is starting to look pretty strong as it locks in. He gets a 7.0 for Ben Lorenzen and scores to come through as well for Jay Okalupo.
I think Ben's still just, he's getting more depth. I'd love to see Jay's from the front on. I can't really say that till we see Jay. From the judge's view, it looked good. He did a great job, dragged his backhand a couple of times to stay as deep as he could for as long as possible. Obviously, the judges love seeing the tube, so you've got to milk it for all it's worth. Here goes our surfer in red, Uto Rinta.
Yep. Goes to turns on this wave. Big gouge in the pocket. Gets another one in there. Needs to go a little bit more critical, but I tell you what, they were two pretty strong turns otherwise for Rinta. He is looking for a 4.31 at this stage, but we're still waiting on this last score of Jay Okalupo to lock in with 5.5 minutes to go.
Yep, Jay wants the number 2. He wants to know where he's coming, what he needs. The time is down to 5 minutes. It's crucial that the beach announcer gets this out to him right now. So Jay's getting some input. Yep, Rinta will no doubt be chasing a substantial number because that was pretty tidy work by Jay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the 4.31 is fake news on the right-hand side of the screen.
Here we go. This is Ippo Suzuki. Pulls straight in. Finds the exit as well. That's a good-looking wave for Ippo. He just pulls through the back of that one. A 4.43 for this last wave of Rinta Uto. Locks in a 5.6 for Jay Okalupo. That's his best wave of the heat so far. So Rinta is looking for a 6.34 and Ippo chasing an 8.4. Ippo still has a score to lock in though, Mark, with 4.5 minutes.
All right. That'll be that last effort. Got a barrel. Didn't like the rail he had dug in for any sort of manoeuvre, so kicking straight out, maybe realising he's going to have to get back out there and roll the dice again. So an 8.4 off one number is pretty big ask, but a 10.77 two-wave total is, if he can do it, this is it. It's a pretty good tube. Tucked his head, got the cover, came out. Now, I'm sure he wanted to move here, but it didn't come off. He decided to just get the hell out of there and investigate the peak again. So he moves into third. He needs a 6.04 at this stage, so it's much better reading than the last requirement. And here he goes again.
Yeah, gets that first backhand snap a little bit late to the party for the second one. Unfortunately goes down, but chasing a 6.04, he might need a bigger wave than that to challenge for that score.
Or a longer barrel, really. Okay, so the stage is set. Ben Lorenzen, geez, he's really showing us some fine backhand tube riding style. I know he's got better turns on offer than what he's shown during this heat, but when you're picking the waves like he is and you're throwing away even another number that's a low 5, he's really got the 3 of the 4 best scores in this matchup in the green column. So Ben Lorenzen doing it all his own way out there for a 14.33 total. Big number there on the in the green column. Okalupo's done enough to kind of have a convincing hold on second, although he would like to upgrade his 5.17. He's got priority, so he can just run down the clock here and just pick the eyes out of these last 3 minutes. Ben doesn't have to do much. He's got pretty much 1 foot in the round of 32. Take a big ask to delete him. So I love him, Ben. He's a nice fella too, isn't he? When you talk to him, he's just good Aussie bloke.
Yeah, he's probably got Zeb or maybe Taj Stokes out there as his caddy for this heat. I know that he's travelling there with them as well as his sister Gia Lorenzen, who we are going to see in heat number 2 of the women's round of 32, which is going to be coming up very shortly. This next heat will be the start of the women's. Sarah Wakita, Taina Izquierdo, Lucy Dara, and Ruby True. It's going to be a stacked heat, that one. We'll be seeing Sarah Wakita and Taina Izquierdo out there for the first time in this event. But with 2 minutes to go, Ben Lorenzen out in front. That's 7.33 and a 7. He's looking really solid on his backhand. And Jay chasing an 8.73 to go to first.
That's one of the best score lines I've seen for quite a few heats. So Ben could be patting himself on the back. He'll be comfortable that he can regroup and just focus on tomorrow from here on. Don't do anything stupid here with a second priority. So Surfer in White has full bite of it. No one gets this wave. Goes through unattended. Looks like it had a nice bit of height to it. All right, so Jay didn't like it. He was a little out of position. He was probably looking to make sure if Blue was going to go, maybe Jay could have taken off, but he saw that Blue didn't want a piece of it either. He's gone, might as well just keep the fend-off program going here.
Yeah.
Could have played that pretty well, I think, there, Jay.
Yeah, Jay's a pretty smart competitor. He's very aware of what's going on around him. He'd know that he'd have that 5.6 and a 5.17. Only 2 waves ridden for Jay. With 55 seconds to go, Ippo is needing a 6.04. Rinta chasing a 6.34 to go into second. First seems pretty locked away right now. Seems like Benny will move on through if he doesn't make any mistakes towards the end of this one. This is Ippo Suzuki chasing a 6.04. Gets a first backhand carve in. That's a bit more like it for Ippo. He needs to get another good section, but that wave, unfortunately...
Ooh.
Wow.
Just saw White. There we go. The back end of this wave of Jay Okalupo. It was a bigger wave. He was straight in the pit off the takeoff. Trust me, we only saw maybe half of that tube. It was really well. He goes, Ben.
Yeah, Ben Lorenzen. Bit of a victory lap here. Wow, beautiful turn right there for Ben. And he gets out of that one with 3 seconds to go. Looks like it's going to be Ben Lorenzen and Jay Okalupo moving on through. This last wave of Jays, though.
It'll be a big number. I'd like to see the whole replay of that wave because it was pretty sick. And we only caught him when he was already in the tube, but it had a lot of height attached to it. I imagine he got in the barrel right from the word go. So if there's any chance we can see it again, we're talking about the replay of White's last wave where possible. Looking for the Bonsoy replay. Not convinced that Blue will get the number. You're right, he needed to do. He got a really good second belt going, but this is the last wave of White.
Yeah, Jay's in it for quite a long time. He's chasing an 8.73 to go to first. We'll see if it's the number he needs. I mean, he's definitely in second. That last wave of Ippo was a 3.67. Last of Ben isn't going to factor in. He's got that 7.33 and a 7. I mean, that was still such a beautiful turn there for Ben Lorenzen.
Yep, it will be the Australians. Will be locking into the round of 32. Score coming in doesn't factor in that highly for Jay. It was a 5.23. It's still a keeper. Over and out for the last heat of the men's, and we'll be back with the women's draw in just a moment.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, ladies, action at the point for the next 5 heats. So we've got about 2 hours of action coming at us to round out day 3. I'm Mark Clift. I'm joined by Giada Lagundri. Giada, have a look at this lineup. What do you like best about it?
Oh, what I like best about it is my friend Taina Izquierdo is out there. So I'm super excited. Sara Wakita as well, a name I've seen around. She's a great competitor. Lucy Dara and Ruby True. I've seen them in Krui, had great performances. So this is exciting.
Yeah, Lucy really caught my attention down there. We had a couple of post-heat interviews together. She won some big heats. She looked really solid down there. She's also paddling for the first wave. She gets an easy roll in. I thought she might have missed this. So great paddling effort for Lucy. Here she goes now. Solid performer down there in Krui. Her first, no, it'd be a second heat here. I remember interviewing her the other day. She did win a heat to get to this point. So it was down tools yesterday. So yesterday, did the women get a surf yesterday? I can't remember. It's only day 3, but it's just such a long campaign with Krui thrown in.
No, the women did not surf yesterday. So this is the top-seeded women on... This is the top seed on the women's side. This is Ruby True. Good first turn there. Really tight in the pocket. Sets it up for this second one. Gets around Lucy there as she's duck diving on the way out. So, wow. Okay, round of 32, heat 1 of the women's. This is a really important heat because we have switched over to the women's category, and heat 1 is going to be readjusting the scales again. The judges are going to have to take a look at those first 2 waves, and this is going to kind of set up the scale for the afternoon.
Yep, so it wouldn't surprise me if it takes a little while to get these numbers dropped. They really want to get the scale right early. They don't want to be too low to start. They want to make sure it fits in and looks good for the rest of these 5 heats. Your friend Taina Izquierdo in the blue. She's up here. She's had a little time off competition, but she's back doing it. She's back on Team Pisoy. So I wish her the best of luck as well. They're all tough heats. Just got to block out the nerves and what's going on around you and just focus on your own act. If I could give Taina a little bit of advice, let's just stay focused on the blue rashi to give yourself the best chance of getting through. But Sarah Wakita, she's a big-time performer on this Asian region. Here she goes.
Yep, so this is Sara Wakita now on her forehand. Good-looking wave. Wraps it around tightly on that first one. She's going to get another one in. Bit more of a wider arc there, but still nicely done. Just wrapping this all up with a third cutty. So that was a great way to start for Sara Wakita. It is now Taina Izquierdo out the back. So a little bit of insight from Taina. She is 23 or 24 years old. I know she's a year younger than me. So probably 24. And she is Indonesian. Her dad was Puerto Rican. She is part of the Rip Curl team as well as the PSOE right now. So I'm sure everyone is tuning in and watching her on the beach. Her teammates Kailani Johnson will be surfing later on today in Heat 4. And Dea Natasha, pretty sure... Tomorrow morning, first heat, she will be heat 6. So they're probably out there watching her and giving her the best energy. Me and Taina, I remember, have competed our whole lives together from the first Magic Wave contest that we had in Halfway Kura and in Legian to the Rip Curl Grom Search, the Volcom Crustaceous Tour. And now the QS, she is a great competitor. She's had some great results. I know she loves spending time in Australia, has spent some time in Hawaii as well. You'll usually see her surfing her home break in Uluwatu and as well as the beaches in Legian.
Nice. Well, Wakita gets the best of it with the 5-1. Ruby True a 4.50. Lucy just with the 3. So the judges have just been getting a little better with each wave, throwing the numbers a little bit higher as the heat's gone on. We'll just stay with the action here because here is Taina. Go for it, G.
All right, on her backhand, good-looking wave. Sets up for this first big arch. And again on this second one. So good start for Taina. I was liking it. The goofy footer will get back out there. So now all 4 surfers have scores on the board. We will be heading now to the post-heat interview of True with the last heat winner, Ben Lawrenson.
Ben, an incredible win there, a 7.33 and a 7. It looked really fun.
That was the funnest heat ever. I've never been barreled in a heat before. I got knocked out last year, the round before the good day, and it's pretty heartbreaking. So I told myself that this year I'd get a run in the good stuff, and I did, and I'm super happy with how I surfed. So stoked.
It was really exciting to watch. You just dominated from the start of that heat. What was your game plan going into that one?
I don't really know, to be honest. I sort of melted at the start and picked one that I was really way too deep for, but I sort of was glad I did because I just knew a bit of separation from the pack, and everyone was out of position at the start, so I sort of was I should go this and just get away from everyone, and it worked in my favor. But that was the strategy. I'm just gonna say that.
And you're traveling with a great group of people, Taj and Zev, and obviously your sister Gia. Taj got that 9.27. Was there any words of advice from him before your heat?
He told me to just pick the good ones and just be patient. It's a lot of in between waves out there, so you sort of just gotta pick the ones you sort of know, the really good ones and then the good ones. But I don't think there was any really, really good ones that heat, but there are definitely some fun ones. But it's pumping. I can't complain. It's so cool.
I'm sure you have lots of friends and family at home watching. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, Mum, Dad, miss you guys. My sponsors, Border Lab, Arakawa. Been working with Bruce K for a while now, and running a 6.0 RP, and it's awesome. And shout out to my girlfriend, miss you lots. Hope you're smashing it in New York. I think it's pretty late for her, but miss you lots.
And a heat win means a bang bang. So this is for you. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth. Yay.
Thanks, Drew.
So good. Well done.
Second wave, wrap around back to the power source, may get up there and blast this section, but runs out of steepness. So two-turn combo for Lucy. Found herself sitting in fourth. Tyna's last wave of 3.67 keeps her, in the conversation for qualification. It's good that everybody's on the scoreboard, and we've still got so much time remaining in this heat.
Yeah, I really love that first turn from Lucy Dara on that wave. It was in the critical part of it and really blast that lip. So I think it's going to be a pretty good score. It is Sara Wakita with the better of the exchange of 5.10. Sara is a surfer from Japan, but the Wakita name is pretty well known around the North Shore. Her dad is considered a bit of a charger and pretty respected out there. So they used to live out in Hawaii, but they have recently moved back to Japan. So a name to keep an eye on, Sara Wakita, still young and such a fierce competitor. A bit of an all-rounded surfer. I know she's not afraid when it gets big, and she really, really has a great style.
All right, well, someone else I reckon coming up to watch out for in Heat 3 is Anne Dos Santos out of Brazil. Cool customer, great performer. When waves get barreling and start doing their stuff, caught my attention here a few years ago when I think she got a 10 or a high 9 or something when it was a crazy day, and just got the meanest backhand tube ride. So she's fearless, and she'll be coming up in Heat 3. So I think as some of the other names I just looked through, there's a bunch of them, but for me, I just identified that name because I love what Anne does, and she just, there's no ego attached to Anne. She just cruises around. She's happy to just slip under the guard and just let her surfing do the talking. So I think in Heat 3, everybody watch out for Anne Dos Santos because it's barreling out there.
Yep, that's exactly right. Ani is known for her barrel riding. She has dropped some pretty good clips with O'Neill. I think she had a couple episodes on the Maps to Nowhere. We had a trip with her the first year they had an international contest in Afulu. She had come with us right after Cruy, and we were down there. She was filming some clips with her filmer Shannon, I think her name is. So I'll get back to that. This is a replay of Lucy Dara's last wave. Comes in at a 5.60, so the judges really liking those first two turns on that wave.
Yep, right in the pocket on a first turn. Got to be thinking that's where a majority of those points came from. Had a good read on it, picked a good wave, but there seems to be some motion in the ocean, everybody. We've even got a contender out there on the keyhole, on the indicator. But more importantly, a good wave rides through. Two people take off, one up on the top of the point and one down here right in front of the drone.
Oh.
So let's just see if we can stick with the stuff that's going on out there at the indicator, because someone is well slotted. And our flight operator, Ryan Williams, said if somebody gets one from up there, I'm going to film it. And he did. For your benefit, everybody. Here's Sarah.
All right. Sarah Wakita now on her forehand. She kind of looks for the barrel, decides the better of it, and goes to this big first blast here. Gonna set it up again, wraps it around. So good stuff. She's gonna be backing up that 510 pretty nicely. One more arch there just to tie this one up. I think right behind her is Taina Izquierdo. Unfortunately, just falls off on that one, looking like it was a bit of a foamy wave. So some scores to come through for surfers in red and blue.
Yeah, and being so late on day 3 and waiting this long for your first heat and watching all these heats go on today, you got to feel a little bit for Tina, because I imagine she's got a bunch of nerves under the bonnet. She's fallen on her first couple of waves, so not ideal start here for the surfer in blue. So she's going to have to dig deep. If you could get in her brain right now, what messages would you give her?
Honestly, I would tell her just to relax and take a couple deep breaths. All she has to really do is surf and get 2 good ones. She's used to the imperfection. She knows how to pick the good ones. So I would just tell her to just trust her surfing.
Finish your next wave would be a good option. Right out in the channel, get a couple of good belts going on. Lucy Dara got that exact motion for a 5-6 on her last wave. So let's see what the goofy footer out of Australia can bring this time. There's another one of those hits that's looking a lot like her last ride, which is good news for her. Even that second move looks very similar to the 5-6 on another set. She doesn't get a third turn. It doesn't matter. 2 really good turns with a fair bit of height attached to that wave. I reckon she's in for another number very similar. Straight to the lead for me.
Yeah, I think so too. She only needs a 3-4-3. That first turn was really nice. I like how she kind of pushed her tail as well. So I really like Lucy Dara's style right now, and she's looking pretty solid.
Yep, and she speaks really well every time I've had chats and the post-heat interviews. She's really cool. So I reckon watch this space. She's pretty young. She's already got a good game. She's already travelling around to a lot of high-profile events. So there's people invested in her team. Rip Curl, the score in at a 6.67 goes better than her last by more than a point. So a couple of the high scores now in this matchup. Looking pretty comfortable. Got a solid lead over the rest. Wakita, in fact, needs to bust into the 7 range to track her down. And for Tina and Ruby, it's time to get it together. They're now needing sort of mid-4s and mid-5s to get out of trouble here.
Yep, that's right. So Lucy Dara, a 6.67. That's a great way. She must be feeling pretty good right now, kind of kicking and paddling back out with that extra bit of confidence. 7.17 is a big requirement. So just 10.5 left. That's a pretty good position to be in, Lucy.
Well, this is one of those cases where she's in the perfect rhythm. She's always seems to be finding a set, got priority at the right time. So ticking, good parts of being a good contest surfer are going her way at this stage. So she doesn't really have to do much more. Look at this wave. It's just such a, it's also an easy wave to surf. It's not running off at a rapid pace. It's not fully top to bottom. So she does fit in the moves really easily. Gets the job done, and there is a 6.67. Yeah, picking the good waves is part of, the main reason she's sitting on 12 and a bit points, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a huge factor today, and we are going to be watching Ruby True on a smaller looking wave, but she gets tight into the pocket, upside down again on that one. So that's a good wave from Ruby True. Wants to back up that 4.5. Another 4.5 is her requirement, and I think that's
I reckon that's it.
Yeah,
it
me
was
too.
Pretty good, She put a bit of spice onto those turns. She didn't just tap it. She really got a bit of back foot into both the moves. A smaller wave than Lucy's last, but it was probably steeper and got 2 pretty quality hits. So I really liked it. I can't see Ruby sitting in 4th for much longer. So I think Sarah will have to pay attention to this score. I think she's going to drop into 3rd. Priority sits with Tina. A good wave approaches. She doesn't like what she sees down the line, so holds on to top priority. it's looking like something's happening here, G.
Yeah, so all the girls paddling, it is priority with Taina Izquierdo. This wave already breaking, and unfortunately, they're a little too late for it. So the girls just getting dragged a little bit to the inside. And it's looking like one more. Lucy Dara taking a look at this, but it will be Sara Wakita with second priority. Pulling the trigger on this one, 6.91 to go to second. The last of Ruby True came in at a 7.5, but we'll stick with this one. Two really good hits here from Sara Wakita. Wraps it around again. So, wow, Ruby True, 7.5.
No, right? Just the steepness of the wave and two really good hits. I mean, they threw a 6.67 at Lucy, and one of her turns was more out on the face. And as we suggested when we saw the replays of Lucy's wave, it was an easy wave to ride, right? Ruby had steepness to her sections that she took on. So I like the fact that the judges identified that, threw the biggest number at her, and there's only a quarter of a point separating the two Aussies right now.
Yeah, it would be great to get the beach angle of those waves. Get a couple replays thrown in. Just as I said, this is the last of Sara out. So good first opening turn. A big fan of spray. Kind of jams it there. Lays back a little bit into her back foot. And this last one was just to kind of wrap it all together. So she wants to get rid of that 3.93, but a 6.91 is her requirement now to go to second.
Yep, so Ruby did a great job, the 7.50, the highlight. Also, Lucy with the wave she's picking, she's in rhythm. So it's going to be Taina still living on some pretty low numbers, just a 3 and a 2. So finds herself needing an excellent score here. Wow, or 12 points off 2 waves. So a couple of 6s would probably get her there, but she's got 7 minutes. She's got first priority. Her next wave has to count, G. If it's not an 8.33, it's got to be better than a 6 to give her a chance, I reckon, of tracking down this second spot.
Yeah, so just under 7 minutes, Taina. She has the surfing to do it. She just needs to find the right, like we were saying earlier. And most of today's heats were like that. It wasn't so much of the type of surfing you were doing, but the selection of waves.
Well, and it's worked perfectly for Ruby. We spoke about it. The wave she got for the 7.5, 2 steep sections. Lucy's wave was bigger and didn't add up to the same number. So, yeah, you just got to be on those bowly ones. Pretty much the theme of most of the day has been those sort of 3/4 size waves, to me, look like. Throughout the day, predominantly some of the better waves. We have seen some big waves go nuts, but a lot of those can clamp at times. Here we go.
All right, Taina now, 8.33 to go into an advancing position. Kind of gets a little bit stuck on the way back there. Needs to do something big. Unfortunately, just falls off there on the bottom turn. Isn't able to back that one up. So, wow, just under 6 minutes. Taina is going to be feeling the pressure right now.
Yep, she's really going to have to put it all on the line for an 8.33. It would be the biggest score we've seen for a long time throughout today. The women's scale is a little different, but well, she's going to have to get a long barrel, I reckon, to pull together an 8.33. She's still got time. We're still in a corner, and we're hoping she can get out there and get one more wave. But what's not looking good is both Lucy and Ruby have first and second priority and pretty good leads.
Yep, that's right. So now Ruby with second priority. At the end, you want to win. And I know she's probably thinking right now that she wants to get rid of that 4.5 and get herself into first to just make sure she has that 1 foot into the round of 16s. And it's already a pretty good result for someone so young.
How old is Ruby?
I'm not sure, but she looks young.
Yep, it is, there's also a pro junior division we're about to get to at some point. There's the 7.50. Thanks for the Bonsai replay team. Just the steepness of that wave. Just put a board right in the pocket. Oh, someone up there on the indicator again, if you don't mind. Riser. Let's stay with this. Look at this dude.
Oh.
A little fade down, tuck up again. I think that might be Dylan again. It was him yesterday.
I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if that's Dylan right now.
All right. Anyway, back to the women's business on the point. Sorake Beach. The main point there is a bomb coming. Look at this. Priority sits with Lucy. She's kicking and thrashing, trying to get out to the ideal optimal takeoff spot. Does she have a good backhand tube riding? Because this thing's going to barrel, I reckon. Here we go, G.
Yep. So Lucy Dara now wants to get rid of that 5-6. Good first opening turn there for her. And the wave's just not giving too much to work with on the inside. So I don't think she'll be upgrading on her scoreline, but she did keep the other girls off that wave.
Tyna, finish this thing. Come on, you. Oops. Well, nice recovery. Got to do it again. She belts it. Good stuff. This is going to really help her campaign. It'll help her confidence. 3.5 minutes to go is a little bit of an issue, but that will be her better score, I reckon, G. So she won't be chasing an 8.33 anymore. I'm glad that she took it on a second time and got her best turn out of this whole heat on a second move on that wave. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm stoked that she is finding her rhythm a little bit on this heat. A little bit late in, but that is gonna be a solid score. She's gonna get back into this heat. It's gonna chip away at the requirement right now. So an 8.33 is big. We'll see what the judges think of that last one. Her first turn, she kind of bogged her rail a little bit on the way down, but she managed to...
Good recovery.
Yeah, she recovered nicely, and that second one was really good.
So I think, she won't need the 8.33 anymore. I think she'll need something more like a 7 or maybe just over 7 points. So the judges are having probably another replay at it. The first turn wasn't super convincing, but the second one was. She hit the lip. Here it is again. Take us through this, G.
Yeah, so this is the first turn we were talking about. She got it nicely, almost falls backwards on that one, but this second one was much nicer in the pocket. She had a good amount of spray come out the back, so you're right. It's going to lower the requirement. A 4.67 was her last wave. Now, a 7.34 is what she needs with just over 2 minutes remaining. It is, though, Ruby True and Sara Wakita with first and second priority. So it's looking tough, but we've seen it a few times today. People getting the scores they need under priority. If she gets out there in time, she could give herself a chance to get back into this heat.
Right on. Going to have to be a bit more confident with what she does. If she gets another wave, we're under 2 minutes, so it's looking a little bit dodgy. As we can see, Ruby True, who is in second spot, will block and take any good wave. It is her neck that is on the chopping block when you're in second. So Red is deep, and she gets a crack at it. She's way too deep, though. So the other girls just let her go, identifying that she's probably going to run into a closeout. So nice work there by Ruby. She could have taken this wave off her. Opts to just hold on to the priority and second. So now there's the Aussies again. First and second priority. They've played it well right from the word go. They've kind of really snuffed out any sort of big challenge from Sarah. And Tyna got better as the heat went on. She's just going to run out of time here. All right, so I hope she gets some good feedback from Aria and the Indonesian team as to perhaps identifying how she could have served a better heat. You always got to have that debrief and ask yourself the questions. What didn't you do so well? What could you have done a little better? And what are you going to do next time to make yourself stronger?
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, it's a bit of a shame. I know how hard they've been working, and I know Tyna's really been putting the time in. This right now, Ruby True wants to get rid of that 4-5. Good first opening turn there. Sets it up again, and wow, she is looking sharp. 4.77 is her requirement. She's going straight to first.
100%. That was so sick. Two really top to bottom smashes. We know that Tyna's a better surfer than she showed in this heat. Just looking at what Green did there, if you could take a little leaf and a little bit of a learning curve for Tyna, stuff like that is very impressive. Just confident surfing, no downtime, lots of rail involved in steep sections. We'll stand by for the number of Ruby True that the Aussies will be going through. This will be a good angle of this. So in the pocket right there, and loving this second hit as well. A lot of spray, pocket surfing there. She got a 7.5 for her other steep wave. I think this number's going to be in the neighbourhood. Either way, I'm betting that Ruby goes into first. So the heat has ended. We're just waiting for that number to drop, and then we'll sign off.
Yeah, so we're waiting for one more wave of Ruby True. That was some beautiful surfing there.
Yeah.
She just increased her score throughout the entire heat. Started with the 4.5, fell off on that 0.57, but a 7.5 to back it up. And now it's looking like it's going to be a pretty good score now. Ruby True will be going straight to first. after this one.
All right, so she'll probably have the 2 best numbers in reality, or pretty close to Lucy's good number. The judges are still yet to finalise their decision. We can see some opinions. It's going to be a high 6, or maybe right on 7 points. We've just got 2 more numbers to drop. Obviously, we delete the highest and lowest to give us an average of the middle 3 scores. So a couple of the judges still undecided. There it is. It's a high 6. In fact, it is a 6.83. The 2 best numbers, green first, white second. Over and out. I'll go and have a chat with Ruby, and we'll be back with Heat 2 in a moment.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. We have moved on to the women's. This is the round of 32 Heat 2. I'm Jara Legati, and I want to welcome back into the booth Dai Wako.
I'm back, yes. So this is round of 32, women Heat number 2.
Okay, give us a little rundown of who's in here, but before you do, we want to give a little heads up. Rita Suzuki is in the yellow jersey right now in the Asia Super Series, in the Bonsoi Asia Super Series, which is a brand new twist in the Asia Regional Qualifying Series, where the number 1 surfer in the Asia Regional ranking is gonna be wearing the Bonsoi Asia Super Series jersey. So you're going to be seeing her right now, Rita Suzuki, in the yellow. So she is currently number 1 in the Asian rankings. And at the end of the last QS 6000, the number 1 ranked Asian surfer will be taking home $5,000.
That's a lot of bonus for the Asian surfers, but definitely such a great opportunities for Asian QS surfers to get those series on, and potentially to get the bonus in the end of the season.
Yep. So right now we are in Nias, but after this we will be heading on to Korea in the wave pool. So the yellow jersey drama will be continued, and it doesn't end so quickly. So Rita Suzuki shouldn't get too comfortable if she wants to get that grand prize.
Definitely, she wants to get this first round, and definitely she wants to keep that Bonsoi leader jersey on in Korea event as well. Looks like a few lines out the back.
So in this heat, besides Rita, she will go up against Holly Williams, Kira Buckpitt, and Gia Lawrenson. So it's a great matchup right now. Just 21:40 on the clock. We see China Scared, unfortunately, bowing out early in this round of 32. But Ruby True and Lucy Dara, great surfing there. Ooh, so.
Oh, that's a Gia Lawrenson pull into barrel, but a little bit time it wrong and hit the lip on her actually. And looks like Risa is having a look at this one. Decided to not to go on that one. So 25 minutes to go in this heat.
Yep, so a quick 0.83 for Gia Lawrenson. Now behind her is Holly Williams. Taking a look at this one. Good first turn there to set it up. She's gonna go again, and that was a little bit better. had a bit more open face to it. She hit it a little tighter in the pocket, so that's going to be the best ride for now. Holly Williams had a pretty good run in Crewy. I know last year in Crewy she got semifinals. So those are some great results.
Wow, big sets coming through the lineup. This is Keira up and riding with just a quick in and out.
So while we wait for these sets to go by, and it's looking like Rita Suzuki.
鈴木選手1本目の波になります。さあ、これはサイズの大きな波にテイクオフしてきましたが、プルアウト。
All right, so Gia Lawrenson out the back. She's taking a look at this one, was not interested. So a couple bombs coming through right now. This is an incredible afternoon. We are in the round of 32 of the QS here in Nias. Would you like to tell our Japanese watchers why Rita Suzuki is wearing this yellow jersey?
鈴木選手、このヒートにクレジットされていますが、現在イエローのジャージを着ています。これはボンソイが新しく始めたアジアシリーズの一つで、今シーズンの QS6 戦で、最後にですね、一番高いランクを持った QS アジアツアーの選手にボーナスとして$5,000が授与される予定です。このランキングトップにいる、現在トップにいる鈴木優選手がこの大会ではイエロージャージとなっていますが、これはどの大会が進むごとにその都度一番高いランキングにいる選手がイエロージャージを着ることになります。素晴らしいボンソイの取り組みによってこのシリーズが始まりました。
Perfect. Thank you. And while there's a quick break in the action, let's head over with Mark and Ruby True, the winner of the last heat.
All right, I've got 16-year-old Ruby True here with me. Ruby, some last-minute heroics. It must feel good to have a heat like that.
Yeah, it's always good surfing at Nias. So fun being out there. There's only 4 of us. And yeah, I love competing and so great to get that last one.
Well, look, you told me you came here for a holiday a couple of weeks ago to put some time in here and train. It's paying off, yeah?
Yeah, I always feel like preparation is the key thing for good performance. So hopefully it's paying off. And yeah, I love this place anyway. So it was great just to come.
All right, so have you got a coach you're working with, or was that your dad that does your filming, or how do you help improve yourself?
My dad's here with me and he helps me out, but my coach at home is Matt Cattle. Fortunately, he couldn't be here. Had some other working with Geordie Lawler on the Challenger Series, but my dad's here and heaps of my friends here to support me. So yeah, and also here with the Northern Beaches High Performance crew, and they're all out too.
I know Matty Cattle quite well on you, Matt. Your charger's going all right. How good is it sitting out there, Lagundri Bay, with priority and no stinky boys to take waves off you? It must be good, huh?
Yeah, it's just such a good feeling, you know, surfing perfect right-handers and with only 3 other girls who are ripping out there as well. And yeah, just a great experience.
A couple of good things came out of that heat. You're now through to the round of 16, and you also win a nice little chocky bar, a little treat there. So well done, Ruby, and I look forward to seeing what you can do from here on in.
Thank you.
Cheers, everybody. Back to you.
How amazing. Thank you so much, Mark and Ruby. She had a lot of control throughout that entire heat. So only 16 years old.
Wow.
Wow. Incredible surfing. So mature. So I'm excited to see what she does in the round of 16. But back to our heat right now. Holly Williams, the only one with a score of 4.67 under her name. So 2 good turns and gets her into the lead. Looking like a couple bombs coming through right now.
鈴木選手2本目のライディングにあります。これもサイズのある波。さあ、ここは速いセクションを通り抜けて、これはプールアウト。さあ、これは2本目の演技になります。
Wow, Rita, I thought she was going to pull in on that one.
Wow, so still, you know, Holly Williams with 4.67, you know, good number to start this heat. She was waiting for to surf in this heat for quite a long time, pretty much 4 full days. Nice. Looks like she's being super ready to be back in the water. She did great in the last QS 5000 at Xiaogao. as well. And here is Kara Buckpit up and riding.
All right, so Kira trying to go around this section, unfortunately wasn't able to. So Kira had a great performance in Crewy. I remember her first heat, she got a 9 and backed it up with an 8 and had a 7 as a throwaway. So, she's an incredible surfer, and I'm excited to see her kind of get her ball rolling here in the round of 32. But we'll be finishing off this round until heat 5. So here's a replay of the last of Holly Williams. This is a 4.67.
Right.
Gets that first turn in, hits it again here. So nicely done for Holly Williams. Currently the only one with a score on the board. But,
nice combo from Holly Williams. The first time was a little bit below the lip, but still managed to put second time really solid. So now sitting with 4.67 at the back. 鈴木選手3本目の波になります。小さめの波に乗って、さあ大きなカービングターン、スプレーを上げてきます。そしてもう一発大きなターンを入れました。これはいいスコアになってきそうです。
That was so much better from Rita Suzuki. She got 2 previous bombs earlier, but wasn't convinced with the potential. But that was really nicely done for Rita Suzuki. She will definitely be putting her highest score of the heat. So just taking a look here at the heat that's coming up next, and it's pretty solid. We have Sumomo Sato, Ani Dos Santos, Kia Hewer, and Charlie Hurst.
Wow, that is a big heat.
Yeah, that's a pretty stacked heat. Ani Dos Santos last year had a great run. I think she got either a 9 or a 10, if I'm not wrong. She's really well known for her barrel hunting skills. I think one of the lead women in that. So some bombs coming through. You can hear everyone just kind of getting really excited for this afternoon. But yeah, Ani, she's had a couple good clips dropped, especially with the O'Neill Maps to Nowhere. But right now on your screen, Gia Lawrenson, 2 good turns there. This is much better for Gia Lawrenson. Tries to wrap it around there. He's gonna pull off, but we're having some scores come through. The last of Rita Suzuki comes in at a 5.40. She goes straight to first with 13 on the clock. We're waiting for the last of Gia Lawrenson to get an idea of the scores, and then we'll wait for the girls to get a backup.
Well, definitely. I really love the performance from last of Gia. It was one of the sets, and she, did a solid turns on her first turn, gets the second turn in. So it's gonna be a healthy number for Gia with the 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Rita drops 5.40. That is a healthy number as well.
Yep, that's right. So good score there for Rita Suzuki. The last of Gia Lawrenson comes in at a 4.23, so she is currently in second. All the girls, besides Kira Buckpit, who wasn't really able to kind of string this heat together just yet, have a score to their name. This is a replay of the last of Rita.
On a smaller size waves, but managed to get 2 solid scores. She's throwing a lot of sprays on the first and second turn, so definitely it was a great surfing from Rita Suzuki. Wow, this heat non-stop action. Holly Williams up and riding. One of the bomb. Nice first turn. Gets around and probably, wave doesn't really offer too much after the first start, but still the first one was solid. It's going to be a nice number for Holly Williams.
Yep, so on a solid looking wave, Holly Williams is going to be backing up that 4.67. Only needs a 0.39 to go to second.
鈴木選手の4本目のライディングになります。1本目で 5.40 をスコアし、現在第1位。素晴らしいファーストターン。そして2発目も大きなカービングを入れてきました。この波もしっかりと2ターンコンボしていいライディングになってきています。この 0.87 を超えてくるとその差を広げていきますが、このスコアは超えていきそうなライディングです。Another great ride from Rita Suzuki. two big calves throwing a lot of spray. So it's gonna be another good number. So last of green comes in at a 4.23. Now she is in second, needing 2.05 to go into first, but we are still waiting for the last of red and yellow. So few scores locked in for red, but live action, it's Kayla up and riding. A nice first turn and gets a second turn in. This is a nice two-turn combo from Kayla backpit, needing 4.39. So last of Holly Williams comes in at 4.90. That puts her into the lead. Rita now needs 4.17, but Rita has score to lock in.
Yep. So Kira Buckpit kind of fighting back, getting her name into this heat again. And I'm excited because she is such an incredible and talented surfer. So I'm really hoping to see her get one more chance as well to really showcase how good she actually is. So it is Holly Williams with that 4.9 and 4.67 out in first. Rita Suzuki on a 5.40. She wants to be backing up that point. She wants to be getting rid of that 0.87 because she knows that Gia Lawrenson and Kira Buckpit are close behind. So waiting for the last of Kira Buckpit to come through as well as Rita Suzuki.
So this is a replay of last of Rita. Nice first turn, engaging a rail, and a nice another big car from Rita Suzuki. This is the last of Rita. We are still waiting for that wave to lock in with 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Well, looks like healthy number comes in 6.17 for the last of Rita Suzuki.
Wow, Rita goes straight into the lead, showing exactly why she's wearing the Bonsoi Super Series yellow jersey. And she wants to stay with it. So she goes straight to first. That's 1 foot into the next round. That will be round of 16. And hopefully we'll be seeing again tomorrow. We will be finishing off today with the round of 32 up until Heat 5. So while there's a bit of a break in the action, just taking a look at who's coming up. We have in Heat 3, Sumomo Sato, Ani Dos Santos, Kia Hewer, and Charlie Hurst. In Heat 4, we have Safi Vetti, Kailani Johnson, Taylor Green, and Osha Curtis. Heat 5, Philippa Anderson, Hannah Suri Jabrik, Aura Zeflin, also known as Alin, and Minori Kawai. And that's how we will be finishing off today. It's been a huge day of competition. We finished off the round of 128. Finished the round of 90. No, sorry. We finished the round of 96. We went on to the round of 64 of the men's, and now into the round of 32 of the women's. So 24 heats in total once we finish the day off. And we've had lots of surfing, lots of big scores, barrels, turns, and no airs yet.
All right. Yeah, no airs. But definitely we'll be seeing some airs tomorrow. Definitely.
I mean, yeah, if the swell drops, I'm hoping to see a couple people take to the air. A couple names that come to mind when I think of airs. Probably, I'm thinking Varun Tanjung. I know is really good at doing that. Maramar is really good at taking to the air. And some of the Japanese surfers, maybe. Oh, we will get back to that as we have Gia Lawrenson. Big first gouge there. Sets it up again. She wants to stick with this one. Good surfing here from Gia Lawrenson. Stays on the wave. With 6 minutes left, she will be on her scoreline. 5.34 is her requirement. That's a solid wave there from Gia Lawrenson.
Wow, that was a really solid waves. One of the sets. And it looks like Kara up and riding, needing 3.80. Nice first down, lays into it, and it gets a second down in even bigger. So this is a nice combination from Keira, needing 3.90.
And behind her, Holly Williams now. Big first jam in the pocket. She wants to do that again. Wraps it hard again here. So we've got a couple scores to come through. It is now Rita Suzuki. She's currently in first. Will we see a change in situation? Who knows?
But definitely it's going to be interesting exchange between red, white, and green. So who's going to get the best out of the three rides?
Yep, so we will be reaching the 5-minute mark of this heat. 20 minutes gone by. We're waiting for 3 scores to come through for red, white, and green. We might be seeing a change in the leaderboard right now. You know, Kira Buckpitt only needs a 3.90 to go into second, but has Holly Williams improved her score line? What do you think?
Well, she's trying to get rid of 4, 6, 7. So I reckon it's gonna be close. But like bigger sets started to, you know, rolling through to the lineup now. But we are still waiting for the last of. Okay, the last of green comes in 5.87. So now she is in a second.
Ooh.
She's trying to get rid of 4.23. But unfortunately, comes unstuck. But out the back, there's still wave coming for Surfer. White up and riding, needing 4.44. Nice first turn. And wow, another nice carve from Keira Buckpitt. I believe she has 2 scores to lock in.
All right, so 2 scores to lock in for Kira Buckpitt. Holly Williams waiting on a score as well. Rita Suzuki unfortunately got taken out by that set, so there's
right.
She will regain priority once she makes it back out to the lineup, but for now she is just fighting her way back. So important scores now for Kira Buckpitt. She was quiet most of the first part of the heat, wasn't able to really get some turns in, but fought back. 2 scores to come through. There we have it. The last of Kira Buckpitt comes in at a 5.20, pushes her straight into second. This is a replay of Gia Lawrence's 5.87. So nice first turn. Unfortunately, just fumbles a little bit there on that second one. But most of the scores coming in for that first big gouge that she had.
So this is probably the 5.20 for Kira Buckpitt, and this ride puts her into the second. But we are still she still has 1 more score to lock in, and this is Holly Williams' last wave. We are still waiting for this wave to lock in as well. Is she going to get the 5.97? It's her requirement with a 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
All right, so that's a solid set coming through. This heat has had non-stop sets for the past 10 minutes. We have had many waves ridden. We're still waiting for 2 scores to come through. So the last of Holly Williams, she needs a 5.97. Unfortunately, does go to her top 2, but isn't the requirement of 4.73. Now Kira Buck 5.91 to go to first, or improve on a 5.20.
Well, definitely she's gonna improving her situation. It's gonna be close to her requirement to go into the first.
Yeah, I agree. She gave variety. She was doing different turns. Unfortunately, the waves was a little smaller than maybe Gia Lawrence's,
Right.
which is why she probably got that higher score. But Kira Buckpitt, showing some real quality surfing in that last exchange. Just under 90 seconds left in this heat. Rita Suzuki is currently looking pretty comfortable in first, but I'm sure Kira is going to be fighting back for that position.
We have it just over a minute remaining. We are still waiting for the last of white.
Yeah, so the judges taking a good look at this one. Last of white still to come through to get an idea of the situation. 50 seconds left in this heat.
Well, really crucial moment for green and red. So this is the last wave of Kira. Nice first turn on a cleaner face, and it gets a nice carve. So is this going to improve her situation?
Okay, so they gave her a 5.20 for a similar wave, but smaller and with foam on the face. So I'm seeing a good score come in for Kira. There we have it. The last of Kira Bucket, a 6.23. She goes straight into first. Rita Suzuki now in second with 10 seconds left in this heat. Will Rita have one more chance?
鈴木選手、この波で 5.74 を出すと逆転していきますが、ここはファーストターンでこけてしまいます。
All right, so Rita unfortunately falls off on that one, but it's looking like Kira Buckpit and Rita Suzuki go straight into the next round. Here's a quick replay. Unfortunately, Rita just falling off. But with that, we're going to head over to a quick break and see you guys in Heat 3.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Born-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
We are back in action. This is Nias Pro Women Round of 32, Heat number 3. We have Sumomo Sato already locked in 6.0, and we have Ana Dos Santos in blue, Kaya Hua in white, Charlie House in green. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with True. You look really nervous in this heat.
I am a little bit nervous, if I'm going to be honest with you, Di. One of my good friends, Charlie, is in this one. But also, Sumomo, she's stayed at my house a couple of times, and she's so awesome. Love her energy, and she started off with a 6, which is a great way to start off her campaign in this heat.
Right. Love to watch the replay for the Sumomo's first wave. 6.0 is gonna be a really healthy and keeper. Well, here is the replay. Nice big turn with a lot of spray, and it comes around section. Put another big carb. That was a really smooth surfing from Sumomo.
Yeah, wow. Well done for Sumomo. 6-point ride as a keeper out there this afternoon. We have 3 heats left for the day, and Sumomo starting heat number 3 of the women's round of 32 off really well. Kia Hua is part of that Kandui crew and drove here, I'm pretty sure, from Krui, and drove from Padang to Krui, which is about 4 or 5 days in the car.
Big traveling.
Big travels. Yeah, it was, that's pretty chaotic.
But, she charges and looks like Swell started to fill in more and more. So we might see some barrel action in this heat.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's hope for it, for sure.
Right.
We saw it all throughout the day with the men's round of 64, so fingers crossed we see it with the women's as well, and they can lean into some good tubes. Annie Dos Santos, she's a big charger. She's good at backhand barrel riding as well. From DY, well, originally from Brazil, moved over to Australia when she was about 4 or 5 years old, I think.
Wow.
Lives in DY. On the northern beaches of Sydney.
I've seen a couple of clips of her chasing like some early waves in Australia.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, speaking of Annie up and riding, turns under the lip for that first one, but gets a good connection.
Wow.
Wow, really, really strong surfing from Annie, just attacking the lip. Unfortunately comes unstuck, but a fair bit of damage done out the back regardless.
Definitely a lot of damages at the back, and it's gonna be a really great number for Ana dos Santos. With 20 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat, there's plenty of times left on the clock. And here's a reply of Last of Blue. Nice looking wave. Nice first turn on the lip. Comes around section, it gets up there, and nice off the top. It gets third turn in, a little hang up. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck, but definitely 2 good turns. And this is Charlie Hurst.
Yep, Charlie up on her backhand. This is her first wave. Draws off the bottom for a strong first hit. Looks like she's going to attack it for a second one. She does. That was a good connection, and she kicks out. She has Kobe Clements out there as her board caddy for this heat.
Wow, that was a great surfing from Charlie Hurst. It's going to be a really interesting exchange between blue and green. So now Kia has fast priority. So this is a reply of Last of Green. Nice off the top, and really like this turn. Nice combination. Out the back.
Wow, I'm pretty sure Kia may have got a big pit out the back as well. And
wow.
2 big turns to follow that one for the Mentawai surfer Kia. Wow, that was a great combo. You could hear the support team here from the Kandui crew. Let's look at it die.
Wow, pull into the barrel, gets covered, and come around the section. Got a little bit stumbled, but still managed to put one. That was a great surfing from Kia.
Wow, already big scores to lock in. Samomo, a 6.0 for her first wave. Big numbers to come through for Last of Annie dos Santos as well. Starting to filter on through. This last wave of Kia and Charlie are going to be good as well. 6.83 for Annie dos Santos on her first wave. And scores for Charlie and Kia to lock in with 18.5 minutes to go. This is going to be a pretty interesting heat die.
Right, so pretty much everyone has now the good first wave. With 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. There's plenty time left on the clock. It's all about the second wave, right?
Yeah.
So Charlie Hurst first wave locks in 5.17. We're still waiting for the last of white.
Wow. Kia yet to lock in her wave. Yet to lock in that first score for Kia. It was a big wave. She got the tube and a 2-turn combination after it.
It's gonna be another good number for Kia.
Wow.
You know, judges are taking a good look.
Yeah, they're taking their time with it. It's kind of setting the bar for the rest of the round for the women.
Ooh.
Starting to lock in for Kia.
So it was the first barrel ride from the women's side. So probably judges taking a good look at the replay again. And so last wave for white comes in at a 5.27. And as we have a little bit of break, or actually I can see some lines on the horizon, so we might just stick to live action for now. So the last of white comes in at a 5.27.
Yeah.
But pretty much everyone has the same range of the score. So this is a 5.7 from the last of white. Gets cover and gets 2-turn combo, but unfortunately comes on a little stuck on the second turn. But managed to put one more turn in.
Wow, well, any takers on this one out the back? Doesn't look like it, Di.
Right. So as we have a little bit of break in action, we're gonna go head over to Giada with last heat winner Kira.
All right, Kira, congratulations. What a heat. You kind of did it all in the last 10 minutes. So tell us how you're feeling right now.
Oh my days, that was stressful. That was the most scary heat of my life. I was like, oh my God, I haven't caught a wave. And there's 10 minutes to go, and then there was 7 and I still hadn't caught a wave. I was like, oh my gosh. But I got one quick one back to back, so I'm pretty buggered now.
All right, so what do you tell yourself in those moments of stress? Like, how do you keep your calm and how do you keep surfing?
Well, I heard like the girls, they got 4s, so I was like, I know I can get a 4. So I was just like trying to like almost safe surf, not overdo it, because if I overdid it, there was no coming back. So yeah.
So I see you've got a little bit of a fan base here. Tell us a little bit about the Coconut Mafia and how they've been treating you.
Yeah, the Coconut Mafia gets me every time. As I come in, they chase me. They want my bang bang, so I'm going to throw it out to them. Hopefully one of them catches it.
All right, I'll let you recover a little bit from that heat. Here is your bang bang. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back at home?
My mum, she's probably watching. Sorry for stressing you out, but yeah, thanks for watching, Mum.
All right, thank you and congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada and the Kira backpit. Moving into the next round. This is live action.
Justine was probably Kira's mum. Justine was probably freaking out. Not catching a wave for 10 minutes.
Right.
Not on is probably what she's saying back at home. But yeah, she ended up getting the win. So great job for Kira Buckpit just now. And yeah, really close between first, second, third, and fourth in this heat right now. Annie getting the better of it. That's 6.83. Samomo with a 6 on her first wave. Kia with a 5.27. Charlie gets a 5.17. It is so close, Di. And
Definitely.
only one wave ridden per surfer.
With the 14 minutes remaining in this heat, Samomo now has first priority, waiting for the right ones. Definitely, you want to capitalize your priorities now.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of who's getting the second best score in this heat will be, moving through to the next round. So
Yeah, it's these moments here, these quiet moments in the heat that can be really nerve-wracking for everyone. It's like, I thought maybe we had a paddle, but no one's taking that wave there. Oh my goodness. 13 minutes to go. Not much going on right now. That 6.83 of Annie Dos Santos, the best wave of the heat so far with those 2 big turns. She's an absolute charger. And
right, only 4 waves ridden in this heat so far. And then, 10 minutes in. And not much actions, not many waves coming through this heat.
Yeah.
But in last heat, there's so many sets coming through to the lineup. So just like you said before, it can be on and it can be off.
Yeah.
Just gotta adjust to the situation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this next heat number 4, it's going to be Safi Vetti taking on Kailani Johnson, Taylor Green, and Osha Curtis. And Safi and Taylor are actually traveling together. They've been traveling together from this event and also the Cruy event. So, yeah, the roomies taking each other on in this next heat. And this is the best wave of the heat so far. That's 6.83, Di.
Yep. I really love the second turn, actually. She gets up in the critical part of the wave and gets turned in. So that was a great, 2-turn combo from Ana Dos Santos.
Yeah, she's definitely not scared, Annie. I'm pretty sure she surfed Jaws. I'm pretty
Really?
sure.
Wow.
Yeah, like she's proper charger. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see what she does. And right now, with 11 and a half minutes to go, she's in the lead off the back of that 6.83. Samomo with first priority, though. She locked in a 6 pretty much straight away.
Yes, so she's been waiting for the set over 10 minutes also now. being patient. She knows that she needed to get a good wave.
Wow, not big scores. This is pretty crazy. And with just under 11 minutes to go, let's see what will happen towards the back end of this heat. We've got some big heats coming up to finish the day. Heat number 4 we mentioned just before. And heat number 5, we're going to see Philippa Anderson out there, who actually took out this event in 2023. She's going to be taking on Suri Jabrik, Aura Zeflin, and Minori Kawai. So that'll be a good heat as well,
That'll
Jai.
be definitely a good heat. But looks like finally Momo is having a look at this one. 佐藤選手、2本目のライディング、しっかりとスコアをしたいところ。さあ大きなカービングターン。さあ、彼女のトレードマークでもあるカービングターンを見せてきます。ここは2ターンコンビネーション。3ターン目も入れて、この演技を終えてきます。A nice ride from Momo Sato, using her first priority. Nice wave. But she kind of stuck on the first turn, but still big opening curve, and it gets a second and third turn in. So definitely it's going to be a good backup score for her.
Yeah, I agree. It'll take her into first for sure. Momo locking in another wave, 9.5 minutes to go. Everyone is in the same boat at the moment. Priority sits with Annie Dos Santos, though, and she's been looking really strong already. So let's see what's going to happen if anyone is on one of these next sets that are rolling through. There's a big one coming through the lineup, and it is Annie using her priority, pig dogging, trying to get in the barrel, but unfortunately doesn't quite get in, and she kicks out of that one. I mean, she went for it, but that wave just wasn't cooperating.
Charlie Haas up and riding. True, just so nervous at the moment. It's a nice two-turn combination so far. So kicks out now. Definitely, it was a good way for Charlie Haas to. It's gonna be a great backup score for Sapphire Green. We are still waiting for the last of red and blue.
Yeah. Wow. Well, scores for Momo starting to lock in with 8 and a bit minutes to go. Kia left out there with first priority in the lineup by herself. 4.87 for last of Momo. Let's take another look at this one. It's a good looking wave, and she just goes huge for that first turn. And once again, for that second one, leans into the rail. Momo, she's such a poised surfer. It's always exciting to watch. She gets out of there. A 1 locks in for last of Annie, and then this is that last wave of Charlie. Nice first turn connection. Getting this second one as well. So that's another good score, potentially for Charlie Hurst. She needs a 2.67 to go up into second.
What did you think?
I think she gets it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, personally, yeah, she gets the requirement and she'll jump up to the second place. But now Kia has first priority and Annie has second priority. So with the 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go, and looks like a few lines out the back.
Yeah, Charlie gets that 417. She's traveling here with her mum, Loz, and I'm sure that her dad, Mick, and Tyler, her sister, are watching back at home. Big shout out to them. And seven minutes to go in this heat. Charlie sitting in second, Momo out in front, but it's still really, really close between third and fourth right now.
Right, so looks like there's a one set coming through. So Momo is having a look at this one. Wow, Charlie has up and riding again. It's a good looking wall ahead of her. Nice first turn. Smooth transition between turns. Gets a second one in and kicks out quickly.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Kia. Wow, what an absolute charger. And you can probably hear the excitement from everyone down here at Hash.
Wow. Really love to watch a replay again.
Wow, that was crazy from Kia.
Yes, definitely she was in the tube, traveling quite a long time, and come out of it clean, gets the turns in. So, well, I love to watch the replay.
Yeah, I agree. With just under 6 minutes to go, this last wave of Kia is going to be probably a pretty good one. She's already got that 5.27. Let's take a look at it, Di.
Wow, she completely did for quite a bit and then come out of it clean. So definitely it's going to be better than her first wave because she completely disappeared.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's she only needs a 4.07. Wow, just over 5 minutes to go. I feel like it'll be the scores to lock in for Last of Charlie. It's a 3.67, does not go into the top two. I think we'll see a situation change here with this last wave of Kia. Might even be the best wave of the heat. I don't know. It was a pretty good one. Looks like she was a bit of an expert in the tube just now.
Right. But, you know, her requirement is 4.07. And it's me personally, you know, she gets a requirement with a 4 minute 30 seconds. We are still waiting for the last of white. Looks like really healthy number on the leaderboard. Wow, 8.0 for Kia here.
Wow. You can hear the excitement from everyone here. Kia goes straight into first place, an 8 and a 5.27. Samomo down in second now. Charlie in third, chasing a 5.71. Annie Dos Santos in fourth with first priority. Needs a 4.04, but this last one of Kia, that was just so well done. Gets that second connection. I mean, driving through these turns, she's just, looking really good and packing a big tube. What a charger.
Well, that was, and then she didn't even stall. And she just went straight to the bottom and time it right.
Yeah.
Comes up and just pull into barrel. Wow, that was a beautiful ride from Kia here. Now she is sitting in the lead comfortably with 8 and 5.27 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Now Charlie Hurst needs 5.71 and Ando Santos needs 4.04.
Wow. This is going to be a close heat. Samomo in second. She needs to better a 4.87 or challenge for a 7.28 to go to first. Just on 3 minutes to go. Wow, that 8-point ride from Kia, that was pretty incredible. She was just looking so comfortable out there. I mean, yeah, that's big surfing, big future ahead. She's from the Mentawais. I'm sure she's spent a fair bit of time in the tube. And it looks like we've got a paddle here. This is Annie Dos Santos looking for a 4.04. Gets a good first turn in. Needs to back it up with a second one, which she does. Driving through a third. Annie really going for it.
That was a really good combination from Annie Dos Santos.
Yeah.
And she only needs 4.04. Wow, it's going to be really close with 2 minutes to go in this heat. And now Momo has first priority. So she gets to choose. It looks like there's another set coming to the lineup. Wow, we are still waiting for the last blue, needing 4.04. Momo is having a look at this one. 佐藤選手、この波で 7.10 が必要になってきます。さあ、大きなファーストターン。そしてセカンドターンも大きなターンを入れてきました。これもしっかり決めた。さあ、サードターンどうでしょう。ここも綺麗にカートバックを入れてスープに当ててきます。現在3位のポジションになりましたが、逆転に必要なスコア 7.10。So last of Ani Dos Santos comes in at 6.27. That puts her into seconds. Momo needs 7.10. So is the last wave going to be the requirement for Momo?
Wow, this is so crazy. What incredible surfing we've seen in this heat. I mean, Annie locking in a 6.27 and a 6.83. That has her sitting in second. Not too far behind Kia, actually, but that 8-point ride is it's been the most exciting heat of the women's event so far with 40 seconds to go. Sumomo, 7.1.
Right, that was a great combination from Sumomo as well. Big two carbs. Looks like Charlie Hurst is having a look at this one.
Yeah, Charlie needs to go big. She's chasing a 7.93. Tags it in the lip. Unfortunately, goes down for Char. So it won't be the 7.93 that she was looking for, but it's the score of Sumomo that could change the tides in this heat. Wow.
Crucial moment for Ani Dos Santos and Sumomo Sato. We are waiting for the last of Sumomo's wave.
I mean, this woman right here on screen, Kia, what an incredible performance she just put on in that heat. An 8.0 and a 5.27 on 2 waves. Are you serious? That was exciting to watch. Scores starting to lock in for Sumomo. Let's have another look at it. That was a really strong first carve. Oh,
Big seconds and
wow.
looks like 6.47 for the last of Sumomo. So not enough. So it looks like it's Kia and Ani Dos Santos moving through to the next round. So we're going to go to the bonsai break and we'll be right back after the break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We're back with heat number 4 of the women's round of 32. We saw a pretty exciting heat in that last one. Kia getting an 8-point ride on a pretty magic barrel. And Ani Dos Santos coming in a close second. Unfortunately, Sumomo Sato and Charlie Hurst bowing out. But it is Safi Vetti taking on Kailani Johnson, Taylor Green and Oshia Curtis in this heat. I'm True Starling. And joined in the booth with me is Mark Clifton. The women are out in the lineup.
Well, and they're scoring. They are absolutely scoring, True. Most afternoons, the waves really light up because the tide's dropping. We know that. It just seems to be this last hour and a half in the day's play that the lineup really just loves these conditions, loves this stuff, and it fires up. So the girls are clearly the beneficiary of today's format. There's barrels out there. Young Kia, so sick. A 0.8 difference from first to third, but big point of difference with that tube ride. I heard everyone go nuts.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I don't know if you saw it, but it was
did,
it was pretty crazy. And she was absolutely charging. And right now we have 2 roommates and travel buddies taking each other on in Safi Vetti and Taylor Green. They've been spending a lot of time together the last few weeks over in Indo. And they've found themselves in a heat in the round of 32.
All right. And KJ, I know Kailani there, and big part of Team Indonesia. She's been doing our events for a long, long time. She's out there in blue, so all the P-Soy crew will be on the point, eager to see how Kailani and Suri, who's in the very next heat, take on these last back 2 heats of the day. And Osha Curtis, her old man, and her parked up here a while ago. They were staying over there at Sonali's pad. I see Glenn down there. He gets pretty nervous. Had to buy himself an extra packet of ciggies to get through this one. But Osh is out there in the green. So the stage is set, and I agree. This is a solid matchup.
Yeah, this will be a really good heat. I mean, Kailani on her backhand, Safi, Taylor, and Osha all natural footers. So we'll see who gets the better of it. I mean, we saw a really quick start in that last heat with Samomo, getting a 6 in pretty much the first minute or two. And
didn't progress. Wow.
no, unfortunately
Tough
not.
heat.
She got a 6 and a 6.47. Everyone was really close at the start, getting in the 5s and the 6 range.
I know. I saw that wave of Anne's where she got 3 big belts, high-speed belts. That was pretty good. Was that a high 6, I believe? Is that right?
The first wave, yeah, 6.83. Yeah, it was pretty good. And then locked in a 6.27, I believe, on her last one, getting her into second place.
Pretty narrow margin between her and Samomo. So across the board, young Kia, when she comes in, you'll hear a roar over our headphones when she gets here, because there's a lot of the Mentawai crew down there and just Indonesians in general, and they love this young lady. She's super small. She's a charger. She definitely surfs above her height and stature and weight. She's such a good young lady. She's coming in now, so you might hear a roar here in a minute, team.
Wow.
They're getting a standing ovation from everybody down there.
And fair enough, that 8.0 from Kia was huge. We haven't seen a tube like that in the women's in the event yet. And hopefully it's a sign to see a few more, because she absolutely packed it. And
Yep, the team are starting to unleash down there. Lots of joy going on out in front of the Hash and Family Surf Camp. It is the athlete zone. It is an addition to Hash's restaurant here with the extension on the roof.
Well, 19 or just under 20 minutes to go. No waves ridden just yet in this heat. Maybe some opportunities flowing through in a minute.
Yeah, there's definitely been some sets going on. I was sitting down there with Yoza watching this heat, and he kept calling it. He's going, "Oh, look, here comes another set. Get out there, girls." And indeed there was, and he said that about 3 times. I was only down there for the back half of the last heat, and it seemed like there was a fair bit of motion out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was pretty consistent, and obviously some good ones. And speaking of, that 8-point ride from Kia was pretty incredible. Let's listen to what she has to say. She's down there with Di.
Wow, what a heat. So much emotional moments out there. About how was the heat?
Oh yeah, wow, I'm still like buzzing on so much adrenaline, but yeah, wow, the waves are pumping. The waves are super fun right now, and yeah, I'm just super stoked.
Was your plan out there was just to get barrel?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I was trying to get a barrel because barrels are scoring pretty good, and I hadn't seen many girls come out of barrels today, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try, and thankfully I got one.
That your job nicely done. But did you hear the crowd going crazy here?
Actually I didn't, but I was like too much in my head. My head was like, my thoughts were way louder than the crowd, I think. But yeah, I'm so stoked. I saw a video once I got in, my friend showed me, and yeah, everyone was cheering really loud.
Everyone's stoked for you. But so there's a big fan and big supporters around you. So is there anything you like to say?
Oh yeah, thank you so much, everybody who's supporting me. Thank you to my mom and my dad and all my friends and all my family and my sponsors. Shout out Lost, Indo, Rip Curl Indo. If I didn't have these boards, I wouldn't be able to have done what I just did. So thank you so much to everyone who's supporting me.
All right, good luck in the next seat, and here's the first Ben.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Kia. Yeah, that was honestly no words for that. An 8.
That was pure stoke right there, wasn't it? True. How's what she said? She goes, "No, I didn't hear the noise on the beach because I had too much noise in my head." She was just pumped. An 8. What a fearless little campaigner. She won a heat a couple of days ago as well to put her in this position, and she also got barreled in that heat.
She did.
She grabbed a rail and did a full full hack out of the lip, grabbing a rail, looking really bossy and strong.
Yep.
So there's a lot to watch about that young lady. Watch this space, really, a lot to like. Kia Hoya through to the round of 16. Safi Vedi is a Olympian, represented New Zealand at the last games there in Chopu. I saw her warming up at Lakey Peak last year, and she said she was nervous as hell, but she was going to have a go.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, after surfing on a shallow backhand wave like that, I imagine a nice 4-foot Lagundri Bay barrel over some deeper water would be easy peasy. Let's see.
Yeah, for sure. All these 4 women absolutely charge as well, so it'll be exciting to see them go back to back to back, hopefully. If we can see some sets roll through, that would be ideal in this heat. We've seen a couple of mid-sized ones run through the lineup. No takers on those ones, but
I'm definitely seeing some lines out there in the middle of the bay, so maybe right behind this. No one budges, so right, the lines we're seeing on our images aren't sort of zoning in on the spot where the ladies are, so it's just under 16 minutes for a 0-0 draw at this stage. Here comes a lump. It looks like it's going to break, and it's looking like Red's got a big piece of it. It's Safi.
yeah, Saf up and riding on her first wave. Big, strong first turn in the lip. Driving through a hard carve. Unfortunately, her back foot just kicks off the end of that one. Wow, that looked like it maybe could have gone a little bit haywire. Hoping she didn't land on her fins. I think she's all good, but maybe some more lines rolling through. We saw some kicking and splashing from the women out the back. Scores for Safi to lock in.
Yeah, it will effectively be a 1 manoeuvre wave. So let's see what KJ can put together now. Kailani. Whoa, she doesn't get the right bite either off the bottom turn. So a couple little fumbles from both blue and red. And in a kind of a wave-starved 10 minutes, some little wasted moments that I'll just keep in check and see how it comes back to affect the end of this heat for the ladies.
Well, a 4.33 for Safi's first wave to lock in. That first turn was well rewarded. It was critical and in the pocket. Big hit there for Safi. Air drops down. She throws so much spray. It was that moment there that unfortunately cost her. She could have been on her way to a really big score had she have made that second turn. And yeah, Kai, unfortunately, a bit of a fumble on that first bottom turn there, but plenty of time with, well, actually it's we're
getting
about
away.
over 10 minutes down in this
it's
heat.
chipping away pretty quick. So, we'll see if those little fumbles there for KJ affect the back end of these results. 4.33, good effort there for Safi. Could have easily been a 6+ had she just nailed that second move because she had a set and she was looking pretty strong. But, yeah, the back foot just slipped off at the exact wrong time. So Taylor and Osh will have to get it together shortly. Down to 14 minutes. This looks like a nice little wedge. Looking like almost a double up, so it is Taylor Green.
Yep, Taylor up and into her first wave.
Right.
Strong opening snap in the pocket. Oh, unfortunately, that second one just catching her a little bit off guard. The priority goes to Osha Curtis. She's having a good look at this one here. She spent plenty of time at this wave. Nice first turn for Osha. Driving through a second one.
Just something else would be nice. Job well done. All right, so I know the crews at Snarley's are watching on the phones. First surfer to complete a proper ride there. So Osh, not the biggest of the waves out of that set, but a good 3-turn combo. Plenty of nice rail use. Here are the action replay. Now, this one was on a way to a good score, Taylor, because that was a sick move, right? Just had a little moment where she rushed that turn, I think. What did you like most about Osh?
Yeah, I mean, this whole wave, she put it together really well. It was a strong first turn. I love how she just kicked the back foot a little bit to just whip that end bit around of that second turn. And yeah, she did really well to finish that one off. We got big scores to come through, though, for Taylor Green. That first turn was really huge, and it's going to be well rewarded. Locks in at a 5.83 for Taylor.
Wow. Had she finished that second move, she was on her way to an excellent number because she really went for it again. Probably just needed to settle a little bit more going into that second move, but these are the decisions you got to make on the run. It's rapid fire decision making. We know that stuff happens really quick and your mind just keeps making adjustments non-stop. So let's have a look at KJ now. Wave number 2 for Kailani Johnson. That's a little better. It could have been. Got to finish these waves. That's a couple of falls now.
Yeah.
Not ideal for KJ there, representing Team Indonesia. Damn. So we've got a couple of Kiwis in this heat, Safi and Taylor. Taylor, though, well rewarded for that hack. It was brutal. So good to watch.
Yeah, strong connection for Taylor, 5.83. Last of Osha Curtis. It was a 5.17. Safi regains first priority. And she got a 4.33 for one turn as well. Judges rewarding those one-turners even with a fall-off because the surfing was strong. There was lots of power and commitment.
And that's the theory, right? It's always quality over quantity. So that was the best move of the heat by Taylor. 5.83 went a point and a half better than Safi's one hit. Osha did the most amount of surfing for a 5.17, but it is still a good number that you could hang your hat on with 11 to go. So three surfers have something they can be proud of at this stage. Kailani with a fourth priority and in fourth spot. She's going to have to work pretty hard here in these last 11 minutes. Can't make any more errors. Really got to make her next wave count.
Yeah, needs to at least get into the fours so that she can be in the same zone as the other three surfers with just under 11 minutes to go. Unfortunately, yeah, just catching a rail on both of those waves for Kailani, but plenty of opportunity, I'm sure, to roll through. She's got that fourth priority, even if she picks up a smaller one under anyone else, just to get a mid score.
Settle the nerves, finish a wave.
Just get rid of those jelly legs.
All right, so let's have a look at this. There is an opportunity. A wave goes unattended, slides through, but I can see more movement out the back. Here goes KJ. So she's doing exactly what you suggested, but just misses that wave. Sometimes it puts you in a good spot for the next one. So let's see if that is the point here for KJ. All right, Red's in the chute. Here's Safi.
Yeah, Safi. Oh, I thought she was going to pull in there, but unfortunately goes down. Wow, that would have hurt for sure.
Yeah, a bit of a slap on the face there on the way down for Sap. Not sure what went wrong. She was in two minds off the takeoff. That thing was sort of barreling. Didn't get the tube. Maybe she tried to rush a turn. Either way, I'm sure we'll get the Bonsoy replay of some of these numbers. But Safi, she's picking good waves. Just got to capitalise and get to the end of them with a couple of turns under the belt because she's picking the biggest waves. She's got, her wave choice is well under control. It's just these finishing that's a bit of an issue. All right. The stage is set, 9 minutes. So who's got priority? Taylor Green. Geez, that was such a good turn by Taylor. I haven't seen a lot of her surfing, but just the intentions on that first turn to really lay in a lot of rail and a lot of back foot pressure. If she could get a couple of those moves going on the same wave, I could see excellent number coming her way. Either way, we're just speculating. She's in the lead, 5.83. Here's some replays. So this is White's 5.83 gang. Watch this. Rah, heavy. Great hit.
Yeah, that was a big connection for Taylor. I mean, it would have been so crazy if she had made that second turn. We'd be talking 8s, the 5.17 of Osha. That was a nice first turn connection. The second one, I just love that extra whip at the end of it. Gets a third turn. Osha is from Lennox Head, so she's used to going right. Taylor Green, though, this is live action. Nice opening carve for Taylor. If she can really capitalize on a second turn, she might just,
That's better. Well done. That'll help her confidence. Gets to the end of a wave.
Yeah.
Good girl. I think that's going to be a respectable backup score there for White. All right, we can all see the leaderboard. KJ in the blue with the most amount of work to be done, needing a 4.63. Osh needs to take off on a wave to move into second spot. And Safi had her chances, 2 falls. Could have some big numbers because she's had good waves, so that 107 is not looking great in her column. 4.33 would be looking pretty if she could just get a really big number to go as a first score. Taylor Green, though, is about to extend big time on the lead. And what are we at? 7 minutes. It's been a big day, everybody. This is a heat 23 of the day.
Yeah.
It is. Let's have a look at it. It's 5:18 in Nias time. So by the time we add another 32 minutes, the lights are going to just about be off here. But the vultures will be out there. Yesterday afternoon was so funny. I was watching, and I would have seen, I think, 50 people on the side of the break coming from the keyhole. All of a sudden, somehow, there was about 10 caddies there as well.
Mm.
Here is the last wave of Taylor. The number is still being decided. It's in at a low 4, but it's a good backup and really well extends the lead.
Yeah, 4.13 for Taylor. She is just running away with this heat slowly. Oh, my goodness. A couple of those mid-sized ones rolling through look super fun as well. And it looks like Kailani is going to have a look at one of those. This is live action. Kailani Johnson up on the backhand. Gets a strong first turn in there. She's getting a bit of a groove on now. And gets that second carve down.
Exactly what you needed to do. Finish the wave. Here is Osh now, wave number 2.
Oh,
right, nice.
big first turn for Osha. Gets that, wow, second one in. Just really leaning into the rail. That was strong.
Yep, certainly was. She needed, well, she got a second. She might even have a good look at the lead once this score drops. She probably just need close to 5 points, and she'll, well, less than 5 points, and she'll move into first.
Yeah, I like that two-turn combination
Me
from
too.
Osha. That
Me
was
too. It's a steep wave, right?
Mm.
Good use of the rails, turning in the pocket, ticking good parts of the criteria. So I'm sure the old man and the crew at Snarlies are down there. They're probably throwing their bets around as well. I think she goes to first.
Yeah, well, let's see what Safi has to say about it. She's up and into this one. Eyeing this section. Big carve there for Safi. Gets another one in. And it's just the 2 carves there for Safi Vetti. And she kicks out.
It's a completion. Yay. All right, so that'll put a bit of pressure now on Taylor Green, who's sitting in the lead. But we know Osh has a pretty good number. It'll be a respectable score as well for Safi. So they're coming hard at Taylor. KJ also has a score. It's a 3-2. Things are getting much closer now. I'm glad Kailani's represented herself well on that wave to just give herself a little shot at qualifying here. So numbers are all about to change. We're still owed 2 scores that are going to have a big bearing on this. So let's watch Safi again. She's getting the right size wave. She's getting the sets.
Yeah.
This time she actually buries the right amount of rail, hangs in there. A confident completion on her second move. I think I liked Osha's a little better.
Yeah, 6.27 for Osha Curtis. She goes to the lead. And scores still to come through for Safi. She's chasing a 0.64. We'll see. We've got this score to come through, and right now it's the roommates battling for second. 4 minutes to go. Wow. Osha out in front on 2 waves. A 5.17 on her first, a 6.27 on that last one. Priority, though, is with Taylor Green. We still have this score of red to lock in for Saf.
Well, like I said, I liked Osha's better, so it's a lowish number. There was a little bit of a fumble on a second move. It was a completion, though, but the judges, they want to see a bit more rail and a bit more pocket surfing out of Safi, is what I'm reading between Osha's number and Safi's number. All right, so she still needs the 5.64. Here are the best rides of the heat, and this is what our last number, the 6.27, looks like.
Wow, that second turn.
Yep.
Beyond her years, Osha Curtis, she's still a junior. She spent a lot of time here. She has a really special connection with this place and with the wave and with the people here as well. 6.27 and 5.17 has Osha out in front. Taylor Green has first priority. She needs a 5.62 to go to first. Safi looking for a 5.64, and Kailani Johnson, she's got that 3.2. That's her best wave of the heat. She's looking for a 6.76 with just under 3 minutes to go.
So
Wow.
I've seen KJ serve plenty on a backhand, right, in events and all sorts of different waves. And if she can just get her regulation top to bottom turns going in the pocket, 2 of those on a wave, I think, could extract a 6.76 because she's got long limbs. When she winds up and connects in the pocket, you know, it's really going to grab the judge's attention. But she's just running out of time here. Second priority, she's going to hope that Taylor will probably try and block either way because, you know, the clock is the factor.
Yeah.
Or go on the offense and try and upgrade a 4.13. Safi will rue those couple of little fall-offs. She's gone hunting sets. She might maybe have to pick on something not quite as setty, given the fact that she are under 2 minutes and not good in the priority ranks. There goes Osh, trying to barrel ride her way to the keyhole, to the channel, to come back in. I think she's done a job well done. I can see that she's going to move on through to the round of 16.
Yeah, she's done some great surfing in this heat. 6.27, the commitment has been rewarded. And that 5.83 still sticks out in my mind in this heat for one turn for Taylor Green was so huge. And yeah, I think that 4.33 of Safi's, that was also a one-turner. If she had have completed that second, she might be needing a little bit less than a 5.64. Or maybe, you know, the heat might have gone a little bit differently for her. We still have just over 1 minute to go. Will she get the opportunity to pick one up? She's in third priority right now.
Seen some crazy finishes today, so you can't write off any scenario. But Osha, I would say, job well done. The old man's down there. He'll probably be looking for a second coconut right about now. 50 seconds. Priority with Taylor in second spot. She's well positioned to kind of block this heat out. Did the best turn of the heat for me.
Yeah.
Still made a little fumble, but still surfed a great heat. Her backup score there was pretty tidy as well. So she did what was required. And I really like the brutality of that one. Really strong hit. Here she is in white. She's having an investigation. 20 seconds to go. Will no doubt take wave number 3 here. Here she goes.
Yeah, she needs to defend second place right now with that priority. Beautiful opening turn for Taylor. It's a smaller wave, but she's getting some good surfing done in this one. Just those 2 turns, leans into a third for Taylor Green. No takers on any of those waves out the back. So Taylor was looking for a 5.62 to go to first, but it'll be her and Osho moving on through the next round.
We might have to hang in there, though, for this number because she, I don't know, the judge is loving what she's doing. Let's have a look at the replay again. So here it is. It's a mid-sized wave, but that was a good way to get the judge's attention. Another nice slash in the pocket. Could be close. Either way, it will be Taylor and Osh. So a Kiwi and an Aussie moving through to the next round.
Yeah, waiting on this
I
number.
want to see what it is. All right. Well, it's going to be Osha Curtis to take the win. The judges are indicating they're not prepared to throw her a 5.62. So Taylor Green, still a great effort. I'm sure she's winning some fans off that, based off that one slash. We'll throw to a quick break and be back with the last heat of the day.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Straight into it. Surfer in green, up and riding Minori Kawai. So we are watching the final heat of the day. That is the Japanese contestant in green. She's up against Philippa Anderson, winner here a couple of years ago in the red. Hanasuri Jabrik in the blue and Aura Zeppelin in the white. I'm welcomed in for the last heat of the day. Thanks for helping me out here, Giada. What do you make of this lineup?
Wow, it's pretty stacked. I'm really excited to see this. Two friends of mine. Oh, so 3 friends of mine. Sorry. Well, Minori's I don't know her too well, but I do know Suri, Philippa, and Aura, or also known as Alan. So it's an exciting way to finish a big day of competition. We are in Heat 5 with the round 32. This is the last heat of the day. We already have waves written for surfers in red and green. So here are a couple of replays of what we missed while we were on the break. This is Philippa Anderson now on her forehand, looking for some shade, comes out, wraps it around here again. So this one comes in at a 4.5.
All right, so yeah, getting a little bit of a cover-uppy barrel on that wave as well. So Philippa looking pretty strong. A nice slash in the pocket here for Minori. The Bonsai replay has given us the stuff we missed out on while we're just having a swap over break. So numbers will start to appear. It'll leave, Suri Jabrick will have priority, or, they'll have first and second somewhere once these numbers drop in.
Yep, so Alin, also on your screen, Aura Zeflin, is part of the Kandui clan. She is a really young, beautiful girl who is straight from the Mentawai. She is here with Dylan Wilcoxon and Jaden Wilcoxon, as well as Ifran and Alif. They will be staying here for the Pro Juniors as well. So they're all
good.
down at the beach right now, just making sure she feels all their support. I saw Kia had an incredible heat earlier on. I think she got an 8. She got a really good barrel. So they're feeling pretty good right now with Dylan as well, finally getting a good heat. I was talking to Ray. He was so stoked that Dylan finally strung together a good heat in the QS, and we were watching it together, so he did a great job.
Have a look in the background. Here we go. That may be Dylan up there. We know it was him yesterday afternoon, but someone is well slotted up the point there, guys. Indicator, a nice long tube. If you're going to take that on, the main tip is do not fall. That's pretty damn shallow. So we've got a couple of punters up there. That was a great footage. Thanks to Ryan Williams for hanging in there. He said if someone goes out there, he goes, I'm prepared to keep the camera rolling and shoot that as well. So for the benefit of everybody watching, only a couple of waves have been ridden, but there was a really good bit of free surfing action going on up the point.
Yeah, so while we're back at a bit of a lull, just a bit of back info from the other surfers in this heat. I know Suri Jabrick, daughter of Tipi Jabrick. And for those of you who live in Indonesia, the Jabrick name is super, super important here. Tipi has been a huge influence in the Indonesian surfing, and without him, many of us wouldn't be where we are today. Suri following close to his footsteps. This right now, Aura Zeflin, looking for the barrel, gets around the section. She's going to have to do something nice here. She goes, unfortunately, falls off on that last one. Right behind her, Philippa Anderson on a good-looking wave. Good first opening turn here. Sets it up again. Lays back into it. So some good waves there for Philippa Anderson.
It certainly was. She knows how to get the job done. Rarely do you see her make mistakes. Didn't have the ideal crewy campaign. She's won here before, surfing on a forehand. I remember the year she won. It was the same year that Rio Wider took out the title. The finals day was really good. Philippa got well barreled. She was a very happy campaigner at the end of that because the waves were cooking and she really took it on. So having done this for probably a lot more years than most other people in the draw, she knows how to compete well. She knows how to perform under pressure. Feeling the love as a former winner. She's thrown down a 6.33 just like that in the first 6 minutes of the heat. So Philippa now trying to improve on a 4.50. Got plenty of time to maybe try and delete both these numbers in a scoreline. And Minori and Aura and Suri's got to get her campaign started shortly, just so it doesn't mess with her head too much. She's waited all day for this opportunity. I remember seeing her this morning and she's looked at me and she's gone, wow, 9 hours and 15 minutes till my heat. Hold it together. It's going to come around and you're going to have to, at some point today, you're in the spotlight. This is it.
Yep, that's right. So Suri, young girl from Bali as well. And we'll get right back into it as there's a break in the action. We're going to head over to a Posey interview. Actually, we'll stick with live action. So Suri now taking a look at this one. Big first blast there. I love that turn. She has to do something here again. Nice wrap there. Loving that from Suri Jabrik, bringing out the best imitation of the river mouth.
Here is Philippa now on wave number 3, driving hard, blast the lip, just kind of overcooks it a little, but the pressure is off. She's already got 2 numbers she's happy with, going for a big time. So we'll just keep our eye on the lineup out the back. If there's no more waves, we'll just give it a moment. There could be something here. No, it's looking like nothing. So if this wave doesn't eventuate, we will throw down right now to True, having a chat with Osha Curtis. Go for it, True.
Thanks, guys. Osha, first win here at Nias. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've got a lot of experience here. You've been coming here since you were young. Talk to me about kind of the experiences you've had here.
Yeah, my dad used to come here like 30 years ago, and then he started bringing me here. I think I've been here like 6 times, and yeah, I love it so much. It's like a second home to me, and all the people, the locals, see them like family. So yeah.
And being out there, that was a really tough heat. You made it through your first heat. It was a little bit of a rocky one, but you just looked comfortable out there. That 627 was solid.
Yeah, well, I was planning on trying to wait for the bigger ones and try to get a couple barrels, but kind of slowed up towards like the start of the heat, and then just kind of changed my position in the lining, and yeah, just found a couple and I was happy.
And who was your caddy out there? Who was out there kind of supporting you, giving you words of advice?
Yoja, was my caddy. I've known him since like the first time I came here. I see him like a big brother, and yeah, he gets really excited. He's screaming when I'm on the waves, but yeah.
I know that you probably have some family and friends back home in Lennox. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, just thanks Mum and my 2 sisters for watching and supporting, and all my friends, and yeah, my sponsors as well. Thank you.
Well, this is your first Bang Bang win. Maybe of many, definitely of many, if you keep surfing like that. Well done, Osha. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, True.
All right, meanwhile, let's have a look and catch up with the live heat. Someone's gone for a big belt, but they've fallen. I think that might be Hannah Suri. It's looking like her last wave was a 4.57. So she's locked herself straight into her second spot. In fact, it was Minori. So Suri did exactly what we were saying. She got a wave. She finished it. She put herself in a second place. So good for her confidence. We're talking about the lady in blue, but here is Aura.
This is Alan now on her backhand. Good first turn there. I love that from Alan. One more, and she does it again. That is an incredible wave for Alan. She is looking on fire. She had a great first heat. You can hear everyone from Kandui just screaming down there. So this is super, super exciting.
She's got a lot of fans in the house right out in front of Hash and Family Surf Camp is the athlete zone. You heard the eruption. We certainly did. 2 big blasts in the pocket with a little cutback out there. I think this will challenge for one of the better waves of the heat. So good. She will not be sitting in 4th for long. She'll be parked up right underneath Philippa, I believe, once this score drops.
Yeah, and I can say that I'm a fan of Alan. She is one of my favorite Groms coming up right now in Indonesia. She always has a smile on her face, is always welcoming and kind.
Let's see if that affects the priority sitch. Both blue and red had a little paddle. Red's looking in. She's confident that, well, it didn't change. All right, so let's have a look at this mashup. This was Suri's wave, right? So this is blue. So this is the 4.57. We've also seen a little change on the leaderboard with Minori's 1 swack. She goes in a second spot, 4.77. We are owed away by White. And here is the replay.
Yep, so this is Alan's wave. Beautiful first turn. Love this second one. You see this wave just stand up for her. She hits it right in the pocket. So really, really lovely work from Alan there. She is bringing out her best imitation of 4 bobs, her home break. Now, Suri Jabrik fighting back right now. This wave is looking good. She needs to go big. Big first opening turn there for Suri. Sets it up again. Love that second one. Oh, unfortunately just falls off there and right behind her, Philippa.
Philippa, good looking wave again. She's picking the eyes out of the sets. She's picking the waves that are bowly and offering plenty of quality moves. So that's wave number 4 now for the former champ. She's doing it well. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Loving what she's doing. She's trying to improve on a 4-5. She's already sitting pretty with that 6-3-3. Aura's wave only locking in at 407. I thought I could have seen a little bit more out of that, but I guess the turns, she placed it there. She did a nice job. By her standard, everybody got excited because, that's her level, and it was pretty good. She doesn't quite do the stuff that perhaps Philippa does. Even Suri's first turn on that last wave looked just a little bit more stronger.
Yep, so Minori, the last wave of 477 just for one turn. So that's a pretty high score there for Minori Kawai, our surfer from Japan. I think she had a bit of a break in the competition last year. And maybe even the year before, but she is back and she's looking pretty good in this heat with 12 minutes remaining. She is currently in second with priority, but Philippa with that 6-3-3 and that 4-5 looking pretty steady in the lead. She's still waiting for one more score, as well as Suri Jabrik.
Suri's going to get a good score just for that one turn, right? Compared to what Aura did, a 407 for Aura. As a little bit of a coaching tip, just as she develops and gets a bit more mature and a bit stronger, just some, by judges' standards, not critical surfing. The placement was good for a 407, but Suri's one turn for a 457 was just, a 447 was just a bit more brutal. And, I hate to be critical on young Aura, but if you're a coach, you could say these are you could improve in, and that will help drag your numbers up. You come to events like this, you want to get better, right? So they're all here for one reason, is to learn and throw their hat in the ring and get into it. Here is Green.
All right, this is Minori Kawai. She's currently in second. Good first opening turn here. Nothing too critical or crazy. Wraps it around again. So she wants to get rid of a 383. A 427 is her requirement. But Suri looking in such good form, and I see her surf the river mouth a lot back at home, and I think it's all really paying off. She's been training a lot with the Indonesian team, and I know she trains with Ivan. But I love seeing Suri every year improve so much every time she comes to both Krui and Nias. She spent some time in Australia training and doing some QSs and Pro Juniors over there. And I think as well as Hawaii. So she's really been putting the time in. She's putting the effort, and it's all starting to pay off now.
All right. Well, she's living in the 4 range at this stage. We know she's got more in her. Had she finished that last wave, you could have seen that bust into the 6s. But let's have a look at this one belt from Minori. Oh, anyway, this is more than one belt. This is her 477. So the Japanese surfer there in green. Just beautiful waves rolling through here in Sorake Beach. The shadows are creeping across the ocean, so it might look like there's a little issue with the colours on the screen. It's just getting darker. It's almost lights out, folks. We started here at 7:30, which, that was 10 hours and 11 minutes ago, if you can believe that. And I can remember having my second coffee this morning going, right, I'm about to clock on. Come on, we got this, 24. We got this. And I can't believe it's still the same day.
I know, it feels like 2 days in one. And so much has happened throughout the entire day. We've gone through some rounds and a big chunk of competition underway, and a lot of names dropping out, a couple upsets, but it's been a good day nonetheless.
48 25-minute heats in the last 2 days is where we're at. So do the maths. I'm not such a hard worker, so these days they freak me out a bit, but we get it done because we've got a big draw and we're here for a reason. We've got to get some results, and I want to see the high-end surfing. So I love it. And there's a lot of 4s on the scoreboard. Apart from the 6-3-3, there's a lot of same, but not much difference going on.
Yep, that's right. So everyone's sitting on at least a 4. Philippa's 6-3-3, the only one really creating that distance right now from the rest of the field. But with 8.5, there's still plenty of time left. Maybe we'll be seeing a 6 o'clock set come through. Here in Indo, there is saying that at 6 o'clock, there will always be the biggest set of the day.
Well, you know what? I've seen about 30 surfboards walk past the Hashan family surf camp. Everybody is getting out there and hedging their bets that with the last half an hour of light, that they're in the running for a wave or two. I saw it yesterday. 50 people came from the keyhole. As they started the countdown, people were just paddling hard into the lineup. As soon as the siren went, there was about 50 people on top of the competitors instantly. So it's brutal, and he goes white now.
All right, this is Allen right now on her backhand. She needs to do something big. Air drops down. And does she get another one? And she does. Wraps it around nicely. Really, really well done for Allen. Gonna be getting rid of that 103. I'm not sure if it's the 5 that she's looking for, but that is a great effort.
You know, just cruisy, lovely style there of Aura. I'm sure she's pretty young. Liking her placement. She's picking good waves. She's got a lot of things to like. But when you're up against someone like Philippa, let's see what she can do this time. All right, just a little mini tap there for Phil. She'll know that's not ideal. So probably one of the first errors here in Philippa's campaign. Out the back, who's got priority here?
All right, so a bit of a paddle there from both Suri and Minori. Not sure if Suri's going to be losing priority from that. But, yeah, Suri.
Green's asking the question. Minori's looking over her shoulder.
Yep, so Suri is in second. She wants to get that lead or wants to chip away at her scores because Minori's close behind. A 4.27 is what she's looking for.
Even Aura. If Aura really got it together on one of her next waves, she could get there with, almost 5 points. We still, well, her number's in. It's a 3.50, so she's going pretty good for the youngster. Still needs that almost 5 to advance. So apart from Philippa's number, this heat would have been so close. The 6.33 stacking up really good.
Yep, so we're reaching the pointy end of this heat. About to reach the 6-minute mark. Nothing too crazy happened in the last 2 rides. No top 2 scores for now. Philippa Anderson and Allen get back into the mix. So a couple replays. This is the last of red. Philippa Anderson.
I don't think it's the last because this might be the 6.33, the best score. Yep, definitely a couple of big jams in the pocket. Gee, really good stuff there by Phil. And Suri.
Yep, so this must be the 4.57 of Suri Jabrick. Love that first turn. She really jammed it in the pocket, came out with so much speed, wraps it around here again. So really beautiful surfing from Suri. I love her style. I know she's inspired by Stephanie Gilmore. Says that it's one of her favorite surfers.
Righto. Who's one of yours?
My favorite surfers?
Yeah.
Women?
Whoever.
Good question. I think Steph is definitely one of mine. And Malia Manuel was, well, she's not on tour anymore, but she's still one of my favorite surfers as well.
Yep. She was a big campaigner for a long time. So a couple of strong names right there. I'm going to throw mine out there and say Rajo Barrel and Joey Barrel, who I live with at Lakey. I still rate those guys. Just phenomenal tube riding I've seen out of those two over the years. So they might not be pros, but I love them both. And I just love surfing with good crew like that sniff out a tube on days when it's not even barreling. Anyway, let's have a look at this. It is Suri.
All right, this is Suri Jabrick right now. Nice, beautiful arcing turn there. Sets it up for the second one. This wave stands up again. Another nice turn, similar to the first. So she's going to pull off on that one. 4.47 is what she's trying to improve. Felt like it wasn't as explosive as maybe her first 2 waves, but that was beautiful, beautiful style from Suri Jabrick.
Very elegant, but with a little bit of power thrown in. Had a couple of good pockets to it. Plenty of decent rail work involved. No doubt we'll see the Bonsoy replay of Hannah Suri's last wave because she still did a good job. Could push a little harder, but at least that second turn she did whip the board right around like a full direction change. So let's have a look at this again. First turn is on rail with plenty of back foot. I'm kind of liking it because I reckon this turn here, out on the face and a full wrap, all right? So a couple of decent moves there. The judges are still having to think about it. In fact, it's just under. It's a 4.27. So probably just needs to push a little harder, maybe try and get a smidge more vert. Holding on to second spot, looking good.
Yep, just taking a look over the balcony.
Oh, yeah.
And there is the free surfing crowd just itching to get out there. It's been a long day.
There's at least 25 free surfers just out of picture on the right. They're all frothing. The beach commentators asked them to move a little bit more towards the keyhole. But in the next couple of minutes, you watch inside 30 seconds, it will be game on. There will be a race to the lineup. Even the caddies, I reckon, will be starting to push a little closer. They all want a piece. Look at the size of this thing.
Oh, all right. Minori Kawai looking for a score, gets stuck behind. Oh, that was a good-looking wave. Unfortunately, Minori wasn't able to get into that one. But with 2.5 now, all eyes on Allen and Suri. 2.5, last heat of the day. They can feel the free surfers inching closer.
It'd be nice if Riser could just pan onto that pack because they are hungry wolves indeed. There's got to be 25 crews sitting just off the screen here. I saw it yesterday and I had to laugh hard because they didn't even wait for the heat to finish. They got to about 30 seconds and someone broke from the pack and then someone else broke. Next minute, everyone went, right? So as the countdown hit 1, instantly there was about 30 people on top of the competitors in the rashies and they struggled to get a wave in. So we've got a couple of dudes up there at the indicator taking it on. For all the people online that have been with us all day, we hope you've enjoyed the visions coming out of Sorake Beach. Somebody's on in the backdrop. There we go. In the pit. Or might
Doesn't
be
make it out.
getting a tattoo. Red, Philippa Anderson.
All right, so Philippa Anderson now with priority. She wants to improve on her 4.5. This is a good-looking wave. She pulls in. Does she make it out? Unfortunately, she just gets devoured there by the foam ball.
You can see the wolves in the background. Yeah, it was a good wave. It was such a sick wave.
I mean, yeah, she was pretty deep, so she didn't have too much of a choice there. But as we reach the 1 minute mark, don't want to speak too soon. But it's looking like Philippa Anderson and Suri Jabrick will be into the round of 16.
Well, Minori definitely had her chance just then. That was one of the better looking waves of the heat. Just needed to take the high line straight away and really commit to going for the barrel. Because once you drop to the bottom and then you try and regroup and get a bottom turn in, it so often just races away from you.
Yeah.
So just a little bit of the wrong line there for Minori. I guess on her debrief with a coach or her friends, they'll probably maybe suggest the same thing as well. Aura Zeppelin, the youngster in the group, a valiant effort, very elegant sort of surfing. And as she grows older, I'm sure we're going to see her digging a little deeper on her manoeuvres. But I don't think anyone's failed in this heat. It's been quite an entertaining matchup. Last heat of the day, G.
Yeah, it's been a great heat. I've really enjoyed it. A couple good friends of mine. I'm really happy for Philippa and Suri. And great effort from Minori and Allen. So there we have it, folks. End of day 3. And with that, we will be signing off. And we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow.
Over and out, gang. On behalf of True Starling, Daiwaka, Giada Lagardi, and myself, Mark Cliff. Hope you've enjoyed day 3. We'll see you all bright and early, and let's do it all again. Thanks, G.
Thank you. Welcome back to the Nias Pro QS 6000. This is day 3. We'll be starting the day with the men's round of 96 and then going straight into the men's round of 64 and then 5 heats of the women's round of 32.
The conditions, it was fun, kind of a bit slow, but still good. So ready, so excited.
So don't miss the action today.
Bang, bang. Yeah.